Chapter 131. With a tangled mess of thoughts running through her mind, Yulia looked at Hei Fu with a strange look in her eyes. She thought about it carefully, and there were only two possibilities for Bai Fu to do this for her. 1. Bai Fu coveted her body and thought she could get her power from her. 2. Bai Fu coveted her body, and this covetousness was different from the previous covetousness, and only those who understand can understand. As for the fact that Bai Fu was a living saint and wanted to save everyone she saw, this reason was completely untenable. If she had only heard about Bai Fu's deeds in the abandoned cooling plant, she might still think so. After having contact with Bai Fu for a period of time in the Goli Desert, she knew very well that Bai Fu looked like a female bodhisattva, but in fact she was a white-cut black. Of course, Yulia didn't hate this kind of character now. In the 2 years of being betrayed and arrested, she deeply realized that it was very difficult to survive in this chaotic world without using some tricks. In addition, another truth she understood was not to act on emotion. In the past, she would definitely insist on staying because Bai Fu came to save her, and fight with Bai Fu until the last moment. Even if we die, we must die together. But now she has shed her silly innocence. She knows that in her current state, staying will not only not help Bai Fu, but will become a burden and do more harm than good to Bai Fu. Listening to Bai Fu's words and leaving quickly is the most correct choice. Bai Fu. Yulia looked at Hei Fu with a firm look in her eyes. If you die, I will come back to avenge you, and let the whole truth be buried with you. When she said this, there was no hatred or cruelty in her voice. She was just simply telling the story, as if she was reciting a narration of an established fact. However, this plain tone, combined with her long ice blue hair, cold face, and the smile on her lips at this time, gave people an inexplicable sense of deterrence. Bai Fu was moved. She thought Yulia would say you must survive, or once you escape from here, XXXX, filling her with flags, but she didn't expect Yulia to give her a reverse flag. Now, she felt that her chances of leaving the True Society's main base alive had greatly increased. Go! Bai Fu controlled Hei Fu and waved her hand. Yulia turned around and left quickly under the escort of little Hei Fu. Bernardo in the distance noticed the movement here, and he immediately ordered the beast-like mutants to pounce on Yulia. Kill her! Huh? Hei Fu raised her eyebrows slightly, and when the beast-like mutants rushed halfway, several small Bai Fus who had been ambushed in advance exploded with a bang, as if a heavy hammer was acting on their chests and abdomens. The beast-like mutants in the lead howled and rushed into the sky, smashing the ceiling above their heads into pieces. The first round of the fight ended with Hei Fu gaining the upper hand. At this time, Ed was anxious. He had a high position in the True Society, but in terms of strength, he was just a younger brother. Once Bai Fu and Bernardo fought, the aftermath would be enough to send him to death. What should I do? Hei Fu said without turning her head, I don't have time to take care of you. Whether you can survive depends on your own luck. Ed gritted his teeth and turned around and ran. If he could escape from the base, he might still have a chance of survival. But just as he ran to the door of the escape passage, the ceiling above his head suddenly collapsed, and along with the concrete blocks and broken steel bars fell a steel claw covered with scimitars. The scimitars were inserted into his neck, the blades were embedded, and the steel claws twisted, blood rushed into the sky, and his head was pulled off. Ah! Ed's scream stopped abruptly. A moment later, a beast-like mutant about 3 meters tall jumped down from the broken ceiling. He threw Ed's head on the ground, stared at Bai Fu with scarlet eyes, and spurted out hot breath from his nose. Since you insist on stopping it, then use your life to exchange for Yulia's life. Bernardo's eyes flashed with murderous intent, as if he wanted to choose someone to devour. After he finished speaking, 5 or 6 beast-like mutants surrounded Hei Fu from different directions. Hei Fu's face was solemn. Now it was time to fight for her life. Not to mention that the one here was just a twin spirit. Even if it was the real body, she would not hold back. When being beaten up by others, the best way is to catch one of them and beat him up. With a rage, Hei Fu activated the super burst. Bai Fu, her psychic power dropped by 30%, her health dropped by 20%, but with the 2 special skills stacked, her overall attributes increased by 15%, with her strength, agility, and spirit increasing by 18, and 10 points respectively. This was not the end. She locked onto the beast-like mutant with the most bonuses on the field, and bound him with a chain reaction, forcibly stealing a 12% attribute bonus buff from him. At this moment, Hei Fu's various attributes had completely surpassed the original Bai Fu. All these changes were completed in an instant. 1 second ago, in Bernardo's perception, Hei Fu was like a sun. 1 second later, Bernardo suddenly found that Hey Fu had turned into a supernova that was about to explode, extremely hot and dazzling. What happened? He instinctively felt something was wrong, but he had no time to react. Hey Fu's speed was too fast, with an agility of nearly 130 points, and she also had a force displacement skill like flowing light. Almost in the blink of an eye, Hey Fu had flashed in front of Bernardo, and with the help of the void sphere to restrict the surrounding beast-like mutants, she rushed to his face with a dark burning 3 combo, and her spiritual energy turned into dark flames, like a meteorite falling from the sky, hitting Bernardo heavily. -476, -428, -431. 3 extremely conspicuous blood-red damage values floated out from above Bernardo's head. With one strike, nearly 2/3 of Bernardo's health was directly knocked off. Bernardo flew backwards, and in midair, a beast-like roar burst out of his throat. He never expected that death would be so close to him. If he hadn't been wearing a special protective suit and his supernatural power had played a buffering role, he might have been killed instantly in the encounter just now. What kind of ability is this? This is the first time he knows that a psychic prayer master can have such a terrifying close combat ability. If this ability can be used repeatedly, unimaginable. Monster, Bai Fu is a monster, 10 times, 100 times more monster than these beast-like mutants created by the True Society. Bernardo's mind was in chaos, and his face was full of pain and horror. The moment he landed, he quickly took out a bottle of medicine from his clothes and gulped it down his throat. +100, +100. The next second, the effect of the alien erosion was superimposed and exploded in Bernardo's body. He covered his chest, squatted in the smoke and dust of the explosion, and coughed up blood. Stop her quickly! Bernardo shouted in panic. He was very glad that he took the special recovery potion at the first time, otherwise he would have been blown up, and could only lie on the ground and let Bai Fu slaughter him. Seeing that Bernardo was not dead, Hey Fu felt a little regretful, but it was worth it to destroy this high-end combat power in one encounter. Although she lost 30% of her health, she was just a spirit. Bai Fu sent a spirit repair from a distance, and Hey Fu's health immediately increased by 200. She had enough confidence to replenish Hey Fu's health before her psychic protection was destroyed. In this way, Hey Fu could use a few more dark burns, provided that the cooldown time of dark burns was dragged out. As Bernardo was smashed away, all the beast-like mutants around strode towards Hey Fu. These beast-like mutants have their own strengths. Some have undergone mechanization and look like mechanical monsters. Some have rapidly expanded their bodies under the stimulation of drugs, like little giants. Some have burning flames all over their bodies, like firemen. No matter what the appearance of these beast-like mutants is, their common point is super strength. Even the weakest ones are close to the level of high-level superpowers. Hey Fu was not stupid enough to stand in the crowd and fight against many people. Her right foot wrapped in combat uniform struck a beast-like mutant's head like thunder. At the moment when she beat the beast-like mutant to his knees, she greased her feet and tapped the mutant's forehead with both feet. She flashed out of the encirclement through the broken ceiling, relying on the void ball and the assistance of Xiao Xiao Bai Fu and Xiao Xiao Hey Fu to deal with this group of beast-like mutants. The fierce battle started. Hey Fu relied on her nimble feet to dodge, but the beast-like mutants were no pushovers. They used various superpowers, martial arts energy, and mechanical missiles to compress Hey Fu's evasive space inch by inch. The aftermath of the clash between the strongmen mercilessly tore apart the base of the True Society. Bernardo, who had been hiding far away, saw this scene and his eyes became even redder. This base also condensed countless of his efforts. Activate the final plan. He dragged his injured body towards his office, contacting his assistant as he walked. Upon hearing his order, the assistant's face changed drastically. "Minister, are you really going to do this?" The so-called final plan was actually to place bombs in the base and perish together with the enemy. Over the years, the True Society has been on guard against other major forces coming to their main base. They have long been prepared to drag the enemy to their deaths if they cannot defeat them. Even a high-level superpower would have no choice but to die if a large number of bombs exploded in a closed space. But being prepared does not mean we have to execute the plan. Although the base is under attack both inside and outside, the intensity of the external attack is far less than expected. The current situation is not the time to blow up the entire base. This is an order. Activate the plan first, and wait for my new order to blow it up. Bernardo screamed. No one knows how terrifying Bai Fu is better than him. Bai Fu's terrifying point is not only her powerful strength, but also her monster-like growth speed. For the True Society, for the President, even if he was torn into pieces, Even if he was burned to ashes, he must kill Bai Fu today, and he must not let Bai Fu escape, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The assistant, who was scolded, trembled and agreed. Now he could only hope that those superpowers would be more powerful, and kill Bai Fu as soon as possible. The base was blown up. Although they could evacuate in advance and not die, they would have to live a wandering life, and become a wandering army. When the True Society took action, Bai Fu was still playing hide-and-seek with those high-level superpowers in Area A. She consumed dozens of prayer cards, and finally killed a high-level superpower, who accidentally discovered her before other superpowers surrounded her. This was all thanks to Hei Fu attracting a lot of attention, and the power supply of the main base was inexplicably cut off. Otherwise, even if she killed the enemy quickly, she would have been surrounded just now. While Hei Fu is making a big fuss, we have to find a way to meet up with Yulia and leave here. After learning that the president of the True Society left a fake body in the base, Bai Fu had no intention of continuing to cause trouble here. There was no need to fight hard here. She could just wait for the support of the Railway Guild and other forces to arrive before fighting back. Passing through the dark corridor, Bai Fu walked towards the light dot representing Little Black Fu on the map. Her high agility, and the effect of moon hidden that reduced movement noise made her feel at home in the dark. Halfway through her walk, she suddenly received a message from Suli. 3 messages, all good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bai Fu sent an angry expression. Suli, okay, I won't keep you in suspense. First of all, the first batch of reinforcements will arrive at the main base of the True Society soon. Bai Fu, so fast, you can teleport? Suli, it's just a special forces team. When they received the order, they were only a few hundred kilometers away from you. They set out an hour ago, and will probably arrive to support you in another half an hour. Bai Fu, it's indeed good news. What about the other 2 good news? Suli, the 4 countries have reached an agreement, established a central command center, and launched a siege against the main force of the True Society. If everything goes well, you should hear the news that the main force of the True Society has been severely damaged in a short time. Bai Fu twitched her lips. This was good news for Suli, but not necessarily for her. Once the main force of the True Society was defeated, the president of the True Society might come back. Suli, the last good news is that the person you asked me to investigate has been found. I am really impressed. This person lived more than 100 years ago. Fortunately, he was listed in the newspaper at that time, otherwise it would be impossible to find him. I sent you the information. Take your time to read it. Bai Fu just glanced at it quickly. The ordinary-looking man in the photo had an extraordinary identity and an extraordinary ending. He was a hero who did it out of interest. He didn't have much ability. He accepted several interviews, and then, one day, he disappeared. Since then, except for the newspaper published by the newspaper that interviewed him, there is no trace of his existence in the world. This is the world, with all living beings living in the world, who can know whose ending? Bai Fu opened the task interface, and clicked on the Origin of the True Society column to submit the task. You have completed the task Origin of the True Society, and received a reward of 300,000 experience points, and the exploration of the Zuyuan star plot plus 1.5%. Hidden requirements to obtain the Mutant Rebellion recollection fragment of the first branch of the Psychic Research Institute, complete, and get an additional 300,000 experience points. A blank recollection fragment *1 can be used in the camp interface. The new task will be triggered depending on your choice when facing the president of the True Society. Sure enough. Bai Fu shook her head secretly. The person in the memory fragment was the former president of the True Society. One mission added 1.5 exploration points, and also obtained a blank memory fragment. This reward was not bad, but the better the reward, the more she was afraid of the president of the True Society. Bai Fu closed the game interface, and was intercepted several times on the way to find Yulia, with huge exploding fireballs and annoying gravity control. Fortunately, she was more skilled and still bypassed many obstacles to find Yulia. Where is the clone you summoned? Little Yulia often stayed with Bai Fu, so Yulia knew the relationship between Bai Fu and Hei Fu very well. Still stalling for time, thanks to her, let's leave as soon as possible. Bai Fu simply picked up Yulia again, and ran straight out of the base. Now that a large area of Area C and Area A had been destroyed, she didn't need to find a way out specifically, she could just rush up directly. Report to the minister, we have found the trace of another Bai Fu. Bai Fu and Hei Fu teamed up to make trouble in the base for most of the day. The True Society has now almost figured out the situation. There are not many intruders who sneaked into the base. There are only 2 by fuss at most. The other people are summoned by these 2. Find a way to stop her for 10 minutes. Bernardo was furious, his chest heaving violently, and it took several seconds before he issued the second order. Everyone get ready and start gathering in the secret passage. After fighting for so long, he still couldn't take down the black-haired Bai Fu. It was already very difficult to kill the two Bai Fus in a short time. He couldn't be sure when the large number of reinforcements from Bai Fu's side would come back, so maybe it was really time to prepare to blow up the base and let Bai Fu be buried with the base. After the call ended, Bernardo stared at the photos on the wall for a long time, and then took some special information and left the office. His fingers kept clicking on the terminal. With such a big event, he needed to inform the president. If the president learned about what happened in the base from the original Gene body, the Railway Guild, it would most likely cause a major blow to morale. Bernardo edited a long string of text and sent it out. Next, he just needed to wait for the president's reply, and then he could detonate the main base. He waited for 5 minutes, and the president only replied with a few words. Wait for me to come back, what? Bernardo was stunned when he saw these words. This should not be the reply that should appear at this time, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. At the same time, in a small base 70 kilometers away from the capital of the Pre-March, Haidu, the president of the True Society, who had led the main force to attack an hour and a half ago, had an unprecedentedly ugly face. It's really unexpected. There are many speculations about your identity in the outside world. Some people think you are a martial arts genius who has never appeared in the world, and some people think you are a general who defected from the old republic. Only no one thought that you were one of the people who escaped from the Psionic Research Institute. In the living room with a bit of classical charm, a man smiled and narrowed his eyes. If Bai Fu or the players were here, they would definitely recognize him as one of the 5 cover characters on the Zuyu and Xingzi page of the 1.2 version update preview. The president of the True Society roared and rushed up. Chapter 132. Bernardo stopped moving forward after receiving the reply from the president of the True Society. He had assisted the president for many years, and knew the president's personality very well, at least 70% to 80%. Under normal circumstances, after learning that the base was turned upside down by Bai Fu, the president should be very angry and curse Bai Fu, and blame him a few words. But the president just now was very wrong. Wait for me to come back. This reply was too short and too calm, which was not the style of the president at all. Could it be that the president's terminal fell into the hands of someone else, or was it even worse, that the president had encountered something big enough to shake his mind? Bernardo's scalp tingled. I must be overthinking. Yes, that must be the case. He tried to send a message to the president, hoping that the president could explain a few more words. But even though he sent more than a dozen messages in a row, 3 or 4 minutes passed, he still did not receive any response. Instead, his assistant called him first and brought him bad news. Minister, I have tried to delay Bai Fu for 10 minutes as you ordered, but Bai Fu is too strong. We don't have enough manpower. Even though we have tried our best, she still managed to reach the freight elevator leading from Area C to the ground. If we want to continue to delay, we must send more people. Otherwise, we can only watch her escape or detonate the base immediately. The assistant was a little anxious. Bernardo's situation was not much better. To blow up or not to blow up, he couldn't tell. When he thought about the fact that the president hadn't responded yet, he felt that his head might explode before the base exploded. Let me think about it for another half a minute. Bernardo's breathing became heavier. He stared at the screen of the terminal. In the darkness and silence, his heartbeat sounded like thunder. After a full 20 seconds, he held the edge of the terminal with both hands. Everyone evacuate, let Bai Fu enter the freight elevator, and prepare to detonate the base. The assistant who received the accurate order breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Minister, I will be there soon. No need to blow it up. At this moment, a dull voice sounded, interrupting the assistant's words. Bernardo and the assistant were stunned at the same time. They were very familiar with this voice. Isn't this the president? Bernardo turned around quickly, and saw that the president was standing on the other side of the corridor. He was wearing a heavy exoskeleton armor. There was no expression on his face, only his eyes were brighter than ever before, as if there was a flame burning. President, why are you here? Bernardo accidentally dropped the terminal in his hand to the ground, and his heart was completely confused. The fact that the president appeared here meant that the situation on the front line had completely deteriorated. Considering that the location of the True Society's main base had been exposed and it had suffered setbacks both inside and outside, the True Society, an organization that had existed for 100 years, might really be facing the countdown to its destruction. Not only Bernardo thought of this, but the assistant on the other end of the terminal and the others beside him all thought of it. Almost in an instant, the morale of the True Society's main base fell to the bottom. Finished? This was the only thought left in their minds. The president, who was questioned, still looked calm. My perception was correct. The alien visitor who caused all the disasters is indeed not dead. He has been hiding in the original gene body, and is very weak. I am only one step away from killing him, but that step is a natural barrier. I didn't expect that he had mastered the method of limiting the power of my body. No, in fact, I should have thought that he shared the psychic transformation technology with the White Tower, and Orion and other countries. How could he not keep a secret? I have failed your expectations for 100 years. Let's go! Leave quickly before the main force of the Primarchs arrives. I will deal with Baifu myself. He fought his way into the Primarchs, fought several battles, and burned almost everything. He thought he could use his fists to completely vent the resentment that had accumulated for 100 years. But when he finally walked in front of the enemy, he had been thinking about day and night. What awaited him was only the despair that penetrated his bones. The power he was proud of could not be exerted in front of the enemy. At that moment, he realized that he was going to die, and the operation would fail. The good news was that he had mastered the secret of Yulia's creation of a fake body, and left a fake body in the base in advance, which meant that even if he died in humiliation, it was not a real death. But his body was not completely dead, and the fire in his heart had been extinguished. He realized that he had a congenital defect, and this defect made it impossible for him to take revenge no matter how much he struggled, as long as he stayed in the small puddle of Zuyuan Star. What a desperate reality. However, when the president woke up from his fake body, he miraculously found that his heart, which should have been angry and roaring, did not fluctuate much. He sat in the dark and spent a minute reviewing his life in a cursory manner. Suddenly, he felt alienated, like a third party sitting in front of a big screen watching a biographical movie about someone else's life. He just felt at a loss. After suddenly losing his goal, he even began to doubt his origin. Am I really me? Just like this body is a fake one, maybe the memory of his past identity in his mind was also fake from the beginning, implanted by the researchers of the #1 branch of the Psychic Research Institute. The president of the True Society walked out of the secret room, where the fake body was stored, with a blank expression. He had lost interest in living, and now, he only had two things to do. First, evacuate the old man who had followed him for many years in the evacuation base. Second, kill Baifu with his own hands to resolve the grudge that had been formed since the abandoned cooling plant, but had not been completely detonated until today. After explaining to Bernardo, the president strode towards the ground, where he wanted to intercept Baifu. He didn't go far before Bernardo caught up with him and stopped him. At this point, killing Baifu has no meaning except to vent anger. On the contrary, it may lead to greater losses. President, let's retreat together. If we leave now, we should have a good chance of avoiding the tracking of the Primarchs. Let's find a new place to develop again. Even if we can't take revenge now, it's hard to say in the future. So many undead suddenly appeared on Zuyuan Star. If we wait a little longer, maybe we can get a new opportunity. Bernardo's eyes were filled with pleading. The president's words just now showed that he was determined to die. He couldn't watch the president die. In addition to him, many people on the other end of the terminal had the same idea. They abandoned their assistants, Baifu and Heifu, and ran to the president as fast as possible. There was no time to waste. They are different from other people who joined the True Society. They have been staying in the True Society for no money, no power, and no chance of advancement. Like others, they think the president has many shortcomings, such as being irritable and taking risks, but they have deeply felt another advantage of the president, that is, he can sacrifice everything for his people, including his own life. The president has treated them sincerely, and even if the True Society is about to collapse, they will never abandon the president. One after another, superpowers joined Bernardo's side, and persuaded the president to retreat with them. Unfortunately, their persuasion was all in vain. The president had made the final decision, and would not change it. Okay, since you don't want to leave, then we will go with you to kill Baifu. Bernardo set an example, and others followed suit. They insisted on following, and the president could not stop them, so he could only acquiesce. A dozen people rushed towards Heifu, who was still entangled with the beast-like mutant. Ding ding. In the elevator going up, Baifu, who was tense, suddenly found that her terminal was ringing. She didn't dare to let down her guard, and could only ask Yulia, who was in her arms. Help me answer it. Yulia took the terminal off her wrist and raised her eyebrows slightly. There is no number noted. She pressed the answer button. Baifu? A strange voice came out. Who? Suli should have contacted you, right? I am Coleman, the captain of the Special Forces team of the Human Alliance. I am traveling with Ferreira, a registered killer on the dark web. Yija, we have arrived near the main base of the True Society and are ready to pick you up. Where are you now? Reinforcements, and there is an acquaintance Ferreira among them. After struggling underground for several hours and throwing away most of the prayer cards on her body, she finally got help. Now Bai Fu is more confident that she can escape successfully. She told Coleman and others about her situation, and asked them to wait for her at the main entrance of the True Society's main base. Okay, Coleman said briefly. After the call ended, Bai Fu continued to be cautious. In order to get into the freight elevator, she had just broken through 4 obstacles in succession. This showed how much the True Society wanted to keep her here. She dared not relax until she was truly safe. But to her surprise, she still did not see any pursuers until the freight elevator stopped running and the door opened. Without pursuers, it was a pipe dream for the group of miscellaneous soldiers on the ground of the True Society's main base to stop her. With a blast of the void ball, the True Society members, who blocked the way, immediately shouted and fled in all directions. Bai Fu looked at the map mark and headed straight for the main entrance of the True Society's base. She suddenly stopped just after she rushed out of the factory. Yulia looked puzzled. Why don't you leave? Bai Fu's face looked a little ugly. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to leave. Through Hei Fu's perspective, she had already discovered the president of the True Society. This was the second time they met. The difference from the last time was that the president of the True Society was wearing a heavy mechanical exoskeleton this time. His ordinary face was still the same, but his deep eyes were now full of murderous intent. He's back. This means that the main force sent by the Truth to attack the pre-march encountered a disadvantage, and the pre-march and other forces achieved a major victory. This should be good news for most people on Ziyuan Star, but it is definitely the worst news for her. Now we can only hope that Hei Fu can delay as long as possible. Bai Fu actually didn't have too high expectations. In the process of fighting with those beast-like mutants, Hei Fu's state had dropped by half. The buff of super energy burst disappeared, and the prayer cards on her body were almost exhausted. She could only rely on her own psychic energy to fight. Although Hei Fu's psychic energy bar was also very long, that tube of psychic energy was completely insufficient when facing a siege. She was right. In the short time of more than 10 seconds when she rushed from the factory gate to the base gate, Hei Fu had been severely injured. The number of enemies was too large, and the president of the True Society was unexpectedly fierce. When being beaten, Bai Fu controlled Hei Fu to cast a spiritual vision on the president of the True Society. After more than a month of reconnaissance, she was finally able to see most of the data of the president of the True Society. Compared with more than a month ago, the total level of the president of the True Society reached 60. Although it increased by 4 levels, it was still 13 levels lower than her. However, the president of the True Society only had 2 professions, of which the main psychic martial artist was 43 levels, 5 levels higher than her main psychic painter. In addition, the race and template of the president of the True Society are also very special. His race is neither human nor mutant, but psychic, and his template is evolved body. The name of this template is somewhat similar to Bai Fu's evolved blood, but the attribute bonus is much higher, and it also comes with several special talents, with a lot of effects such as burst and resistance. With the dual superposition of this special template, and the super high-level major profession, the attributes of the president of the True Society are extremely outstanding. His inspiration, spirit, and intelligence attributes are beaten by Bai Fu, and his physique is almost the same as Bai Fu, but his strength and agility are much higher than Bai Fu. This is a real strongman, not just a boastful one. No wonder the people of the True Society admire and fear him. Bai Fu's expression was extremely solemn. Psychic warrior, when she saw this profession, her heart skipped a beat. Psychic melee profession, this is a super rare profession with extremely strong combat ability, but the most troublesome thing for her is that this profession makes the president of the True Society's psychic resistance far beyond that of ordinary people. High physique plus high psychic resistance plus special talent, these 3 together make her skills hit the president of the True Society and reduce a lot of damage. If Hei Fu was right beside her, and was in full condition like her, and black and white attacked together, she would still have enough confidence to deal with the president of the True Society. Unfortunately, she had already consumed a lot before this. Although her health bar and blue bar were still full, as a psychic painter, most of her combat power actually came from prayer cards. When the prayer cards were on the verge of exhaustion, her strength was greatly reduced. Once caught up, we can only fight head-on. A sharp light flashed in Bai Fu's eyes. At this time, underground, the president of the True Society had already controlled the mechanical exoskeleton and punched Hey Fu in the head. I never thought you would dare to sneak into the main base alone, but now that I have found you, there is only one way to go for you. Before Hey Fu was dispersed, the words of the president of the True Society were transmitted to Bai Fu's mind through Hey Fu. Damn it. Bai Fu hurriedly pulled Yulia to continue running, and soon she met someone who came to meet her at the main entrance. These superpowered people are extraordinary, and the leader Coleman's major profession is as high as level 37. He sat at the door and commanded the team members and the players of the Silent Court to kill all the members of the True Society who tried to approach. After seeing Bai Fu from a distance, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, get in the car!" He came to save people, but he was not interested in being a lone hero and breaking into the main base of the True Society and shooting it up. After Bai Fu and Yulia jumped into the back seat of one of the cars, the car roared and turned a big circle and began to drive south. Just received good news, the president of the True Society has died in the Battle of the Pre-March. The main force of the True Society has been surrounded, morale has plummeted, and the True Society is about to fall. We won this battle. Coleman smiled and nodded at Bai Fu. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. You be slapped in the face if you say that. She leaned her head to the window and saw the roof of a factory building in the main base of the True Society open automatically. Several armed helicopters rushed out with a roar. The face of the president of the True Society was clearly visible in the front helicopter. What? Coleman and others looked like they had seen a ghost. Why is he still alive? Why is he here? Bai Fu had no time to explain, because the armed helicopter had already opened fire on the car she was riding in. The shells roared across the sky, raising sparks and smoke, and chased the rear of the car. A superpower in the car quickly opened his right hand, and flames rolled in his palm. When he stretched his hand out of the car window, the flames instantly turned into flame bombs and shot out, colliding with the shells fired by the helicopter. Boom! The air waves rolled. Although this move saved the car from disaster, the armed helicopter in the sky was getting closer and closer. The roads around the main base of the True Society were all bad. If a car wanted to pass, it would take some time to think about it. But the helicopter needed to consider it simply, go in a straight line. Boom, boom, boom. Several gravity shocks fell from the sky. After fleeing for more than 10 minutes, the car that Bai Fu was riding in finally couldn't bear it anymore. The people in the car had to get off and face the plane in the sky. Do you think you can escape? The president of the True Society jumped down from the helicopter, and his mechanical exoskeleton stepped heavily on the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake and the mud and rocks to crack. After him, more than a dozen people jumped down, including Bernardo, whose injuries had not yet healed. Bai Fu looked around and her eyes fell on several players. You cover Yulia and leave first. I will come to you later. After that, she looked at Yulia. You have no objection? Yulia shook her head. She had walked alone once, and her attitude this time was the same as before. After sending Yulia away, Bai Fu smiled and looked at the president of the True Society. The faces of everyone around were tense. Coleman knew the horror of the president of the True Society, and did not dare to let down his guard. Bernardo knew the horror of Bai Fu, and did not dare to let down his guard either. Is this the grave you chose for yourself? The president of the True Society spoke first. Bai Fu was not frightened. The Hey Fu you just defeated is less than 80% as strong as me. I will return your words to you intact. The two stopped talking. Almost at the moment their eyes met, they burst out at the same time, turning into white lightning and black storms, and rushing towards each other. Bai Fu did not hold back at all. She summoned all the true spirits she could summon, and directly maxed out the inspiration bonus, and then faced the strongest attack, Dark Burn. The heavy thorns formed by the dark spiritual power tore the air apart, like a heavy artillery colliding with the steel fist swung by the president of the True Society. The impact of the explosion blew a big hole in the ground. The two enemies who were really meeting for the first time at this time clashed at this point, announcing the start of a war. Chapter 133. The three consecutive attacks of the Dark Burning at close range are not something that the martial artists, who are rampant on the novice planet of Zuyuan Star, can dodge. Not even the president of the True Society can do it. The dark heavy thorn stabbed the president of the True Society 3 times, like a drill. Even though the damage was reduced by several layers of psychic resistance and talent template, the 3 damage values that jumped out from the head of the True Society were still very impressive. Reduce 312, reduce 309, reduce 314. With 3 full hits, the president of the True Society was directly killed by 935 HP. You should know that the president of the True Society only has more than 4,000 HP, including the special bonus of the evolution body template. Bai Fu's burst directly killed 1/5 of his HP, and the output efficiency is very high. Although the price is that her own HP also dropped by 10%, Bai Fu still made a big profit in general, because the biggest effect of Dark Burn when facing high-level enemies is not to evaporate the opponent's HP, but to give the opponent a debuff that reduces the attributes. Dark Burning. The judgment is made based on the difference in inspiration between the two parties. This judgment ends, and all attributes are reduced by 11%, which lasts for 15 minutes. At the moment, when the surging psychic storm blew Bai Fu away, the president of the True Society was the first to feel something was wrong. He felt a sudden burning sensation in his body, like an ulcer that could not be removed. Under the stimulation of this burning sensation, his body became much heavier, and it seemed that it became difficult to control the exoskeleton armor. What is this move? The president of the True Society had a gloomy face. The onlookers had no idea about all these tricks. Seeing the two strongest men from both camps fighting for the first time, the president of the True Society remained motionless, like an iron tower, while Bai Fu flew backwards, like floating catkins. They thought that the president of the True Society had the upper hand. Bernardo's eyes were as bright as stars. If Bai Fu could be killed here, then the future of the True Society might still be possible. Coleman and others who came to support were anxious. Although Bai Fu had shown extremely terrifying fighting power recently, and even turned the True Society upside down with her own strength, her opponent was the president of the True Society, who had been famous for a long time after all. They tried to go up to help Bai Fu, but Bernardo and others had been prepared for it. As soon as they raised their feet, they were stopped by other superpowers of the True Society. By time for the president. The roars intertwined, followed by a rumbling explosion. The players who were protecting Yulia and walked a distance away turned back frequently after hearing the sound. The situation looks a little bad. How about we go back to help Bai Fu? The old dog of the Iron Rain Guild was a little nervous. The Iron Rain Guild put most of the guild's resources on Bai Fu. If Bai Fu was defeated, they would lose a lot. With our current strength, can we withstand a single move from the president of the True Society? It's enough to be a meat shield to buy time for Fu. That's true, but I'm afraid we'd be killed by the bursting psychic energy before we even get close. The battle between Bai Fu and the president of the True Society has surpassed any battle that the players of Zuyuan Star have ever seen. Although their moves are neither as magnificent as the fire dragon circling in the sky nor as gorgeous as the ice needle dance, the explosions caused by the collision and tearing of psychic energy when fists and feet collide with each other are constantly shattering everything around them. Extreme violence, extreme violent aesthetics, visual fog, spatial confusion, summoning ghosts, piercing guns, except for Little White Fu and Little Black Fu, who did not move for the time being. White Fu almost took out all the prayer cards she could use, pursuing the goal of reducing the health of the president of the True Society as much as possible in the shortest time, so that he would not suddenly come up with something to offset the effect of the dark burning. Looking at the bumpy ground beaten by the two, the player felt his scalp tingling. Too powerful. I remember someone said before that they wanted to imprison Fu, to prevent Fu from running around and accidentally sending it. Now you can consider whether you can imprison her. Don't underestimate the power of our sleepy tea. Can we win? Fu must not die. The destruction system of this game is so fucking awesome. So cool. Players who watched this battle through the live broadcast kept expressing their opinions, and most of them expressed concerns. This is mainly because the power gap between Bai Fu and the president of the True Society is too big. After the president of the True Society puts on the exoskeleton armor, one fist is as big as Bai Fu's head. When the armor punches down, Bai Fu must dodge or use special means to deal with it most of the time, otherwise she will be knocked away. Although she has the blessing of the combat uniform, she can highlight the strange beauty and calmness even if she glides in the air. But who wants to be knocked away if they can avoid being knocked away? Wait a minute. Just when the player was getting anxious, Yulia, who was protected in the middle, suddenly shouted. The player didn't understand. Yulia's blue eyes locked onto Bai Fu and the president of the True Society in the distance. Even though she was seriously injured, as a high-level superpower, she could still see the situation of the battle more clearly than others. Although Bai Fu seemed to be at a disadvantage every time she fought head-on with the president of the True Society, it was hard to say who was actually at a disadvantage, because Bai Fu had psychic protection. The shield offset most of the damage for her, and only a small amount of damage could penetrate the shield and fall on her. If it continues like this, most people would think that Bai Fu would have the last laugh by exchanging blood, but as Bai Fu's bedmate, referring to the little Yulia who sleeps next to Bai Fu's pillow and knows Bai Fu much better than ordinary people. Yulia knows that the situation is actually not good. Before the battle with the president of the True Society, Bai Fu had consumed too many prayer cards. Once the battle time is prolonged, without the pulling of those explosive prayer cards and light guns, the efficiency of blood exchange between Bai Fu and the president of the True Society will become lower and lower. At that time, it is difficult to say whether Bai Fu's psychic protection and combat suit exploded first, or the exoskeleton armor of the president of the True Society exploded first. Let's not leave in a hurry. Find a place to hide. I may be able to help Bai Fu. Yulia's words startled the players, who were covering her escape. Really? Although Yulia is very beautiful, with a taller and more slender figure than Bai Fu, and a queen-like temperament like his death in killing Akari, most players don't have a very good impression of her. After all, she controls the players and beats Bai Fu. She is a pure bad woman. It would be strange if the players of Fuman had no opinion on her. However, the situation is so chaotic now. After hearing what she said, Lao Go, Fu and others decided to believe her for once. They found a bunker nearby to hide Yulia, and then, under Yulia's command, sent a few people to sneak towards the center of the battlefield. The battle is still going on. Under the hard grinding of prayer cards and alien erosion, the health of the president of the True Society was reduced to less than 65%, and the left arm of the exoskeleton armor was damaged, but Bai Fu's side was not much better. Just as Yulia saw, the skills of the president of the True Society are penetrating injuries. The heavy punches were as fast as lightning. Each punch not only cut off part of Bai Fu's shield, but also caused paralysis damage, slowing down Bai Fu's dodging movements. Bai Fu was really a little numb. Fortunately, the skill of the president of the True Society is not like the alien erosion, which can burst a special damage after a certain number of layers, otherwise there is no way to exchange blood with him. Under the continuous heavy blows of the Iron Fist, Bai Fu's psychic protection was finally shattered, and the exploding psychic cyclone left several scars on her arm. At this time, I have to praise the combat uniform that Suli prepared for her. The special structure and materials make it possible for other parts to function even if a part is damaged. Without that shield, what else can you use to fight me? The president of the True Society was overjoyed. He clashed his fists, and suddenly a golden flame burst out of his body. Stage 2. No, to be precise, this is not the real Stage 2, but a special technique that uses spiritual energy to stimulate the flesh and blood, allowing the body to usher in a short burst. The president of the True Society endured the dark burning attribute and kept this move hidden, just to prepare to give Bai Fu a set of the strongest combo at the moment when Bai Fu broke the shield, and killed Bai Fu instantly. Under the golden light, even the black steel armor gloves became dazzling. This punch was a burning punch, a damn psychic impact with 3 times the explosive power. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly rose, and thunder rolled. In an instant, everyone around was frightened by the punch of the president of the True Society. The speed of this punch was too fast, beyond the limit, so fast that the mechanical exoskeleton began to wail. Bai Fu had no time to dodge and took the punch. However, the imagined scene of her body being pierced and her internal organs bursting, and Bai Fu turning into Bai Fu-chan, did not appear. The president of the True Society was horrified to find that her punch hit a new psychic shield. Unexpectedly, the cooling time of the psychic shield in the prayer card and the psychic shield in the skill are calculated separately. Bai Fu had been guarding against the burst output of the president of the True Society. She first applied the psychic shield of the prayer card version to herself, which had the same effect as the skill, but had a much longer cooling time. Then she deliberately showed the president of the True Society the scene of her arm being cut by the flying psychic energy after the psychic shield was broken. As expected, seeing that she was at a disadvantage, the president of the True Society could not wait to unleash his ultimate attack. This attack was extremely powerful, knocking off more than 2,600 shield points and more than 260 health points. If there was no spiritual energy protection, Bai Fu estimated that she would lose at least 1/4 of her health points after taking this punch. She had been fighting with the president of the True Society for a long time, and she was no longer in her prime. If she lost 1/4 of her health points, she would immediately fall into a desperate situation. Bai Fu's plan to lure the enemy was a great success. While the president of the True Society was distracted, she raised her legs and kicked several times in succession, from the arm joints of the exoskeleton armor to the face armor of the exoskeleton armor. The face armor was shattered on the spot, and the metal residue covered the face of the president of the True Society. Unfortunately, The spiritual explosion could only be released by both hands, otherwise the soles of the feet would rush forward, and if she was lucky, she might be able to blind her eyes. "Get out of here!" The president of the True Society roared angrily, and punched Bai Fu away. While still in midair, Bai Fu found that the right foot acceleration module of her combat suit was broken. When her feet landed on the ground, she bent her body, and used her right hand to support the ground to relieve the impact that forced her to slide backwards. Just as she straightened up, the president of the True Society had already popped out of the exoskeleton armor, and his whole body was wrapped in a dark blue flame, and he instantly appeared in front of her like a demon from heaven. The moment they met, the president of the True Society aimed his attack directly at Bai Fu's left foot. The spiritual energy gushing out of his fists was like an air cannon, one shot after another without a moment's pause. 10 seconds later, Bai Fu was unable to dodge, and the acceleration module on her left foot was also blown up. "Now!" The president of the True Society's eyes were bright, and he suddenly burst out again, heading straight for Bai Fu. Boom! The spiritual energy that had been compressed for a long time exploded with the power of his fists, but perhaps because he had just used a skill not long ago, the spiritual energy released in this round of attack still plowed a vortex-shaped pit on the ground, but the size and depth of the pit were far less than the last time, and the sound produced by the explosion was not enough to make the ears of people nearby bleed. But in the eyes of the president of the True Society, this is enough. He had broken Bai Fu's shield for the second time during the continuous pursuit. He didn't believe that Bai Fu could take out another shield. Without a shield, Bai Fu couldn't block his attack with only a combat uniform. The president of the True Society was very confident. Under the impact of the psychic energy, a high damage value of -801 appeared directly on Bai Fu's head, but after this value, another +750 appeared on Bai Fu's head. The value of the punch was only to make Bai Fu retreat a few steps and lose 51 health points. "How did you do it?" He was shocked, and his reaction was even more shocked than when he learned that the Primarch had mastered the method to limit his ability. Over the years, he has fought many people, but it is the first time he has seen someone like Bai Fu who can't be killed no matter how hard he hits. The first burst was blocked by the shield. The second burst was blocked by an incomprehensible method. He began to feel a new round of despair. How many cards did Bai Fu hide? Will he be blocked again when he burns his psychic energy to launch a burst attack? In response, he was attacked by the continuous attack of the Void Sphere and the close-range spirit explosion of Bai Fu. Are you scared? This is the effect of the psychic worship talent. Just now, Bai Fu sacrificed the little Bai Fu and little Black Fu who had been arranged nearby to give her inspiration. 30 true spirits restored her 750 health points. After fighting for a long time, the health of the president of the True Society has dropped below 50%, and some debuffs have begun to appear, but she still maintains a health line of more than 80%. The superpowers and players watching the battle nearby were stunned. It seems that we can destroy the True Society without waiting for reinforcements. Coleman pinched his face hard and thought he was dreaming. What kind of monster is Bai Fu? All major forces have their own masters, but no one is confident that they can beat the president of the True Society in a single fight. Bai Fu is now really suppressing the president of the True Society in close combat. Hurry up and report what happened here. The players reacted more intensely because they could see various damage values. No, Fu is cheating. She carries a bunch of summons with her, with shields, control, percentage damage, and blood recovery. We usually call such monsters dung monsters. Can players still fight her? Who dares to provoke Fu? I will fight him. At this time, not to mention the bystanders, even the president of the True Society doubted whether he could kill Bai Fu, but now he has no reason to retreat. He suddenly took out a bottle of medicine from his body. This is the potential stimulating potion that Ed developed based on the spiritual energy extracted from Yulia. After using this potion, the body's functions will be enhanced, but he has already used it once, and he must rest to absorb this potion normally. Forcibly using it like he is now will cause irreversible damage to the body. It doesn't matter, he has long since given up on any future. Hiss. The moment the potion entered his mouth, the president of the True Society let out a piercing scream, and his body swelled rapidly, ushering in the second stage in the true sense. Except for the decrease in agility and the unchanged intelligence, all attributes have been greatly improved, at the cost of the health value starting to slowly and automatically decrease. Bai Fu's face changed slightly. She felt that she might not be able to kill the president of the True Society today. Although her health was very healthy, her spiritual energy was almost exhausted in the previous battle. Dark Burn consumed 15% of her spiritual energy, and Psychic Shelter consumed 1,500 points of her spiritual energy. These two items alone consumed nearly 60% of her spiritual energy. Her current spiritual energy was not enough for her to cast another dark burn. Although she could still rely on her innate spiritual skills to consume her health and restore her spiritual energy, and then slowly grind the president of the Truth Society to death, it was too dangerous to do so. The strength she showed must have caused other forces to be wary. If she was seriously injured in the battle with the president of the Truth Society, she might be backstabbed by the Primarch or some other force at any time. Let's find a chance to send the president of the Truth Society on the road next time. Bai Fu thought for a moment and prepared to retreat. The president of the Truth Society's agility attribute has dropped a lot. If she uses super energy burst at this time, there is a high chance that she will escape. After returning, she will settle several main tasks and level up again. The two presidents of the Truth Society together are not enough for her to fight. Just as she was about to leave, a player's voice suddenly rang out beside her. Fufu, this way, Yulia said she can help you. Yulia hasn't left yet? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment, and quickly rushed to where Yulia was hiding. She came here to save Yulia. If Yulia died, she would not be able to complete the mission. A dozen seconds later, Bai Fu found Yulia next to a big rock. What are you doing? Why don't you suddenly? Yulia stretched out her right hand just as she was about to shout and scold, drink. Her hands were as pale as paper, her fingers were long, and the middle finger was pierced, blood gushing out. No, this is a strange way to play. It can help you recover your spiritual energy, so you can kill the president of the Truth Society. Yulia explained, in fact, it was not necessary to go through so much trouble, but now I have very little spiritual energy left in my body. Bai Fu was stunned. Are you sure? Yulia said, if you think this method doesn't work, there is another way. She pointed to her lips. Bai Fu believed it for the time being and bit Yulia's finger. A fishy smell spread in her mouth, and then a great amount of spiritual energy began to spread in her body. Plus 100, plus 100. Her spiritual energy value increased rapidly. At the same time, Yulia's face became paler, and a Sheng debuff appeared after her name, reducing attributes and resistance, and there is a greater chance of falling into dizziness. Bai Fu opened her mouth. Don't absorb a little more? Yulia asked weakly. Bai Fu shook her head. It's enough. 500 points of psychic energy were restored, and with a little psychic energy left, it was enough for her to release Dark Burn again. Bai Fu looked at Yulia deeply. Slavery, creating fake bodies, large-scale bombardment, floating in the air, superpower field, and helping others restore psychic energy, Yulia's ability is too strong. Fortunately, she lives in a world with a very shallow understanding of psychic energy. Even if the Truth Society caught her, they didn't figure out her true value, otherwise she would have lost herself long ago. But even so, she was not doing well. Looking at her lying on the ground, so weak that she seemed to fall asleep at any time, Bai Fu couldn't help but think of what Ed said. If she hadn't come to save Yulia, Yulia's spirit would have collapsed sooner or later, and then exploded in the laboratory and transformed into a new world boss. Maybe the real final boss of Zuyuan Star was Yulia. As for the president of the Truth Society, it seems that he is a little worse now. I don't know what reward I can get for saving Yulia this time. Bai Fu gently helped Yulia wipe her fingers clean. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. She walked out from behind the stone, and at this time, the president of the Truth Society, who had activated the second stage, was striding towards her. On the way, Lao Go, Fu, and others continued to charge and tried to stop him, but they were bounced away after just touching him, and they couldn't get up again. Some players also threw the unused prayer cards in their pockets to Bai Fu. Fu, this is my last ripple. Bai Fu accepted the gift. She began to run around the battlefield with the president of the Truth Society until the 8-minute cooldown of the dark burning was up, and she suddenly stopped. Why, you're not running anymore. The president of the Truth Society was stunned for a moment, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. He could finally kill Bai Fu. Bai Fu shrugged. It's time to put an end to our conflict. Just like the first time, they fought not long ago, the white light and the dark blue fireball collided fiercely, and the psychic storm rushed straight into the sky dozens of meters high, ruthlessly splitting the earth. When the storm finally stopped, the earth stopped shaking, and the dust fell to the ground. Bai Fu shook off the mud on her shoulders, turned around, and looked down at the president of the Truth Society lying at her feet. He was seriously injured. From his left shoulder down, there were charred cracks cut by the electric knife, his legs were broken, and his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were constantly coughing up blood. He must have been in great pain, with a lot of debuffs on his body, and only the last 9% of his health. He wanted to laugh, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he would cough up a lot of blood. After struggling for a long time, he finally got his breath back. I lost. This generation of tough guy who had been hovering over Zuyuan Star for 100 years, and caused countless people to stay awake all night, finally came to an end at this moment. Chapter 134. Bai Fu was not in a hurry to kill the president of the True Society. She still had several tasks to complete, and she wanted to try to see if she could get more gold coins from the president of the True Society. She crossed her arms, and looked at the increasingly weak president of the True Society coldly. How do you feel now? The president of the True Society had a blank expression. Why don't you kill me immediately? Do you want to ridicule me, the loser, as a winner? Bai Fu smiled. I'm not that boring. To be honest, although there are many assassination bounties on the dark web and many people have been sent to assassinate me, I can't say that I hate you that much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have grown so fast. You, like the boss of the Wildfire Gang, are my guide on Zuyuan Star. This made the president of the True Society stunned for a long time. He had never expected that Bai Fu's lines would be like this. Unexpected and confusing. Guide? What kind of evaluation is this? It seems to be the same evaluation as Stepping Stone, but not as aggressive as Stepping Stone. He closed his eyes, and his tense face relaxed slightly. Since you want to talk, then I will chat with you. I have always had a question. How did you find Marsky Laboratory? If the location of that laboratory had not been exposed, my mutant plan might have gone further. Really want to know? Bai Fu asked back. The president of the True Society didn't say anything, but her eyes said a lot. Bai Fu explained, I met a man who, like you, should have become the protagonist of this era. He tried to track down the whereabouts of the obsidian fragments that were lost in the second branch of the Psionic Research Institute. Through the news and the intelligence obtained from the Old Republic, he analyzed that the Marsh region and the Premarch might store obsidian fragments. He is a genius, right? He and I should have had some good cooperation, but unfortunately, he wanted to kill me, so I had to send him to death first. This answer made the president of the True Society's pupils shrink sharply. The protagonist of the era? He and I, in my opinion, you are more like the protagonist of this era. Not originally, but after killing you, it's almost the same. Bai Fu said something that made the president of the True Society confused. The next second, she changed the subject. When you heard about the Psychic Research Institute and Obsidian, didn't you have any feelings at all? The president of the True Society's face changed slightly. What do you mean by that? Bai Fu said, I investigated your past, and found some useful information. It was a newspaper from more than 100 years ago, which published the content of the interview you accepted when you were a hero. The president of the True Society was silent. Bai Fu had said this, and it was useless for him to deny it. During the interview, the reporter asked you why you became a hero who did not ask for anything in return. Your answer was that your parents died when you were a child, and you lived in poverty. A kind-hearted person secretly funded you. With the help of that kind-hearted person, you were able to afford food and education. You have always been grateful to that person, so after graduation, you wanted to find that person and thank him in person. But you have been looking for him for a long time, and you have been very close to him several times, but you have never met him. You feel that he is avoiding you. It was not until a few years later that you knew the reason. You saw him on TV. He was a gangster. He was afraid that you would be disappointed after meeting him, so he kept hiding. But he hid, and finally appeared in front of you in a very undignified way. He had a similar past to you, but no one saved him at that time, so he joined the gang in a daze. After meeting you, he suddenly thought of himself. He didn't want you to follow his old path, so he secretly funded you. After you knew this, you decided to be the same person as him. Of course, the same thing you said means helping others like him. Because you have been held up by someone, you also want to hold an umbrella for others. I am very curious about what you have experienced in the number 1 branch of the Psychic Research Institute, who has always practiced this concept of being a hero, to become the person who can do anything for revenge, even kidnapping the innocent Yulia. Bai Fu squatted down in front of the president of the True Society. This answer is crucial, not only involving the plot exploration of Zuyuan Star, but also likely involving new hidden tasks. The president of the True Society stared at Bai Fu. How did you find out all this? I even changed my face on purpose. Bai Fu said, I have some special abilities that you can't understand. The president of the True Society sighed. Special abilities? You are indeed very special. When I heard you talk about my past, I felt like you were talking about the past of someone who had nothing to do with me. Just now at the base, I was wondering if I was really me. I might be the person you said, or I might just be a copy of the person you said. Since you want to know, let me tell you his story. It's actually a very simple story. The alien spaceship crashed in the territory of the White Tower Republic. The major powers found a seriously injured and dying alien in the spaceship, a special black stone, and a lot of information they couldn't understand. Afterwards, the major powers reached an agreement with the dying alien. They established the Psychic Diffusion Committee to study the things on the spaceship. The Psychic Diffusion Committee established several research institutes, including the #1 branch responsible for studying mutant technology. In order to conduct research, they first transferred many prisoners from the prison. Finally, because it was difficult to find targets that met the requirements among the prisoners, they targeted civilians. They sent people to secretly capture many civilians who met the requirements. During this process, the president of the True Society received a commission from a group of people, and the commission was to help these people find their missing families. The gears of history officially started turning from this moment. So, you went to investigate the #1 branch of the Psychic Research Institute to save those people. Didn't you expect that the #1 branch had such a deep background, and finally got deeply involved and became their experimental subject? The president of the True Society nodded with difficulty, and continued to tell the past. In the laboratory, he endured countless tortures and brainwashings, but he survived, and he never forgot why he went to the laboratory. He found the people the client asked him to save, told them his family's wishes, and then he made a promise with them. We must leave this hell alive. The president of the True Society waited and waited for a year. During this process, he watched many people who had made promises with him die. He was angry and in pain, but it was useless. He could only suppress all his emotions in his heart to avoid being discovered. A year later, the opportunity finally came. That day, a member of the Psychic Energy Diffusion Committee sent someone to assassinate the alien visitor out of selfishness, which led to a fierce conflict between the major countries. Many people in the institute were transferred away at once, and the institute was unprecedentedly empty. He seized this opportunity, and wanted to escape from the institute with all the innocent experimental subjects. But he still underestimated the security level of the institute. At that time, he didn't have anyone to help him like Baifu did when she ran to brush the dungeon. No one can save me, I can only save myself, that's what I told myself, but the president of the True Society was wrong. When he was trapped, it was the people he wanted to save who sacrificed themselves to buy him freedom. When he breathed the air outside the institute again after a year, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. He went to save people, but what did he save? He remembered those ordinary faces like his, he remembered those ordinary people who thanked him, while using their flesh and blood to resist the security personnel of the institute to let him leave quickly. He didn't know how he should face those who entrusted him. I brought nothing back, I only brought back hatred. The breath of the president of the True Society became more and more rapid. After that day, he still mustered up the courage to meet those clients. He went to apologize, but no one blamed him. Those clients were grateful to him and followed him. From then on, they established the prototype of the True Society. The True Society never pursued the truth, but justice. They struggled hard and thought that they would never see the dawn again. However, one day, the major countries suddenly fought each other, and then the catastrophe came. The whole world exploded. On the wasteland, the True Society saw the possibility of seeking justice for the first time. I investigated everywhere, and everyone said that the alien visitor was dead, but I could feel that he was hiding in the original gene body. We, the original mutants, were transformed from his cells. I never expected to rely on the power of other countries to retaliate against those who sent us to hell. They have always been in the same group. I have no evidence other than induction to prove that the alien visitor is not dead. I developed the True Society step by step, absorbing many people who were persecuted by those countries. I attacked the original gene body many times in order to find the definite evidence that the alien visitor is still alive. You should be curious about Wiley Chung, the original gene, joined the True Society, right? He read my memory, and then his faith collapsed, so I took advantage of this opportunity to sneak in. Baifu nodded, and many puzzles were solved. She received new game tips as she wished. Zuyuan Star Plot Exploration Degree plus 1.3% in helping her become the only protagonist of Zuyuan Star. The president of the True Society made new contributions. It's a very touching story. The only problem is that you involve too many innocent people in the process of revenge. At this moment, Yulia limped over. So I'm lying here now. This is the retribution for my madness. The president of the True Society closed his eyes. He said so many words in one breath, and his consciousness began to blur. I'm really tired. Talking can't relieve the emptiness in my heart. Perhaps only death can fill the void in my heart. Bai Fu looked at the two options that popped up in front of her. This is the follow-up of the mission, The Origin of the True Society. The first option is to kill the president of the True Society directly, and the second option is to help the president of the True Society fulfill his last wish and kill the alien visitor. She chose the second option, of course. The second option's mission reward is obviously higher, and she has long wanted to kill the Primarch. You can go with peace of mind. I will send the group of Primarchs down to see you. The president of the True Society suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Bai Fu for a long time, as if he wanted to deeply engrave Bai Fu's appearance into the depths of his soul. You? It seems I was wrong. You are not my nemesis, but my savior. Although you came late, you are still my savior. The emptiness in his heart was suddenly filled, and he no longer struggled with whether he was a man-made person who accepted the memories of others or the him himself. When his consciousness flew away, he unconsciously thought about what would happen if Bai Fu suddenly appeared in the Institute, when he was about to escape from the Institute with others. He closed his eyes again, as if he had returned to the time when he was not yet grown up. Really, until now, he has never eaten a meal as delicious as the one he bought when he was first funded, nor has he seen the bright stars like that night. At this moment, a sincere smile appeared on his face. The president of the True Society is dead. He lay alone on the ground, and his appearance after death was very ordinary, just like every person who has never left a name in history. But he was not really that lonely. Bernardo and other True Society superpowers, who had always been with him, came over. They did not fight with Bai Fu, nor did they blame Bai Fu. They wiped the blood off the president's face, and then the first person took out a potion from his clothes and drank it in one gulp. It was a strong poison. Under the effect of the poison, he soon died beside the president. After him, all the superpowers except Bernardo made similar moves. Plop plop. One by one, the superpowers that made the major forces fearful fell down like wheat being cut. They died resolutely, without leaving any mercy for themselves, and shocked everyone who saw this scene. They, like me, are descendants of those who originally entrusted and followed the president. We can get to where we are now, all thanks to the support of the president. The president has shouldered too many things that he shouldn't have shouldered. They chose to die because they would rather die than be captured by the heirs of their former enemies. I must live. I want to collect their bodies, and I must live until the day I see the collapse of the original Gene body with my own eyes. No matter how humiliating it is, I must live until that moment. Bernardo closed his eyes for each of his companions. When Coleman and others arrived, he calmly stretched out his hands and let Coleman and others handcuff him. You won, but it was not your own strength. Bernardo laughed so hard that Coleman and others' foreheads were bulging with veins. They punched him twice angrily, but he was still laughing. Amidst the laughter, the news of the death of the president of the True Society and the destruction of the True Society swept across the entire Zuyuan star like a tornado. Bai Fu had no intention of understanding the cheers of others. She didn't know if this meant the end of an era, as those people said in the terminal. She only knew that her era on Zuyuan star had arrived. She opened the game prompt panel, and the settlement information was refreshed like water. You killed the president of the True Society. You completed the main task of the area, the Elegy of the Watcher Branch 2, the Angel of Watch. You completed the faction task, the Demise of the True Society Targets 5, 6, 11. You completed the plot task, The Unknown Truth. Chapter 135. While everyone was contacting each other about the death of the president of the True Society and the arrest of Bernardo, Bai Fu pulled the weak Yulia back a few steps, retreated behind everyone, and began to count the gains of this major operation. First of all, the kill reward. After killing the president of the True Society, she broke into the main base of the True Society this time, and earned 3.2 million experience points just by killing enemies, and the extra compensation for killing enemies in the camp mission. The decapitation operation of the camp mission earned her another 1.2 million experience points, which was almost enough for her to level up 2 more times. However, the experience reward is just the least worth mentioning thing in this operation. Bai Fu first clicked on the settlement interface of the Watcher's Elegy Branch 2 Watcher's Angel mission. The requirement of this mission is to save Yulia, which is her primary goal of this adventure, to sneak into the main base of the True Society. In order to complete this mission, she spent a lot of time and energy. She spent half a month to make prayer cards. Part of it was given to those players who followed Su Li to beat up the True Society. The rest was completely consumed in this operation. The cost was not small. I hope the reward for this mission can be richer. Bai Fu enlarged the settlement interface. There are 3 mission rewards in total. 1. 500,000 experience points. 2. Potential stimulation potion, Yulia version, *3. 3. Yulia's random skill or talent *1. Bai Fu read them one by one. Experience, and the like she didn't care much about now. After finding out the true identity of the president of the True Society, she got a blank memory fragment from the mission reward. She can create a new copy in the camp. Combined with the original copy, this is enough for her to harvest a big wave from the players. After seeing the second reward, she couldn't control herself. She was familiar with the potential stimulation potion. The president of the True Society used it to open the final second stage. After using this potion, the attributes can be permanently increased. Okay, 3 copies were given at once. Bai Fu was overjoyed. When the third reward came into her sight, she turned her head sharply and stared at Yulia, with an undisguised burning look in her eyes. She had been craving Yulia's skills just like Yulia was craving her body for a long time, but she had never found an opportunity to learn from her. After a long time, she thought she would never be able to learn Yulia's skills again. She never expected that the task reward of saving Yulia would give her an opportunity. Damn it, why only once? How could she be satisfied with just one chance? She did a simple calculation and found that she needed at least 6 chances to squeeze Yulia dry. Where's the planner? Come out and save her. Bai Fu was almost dying of anxiety because she couldn't get more meat, but this time she managed to open a hole. With this first experience, she only needed to follow this old path repeatedly. After many times, there would be a chance to get some good things out of Yulia. This reward is so delicious, family. Yulia didn't understand what Bai Fu was thinking at all. She only knew that she was burned by Bai Fu's hot eyes, and almost melted. No, is this a cannibalistic look? Isn't it a bit too radical? Yulia had a big misunderstanding. Just when she wanted to say something, Bai Fu suddenly turned her head back and started to draw her skills and talents with a smile. Yulia, Bai Fu prayed silently, my turn, draw a card. Extracting Yulia's random skills or talents. Extraction completed. You have obtained Yulia's skill. Sky Burial. Sky Burial is the large-scale bombardment skill that Yulia has mastered. It can be upgraded. The maximum coverage radius at LV1 reaches 10 meters. There is a certain probability that the target will be stunned. Once the target is hit, it can cause Inspiration *1 basic psychic damage to the target. This basic damage bonus is the same as Dark Burn. The difference is that Sky Burial's damage is only 1 stage and cannot reduce the target's attributes. However, Sky Burial has a large attack range. Secondly, since it does not need to temporarily convert psychic attributes, the skill cooldown time is very short and can be used continuously. The only limitation is that continuous use in a short period of time will enter the overheating state, resulting in the skill cooldown time being extended to 1 minute. Good stuff. In fact, Bai Fu wanted Yulia's superpower field more. The superpower field can bounce back enemies and their attacks. Even if it can't bounce back, it can greatly reduce the damage caused by some enemies' attacks. For her who has always been stacking meat, this skill is perfect. But Tianzong is not bad either. With this skill, she has made up for the missing large-scale killing means, and is more like a world-class boss that can kill players. At LV1, the attack radius is 10 meters, and the release distance is 30 meters. At LV5, it increases to an attack radius of 30 meters and a release distance of 50 meters. Moreover, this skill can continue to rise. It is worthy of Yulia's skill, but the experience consumed for each level is too high. Bai Fu wanted to learn from the players and go crazy with Yulia. Sister, give me another task. I can't stand it anymore, please, sister. I feel like there are ants crawling on my body. Hurry up. After completing Watching Angel, Bai Fu began to complete the task the destruction of the True Society received at the True Society's main base. She made many direct and indirect contributions to the destruction of the True Society, but unfortunately, most of the high-level members of the True Society did not die in her hands, so she did not gain much from the destruction of the True Society, mainly some experience and props. Psychic Power Enhancement Potion, Yulia version, *5. This potion can temporarily increase 35 psychic power within 5 minutes after use, and the effect is quite good. Bai Fu finally set her sights on the plot mission The Unknown Truth that she had accepted a long time ago. Before this operation, her direct plus indirect contribution to the elimination of the True Society reached 22.61%, and now this number has risen to 62.15%. This number is similar to what she expected. After the pre-march and several other major forces defeated the main force of the True Society on the front line, and killed the president of the Truth Society. The Truth Society was basically at the end of its road, which made her contribution to killing the president of the Truth Society much lower than normal. But in general, she still made a profit. If she hadn't disclosed the information to the Railway Guild and the Primarchs, and asked them to help contain the main force of the Truth Society, she would basically have no chance of killing the president of the Truth Society after causing a big disturbance in the main base of the Truth Society. If she couldn't kill the president of the Truth Society, the mission would not be completed. In fact, this contribution can still be improved. As long as Bai Fu participates in the encirclement and suppression of the remaining forces of the Truth Society, it is estimated that she can get a few more percentage points. But she is no longer interested in those few percentage points. The best way is to get the reward first. Task Evaluation. Legendary, you participated deeply in the plot and contributed the most gorgeous dance on the stage of the closing ceremony of the Truth Society, worthy of the name of Moon Dancer. Legendary evaluation should be matched with high rewards. Experience value 12 million. Fuck, even Bai Fu, who turned into a free cut and chopped the leaks of players, was trembling when she saw such a large number. Counting the experience she had saved before, and then earning another 1 million experience, it would be enough for her to upgrade the Psychic Painter to level 6 in one go. In this way, the level of her single profession will officially surpass the president of the Truth Society. Unless there is a super hunk hidden in Zuyuanxing otherwise. I am invincible. Bai Fu's eyes sparkled. After being invincible, the enemy will come from the sky. Calm down, let's take a look at the other rewards first. Bai Fu continued to look down, and there were 3 more rewards, namely the title Bury the Truth, Selected Spirit Armor Blueprint *1, and the special item Gene Optimization. These 3 rewards are rare good things. Bury the Truth as the only S-level title in the Novice Village. The effect is to increase her basic attributes by 5%. Even in the late game, this bonus is not outdated. Selected Spirit Armor Blueprint. The mentioned Spirit Armor is a kind of equipment used by Psychic-type superpowers. This does not mean that superpowers of other professions cannot use Spirit Armor at all. They can also use it, but they cannot bring out the full effect of Spirit Armor. There are 3 sets of selected Psychic Armor Blueprints as task rewards. 1. Magic Cube of Delusion. 2. Customized Psychic Corset Titan. 3. Dark Scepter. Bai Fu took a rough look and found that Magic Cube of Delusion is an illusion control equipment, and Customized Psychic Corset Titan is similar to the combat uniform she wears, but with a higher bonus. The Titan in the brackets refers to the equipment developed by Titan Industries, a cosmic force mentioned on the official website, and the Dark Scepter is a weapon, a staff weapon that can freely switch between long-range and melee modes. She picked for a long time, and finally chose the Dark Scepter blueprint. The Magic Cube of Delusion did not add much to her, and the Psychic Corset was not necessary. She could completely use the combat uniform made by the mechanic instead. After the Dark Scepter was made, it could just replace the electric knife in her hand, which was becoming increasingly ineffective. The eliminated electric knife could be sold to players. Bai Fu would use it for herself. It was in good condition. Buy it now. After putting the blueprint into the game illustrations, Bai Fu clicked on the detailed description of Gene Optimization. As the name implies, after using this item, her genes will be optimized. After the optimization is completed, her race and template will change accordingly, from the original human, evolutionary blood, to the Star Adapter. According to the item description, the Star Adapter is a kind of new human. In the background setting of the game above the stars, humans occupy a very wide area in the universe, but the humans of different forces are not the same. Due to different civilizations and customs, different places of living, and different powers, humans have evolved into extremely numerous evolutionary directions, and their number is not necessarily less than that of the Zerg, which has a terrifying number of branches. The Star Adapters are the most basic of the many evolutionary directions. They are a human race that evolved from the ancestors of the Cosmic Power Rebirth Empire, after being attacked by a high-level alien civilization from a long distance, and had to move from their home planet to deep space. The Star Adapters do not have any special talents, but compared with ordinary humans on the origin planet, they have better physical fitness, higher resistance, and are more suitable for living in a deep space environment. This evolution is beneficial to Bai Fu. In this world, evolution is an eternal theme. The evolution of individuals and civilizations has never stopped. Once stagnant, it is possible to be replaced by more advanced individuals, or civilization, will be destroyed. Although the rules of the world above the stars are not as dark as the Dark Forest Law, they are not much better. The background introduction on the official website mentioned that the cosmic version of triangular trade is still prevalent in the universe until now. Evolving into a star adapter, does this count as experiencing the cosmic version in advance? Although she was full of interest in evolution, Bai Fu was not in a hurry to use genetic optimization here. There were still many people around. If she rashly used genetic optimization, if something unexpected happened, the injured Yulia would not be able to protect her. Let's go back to the main base of the True Society. Bai Fu carried Yulia on her back. Yulia was confused. What are we going to do? I still have some things left there, so I take this opportunity to get them. Bai Fu was going to find a place in the main base that was not easy to detect to use the potential stimulation potion and gene optimization. In addition, a lot of information that she had asked Hei Fu to steal was still stored in the base, and she had to get it out quickly. Oh, by the way, Branch 2 of the main line, the Savior asked her to find the psychic original body hidden by the True Society and destroy it. She planned to go to the main base to see if she could complete this task. The reward for this task was not high, but even a small amount of money was still meat. Bai Fu, carrying Yulia, crossed the battlefield at a very fast speed. Coleman and others were contacting their superiors at this time. Even if they saw her acting strangely, they couldn't do anything for a while. In fact, it's better to say that they didn't dare to do anything than to say that they couldn't do anything. Bai Fu was too strong, beyond their imagination. As long as they thought of the president of the True Society lying on the ground, they couldn't have any strange thoughts. Let the people above think about what they want to do slowly. Coleman and others who saw the battle between Bai Fu and the president of the True Society with their own eyes now just pretended that they didn't see Bai Fu at all. When Bai Fu returned to the main base of the True Society, all the major forces had received the complete battle report. They originally hoped that Bai Fu, who had revealed the location of the main base of the True Society to them, could hold on for a while longer to prevent the people of the True Society from running away, but the final result surprised everyone. Bai Fu killed the president of the True Society, who suddenly appeared in the main base of the True Society for some reason. Except for Bernardo, most of the high-level officials and superpowered people of the True Society who stayed behind chose to commit suicide to follow the president of the True Society. At the same time, the advanced troops of the army they sent out to attack the main base of the True Society would take some time to arrive at the main base of the True Society. Her strength. The chests of the people from all the major forces rose and fell violently, and they could not calm down for a long time. For many years, the president of the True Society has caused them great trouble. Now the president of the True Society is probably really dead, but a person who does not belong to any force, but is much stronger than the president of the True Society has popped up. What is going on? Many people could not sleep all night. They organized meetings of the top leaders of their own forces to discuss how to deal with the post-war situation, and how to deal with Bai Fu. Bai Fu is so special. Her strength is terrifying. In fact, if it is just strength, it is fine. The problem is that Bai Fu is a living succubus, who can easily seduce those strange undeads. One undead is not a problem, but a group of undeads gathered around Bai Fu is a problem. The major forces discussed for a long time, and unanimously increased their vigilance against Bai Fu. Among them, the most intense reactions were from the Old Republic and the Pre-March. The Old Republic's hostility to Bai Fu is not because they know that Bai Fu is the real culprit who attacked Black Mountain City, but because of many reasons, such as the conflict between Bai Fu and Bashim, such as a large number of players defecting from the Old Republic to the Silent Court, and such as their dirty tricks. They are afraid that Bai Fu will get some information that is unfavorable to them in the truth. The reason why the Pre-March wanted to kill Bai Fu was even simpler. They had always suspected that Bai Fu knew their secrets, so they were wary of her. Now they were even more wary. What on earth did she eat to grow up? How could her strength improve so quickly? The Pre-March, General Pompadour, was particularly impatient at the meeting. He was a member of the Radical faction. He was the one who had Bai Fu killed at the Bagaros base in the beginning. He was also the one who sent the assassins who attacked the Silent Court a while ago. He wanted to kidnap Anya, and then pretend that she was from the True Society to intensify the conflict between Bai Fu and the True Society. Who would have thought that those assassins were killed by Bai Fu in seconds? Afterwards, the conflict between Bai Fu and the True Society did intensify, but this intensification directly destroyed the True Society. Another person in the 7-member council frowned. Logically, the president of the True Society should have been dead. How could he appear in the main base of the True Society again, however? This matter is not important for the time being. Bai Fu killed the president of the True Society, and her own condition must not be much better. This is our opportunity. His proposal was unanimously agreed by others in the council. Notify the troops sent to the main base of the True Society. All parties took action. Please spare my life. Don't kill me. I surrender. I can also negotiate. I can also join Fumin. As soon as Bai Fu entered the main base of the True Society, those members of the True Society who didn't have time to escape were frightened and turned pale. They were terrified, fearing that Bai Fu would suddenly rush over and kill them in seconds like before in the main base. Some members of the True Society simply learned from the players in a hurry. If Bai Fu hits me, I will surrender on the spot. To their surprise, Bai Fu walked straight past them as if she didn't see them. Is it true or not? Damn, who cares if it's true or not? After Bai Fu left, the group of people ran away quickly, just wishing their parents didn't give them 2 more legs. The noisy sound gradually faded away. A few minutes later, Bai Fu caught a man in a white coat. After some interrogation, she actually found the location of the psychic original body. She first destroyed the psychic original body, and after completing the task, she easily earned 500,000 experience points. Then she came to the place where Hei Fu hid things. Seeing that the information was intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not damaged by the aftermath of the battle. These data are all treasures that can be exchanged for money and seduce players. Bai Fu put the injured Yulia on a chair, poked her head out of the door to check, and closed the door gently after confirming that there was no one nearby. Dong. Yulia's heart skipped a beat when the door closed. Something is wrong. Just now, Bai Fu's eyes when he looked at her outside were not right, and now it was even more wrong to suddenly bring her here. The two things were wrong at the same time. Could it be? You want to do? Don't make a sound. This is not good. Yulia said, I think we should wait a little longer. Bai Fu pouted, time is tight. What are you waiting for? Okay, stop talking. I have to get down to business. Yulia's eyes drooped slightly. Then at least let me recover. Bai Fu said, how much can you recover if you recover? Don't make a noise, I'm in a hurry. Alas, you said this, Yulia kicked off one of her shoes, and at this moment, she suddenly saw Bai Fu take out a bottle of potion from her pocket and drink the potion in one gulp. She opened her eyes wide, as if things were not what she thought. She saw Bai Fu sitting against the wall, clenching her teeth, with a slight look of pain on her face. Is this the business that Bai Fu was talking about? Why did you take off your shoes? Bai Fu was puzzled. Yulia instantly returned to her icy poker face, I am happy, and it doesn't smell sour, so it won't bother you. Whatever you want. Bai Fu had just drunk the potential stimulating potion, which took 10 minutes to digest. During the digestion process, there was always a lingering slight tingling sensation in her body, but she had been fighting for a long time, so this pain would pass after enduring it. After 10 minutes, the pain disappeared, replaced by the tranquility of the sage state. Potential has been stimulated, you get attribute correction. Strength plus 15, Agility plus 13, Constitution plus 7, Intelligence plus 9, Spirit plus 11, Inspiration plus 9 hiss. Seeing this prompt, Bai Fu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A bottle of medicine added 64 points of attributes. No wonder Zhenli regards Yulia as a treasure. It's a pity that this medicine can only be taken once. If you drink it again, it will cause great damage to the body. According to the instructions of the medicine, there is even a certain chance that it will be assimilated by Yulia. Take the remaining 2 back to Anya and old Nisan. Bai Fu struck while the iron was hot, and received the gene optimization reward. This time, the physical sensation was worse than drinking the potential potion, probably because the change started from the genes, and then from the inside to the outside, from the hands and feet to the depths of the brain, the tingling sensation was more acute, making people want to open their mouths and let out a painful moan. Are you okay? Yulia's face changed slightly. Bai Fu waved her hand. It's okay. Although the pain brought by evolution is more intense, it lasts much shorter than the potential stimulation, and soon, she received a new prompt. You have completed the gene optimization, and your race has changed to the star adapter. Race change completed, you get attribute correction. Strength plus 12, Agility plus 7, Constitution plus 6, Intelligence plus 9, Spirit plus 13, Inspiration plus 7. Because her original physical potential has been well developed, the attribute improvement brought by this race evolution is not very big. But the biggest change that race evolution brings to Bai Fu is not the attribute correction, but the improvement of resistance and the conversion ratio of constitution, health value. Now every 1 point of her constitution can be converted into 30 points of health value. Awesome! Bai Fu didn't hesitate and started to upgrade. She invested more than 18 million experience points in total and successfully upgraded the Psychic Painter from LV8 to LV14. Her data became HP 5607/5607 Psychic, 3865/4665 Attributes, Strength 65, Agility 106, Constitution 169, Intelligence 82, Spirit 93, Inspiration 309. Compared to when she came to the main base of the True Society, all the data has seen a leap forward. Bai Fu only felt that her ears and eyes were clear, and her sense of smell had been greatly improved. She could easily lock onto Yulia without opening her eyes. She clenched her right fist, and she felt itchy in her hand, wanting to do something. She turned around and punched the wall next to her. Even without the blessing of psychic energy, this punch easily punched through the wall. I can beat 2 of my past selves now. Bai Fu slowly exhaled, her eyes showing joy. The next step of the plan was to send those old bastards of the original Gene body on the road and find a way to leave Zuyuan's star. Have you recovered? Yulia asked softly. She was very weak now, but her perception had not decreased much. Just now, she suddenly found that Bai Fu's breath was much stronger than before, which seemed to be a sign of a breakthrough in strength. Bai Fu smiled and said, almost, except that the spiritual energy has not been fully recovered, the prayer card has been used up, and Heifu cannot be summoned again for a while. There are basically no problems, which should be enough to deal with the troubles that may arise next. Aren't you talking about not recovering at all? Yulia was almost speechless. A psychic praying master can't exert much strength without psychic power. Just like her, if she had psychic power, she would have taken the opportunity to escape from the True Society, and there would be no need for Bai Fu to save her. Let me help you fill the gap. Yulia stood up and walked barefoot to Bai Fu. Don't think too much, just to be able to return to the Goli Desert smoothly. Before that, I need to do my best to ensure that your strength is at its peak. Yulia stood up and hit a flat attack. Chapter 136. The moment Yulia came close to her, Bai Fu knew she was about to be sucked. The sudden squeezing feeling made her mind pop out a sentence uncontrollably. Oh my god! Although she had long known that Yulia was broad-minded, she didn't expect that Yulia was actually hiding her shortcomings. What on earth did this woman eat to grow up? Is she cheating? Bai Fu had no time to think about this question. A few seconds after the contact, she found that her spiritual energy bar began to rise along with the cool energy transmitted from Yulia. +10, +10. It must be said that the speed of replenishing mana this time was much slower than the time outside the main base of the True Society. I don't know if it was because Yulia was weak and her mana was almost drained after replenishing at once, or because Yulia was deliberately controlling the speed of psychic energy transmission. Bai Fu, who was entangled, didn't know, and it was not easy to ask, so she could only calm down and feel this special process of replenishing mana. This was a process of pulling and entanglement. After 2 minutes, the rise of the psychic energy bar finally stopped. Yulia tilted her head back slightly. Compared with before, her complexion was even paler, with only her cheeks and eyes looking slightly watery. Filled up? It's already a little over. How come so fast? Yulia's eyes were filled with surprise. Bai Fu rolled her eyes. I told you that I'm basically fine, but you didn't believe me. Okay, let go of my hand first. If you keep pulling, it will swell up. I can't let go. I'm exhausted and my feet are sore. I can't stand without your support. Let me rest for a while. It's too tiring to do this. As if to prove that she was not lying, Yulia simply leaned on Bai Fu. Bai Fu, Is it possible that there are many places on my body that can be supported? Why are you grabbing my butt? Another question, is it necessary to have a verbal dispute when transmitting spiritual energy? Didn't you start it first? Bai Fu suspected that her memory was confused. No, how could it be that I started it first? Wasn't it you? What kind of person is this, coming up and biting back? Yulia said weakly. Don't think about it. I am a doctor, you are a patient, the doctor gives rehabilitation treatment to the patient, that's it. Bai Fu stared at Yulia seriously. This is my first time. It's my first time too. Yulia replied coldly. Bai Fu said, can't we transfer spiritual energy through blood? I'm afraid of pain. I don't want to prick my fingers anymore. The pain will remind me of the experience of being trapped in the laboratory and having my spiritual energy drained away. I asked you to suck my blood just now, because the situation was urgent. Now the situation is not so urgent, so let's use a simpler method. Yulia's voice suddenly became low. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. She felt that blood sucking was a simpler method, but Yulia's words still had a little logic. For this, she secretly gave Yulia a comment. Scheming woman, Fortunately, she was more skilled and had studied countless romance animations and romance novels at a young age, otherwise she would have been controlled by the cunning Yulia. If you want to sleep, wait until we get to the car. I help you put on your shoes first. Bai Fu put Yulia back on the chair, and then picked up the shoes that had been kicked away. She gently grasped Yulia's heel and put on her shoes while thinking about the problem. If possible, she certainly hoped that Yulia could join the silent courtyard like old Nisan and be her assistant. Yulia's strength is very outstanding in the entire Zuyuan Star, because she has an unawakened true spirit sun template on her head, and her talent is definitely first class, and her position in the original plot of the game is quite high. If she is willing to join the silent courtyard, then my self-created mainline plan can be executed more smoothly. If Yulia doesn't want to join the silent court, then she doesn't want to. Can we imprison her? Bai Fu is not a rough person. She doesn't like to use force unless necessary. Let's ask her when we return to Bai Fu town. Whether she is willing to join the silent court or not, we must continue to fleece her. The main quest of the Goli Desert Area Watcher's Elegy, there are a total of 6 branches. Bai Fu has completed 3 of them. The remaining 3 are Order Guardian, Utopia, and Yulia's Secret. She can settle the first 2 branches at any time, and Yulia's Secret requires her to explore the source of Yulia's power. She has been coveting this task for a long time, especially after completing the branch of saving Yulia. She is even more looking forward to the reward of this task. Will the game give her another chance to squeeze Yulia? This time, she has to look forward to it. At this moment, Yulia's voice suddenly sounded in Bai Fu's ears. Why are you always staring at my feet? Is there something wrong with my feet? Nonsense, who is looking at your feet? I was clearly looking at the task panel. Bai Fu hurriedly helped Yulia put on her shoes, then carried her out of the room. She was going to find a car to transport the information collected by Hei Fu back. When she returned to the ground, she suddenly saw an acquaintance. Fu Fu. On a military truck, Tai Erjinren stuck his head out of the driver's seat and waved his hand. Bai Fu walked over and found that there was not only Tai Erjinren sitting in the car, but also other players of the Jinli Society. Why are you here? Tai Erjinren quickly explained the whole story, including how he and Blade Runner teamed up to blow up the main controlled distribution room in Area A of the main base. Bai Fu suddenly realized, so it was you who caused the sudden power outage and darkness in the base. Thank you so much. Awesome. Tai Erjinren and his team's actions caused the already panic-stricken True Society main base to fall into greater chaos, which bought her a lot of time. If she had gone to blow up the distribution room by herself, an accident might have happened on the way. The player's favorability was not in vain. Bai Fu's eyes lit up. She realized that each of them was a typical example of propaganda. In fact, more than 100 players had joined the last attack on the Primarch's Marine Biology Research Institute, but because they did not want to be targeted by the Primarch, she and those players did not make a big fuss about it. Now that she no longer had to worry about anything, she could use this opportunity to promote her charm as the Succubus King, and by the way, show other players how much benefit they could get by sincerely working for her, and advertise the Silent Court camp again. Next, Bai Fu prepared to attack the Primarch. The Primarch's attitude towards players was not very good, but a group of players still joined the Primarch for various reasons. She hoped to charm the players of the Primarch by shaping Tai Erjinren and others into models. What are you still hesitating about? I've already attacked, so hurry up and learn to surrender from Tai Erjinren and others. It's hard to say whether everyone can be persuaded to surrender, but this trick will definitely work. Players don't play games to suffer. Seeing other players make a lot of money by being traders, they will definitely be envious even if they don't do the same. It's great that you're all okay. I'm going back to the Goli Desert right now. If you're interested, you can come with me. Of course I am. Tai Erjinren nodded, and the other players were unwilling to lag behind. They were waiting for this sentence. I was so touched. From today on, they were also members of Fumin. They could eat and drink like other players of Fumin. If they were in a bad mood, they could just look at Bai Fu to relieve their boredom. Bai Fu said, you should be able to see that I don't have much on me now. I may have to wait until I return to the Goli Desert to give you the reward. It's okay, Fu Fu, don't worry. Although they said this, Tai Erjinren and the others had actually been looking forward to getting some rewards. Bai Fu prepared a big gift for the players, who made great contributions in this action against the True Society. Money? This kind of thing is too vulgar. How can it be used to tarnish the players' sincere hearts to contribute to the Silent Garden? What she prepared for the players is identity and honor, a new level of self-realization, and help in pursuing legends. In layman's terms, she plans to customize a batch of exclusive, limited, and commemorative Sky Eye medals and Silent Garden exclusive uniforms for these players, and then give them a few easy-to-complete exclusive tasks to help them increase their levels. Don't underestimate the limited medal. Baifu plans to give the limited medal some special privileges, such as being able to follow her on missions, and leave Ziyu and Star with her, to go to the starry sky in advance. As for the exclusive uniforms of the Silent Garden, this is something she has been planning to do for a long time. Since the Silent Garden is to be run well, uniforms must be there. False uniform temptation. Baifu wears a cat girl costume. Real uniform temptation. Uniforms that symbolize status in the Silent Garden. After bidding farewell to Tai Erjinren and the others, Baifu went to find an undamaged car nearby, and then began to move the things that Heifu had collected into the car. While she was busy, Coleman and the others had come in to seal off the base under the instruction of the Human Alliance. Baifu was not very interested in the remaining things in the base, so after moving all the things into the car, she went to say goodbye to Coleman and the others. Coleman said, "I have an order, so I won't see you off." The task assigned to him by the higher-ups was to seal off the main base of the True Society, and as for Baifu, she could do it. The Human Alliance was very afraid of Baifu. Because of this fear, they dared not act rashly against Baifu, even though Baifu was probably seriously injured. If they failed to kill Baifu, it would be difficult for them to sleep well in the future. Baifu thanked her and took Yulia and the players back to the Gully Desert. On the way back, she communicated with Old Nisan and Gao Yuan in advance, told them what happened here, and asked them to start making medals and uniforms. 4 hours later, in the polluted area near the north of the Old Republic, a convoy blocked Baifu's way. From a distance, she saw the flag hanging on the car, which was the flag of the Pre-March. He is here with ill intentions. After successfully killing the president of the True Society, Baifu was worried that someone would attack her because she was so powerful, so she hid in the main base of the True Society and strengthened herself. With her current strength, she doesn't have to be afraid of the army in front of her, but there is a weak burden next to her who is so weak that his legs will shake constantly just standing, so it is better not to fight if possible. "What's up?" Baifu stopped the car and stuck her head out of the window. The commander of the convoy was stunned. His eyes were attracted by the fingers of Baifu's right hand that was resting on the window. The tips of the white fingers had a translucent white spiritual energy flow, like a small flame of a candle, but his heart was shaking violently, as if it was hit by a giant hammer. This is not something that an ordinary spiritual prayer master can do. As expected, Baifu has broken a certain limit as revealed by the Human Alliance, and has a more terrifying strength than the president of the True Society. The superior ordered him to find a chance to kill Baifu, who was in poor condition after the battle with the president of the True Society, but he looked left and right, and couldn't see why Baifu was in poor condition. Your poor condition means you look so rosy. If you don't know, you might think Baifu just drank something tonic. The commander said quickly, "Nothing, I came to thank you. If it weren't for you, it would be so easy for us to deal with the truth." "I see." Baifu smiled, "I thought you were here to ambush me. I was ready to kill everyone." The commander was sweating profusely when Baifu looked at him. "How could it be? You are the hero of Ziyu and Star. When what happened here spreads, you will immediately become a national idol." By then, he was a little incoherent as he spoke, and he began to curse the masters of the parliament in his heart. Damn, a bunch of old assholes, sitting in the office, and saying that they want to kill Baifu. Is Baifu so easy to kill? Baifu should really be sent to these old assholes, so that they can feel Baifu's eyes for themselves. Are you in a hurry to go back now? Then I won't bother you. Move aside, everyone, and make way for our hero. Under the commander's order, the vehicles blocking the road retreated to both sides. Baifu didn't say much. She stepped on the accelerator lightly, and led the players' cars through the middle of the convoy until she and the players disappeared in the contaminated area. Only then did the pre-march agents and soldiers who blocked her road dare to breathe heavily. "Mom, I survived? Let me say hello to my girlfriend first. I told her before I came here that I would marry her after this mission is over. You think some people above are brain dead? They worked well with Baifu, but suddenly backstabbed Baifu. Now Baifu is so strong that she can't even beat the president of the True Society." "Shh, don't say such a big truth." Just as the people of the pre-march were whispering, Baifu was also talking to Yulia in the passenger seat. "They are obviously here to cause trouble for you. You don't have to let them go for my safety." Baifu turned the steering wheel. "It's not all for your consideration. My next target is the pre-march, but I still have to make some preparations before the official action, so it's better to tear the face later." "Not all, but a little bit," Yulia said, Thank you for saving me, I will repay you. Bai Fu waved her hand. Let's talk about that later, you should have a good sleep, and when you wake up, you should be in the Goli Desert. Old Nisan and your friends are waiting for you to go back. Yulia nodded and closed her eyes. She couldn't figure out what Bai Fu thought of her. It seemed that Bai Fu had deep intentions towards her, but when she looked closely, Bai Fu didn't seem to mean that. She didn't know if she was overthinking or if Bai Fu liked to pull things. Let's slowly test it out after we return to the Goli Desert. In the process, she can slowly approach and study Bai Fu. Although she has successfully escaped from the true society, Yulia is still very interested in Bai Fu. How did Bai Fu get rid of her control? How did Bai Fu grow so fast? Although she has never seen it with her own eyes, she is sure that Bai Fu's body must be extraordinary, otherwise it would be impossible to grow so fast. She is a little excited when she thinks that she has the opportunity to study Bai Fu in depth. Life is unpredictable. She wanted to capture Bai Fu and study her to help her out of trouble. But who would have thought that Bai Fu would become her savior now? Yulia shook her head secretly. What a pity, she should have taken the opportunity to steal some of Bai Fu's hair, or foot skin or hand skin as research materials while replenishing Bai Fu's magic. Will she be considered a pervert? It shouldn't be the case. This is just a doctor's hobby. Medical research requires collecting hair and cells. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from the left, Yulia fell into a deep sleep for the first time in several years. The news of the death of the president of the True Society spread within just a few hours. Civilians in large settlements, scavengers and wanderers in small camps, bandits running around in the wilderness, killers and mercenaries wandering in the dark, they all received the news. Everyone was speculating on how the True Society suddenly fell. At this time, some authoritative news media disclosed the key intelligence of the True Society's demise, and all the intelligence pointed to the same name, Bai Fu. Who is Bai Fu? Take you to explore Bai Fu's past. The nemesis of the True Society, the pure white hero. The master of the situation, the protagonist of the era, Bai Fu. Beauty, wisdom and strength coexist, she is Bai Fu. A lot of exaggerated titles were given to Bai Fu by the news media. Under the publicity of these news media, Bai Fu suddenly became the center of the storm. She was driving leisurely, and other people's discussions about her were more and more intense. This is the legend. This is the discussion level that the legend should have. This discussion among the people of Zuyuan Star blew into the player community. Many players of Silent Court were still following Su Li to hunt down the fleeing members of the True Society, but they were shocked to hear that Bai Fu had already killed through the main base of the True Society, and even killed the president of the True Society. Oh my god, Fu Fu is so powerful. You dare to question Fu Fu's strength, you are not loyal. Have you seen the news report? The living legend, the protagonist of the era, cheer, jump for joy, these NPCs personally determined that Fu Fu is the protagonist of Zuyuan Star. Damn, it's still the treasure digger. When I first met Fu Fu, I knew that Fu Fu was extraordinary. Give a triple click to treasure digger. If it weren't for treasure digger, who has been making videos related to Fu Fu, I wouldn't have run to the Goli Desert to join Silent Court. So early the players of Silent Court are almost crazy with joy. What is it like to hug the thighs of the protagonist of the planet? Good reviews must be given to such plump thighs that can make beautiful indentations even with stockings. Players from other camps and other planets are envious. Stop showing off. Stop showing off. If you show off again, I will report Bai Fu for cheating. Where is the protagonist of our planet? Oh my god, why didn't Fu Fu attack me in the True Society base? Then I can surrender directly, but some players also found the problem. Although Bai Fu performed extremely well in this main quest, so well that it blinded other people's eyes, the main quest is almost over after she performed so well. If the main quest is over, what should the players do next? Do the side quests. The rewards of the side quests may not be as good as the main quests. You don't understand this, right? This means that destroying the True Society is not the final main quest of Zuyuanxing. Believe in Fu Fu. With the pure white hero Fu Fu, we can't afford to suffer losses or go top. Digging G jumped out at the right time, argued with the group, and said that if he said something wrong, he would perform a handstand to wash his hair. Her comments reassured many players, but some players were still worried. What if there were really no other main quests? Although their levels were obviously higher than those of ordinary players on other planets, if there were no new main quests, their levels might be overtaken in a while. Young, really too young, Bai Fu, who was bored and browsing the community, couldn't help laughing when she saw these comments. What was a mere True Society? She had to attack the Premarch next, and the Premarch had aliens. Wouldn't the reward for this mission be higher than besieging the True Society? attacking the True Society is basically her personal show, but attacking the Primarch is different. Bai Fu plans to use the players as the vanguard, sweeping all the way, not giving the Primarch any chance to struggle, and then the players will have plenty of opportunities to show off. And once she is officially recognized as the true protagonist of Zuyuan Star in the next enhancement, and her Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan is officially recognized as the new main line of Zuyuan Star, then things will be easier. How many branches does the grand main line of rebuilding Zuyuan Star have? When the time comes, don't complain that the main quest is too much and will make you sick. Bai Fu Town. Bai Fu jumped out of the car holding Yulia, breathing the familiar dry air, and she felt a sense of peace. Although I have seen this scene from the perspective of a doll before, I still feel like I am dreaming after seeing it with my own eyes. Yulia opened her mouth slightly, her emotions fluctuated, and she was filled with emotion. She was even a little afraid to step on the ground, and just wanted Bai Fu to hold her for a while longer, so as not to wake up from her dream because of the touch of the ground. This is just the beginning. I will continue to expand this town, and then gradually promote my reconstruction plan with this town as the center. Bai Fu was not stingy in sharing her ideas with Yulia. Yulia did not comment on this idea. She let Bai Fu lead her hand, and walked towards Bai Fu Town. At this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed out of the town. The ones running in front were Old Neeson, Sean and others. They cheered loudly, cheering Bai Fu's name and Yulia's name. Bai Fu is back. Fu! 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 Welcome home. The ceremony to welcome the pure white hero was unprecedentedly grand in Bai Fu Town. Chapter 137. Bai Fu led Yulia and the players through the straight avenue in the center of Bai Fu Town. The avenue was full of cheering people and flying colored paper, and occasionally a few salutes could be heard, which felt like salutes for the birth of the king. These NPCs all stood up spontaneously, instead of taking money from Old Neeson and Sean to support the scene. This was a real welcome. All players were treated like this for the first time. Although they have had similar experiences in other games, how can the cutscenes compare to the sensory stimulation brought by the nearly 100% realistic stars? The players, whose faces were covered with splash-colored paper, were in high spirits. Live broadcast quickly, let others into you. The story of Bai Fu killing the president of the True Society has spread throughout the community, but it is not until now that players from all over the world have the opportunity to see her victorious return. A young woman in bright clothes and a furious horse, who doesn't know King Guli. No rhyme. Send it back and rewrite it. Let me introduce to everyone, this is my wife. I dare not imagine where I can float to with so many NPCs standing by the road to welcome me. Float, NPCs are mainly cheering for Fu Fu, and others are just incidental when the players in the live broadcast room got along well, and the second creation masters began to play freely on this major event. Bai Fu finally brought Yulia to Old Neeson. As agreed, I brought her back. Yulia forced herself to smile at Old Neeson. Uncle Neeson, long time no see. She didn't say much, not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. She regretted a little. If she had known not to replenish Bai Fu's magic, it would have been better to study it slowly after she came back. Now, Bai Fu felt better. She was completely weak, and became a mute in this reunion after several years. Old Neeson's hands were shaking, and his eyes were blurred by tears. He looked at Yulia, and then at Bai Fu, and felt that everything was a dream. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. A few months ago, he was at the lowest point in his life, like a candle in the wind that could go out at any time, but in a blink of an eye, his life suddenly changed from hell mode to simple mode. The wish came true, the traitor was killed, the enemy was destroyed, and now the adopted daughter is back, all thanks to Bai Fu, but it's a pity that he is old and seriously injured, and even if he tries his best, he can't repay Bai Fu much. In addition to joy, Old Neeson was sad. At this time, Bai Fu suddenly stopped him. I brought you some good things from the True Society, strengthening potions. You should be able to recover your strength after digesting it, and it is not impossible to go further. A potion bottle was stuffed into his hand. Looking at the translucent glass bottle, Old Neeson's heart was surging, as if he had been hit by a storm. With this treatment, how dare you not serve with all your might and die for it? Thank you, thank you. Under the protection of everyone, Bai Fu found a new place for the sleepy Yulia to live, right next to her house. It's good to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Bai Fu left after watching Yulia lie down. Although she had just had a fierce fight and drove for a whole day, Bai Fu was still energetic. This is thanks to the players. When she thought about taking the opportunity to cut a wave of leaks from the players, and gain a lot of money and experience, She was so excited that her whole body was hot and her eyes were glowing red. My pocket is thirsty. Everyone said she was a succubus. Since she was a succubus, she must eat regularly to be considered a good succubus. Hi kids, I'm your good friend Baigu, I'm so hot. Bai Fu contacted Gao Yuan and Anya immediately. Master, you are finally back. Hearing the voice coming from the terminal, Gao Yuan felt like he had found a savior. Although he had bet his entire future on Bai Fu, no matter how brave he was not brave enough to say that Bai Fu could destroy the true society. However, Bai Fu really did it, and it was Dallas, the external contact of the dark web, who told him about it. The strongest superpower on Ziyuan Star. A beauty once in 1,000 years. The light of the wasteland. The queen under the silver moon. During the call, Dallas did not hesitate to use all kinds of beautiful words to praise Bai Fu. Gao Yuan certainly knew what he meant. He was shocked by Bai Fu's terrifying strength and achievements, and wanted to build a relationship with her. This was indeed the case. After a round of exaggerated praise, Dallas said with a smile that the Makarov family wanted to cooperate with the Silent Courtyard. Both sides worked together to create a new comprehensive platform that integrates assassination missions and regular commissions, and took on most of the commissions of assassins and mercenaries on Ziyuan Star. After ending the call with Dallas, Gao Yuan received many similar contacts one after another. The people who contacted him included arms dealers, construction companies, large settlements that were not affiliated with the four major forces, pharmaceutical procurement companies, and film and television companies. They all expressed their intention to cooperate with the Court of Silence. A few months ago, he was not qualified to talk to these forces, but now the situation has reversed, and he has become the object of these forces' flattery. Gao Yuan was a little arrogant, but he was very clear that all this was brought about by Bai Fu. So many people want to cooperate? Bai Fu's eyes turned slightly. This is an opportunity, especially after reaching cooperation with the Dark Web. She can issue more tasks to players through the Dark Web, and more tasks will help her recruit more players. Bai Fu has always had a great dream. She wants to make Ziyuan Star into her own secret garden, so that all players born on Ziyuan Star cannot escape her influence even if they don't want to join the Silent Garden, so that she can continuously get gold coins from Ziyuan Star to support herself in the Star Sea. Cutting leaks is an art, and it's about sustainable development. Arms dealers, construction companies. These cooperations are also good. With a stable supply of goods, the shops in each camp can be expanded, so that more undead can be supported. Film and television companies. Why is there a film and television company? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. Gao Yuan quickly explained, this is a film and television company from the Railway Guild. They hope to make a documentary about you. If possible, they also want to invite you to participate in variety shows, release singles, and make movies. Bai Fu? ? You can attract traffic, but the proposal of this company really moved her. Let's put singing and dancing rap aside for now. I don't have time to do it now, but the documentary can be said to be quite promising. Tao Ji and some players have done a lot of positive publicity for her among the player community, just by making some analysis videos and introduction videos. If a documentary is released that fully records her process from emerging from the abandoned cooling plant to overthrowing the true society, and by the way, her Ziyuan Star reconstruction plan is mixed in, the publicity effect will definitely be explosive. The first NPC to have an exclusive documentary, although it was made by other NPCs. But isn't it awesome? Once this heat is hyped up, the official will see it, and they will have to give her a hand. Talk to them. I'm more interested in the documentary they mentioned. After talking about Gao Yuan's side, Bai Fu started to talk about her side. Her purpose of looking for Gao Yuan was simple, that is, to use this time to eliminate the true society to hold a celebration event, just like those activities spontaneously launched by the game. It's called a celebration, but it's actually a way to get players to buy things. Bai Fu plans to launch new faction dungeons, new per cards, new store items, new discounts, new lucky draws, new tasks, player honor ceremonies, and uniforms for the Court of Silence during the celebration. She went to Gao Yuan mainly to talk about the lucky draw. During the event, players can get a special gift box for every certain amount of money spent on goods purchased at Anya's mysterious store. The so-called special gift box is actually a blind box containing items and equipment of different values, such as prayer cards, firearms, and Bai Fu's own new equipment. Bai Fu doesn't need these things now anyway, so she just stuffed them into blind boxes to entice players to spend money in the store. Note that the word giveaway is very important. In this era, if Bai Fu puts these blind boxes on the shelves for sale, she will definitely be scolded as a profiteer. Although many players will buy them while scolding, it will ultimately damage her reputation as a pure white hero, right? So she changed the blind box sales to giving it away after spending a certain amount of money in the store, and deliberately packaged this behavior as a limited time celebration benefit. In this way, players will not call her a profiteer, but will praise her as expected of Fufu. She has a big conscience. In fact, she makes more money by doing this kind of bundled sales, because once players are stimulated by other players opening up by Fu's own use of 99 new XX, in order to open the blind box, they have to spend more money to buy things that are not useful at all, such as prayer cards. Of course, these players don't actually lose too much, because prayer cards are now in high demand. If they don't use them themselves, they can still resell them to other players at a slightly lower price to make up for their losses. It's up to them to decide how to do it. Anyway, Bai Fu made a lot of money. In order to prevent being scolded by players, Bai Fu also planned to push Gao Yuan to the front, saying that Gao Yuan was the first planner of the gift box event. Let the players suffer, Gao Yuan will bear the blame. Bai Fu and Gao Yuan discussed all the details of the celebration in detail, and then asked Gao Yuan to send her the design of the Silent Garden uniform. In her nonsense setting, the Silent Garden is not an ordinary camp, but a camp with mysterious attributes and involving a certain non-existent existence, so she did not refer to the clothes she is wearing now in the uniform design. The most basic version of the Silent Garden uniform is mainly black, with a thin black cape with wide sleeves. The back of the cape is printed with a golden Eye of Heaven symbol, and a mysterious ghost painting symbol that makes people feel mysterious and powerful. When running, it gives people a sense of floating in the wind. Because this piece of clothing is mainly a symbol of status, Bai Fu did not consider whether the player can wear it in fierce battles. Anyway, normal psychic prayer masters do not need to fight in close combat with others. Just do it like this. After comparing several versions of the design drawings, Bai Fu picked the one that looked the most pleasing to the eye and sent it back to Gao Yuan. In the future, the advanced style will be adjusted based on this one, and some other accessories, such as a crown, will be added. She also sent Gao Yuan a shopping list, and asked Gao Yuan to contact the dark web to buy all the materials on the list as soon as possible. These materials are used to make the Dark Scepter. As a task reward for the Novice Planet, all the materials for making the Dark Scepter can be collected on Zuyuan Star. The only troublesome thing is the pollution core of the advanced mutant creature. This thing is not available to all advanced mutant life forms. Bai Fu decided to personally take action at that time, and take the players to brush advanced mutant life forms. This was done to collect materials for the Dark Scepter, and to train players. Attacking the pre-march required the help of players, and once she left the Zuyuan Star and headed for the Starry Sky, she also needed to bring a group of strong players. She couldn't take all the players with her like Digger, right? She wanted good fighters, not a cheerleading team. Gao Yuan, who received the mission, took action immediately. Whether he could soar to the sky depended on how high Bai Fu could fly by killing the president of the True Society. Therefore, he worked at full speed, contacting those he had contacted before and calling his own men. Find me a big stone that can be used to make sculptures. It should be bigger than the one that Yin Ting used before. Find me the best craftsman you can find. Master, what are you doing? Yin Ting killed the president of the True Society in a major battle, which eliminated a threat to Zui Wengxing. I want to give her a big gift. Go ahead and don't waste time. On the other side, Bai Fu called Anya and gave Anya the potential stimulating potion. Anya didn't ask any extra questions. Given by the boss, one gulp, under the stimulation of the potential stimulating potion, Anya quickly crossed the threshold of advancement. Although her increased attribute points were not as many as Bai Fu's, she successfully upgraded the Moon Dancer profession to Moon Dancer, Advanced, LV9. From the panel data, Anya has surpassed the average level of the first batch of players entering the game, but her actual combat ability is a bit worrying. Come out with me to practice later. Bai Fu rubbed Anya's head. Great. Anya was very excited. Bai Fu said, now I have a new task for you. She told Anya that the Silent Courtyard would hold an event next. How could Anya's mysterious shop be without Anya? Anya nodded repeatedly. She was very good at dealing with players now. After sending Anya away, Bai Fu began to make final preparations for the celebration. She first used the large terminal at home to read the data stolen from the True Society. While waiting for the data to be read, she took out the blank memory fragments obtained from the task and began to make a new challenge copy. The production is very simple. Just refer to the previously produced Battle of Bagalow's copy. She had already thought of the copy content. Whether it is from the perspective of difficulty, or from the perspective of promoting the upcoming documentary, The Red Sand Camp Crusade, she fought after arriving in the Goli Desert to prove her strength to Old Neeson is the most suitable. Challenge copy, Silent Courtyard, Crusade against Red Sand Camp. Copy introduction. Bai Fu, who had just arrived in the Goli Desert, found that the wanderers in the Red Sand Camp were ruthlessly exploiting the civilians of Shelter Number 11. She hated such people who exploited others the most in her life, so she decided to stand up and crusade against the Red Sand Camp. Now, you can go back to that era and experience that fierce battle. Level limit, LV11 to LV30 player limit, 1 to 30. The level limit of the Red Sand Camp instance is the same as that of Bagalos, but the player limit has been raised from 15 to 30. In this instance, players only need to fight 2 bosses, but these 2 bosses are very special. One is a martial artist, and the other is a psychic. They are more difficult to deal with than all the bosses in the Bagalos instance except for Yulia's fake body. What's more difficult is that there is a high chance that the 2 of them will attack together without any martial ethics. Considering that Yulia's fake body is not a boss that must be challenged, the difficulty of clearing the Red Sand Camp is much higher than that of Bagalos, which is why Bai Fu relaxed the number limit. Wait until the reputation of the Silent Court increases, or get a new blank memory fragment, and then you can do the battle to ambush Graham. Bai Fu has already thought about making the challenge copy of the Silent Court into her Rise history, so that all players who join the Silent Court in the future can get to know her through documentaries and copies. Maybe documentaries can inspire players to challenge dungeons, and then buy things in the dungeon store. Bai Fu took a shower first, then lay in bed for 2 hours. When she got up, the terminal had successfully read all the data. It's time to harvest. Her eyes lit up, and she didn't bother to put on shoes and socks. She rushed barefoot to the terminal and began to study eagerly. Because the amount of knowledge was too huge, she struggled until the early morning before finally mastering the knowledge. Seeing the new items appearing on the panel, Bai Fu smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. I made a lot of money. I made a lot of money this time. It's worthy of the true society, haha. She obtained a lot of basic knowledge, advanced knowledge, job transfer knowledge books on martial arts, machinery, supernatural powers and psychic powers, as well as several secondary profession knowledge books. In addition, she also obtained 3 knowledge chains of physical cultivation schools, and 1 knowledge chain of psychic power schools. Not only can she use this knowledge herself, but she can also sell it to players in the dungeon store. Don't underestimate these things. They are precious spiritual mines that can continuously extract experience from players. Fill it up, fill it up. Bai Fu added all this knowledge to the pre-war maintenance store of the challenge dungeon in one breath. After adding it, she simply let the Red Sand Camp dungeon go online to attract players to explore. With this knowledge, she now has enough confidence to upgrade the psychic painter profession to the maximum before attacking the Jean original body. If the players are more supportive and send her more experience, she can also upgrade the psychic repair and sky burial skills to the maximum, and combine a few more prayer cards. In this way, she has truly reached the pinnacle she can reach on Zuyuan Star, a novice planet. The last section of the road to the throne. However, compared to these things that can only be seen, but not touched at the moment, Bai Fu is more concerned about the 2 prompts that pop up after learning the new psychic knowledge chain. The first prompt is that her primary knowledge heart, psychic, has been upgraded to the +1 version, and the psychic active skill effect and psychic resistance have been increased by 10%. The second tip is quite special. When the 1.2 version was updated, she was enhanced for the 3rd time. The first correction of this enhancement was to remind her that she had reached a certain limit. As long as she collected more psychic knowledge, she could unlock psychic attributes. This tip was indeed correct. Your knowledge reserve has reached the standard. You have the opportunity to unlock psychic attributes. Please choose one from the following attributes. 1. Blazing. 2. Fantasy. 3. Gray fog. 4. Dark. 5. The game lists a total of 7 attributes. In fact, there are more than these 7 psychic attributes. These 7 are just the attributes that Bai Fu may master now. Different psychic attributes have different effects. This is a unique way of playing for psychic professions, but it is not that unique if you look closely. The attributes are similar to the attributes of supernatural powers, the energy of the mechanical system, and the kinetic energy branch. The blazing attribute has a higher bonus to the positive bonus type of psychic prayer, the illusion is an illusion bonus, and the gray fog is a control bonus. Among the 7 attributes, Bai Fu chose the dark at first sight. This attribute is very suitable for her. First of all, after converting to the dark attribute, she will not have to deduct health points when using the dark burning, and the skill effect will be further strengthened. Secondly, the dark attribute is mainly used to weaken the opponent, which is perfect for her, who likes to play tricks on others and doesn't like to buff teammates. Finally, the dark attribute is very consistent with her character setting. The dark attribute plus the star adapter race plus the twin settings of Bai Fu and Hei Fu plus the level and attributes that exceed the upper limit of the ancestral star, these elements are combined and presented to the players. It is difficult for players not to think that she is the master of the Dark Knight. This is the effect I want. After selecting the attribute, Bai Fu received a breakthrough task. The task was simple, just kill a high-level monster, and the task reward was to unlock the dark attribute. If she didn't have a player panel, but was like other NPCs, then even if she had mastered 6 psychic knowledge chains, it would be difficult to unlock the dark attribute. She would either have to rely on a flash of inspiration or a sudden breakthrough in battle. But now that she had a player panel, everything was easy. She could accumulate experience, do tasks, and once the conditions were met, she could ascend on the spot. The efficiency was very high, and she didn't have to worry about the failure of the breakthrough. This task can be done together with collecting the contaminated cores of advanced mutant creatures needed for the Dark Scepter. Bai Fu turned off the terminal and stretched happily. The rewards for killing the truth are just the beginning, and her good days are still to come. While Bai Fu was quietly waiting for the dawn, a new wave of discussions broke out among the players, who were used to being night owls. Breaking news, a new faction challenge dungeon has appeared in the Silent Court. All players were surprised to find that a dungeon called Defeat the Red Sand Camp appeared in the Silent Court. When version 1.2 was first released, the Bagalows dungeon attracted the attention of countless players. At that time, both the Iron Rain Guild and the Loyalty Hall Guild organized high-level players in the guild to challenge the dungeon. It took a full month for the Iron Rain Guild to clear the Bagalows dungeon with the help of Patrick, a passerby who unlocked a hidden profession and engraved the name of their own guild forever in the first record of the dungeon. This incident caused quite a stir. Because the Bagalows dungeon was the first high-difficulty dungeon that was cleared by players, and the competition between Iron Rain and Loyalty Hall also attracted a lot of attention to this incident. Tiayu and Zhang Yatang are old rivals. Tiayu's victory in the competition will inevitably stimulate Zhang Yatang. As expected, Zhang Yatang continued to challenge the Bagalows dungeon. Since they didn't get the first pass, they should be the fastest one, right? The two guilds have been fighting for a long time, with wins and losses, until now the Red Sand Camp dungeon has appeared. I smell the smell of gunpowder. Fight, fight, my favorite speed racing session is here just as most players expected. Tiayu Guild and Zhang Yatang Guild jumped out at the first time. Jianqi Cheng Tian, we Tiayu, have secured the record for the first pass of the new dungeon. Hey see, the last time we lost to Tiayu Guild was just an accident. We didn't expect Tiayu Guild to find foreign aid. This time we have enough confidence to win first place. The two of them taunted each other, giving other players a feeling of watching trash talk before a fighting match. It was exciting and interesting, and it directly made the topic full. Who will win? The result was shocking. Tiayu and Zhong Yitang, who entered the dungeon with full confidence, were all beaten up and didn't even last 10 minutes. The ranged mental attack was too terrifying. One skill would freeze most of the players, and they could only watch the martial artist boss come over to collect their heads. Oh my god, when Fufu attacked these two bosses, they were both killed in 1 second. I thought they were easy to beat. Are these two birdmen so terrifying? Stupid, that's Fufu, the #1 expert on Ziyuan Star. You are a bit stupid to compare yourself with Fufu. Oh my god, this new dungeon is too difficult. The things sold in the store are useless. Don't be useless. Look, there are many new products in the store. New prayer cards, new knowledge, new job transfer knowledge books, and new knowledge chains. The dispute between Tiayu and Zhang Yatang allowed more players to see the products of the Silent Courtyard dungeon camp. Their eyes turned red when they saw this. Even the mechanic's job transfer knowledge book is available. Wow, 3 physical training knowledge chains are available at once, and players who play the martial artist profession are blessed. Fufu is awesome, cracked voice. I want to join the Silent Garden. I want to join the Silent Garden now. Bai Fu's promotional effect was explosive. Originally, those players who did not join the Silent Garden because they did not like the psychic profession were all tempted after seeing the things sold in the store. Although Sister Su Li is very nice, after careful consideration, Fufu is indeed more fragrant. I'm sorry, Sister Su Li. Goodbye, Sister Su Li, I'm going to pursue my true love. I come back to visit you when I have the chance. It was the middle of the night, and Su Li was completely confused. It was bad. Most of the undead she had gathered with great difficulty ran away in an instant. She quickly caught the remaining undead and asked about the situation. It would have been better if she hadn't asked, but she almost fainted when she asked. "It's you again, Bai Fu." After communicating with the superiors of the railway guild, Su Li took a helicopter to Bai Fu town overnight. "Bai Fu, you damn succubus." She loudly accused Bai Fu in her personal terminal. Bai Fu was confused by her. "I don't think I seduced you." Su Li was a little incoherent. "If you seduced me, it would be fine. I wouldn't say anything to you, but... those undead, they all ran away, ran to your silent garden." Bai Fu spread her hands helplessly. "Blame her? Our good-looking NPCs who understand the hearts of players are like this. Be good. When you get to the silent garden, Mom will give you a warm hug to comfort your wounded heart. Go away. Forget it, but you came here specially. It shouldn't be just to complain to me, right?" Bai Fu became serious again. Su Li nodded and said resentfully, "Isn't it because you suddenly killed the president of the Truth Society and shocked everyone? I don't know how to communicate with you now. Should I do it like before? Or just put on the maid uniform? Your Majesty, Lily is always at your service." "Don't be disgusting." Bai Fu rolled her eyes. "What kind of cooperation does the Railway Guild want to discuss with me? You are so powerful, those people above are afraid of you. They dare not provoke you. They just want to talk to you about things related to the undead, almost like hiring your undead to perform some more dangerous tasks." "Oh," Bai Fu immediately became interested. "Let's talk about it in detail when we meet. Wait for me, I'll be at your doorstep tonight." The two ended the call. Bai Fu sat in the room for a while, and when it was dawn, she went to visit Yulia, who was still sleeping, and then came to the central square of Bai Fu town. Last time, she supported the monument erection ceremony here, which deeply moved the players. This time, she announced here that the Silent Courtyard will start a 5-day celebration event. "Without your continued support and your containment on the front battlefield, I would never have achieved such a great success in this operation." After an impassioned speech that praised the players highly, Bai Fu brought Tai Erjinren, Blade Runner, and others to the stage and praised Tai Erjinren's great contribution and Blade Runner and others' correct decision to abandon the dark and join the light in front of all the players present. Secret and great, the players in the square were stunned, and the players in the live broadcast room and the community were also stunned. "Damn, there is such a thing. Are you here to act in a spy movie? Shoo, this gameplay is so interesting. I've learned it. Too strong. You had the opportunity to join the Silent Court directly, but you were so cruel as to go undercover in the Truth Society. I would like to call you a master. Brothers, look at the level rankings. The first place has changed. It has become Tai Erjinren. Damn, the first player to reach level 25. He made a fortune this time." Players opened the level rankings one after another, and found that it was true. Not long ago, Tai Erjinren's name was not seen on the rankings, but just now Tai Erjinren directly landed on the first place. No one knew about him after lurking for half a year, but he showed up one day, and everyone was shocked. The deeds of Tai Erjinren quickly swept inside and outside the game like a solar storm. From the live broadcast room, to the video website, to the chat group, countless people discussed him. His popularity also brought Bai Fu out of the circle, because when people discussed his deeds, the name Bai Fu was absolutely unavoidable. Is this game so interesting? Wow, interesting woman. A wave of popularity that went out of the circle made Bai Fu's popularity soar, and also brought a group of new players to Bai Fu town. Bai Fu smiled. "Welcome to Bai Fu's secret garden, and become Bai Fu's help on the road to becoming the king." Chapter 138. The most free gameplay, the most patient players. The combination of the two brings the most explosive game news this week. Above the Stars, a magical game where you can win by wisdom even if you are not good at operation. A true role-playing game. Here you can even play the role of the King of Spies. Starting from Tai Erjinren, take you to learn more about Bai Fu and her silent garden. After praising Tai Erjinren, Blade Runner and others, Bai Fu left the central square and hid in a corner to watch new posts in the community and some new videos released by video websites. Although the spy incident has just fermented, the popularity of related posts and videos is very high. The most popular video has as many as 50,000 plus online viewers at the same time. Just flip through the comment area, and you can see that some newbies passing by are asking whether Stellaris is fun. If you ask me if it is fun, my answer is definitely fun, but playing games is a very subjective thing. I suggest you watch the video before making a decision. At Digging G's video of digging treasures is very good. Her video does not talk about basic operations, but focuses on a sense of substitution. The above is too difficult to dig treasures. Digging treasures also need to have the ability to talk about operations. Laughing to death. Be careful that digging treasures will block you. Some newbies are attracted by the game's screen and high degree of freedom at first sight. They are more concerned about whether version 1.2 is suitable for entering the pit, and how to enter the pit if they are.at this time. The answers from the enthusiastic players who helped them solve their doubts were surprisingly consistent. If you don't have any special preferences for the initial profession or race selection, then my evaluation is that the most suitable novice village for newcomers is Baifu Town on Zuyuan Star. This is the common recommendation of all UP hosts who make strategy videos. Newcomers joining the Silent Courtyard can avoid most of the points that make casual gamers feel uncomfortable. You can find a few related videos to watch for specific situations. Baifu, who was reading the post, was happy. You guys are doing a great job. Just keep promoting it, and let more new players join the Silent Courtyard. I have to say that her decision to establish her own camp was absolutely correct. Her appearance can indeed attract a lot of players' attention, but only tangible benefits can bind players to her tightly. Of course, as long as she is ruthless, she can actually make a large group of players chase her just by her appearance, such as turning into an electronic welfare girl and becoming a cyber goddess. But this kind of play is not about the upper limit, but the lower limit. If an imitator pops up, can she compete with that imitator to see who has the lower limit? Even if she is ruthless, the official may ban her if she sees the bad influence. It is better to be like this now. Look for Baifu Miao. Look for Baifu Miao in the Silent Garden of Zuyuan Star. Baifu knows that the popularity of Tai Erjinren is very high now, but this popularity will not last long. Now is a fast-paced era, and there will be all kinds of explosive news every day to grab people's attention. We have to make the documentary before this wave of popularity dies down, so that I can use the popularity of Tai Erjinren to push my popularity up. NPC made a wonderful documentary for NPC. What a fresh thing, if this news is accidentally reported by the mainstream media. Baifu felt that even if she couldn't take advantage of the opportunity to become the poster girl above the stars, she would definitely be used by the official for a period of time. Who would hate such positive popularity? Baifu excitedly closed the community and video website. She had already seen some level 1 newbies, who had just entered the game around the resurrection point in Baifu Town. The newbies were curious. Wow, this game is so realistic. I really can't take off my pants? Where is Baifu? So what should we do now? Join the Silent Garden and do the quest? The newbies looked around, and then their eyes were attracted by a large group of old players gathered together. With the idea of watching the fun, they also squeezed in. When they got closer, they found that the shop surrounded by veteran players was a special shop called Anya's Mysterious Shop. The shop was decorated mysteriously, with a sense of divination. There was a huge stick-drawn eye on the back wall of the shop, and many cylindrical containers were placed under the eye. The other walls of the shop were lined with black shelves filled with various cards. Card Master Happy House? The newbies were stunned for a moment, and soon they realized that things were not that simple. In the store, a black-haired Lolita was directing a group of little Lolita girls, who were only about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, to move things. Although those little girls had short arms and legs, and had to jump over the threshold, they were very efficient in moving things. In just a few minutes, hundreds of white paper boxes with colorful ribbons were piled up in the store. Okay, there's no room for more. Go and rest first and come back later. Anya sent away the little Hei Fu, who was moving things, and then walked to the counter with a smile that made people feel like spring breeze. I believe everyone is curious about what this is. During this celebration, in order to give back to everyone for their continued support for Fu Fu Boss, our store has launched a special discount event, but Mr. Gaoyuan feels that a simple discount is not enough to express his gratitude to everyone. So in addition to the discount event, we also launched an event where you can exchange props for free with blessings. And you can get a special gift box for spending a certain amount of money. The gift boxes are these white boxes at my feet. Clang clang. Anya pointed to the gift boxes piled on the ground. I'm not sure what's in each gift box, but Mr. Gaoyuan said he stuffed a very special gift into each gift box. How special is it? Last night, Mr. Gaoyuan found Boss Fufu on purpose. After hearing about this event, Boss Fufu thought this event was very interesting, so she gave Mr. Gaoyuan some things she couldn't use now as gifts for this event, including her favorite electric knife, and when the word electric knife popped up, the old players around no longer wanted to listen to what Anya said next. Damn, I'm rubbing, electric knife? Isn't that the equipment that has been used to fight with Fu Fu for a long time and kill several high-level bosses, even players, who are not from the Silent Courtyard camp have heard of Baifu's electric knife. After all, the electric knife has appeared more than once in the videos edited by Digging G and other players. The scene of Baifu holding the knife in one hand and drawing flashing electric light during the sprint is one of the favorite scenes of those second creation masters. Can you really take out Fufu's electric knife from the gifts? No lie. Anya gave a positive answer. The old players were shocked at first, not expecting Baifu to take out the electric knife as a gift, and then they were ecstatic. Is this electric knife powerful? A newbie asked doubtfully. The old players next to him had bright eyes. Powerful? How can it not be powerful? As we all know, Fufu's electric knife is an advanced orange quality equipment, and there is no limit on the level of use. Let alone us, you can immediately become masters if you get it, and kill a sandworm with one knife. That's not the most amazing thing. At this time, Gaiawofu also stood up. That's the weapon Fufu used. Fufu used it herself. Hiss, it's a waste to use it as a weapon. This is the highest electronic collection. Anyway, the electric knife is mine. No one of you is allowed to snatch it from me. The newbies were confused by Gaiawofu's appearance. In fact, there were many players around who had similar reactions to Gaiawofu. Well, once you draw that electric knife, whether you use it, collect it, or sell it to other players in need, you can make a lot of money in the end. I won't say more. Buying a prayer card will give you a gift box, right? Give me 10. The old players rushed towards Anya excitedly, and this posture scared the newbies, who had just entered the game. I didn't expect to encounter a discount event as soon as I entered the game. I heard that the prayer cards in the Silent Courtyard are very powerful. We just came at the right time. Buy a prayer card and get a gift box. The key is that the gift box also contains high-level weapons that I have used. Isn't this NPC too conscientious? Of course, such a big conscience is hanging on him. The newbies were infected by the exciting atmosphere and felt that they had come to the right place. Working in the camp of such a conscientious NPC, who knows how many good days are waiting for them in the future. Some of the newbies became more active. It doesn't matter if they buy the prayer card early or late. If they buy it now, they can get a gift box. What if they get something good from the gift box? Wouldn't it be a big profit if they sell it? Go, go, go. Wait, they don't seem to have any money. How can I, a player, be stumped by a little money? These newbies immediately turned around and left, and began to think of ways to make money. They originally just wanted to play the game and have fun, but they turned into one of the most diligent leaks in Baifu's secret garden within a few minutes after entering the game. 10 minutes later, the first player who won the grand prize appeared. It's delivered. It's Fufu's personal grenade launcher. Haha, a miracle came out of a single draw. I'm making a fortune now. I've wanted to get one for a long time, but I've never been willing to buy it. The exclamation spread like falling dominoes, and some players, who had gotten several gifts but didn't get anything good, were red-eyed. Damn you bastard, why did I get an ordinary pistol? Brother, will you? I pay more for it. No, I won't sell it. I use it myself. I won't sell it even if you double the price. Amid the noise, some players from big guilds came over. Compared to ordinary players, big guilds like Tieyu and Zonyatang wanted to get the electric knife more, because this way they would be more confident in clearing the new dungeon. Even if they couldn't get the electric knife, it would be great if they could get the power shoes, limited sky burial prayer card, limited dispel prayer card mentioned by Anya. Players from big guilds are still very confident about shipping, because their financial resources crush ordinary players. They can open more gift boxes than ordinary players, and they can always ship more if they open more gift boxes. As soon as these players appeared, they made other players anxious. They were still hesitating whether to use all their money to buy prayer cards and exchange for gift boxes. Now they stopped hesitating. If they hesitated for a while longer, the good things would be swept away by the big guilds. Give me 2 more. Damn, I have to borrow some money. Brother, let's pool our money to buy it. When we get good things, we can sell them and split the money equally. How about that? The players showed their skills. Fortunately, Anya's mysterious store was built with extremely high standards. Otherwise, it would have been squeezed out by these players, who are already very powerful now. The rich lady of natural disasters is coming. At this moment, the crowd shouted again. The dragon of natural disasters and digging princess squeezed in from the back. The wealthy dragon of natural disasters bought a lot of prayer cards and got 20 gift boxes from Anya. After 20 consecutive draws, all the players held their breath. The dragon of natural disasters opened one by one and finally successfully opened a pair of shoes. Could it be that Fufu's new shoes for her own use? What, Fufu's shoes? Let me see them. Slurp. The Scourge Dragon shook his head. Its power shoes, purple equipment, plus agility. As soon as this was said, many disappointed voices rang out around him. It's not a lunchbox? No, buddy, are you here to draw equipment or to eat in the cafeteria? This excitement lasted until the evening and finally reached its peak. An unknown passerby player pulled out a miracle and successfully exploded the electric knife that all players were staring at. Huh, good, I won, ha 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 ha. Anya's mysterious shop was in a mess, and the community was also in a mess. Envy, jealousy, and fun-seeking were all attracted by this wave of single-draw miracles. Some players were attacking the lucky guy who got a miracle with a single draw, and some players just hated themselves for not being born in the Silent Garden and not being able to enjoy such benefits. Some players were going crazy and hoped that Baifu would add something that everyone liked to see in the gift box. All kinds of discussions combined gave all players the impression that the Silent Garden was very conscientious, and Baifu was even more conscientious. I suggest all NPCs learn from Baifu. When will Fufu bring Silent Garden to us? Okay. Hidden at home, Baifu observed the situation through little Baifu and rolled over on the bed. This celebration was a huge success as she expected. Now all the players of Silent Garden were mobilized. Half of them were doing quests to gain experience, and then went to the dungeon to buy things or challenge the dungeon. The other half were doing quests to earn money, and then went to Anya to open blind boxes. The hard-working oxen who plow the fields are not as diligent as these players. More importantly, these players do not feel that they are being exploited at all. Instead, they say that there is no wrong name in the world. Baifu look how white and how righteous. They never expected that Baifu is actually Heifu in essence, and Heifu is actually Baifu. Baifu was very glad that she had prepared in advance and released Heifu last night. Even so, Heifu and little Heifu's hands were almost smoking, but they could only barely supply the player's impulse consumption. Money, experience, give it to me, I will love you well. Baifu dared to indulge herself so much only when she was hiding in a house without anyone else. There was no other way. She had to vent after holding it in for so long. It was so tiring to pretend to be a saint all day. After having fun for a long time, Baifu found that her doorbell was ringing. Who else could it be? Of course it's me. Suli stood at the door, her arms folded across her chest. Her chest almost blocked the peephole, and she was coming fiercely. She really arrived at night. Baifu opened the door, and Suli rushed towards her the moment she opened the door. Baifu, I'm going to fight you. Suli used a ball-carrying move, and had already imagined the whole process of knocking Baifu to the ground with her, but as a martial artist, she did have the ability to bully Baifu in terms of strength, but unfortunately, she seriously underestimated Baifu's current speed. Even though she was not wearing a combat uniform, but only in ordinary pajamas and ordinary socks, Baifu still easily avoided her attack and made her hit the wall. You are so old, but you are still like a child. Baifu closed the door, and completely forgot about her behavior on the bed. Didn't you say you had something important to talk to me about? Tell me about it. She sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and looked at Suli with interest. Suli was very depressed. She stared at Baifu's proudly shaking legs. If she could, she wanted to pounce on Baifu and bite her hard, but unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to do that now. You're really not a succubus? You really don't have any remote charms for those undead? What do you think? Suli stretched out his hand and pinched Baifu's foot. It feels like a human. Baifu frowned. Don't take advantage of this opportunity, or I shut your mouth if you don't get down to business. Suli sat up straight. It's simple to say. Our railway guild originally wanted to train a group of undead as a special operations team to carry out tasks that require deep into the contaminated area, but now most of the undead we recruited have run to you, so the plan had to be terminated. The people above are helpless, but they dare not say anything to you. After all, you just killed the president of the True Society 2 days ago, so they simply decided to form a cooperative relationship with you. Take a look at this meeting minutes. The conditions are very generous, and you will not lose. Baifu took the document from Suli. It was an employment contract. The Railway Guild wanted to hire players from her. The chips offered were a slightly higher employment amount than the market price, opening up cooperation between intelligence departments and providing assistance for the reconstruction of the Gully Desert. The additional condition was that if the two sides reached a cooperation, the Silent Court could no longer help the Old Republic. In general, the Railway Guild paid more. Baifu understood that the Railway Guild actually wanted to win her over in this way. After killing the president of the Truth Society, most people on Zuyuan Star believed that she was the strongest superpower, the Zuyuan Star Superwoman. Facing a superpower of her level, even the big forces had to be careful. Zuyuan Star was just a wasteland world after all, unlike other technological planets that had weapons of mass destruction. Bai Fu thought for a while, and decided that it would be good for her to cooperate with the Railway Guild. Although many people like to call her the Queen, she can't really stay in Zuyuan Star as the Queen. She has no interest in politics and management. It may be the safest choice to let the Railway Guild cooperate with the Silent Court to implement her Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan, provided that the Railway Guild is trustworthy and will not drag her down. While Bai Fu was thinking, Su Li was very uneasy. She knew that Bai Fu was no longer the Bai Fu she used to be. The huge change made her not know how to face Bai Fu. She could only cover up her anxiety by being so fussy. Fortunately, even though Bai Fu's strength has increased a lot, her attitude towards her is still the same, as if she dislikes and wants her. I want to add a condition. Bai Fu suddenly said. Su Li asked, what condition? Bai Fu said, once the cooperation is reached, I hope you will be the one in charge of maintaining communication with us at your Railway Guild. Su Li was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that Bai Fu was praising her. After the player ran away, her department was basically ruined, which was a huge blow to her career, but with Bai Fu's praise, her future became brighter than before. Su Li, that's someone I, Bai Fu, am protecting. You, the Railway Guild, can handle it. I'm touched. If it weren't for me, I'd better do something. Otherwise, I'd feel bad. This is a martial arts inherited from my family. It combines waist and horse. It's an authentic craft. I guarantee you be satisfied. Bai Fu quickly retracted her foot. Don't make random plans. Let's talk about business. If you really want to do something, find someone to repair my combat uniform. By the way, a film and television company from the Railway Guild wants to talk to me later. You can go with me and help me check it out. Su Li was stunned. Film and TV company? What are you going to do? They want me to make a documentary. Bai Fu stood up. I teach you a secret. When you get along with the undead, you must know how to promote yourself. While Su Li was stunned, she entered the bedroom, changed into more formal clothes and socks and shoes, and threw the broken combat uniform to Su Li. Let's go! Bai Fu took Su Li to meet with the representative of the film and TV company that took the initiative to contact Gao Yuan. The representatives of the film and TV company were very cautious, and they dared not have any small thoughts after seeing Su Li, a middle and senior executive of the Railway Guild, appear. Bai Fu discussed the details of the documentary with him in detail. The ambition of this company was much bigger than she thought. They wanted to package Bai Fu as a super idol of Zuyuan Star, and then use this popularity to make money from players. The boss of this company saw at a glance that Bai Fu had a special influence on the player community. Sell peripherals? Good idea. Join a lot of companies such as film and television companies, model production companies, etc. to create a Zuyuan Star version of the consortium Bai Fu. As long as you have strength and popularity, there are really many ways to make money. Bai Fu couldn't help but sigh. She had already imagined her future of making a fortune. In the next 2 days, Bai Fu, the film and television company, and the Railway Guild finalized the details of the cooperation. The film and television company sent a crew over that day, and the Railway Guild also took advantage of the opportunity and immediately decided to start the first cooperation with Bai Fu to deepen the relationship between the two parties. Bai Fu's influence is too great now. Even if the major forces don't want to cooperate with her, they have to think carefully about how to get along with Bai Fu in the future. The cooperation mission set by the Railway Guild is to let players go to the western wilderness of the Railway Guild to investigate the movements of a high-level mutant creature, and prepare for the future elimination of this restless high-level mutant creature. Bai Fu was excited when she heard about this mission. High-level mutant creature? Isn't this what she wants to deal with? To show my sincerity, I will personally take some undead people to deal with the mutant creature this time. The Railway Guild was shocked by Bai Fu's reply. Is Bai Fu's sincerity so strong? They had always been wary of Bai Fu, and were slightly dissatisfied with Bai Fu for taking care of Su Li, but now it seems that Bai Fu is clearly a kind person. Su Li is her friend. What's wrong with her helping her friend? The people of the Railway Guild have a much better impression of Bai Fu, and Su Li's treatment has also increased again. After receiving the task details from the Railway Guild, Bai Fu immediately took action. She wanted to max out her level, skill level, attributes, and equipment as soon as possible, and then lead the players to defeat the alien Lao Ding who controlled the gene original behind the scenes, so that she could safely implement her Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan. In the past few days, players have been buying prayer cards and doing a lot of commissions. When they heard that there was a chance to go out with Bai Fu, they immediately signed up enthusiastically. Bai Fu selected a group of players who were worth training, and then took them and Anya on the journey. It was called a journey, but in fact, it was just a trip for her. Her super high psychic resistance allowed her to ignore most of the psychic pollution on Zuyuan Star, and as for that advanced mutant creature, it was no match for her. Bai Fu asked Anya to lead the players to search for the target monster, which was also a way for the players to get used to working with Anya in advance. After finding the advanced mutant, she took action herself and killed it in no time. Contaminated core, rare, Bai Fu picked up the things dropped by the advanced mutant from the ground, which was the key material for making the Dark Scepter. At the same time, she received a prompt that the Psychic Attribute Breakthrough task was completed. Attribute conversion, please wait, current progress 1%, 2%, 100%. Your psychic attribute has been converted to darkness. Darkness. Skills or general attacks hitting the target will leave some psychic energy in the target's body. When the residual psychic energy accumulates to a certain level, it will cause attribute weakening or continuous blood-burning debuffs to the target. Dark attribute psychic energy has an additional 50% effect bonus for dark psychic skills. Bai Fu quickly scanned the attribute description. The effect was quite powerful. And just as she thought, after the psychic attribute became darkness, using the dark burn skill would no longer deduct 10% of the health points. The skill effect was also strengthened, and even the skill cooldown time was reduced from 8 minutes to 4 minutes. This way, the efficiency of exchanging blood with others will be higher. Bai Fu was satisfied. It was worth it that she had been looking forward to this psychic attribute for so long. This wave of transformation made her strength increase by at least 20% to 30%. The best master on Zuyuan Star, and her psychic attribute is dark, so it is no problem for her to call herself the Lord of Darkness. If she changes the word dark in the Lord of Darkness tonight, she will be the real Lord of Night. On the way back to the Goli Desert, Bai Fu received a message from Old Nisan. Several undeads from the original Gene body want to see you. They said they have the file that Xiaosher asked them to pass on to you. Bai Fu raised her eyebrows slightly. This is good, she can settle another task. Chapter 139. After handing over the task to the people from the Railway Guild, Bai Fu led the players back to Bai Fu Town. She had a lot of things to do now, and had no time to chat with the people from the Railway Guild. Sister Bai Fu, I have brought the person here. I have confirmed the file bag. The seal is intact, and has not been touched by anyone. Jianqi Chongtian gave a look, and the players following him immediately stepped forward and handed a file bag to Bai Fu. Thank you for your help. Bai Fu smiled at the player who delivered the file bag, and asked Xiao Hei Fu, who was on standby in the room, to hand them each a glass of water, then opened the file bag and took out the documents inside. File number 001 of the Psychic Research Institute branch number 3. Recording time. 1791, note, 3 years into the Cataclysm era. Recorder, Simon Sciatino, note, a well-known occult researcher before the Cataclysm era. This file records the research progress of the Psychic Research Institute branch number 3, which is affiliated with the Psychic Diffusion Committee. The Psychic Research Institute branch number 3 is responsible for studying the special power of psychic energy and striving for the psychic ascension of all mankind. Note, the slogan is loud, but it is actually bullshit, Bai Fu, ? Who wrote this note? It's a bit offensive, isn't it? She continued to flip to the back, and just like the first page, this file recorded all the experimental projects done by branch number 3 to study psychic energy. However, because this file was only a summary file, many experimental projects were only named, and it was not clear what they did. However, from those experimental projects with simple descriptions, it was known that branch number 3 did a lot of inhuman things just like branch number 1. This file is considered to be a confirmation that the original psychic knowledge of Zuyuan Star was brought by the alien Lao Ding, but Bai Fu's eyes narrowed. The most important thing in this file is not the experimental records, but the content added at the end. These contents record the general process from the assassination of the alien Lao Ding to the mutual suspicion among the member states of the committee, to the outbreak of war, and then to the occurrence of the catastrophe. Because the incident happened suddenly, and the world soon collapsed because of the catastrophe, no one knows who sent the assassin to assassinate the alien Lao Ding until now. The catastrophe began with the obsidian studied by branch number 2. The obsidian contains extremely terrifying power. Due to careless operation, the unrestrained power in the obsidian eventually engulfed the entire world like a tide. Bai Fu turned to the last note. Note, everyone thought that the alien visitor had been assassinated, but in fact he was not dead. He had been hiding in the pre-march. Why was he in the pre-march, and had a strong influence on the pre-march? Logically speaking, he had become a soul body, and had no ability to remotely control the top leaders of the pre-march. The more I investigated, the more I felt that something was wrong. The pre-march was born from the White Tower Republic. After the war, some surviving scientists and soldiers of the White Tower Republic jointly established the pre-march. The pre-march had been preparing for the resurrection of the alien visitor at the beginning of its establishment. They must have reached some kind of invisible deal. I investigated the news before and after the assassination in detail. This process was very difficult. I could only piece together the truth through fragments. This is what I think is the truth. The spaceship that the alien visitor took initially landed in the territory of the White Tower Republic. This should have been a great opportunity for the White Tower Republic. However, the major powers intervened forcefully and started joint research in the name of benefiting all mankind. The White Tower Republic was very dissatisfied with this. The alien visitor was unwilling to be controlled by the major powers, so the two sides reached a secret cooperation. The White Tower Republic sent people to assassinate the alien visitor. Everyone thought that the alien visitor was dead, but in fact he was just transformed into a soul and secretly taken away by the White Tower Republic. The White Tower Republic and the alien visitor must have been very proud at this time, but soon things got out of their control. The war broke out, and the war indirectly led to the catastrophe, and the whole world was almost destroyed. Is this really the truth? After reading the last sentence, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You completed the exploration mission Spiritual Energy, and received 30,000 experience points, plus 1.7% exploration of Zuyuan Star Plot, 1 memory fragment. The experience reward for this mission can only be described as pitifully small, but the exploration of the plot increased by 1.7%, and a memory fragment was also given. Bai Fu selected the memory fragment to view the details. Memory fragment Zuyuan Star Night of Change. Memory introduction. Many years later, when the people of Zuyuan Star stood on the wasteland and looked back at the beautiful world before the catastrophe, they would find that all the turning points originated from that seemingly ordinary night. Level limit, LV 30 and above. Bai Fu raised her eyebrows slightly. I have to say that this memory fragment came at a very timely moment. It is indeed difficult for ordinary NPCs to investigate the truth of the past, but as a special NPC, it is different for her. Last time, she figured out the identity of the president of the True Society through the memory fragments, and this time she thought she could also gain something from the memory fragments. You did a great job. Bai Fu once again praised the players, who helped Xia Shi deliver the files, and issued them a task that would reward them with experience just by walking around. Are you going to return to the pre-march next, or join the silent court directly? Several players looked at each other, and finally they said in unison, we plan to return to the pre-march. Afraid that Bai Fu would misunderstand, one of the players hurriedly explained, we are going to follow the example of Master Tai Air, and return to the pre-march to gather intelligence. If the pre-march wants to do something bad to you, Fu, we can immediately notify you. Master Tai Air became the focus of attention, and became the object of study and imitation for many players. Everyone wanted to replicate his path to success, and these players were one of them. Bai Fu nodded. In that case, please help me say thank you to Xia Shi. After sending these players away, she received the memory fragments in the mission reward. After entering the dungeon, Bai Fu first confirmed her identity. Are you a member of the assassination team? That would make things easier. Bai Fu turned around and punched her teammate in the face covered by the mask. The teammate fell to the ground without understanding anything. When she wanted to struggle, her stomach was already stepped on by a foot wearing Martin boots. After a long period of training and upgrading, Bai Fu's foot is now not only for viewing, but also for stepping on people. Under the huge force, the teammate who was stepped on had no power to resist except screaming. What are you doing? The faces of the other teammates around changed drastically. Just as they were about to yell, 5 black magic balls appeared behind Bai Fu, and dark beams of light shot out, hitting the teammates who tried to question them and making them run away. People from the White Tower Republic? Bai Fu asked, with murderous intent like cold air that made people shiver. Seeing no one could save him, the teammate who was stepped on could only admit it. Very good. With a spiritual explosion to the face, Bai Fu easily sent the defeated enemy away, and then rushed straight into the laboratory where the alien Lao Ding was imprisoned. With her current strength, she didn't need to do any fancy operations. Facing the interception of the multinational joint forces, she opened the spiritual protection and rushed. If the enemy stood far away, she would use a sky burial, and if the enemy stood close, she would use a spiritual explosion. What walls, what gates, she smashed them all with one punch, and her combat efficiency was higher and more powerful than the unparalleled generals controlled by players in Dynasty Warriors. If you don't want to die, get out of the way, so I don't have to waste my energy. Bai Fu gently wiped the blood on the back of her hand. When she looked at them with a cold gaze, the members of the multinational joint force, who had long been frightened, ran away quickly. After just a few minutes, she killed the alien Lao Ding. This was the first time she saw this alien Lao Ding. He looked very similar to the humans on Ziyuan Star, except that he was taller, had a flatter nose, and his skin color was light purple. He was lying in a glass cabinet, looking harmless. At this moment, who in the dungeon could have thought that Ziyuan Star would become a ruin in just a few years? The White Tower Republic sent me to send you off. Bai Fu pulled out a gun. She actually wanted to interrogate the alien Lao Ding, but unfortunately, she couldn't understand what the alien Lao Ding said, nor did she know how Lao Ding communicated with the White Tower Republic. She had no choice but to shoot him away. Dungeon clearance time 9 minutes and 46 seconds. Get 60,000 experience points for the first clearance today. You triggered the hidden plot. Ziyuan Star plot exploration plus 1.4%. Bai Fu shook her head. This dungeon was too low for her now. Even though she only got 60,000 experience points after clearing it, the good news was that she did figure out the relationship between the alien Lao Ding and the White Tower Republic, that is, the current Gene original body, through the dungeon, and gained an additional 1.4% exploration. This is super big news. Once it is released, it will definitely cause a global sensation. Bai Fu's eyes rolled slightly. I got it! Such a big news must be used well. She plans to weave this news into the documentary she is currently filming as a promotional material before the release of the documentary. While revealing the original Gene, she will also advertise her documentary. I just don't know who wrote this note. From the handwriting, it doesn't look like Xia Shi. Bai Fu collected the file Xia Shi sent. The next morning, Gao Yuan found Bai Fu and sent her the Silent Court uniforms, special metals, and other materials for making the Dark Scepter. Bai Fu fiddled with the Dark Scepter production drawings for a long time before finally making it. Because it was the first time to make equipment, the grade of this Dark Scepter was not high, it was only purple equipment, but its attributes and functions were all better than the electric knife that Bai Fu had eliminated. Dark Scepter. Quality, purple attributes, gun form, details, staff form, details, rapier form, details, energy, ordinary polluted core, durability 800 out of 800, additional effect. When using active psychic skills with the Dark Scepter, the prayer time is reduced by 10%, and the effect is plus 25%. The effect of the equipment surprised Bai Fu. The electric knife she used before was very good in continuous blood consumption, but it did not have any other bonuses. This Dark Scepter is different. The 3 forms of switching perfectly meet her needs. The gun form shoots out a mimic bullet condensed by psychic energy, the staff form can increase the effect of the skill by 25%, and the rapier form can also chop like an ordinary sword after attaching psychic energy. What a good thing! Bai Fu held the Dark Scepter in her hand. The staff-shaped Dark Scepter is black in color, with fine and regular patterns winding and climbing on the upper part of the scepter, and finally gathered into a half-moon at the top of the scepter. Above the half-moon is a pollution core, which emits a purple glow, deep and mysterious. Bai Fu nodded with satisfaction. According to her original plan, she was going to award special medals and Silent Court uniforms to players who performed well in the previous main missions on the last day of the celebration. Now that the Dark Scepter was successfully made, she just happened to wear new clothes and hold the scepter on stage to show off in front of the players, advertise the Silent Court uniforms, and promote the Dark Scepter, paving the way for adding the eliminated Dark Scepter to the lottery gift box in the future. After giving away Bai Fu's own 99 new Dark Scepter, she can also arrange for her factories to produce more Dark Scepters of the same model as Bai Fu and sell them. Under her careful training, most of the players in the Silent Garden have already become her and walk the psychic path with her. She believes that the sales of the Dark Scepter bound to her will definitely not be bad. As expected of me, a little trick to make money every day. Bai Fu smiled proudly. 2 days later, when the celebration event that almost emptied the players' pockets was about to end, Bai Fu gathered all the online players in Bai Fu Town. The awarding ceremony is nothing new to the players of the Silent Garden, but they are still looking forward to getting their own exclusive medals. Scarcity makes things valuable. And who doesn't like Fufu to smile and hand over the medal while saying compliments? But this time these players still think too simply. When Bai Fu appeared in the square in a black uniform, even the players whose minds were full of battles and tasks couldn't help but take a few more glances. This uniform was specially customized by Bai Fu at a clothing factory. It is very different from the player's uniform. The main color is still black, but the details are much more carefully designed. The golden pendant and the decoration on the chest are just right, making the uniform that should highlight the mysterious attribute more exquisite, like an evening dress. Because it is specially customized, the clothes also fit Bai Fu's body very well, perfectly highlighting Bai Fu's body curve that is almost impeccable after multiple enhancements. Damn, so beautiful? What a handsome scepter. I admit, I'm conquered. Fufu is the best in the world. Black with white long hair is really a unique combination. The only pity is that the hair accessories are a bit ordinary. If Fufu is given a small crown, I'm done. No crown, I want garters. Bai Fu's careful planning made the awarding ceremony of honors and clothing surprisingly popular. Since the popularity of Tai Erjinren had not yet passed, she took advantage of Tai Erjinren's popularity to make her new image a little popular in various chat groups and video websites. The white shirt is nice, but the black one is also very charming. The groundwork has been laid, and now all that's left is to use that documentary to detonate all the popularity accumulated from the attack on the True Society to now. As soon as the ceremony ended, Bai Fu immediately found the producer of the film and television company. I have a big news in my hand, but I don't know if you have the courage to expose this news. She handed over a summary report she had written. This summary report recorded the grievances between the president of the True Society and the Primarch, as well as the relationship between the Primarch and the alien visitors and the Cataclysm. The producer was stunned when he looked through the summary report. He never dreamed that Bai Fu would have such a thing in her hand. He knew very well how much of a sensation this report would cause once it was leaked, and he also knew that once he leaked this report, he would inevitably be targeted by the Primarch. However, as a person who is good at catching hot spots, he still couldn't help but think about how much benefit he would get if he really did this. Popularity, immeasurable popularity. He will rise to the top in one step, and Bai Fu will surpass the limit of the sky and become the national idol of Zuyuan Star. Isn't this the purpose he had when he approached Bai Fu? The producer's face changed several times, and finally gritted his teeth and did it. Even if he didn't do it, Bai Fu would find someone else to do it, or just do it alone. He couldn't accept this hot spot slipping away from his hands, even if he had to risk being hunted down by the Gene Primarch. You don't have to rush to reveal this report. Wait a little longer. Release it when I go to trouble the Primarch. It will be a good time to promote the documentary. Bai Fu said her request. The producer agreed immediately. He couldn't hide his shock. Just now, Bai Fu seemed to say that she was going to trouble the Primarch. If she could kill the alien visitor like she killed the president of the True Society, she would become the de facto Queen Fu of Zuyuan Star. My goodness, I seem to be recording history that can change the future trend of Zuyuan Star? The producer's blood was boiling. After sending the producer away, Bai Fu called two generals from the Fumin Publicity Department, Digging G and Natural Disaster Dragon. After reading the report handed over by Bai Fu, Digging G and Natural Disaster Dragon were as excited as the producers of the film and television company, especially Digging G. She was a host who specialized in digging game plots. Even the name of the game was Digging G. The report handed to her by Bai Fu was like a depth charge, which made her shake all over and turned into vibration G. Woohoo, new video is about to take off. Stop shaking, stop shaking. If you keep shaking, people who don't know will think I pressed a small switch. Bai Fu secretly rolled her eyes. Don't rush to tell the other undeads about this. Wait until I officially defeat the Primarch before you reveal it, so as not to alert the enemy. However, you can reveal some unimportant information, such as an advance notice that something big is about to happen, to attract the attention of other undeads. In this way, when you reveal the news, other undeads will be able to pay attention to it quickly. I hope that this method can make those undead who join the Primarch wake up and stop helping the Primarch. Digger patted her chest. Don't worry, Fufu, I promise to get things done. She is the best at keeping people in suspense. She began to imagine the situation after the new video was released. Recently, some players have been blackening her, saying that she is Fufu's licker, and she became big and strong by licking Fufu. Just kidding, just lick. Not only lick, but also lick hard, you see. Now the reward is here. Fufu took the initiative to feed her mouth. It smells so good. At this time, the Dragon of Calamity couldn't help asking, Fufu, How did you find out this information? It's not convenient to disclose this kind of thing now. Bai Fu casually perfunctorily passed it over. She couldn't say that she collected evidence in the dungeon. The Dragon of Calamity nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After leaving Bai Fu's house, she suddenly pulled Digger G's sleeve. This time we may have to release a video that will be more popular than the official trailer and update preview video. Digger G said with a smile. Indeed, this video will definitely go viral. The Dragon of Calamity said mysteriously, it will go viral more than you think. Do you know what I just saw? Ah? Digger G was a little puzzled. The Dragon of Calamity explained, I just used advanced reconnaissance on Fufu several times. Although I didn't see Fufu's basic attributes, skills, and talents, I saw Fufu's psychic attributes. Psychic attributes? Doesn't the career introduction section of the official website say that this is something that can only be unlocked after reaching the Star Sea? Digger G suddenly covered her mouth while talking. She realized a problem. The psychic attribute cannot be unlocked on the novice planet, but Fufu has psychic attribute. Doesn't this prove that Fufu is not a native of Zuyuan Star, but an alien? The Dragon of Calamity continued. Fufu's psychic attribute is darkness, and her scepter is called the Dark Scepter. I think you should understand what this means. Fuck. A Tibetan sentence came out of her mouth, and Digger G's body shook again. How could she not understand? Before, the community had been saying that Fufu was the Lord of the Dark Night. She had never been very interested in this statement. Although Fufu was very similar to the Lord of the Dark Night in every aspect, there was no more direct evidence to support this speculation. Now the situation is different. The discovery of the Dragon of Calamity can be said to have increased the credibility of this statement. Darkness, Dark Night, Darkness, Dark Night. Digging G is now 95% sure that Bai Fu is the Lord of the Dark Night. There are many coincidences in this world, but such a coincidence is very, very rare. Pa, she slapped her cheeks twice. I make a video right now, all night long. Once this video is done, her followers will definitely increase at a very fast pace. That night, when she was halfway through making the video, Digging G ran to the community to warm up for the new video. I just got some information from Fufu, which is extremely explosive information, but unfortunately Fufu said that the details cannot be disclosed to the public yet. I will release a complete video to talk about this in a few days. Today, I can only share some less critical news. The video will talk about two things. The first thing is related to the main plot of Zuyuan Star. It involves the source of many main plots of Zuyuan Star. It is guaranteed to be super heavy news. The second thing is related to Fufu's true identity. Hasn't there been a post in the community saying that Fufu is the master of the Dark Night? Sister Tianzai, and I found some new information. Guess what? I guess your head. Players who read the post posted by Digger G are going crazy. Okay, you are keeping it a secret, right? Players in the community were successfully aroused by Digger G. While drawing circles and cursing Digger G, they started a heated discussion in the community, guessing what the two things Digger G said were. The most concerned one is Bai Fu's true identity. This topic has been discussed by many people since Bai Fu first appeared. There was a conclusion during this period, but it gradually became elusive as the plot developed. Digging G's words seemed to mean that this topic would finally have a new conclusion. All the players who followed this topic were looking forward to the moment when the video was released. If the news is not explosive enough, I will blow up Digging. At the same time, the people of the original Gene body were also very concerned about Bai Fu. After the True Society came to an end, they were the only ones who had a big grudge against Bai Fu. What has Bai Fu been doing recently? General Pompadour asked his adjutant with a serious face. The adjutant answered truthfully. Bai Fu recently held a celebration in Bai Fu town to celebrate the elimination of the True Society and the successful rescue of Black Crow Yulia. In addition, she also worked with a film and television company of the Railway Guild to make a documentary. Oh! This surprised General Pompadour, and then a smile appeared on his face. Does she think she can sit back and relax after eliminating the True Society? She even made a documentary. She really thinks of herself as a national idol. Interesting, it seems that she doesn't know the truth about us. If so, I will give her a big surprise when the time comes. Super popular idol, if you don't stay at home and be a wife, you will die. Come on, follow me to meet that adult. Chapter 140. After the celebration, the liveliness of the Goli Desert did not decrease at all. With Bai Fu's continuous promotion, old and new players from other places joined the Silent Court every day. At this time, the number of players displayed on the Silent Court camp panel has reached 31,451, which is more than double compared to the expedition to the True Society. Although Bai Fu is very powerful, under normal circumstances, even if she becomes a three-headed and six-armed person and works hard 24 hours a day, it is impossible to satisfy so many players at the same time. Fortunately, the cooperation between the Dark Web and the Court of Silence was officially implemented at this time, and the Assassination Platform and the Commission Platform were connected. In addition, other camps that wanted to cooperate with the Court of Silence entered the Goli Desert one after another. They brought a large number of tasks, which solved Bai Fu's urgent needs. With these tasks, even if there are another 10,000 or 20,000 players, I can handle it. Bai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. She did not completely relax her vigilance because she knew that this situation would not last long. In another 10 days, or half a month, the number of players in the Court of Silence might exceed 50,000. But this is not the most troublesome part. After several months of construction, the evaluation points of the main line of the Goli Desert Elegy of the Watchers, the construction of the Goli Desert Branch, and the restoration of the Order of the Goli Desert Branch, are basically almost unable to increase. This means that she can no longer continue to make money from this main line task, and she can no longer share this main line with players to drive players to work for her for free. If the situation does not change for a long time, players will fall into a situation where there are too many people and too little porridge. Even if the players have already fallen for her charm, even if they can easily buy all kinds of knowledge, job transfer books, and skills in the Silent Garden, if they can't get enough quests and can't level up, they will still run away. We have to find a new way to exploit the players. Bai Fu first thought of the long-planned reconstruction plan of Ziyuan Star, and to ensure that this plan can be implemented smoothly, the first step is to send the pre-march and the alien boss behind it on the road. If she didn't send away these old men who liked to hide in the dark, she was worried that they would suddenly come out one day to cause trouble and destroy everything she had worked so hard for. Just as Bai Fu was thinking about when to take action, she suddenly received a message from Yulia. Has it returned to normal? Her eyes suddenly lit up. She had long coveted the reward for the mission Yulia's secret, but because Yulia was very weak before, she couldn't do anything. Now that Yulia had returned to normal, she naturally didn't have to pity Yulia's body anymore. "I'll be there soon." A few minutes later, Bai Fu appeared at Yulia's residence. She cast a clairvoyance skill on Yulia. After lying in bed for nearly 6 days, most of the debuffs on Yulia's body finally disappeared, leaving only malnutrition and mental asthenia. Under the restriction of these two debuffs, Yulia's health, psychic energy, attributes, and resistance all decreased. Name: Yulia. Boss: Template. Special Spirit Child. Awakening progress 1.1%. Remaining time 198 years 6 months 7 days. Main occupation: Spirit Blesser LV9 plus 30. Defender LV10. Secondary occupation: Doctor LV5. Health: 1870/1870. Psychic energy: 3245/3245. Chi: 505/505. Attributes: Strength 33. Agility 45. Constitution 72. Intelligence 35. Spirit 101. Inspiration 233. Skills: Control, Intermediate Psychic Expertise. Substitute Game LV 6. Sky Burial LV 5. Floating Spirit LV 3. Superpower Field LV 3. Talent: Son of the True Spirit. Strong Luck. Angel Aura. Favorability: Burning 92. Danger Level: Green. From the panel, Yulia is a typical fragile mage. Even with the psychic bonus, her physique is still not high. When she is weak, her health is only 1/3 of Bai Fu's. Her only mental attribute is higher than Bai Fu's, and other attributes are much lower than Bai Fu's. But this is not because she is bad, but mainly because Bai Fu's various bonuses are extremely high after taking a lot of task rewards and strengthening. The nickname of Queen Fu is not just a boast, but earned through hard work. In fact, even though Yulia has declined now, her panel data is still luxurious among the NPCs of the same level on Ziyuan Star. When in a weakened state, her inspiration is 233 points, and in her prime, it may be 270 points. It is 39 points lower than Bai Fu, which is simply terrifying. It's great to have a good template. Bai Fu couldn't help but sigh. She tried to figure out what Yulia's True Spirit Sun template and True Spirit Sun talent were, which took 200 years to awaken. Unfortunately, her psychic vision skill could not read the details. I don't know if it was because the True Spirit Sun level was too high and she couldn't understand this concept, or because her psychic vision skill level was too low. After trying several times without success, Bai Fu gave up struggling. Angel Halo should be the special ability of Yulia to help me restore my psychic energy, and then 92 favorability? The last time Bai Fu saw such a high favorability was when she used clairvoyance on Anya. Anya's favorability towards her was as high as 100, and her parents who gave birth to her may not have as high a favorability towards her as Anya. Although Yulia's 92 is not as good as Anya's 100, it is also an exaggerated number. Good news, it seems that Yulia is a grateful person, so she will have more opportunities to steal Yulia's skills and talents. Neither good nor bad news, the adjective hot as fire seems very aggressive, which makes people feel that Yulia is not just after this report. Bai Fu turned off Yulia's data panel. At this time, Yulia had already walked in front of her. Yulia was wearing a large white hospital gown, the hem of which fell to her thighs, revealing her smooth and surprisingly plump legs. She was wearing a pair of rabbit slippers that she got from somewhere. Her ice blue hair was naturally scattered, and she exuded a lazy atmosphere. Bai Fu said, "You look good." "Thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to relax like this." Yulia's fingers slid across the sofa next to her, looking around. "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but this is the first time I've lived in such a nice house since I was a child." After joining the Watcher camp established by Uncle Neeson, my biggest dream was to make money in the future so that my parents could live a rich life. But they died of illness early. I have all the strength, but I can't do anything. I can only watch them die. Speaking of this heavy topic, Yulia's face became a little gloomy, and her mood was obviously low. After my parents passed away, I regarded Uncle Neeson as my adoptive father. Uncle Neeson unconditionally supported my research in medicine. I wanted to repay his kindness, so I studied medicine while helping him deal with those wanderers who were doing evil everywhere. I hope that one day I can help him realize his dream of establishing order in the Goli Desert, but the disaster came again, and this time it was the traitor Carlyle in the Watcher camp and the president of the True Society who extended the murderous hand. I have tried my best, but I still can't do anything. I can only watch everything slide in the worst direction. To be honest, if I hadn't met you in the abandoned cooling plant and saw a glimmer of escape from you, my spirit would probably have collapsed a few months ago. Yulia sighed deeply. Bai Fu stepped forward, gently hugged her, and patted her back. "It's all over." "Yes, it's all over. Do you know why I slept for so long for 6 days?" Yulia suddenly raised her head, her eyes blurred. Bai Fu casually asked, "Recover your body?" Yulia shook her head. "Of course it's not just because of this. I only informed you now, because I feel very confused. When I was locked up in the laboratory of the True Society, I often thought about how I would take revenge on the True Society if I found an opportunity, and how I would help Uncle Neeson after taking revenge on the True Society. I thought about it over and over again, and each time I thought of a different method. Then you came, you helped Uncle Neeson realize his dream, you saved me, and you also eliminated the True Society. In an instant, everything I wanted to do was done by you. This all happened too suddenly. From a psychological to a physical perspective, I was not prepared to accept this situation. I completely lost my goal. When I was lying in bed, I was thinking about what I wanted to do next and what else I could do. I had to find something to do, otherwise I would become a walking corpse, right? So what is your answer?" Bai Fu asked curiously. Yulia's expression gradually became serious. "I thought of something I had to do, and something I wanted to do. You saved me, so I must repay you. You attracted me, so I want to study you. Do you have to be so blunt? Aren't you planning to attack the Premarch recently? I can help you. With my ability, joining your team can not only help you contain the enemy, but also replenish your psychic energy when you are short of it, so that you can continue to fight. My role for you is more than that. The president of the True Society has been copying my abilities, but he got it wrong. My abilities do not come from my talents." Having said this, Yulia took a few steps back, grabbed the collar of her hospital gown with both hands, and tore it apart without any shyness. If it were in an animation, it would be the paladin's turn to release the holy light. Bai Fu was shocked by Yulia's generosity and wealth. If she didn't know, she would think that Yulia wanted to discuss the mountains and rivers with her and become her soulmate. Bai Fu's eyes were attracted by a strange pattern on Yulia's chest that was shining with purple light. She knew this pattern. She had seen it on the obsidian fragments before. At this moment, she understood that there was a 99% chance that Yulia's power came from the broken obsidian. When I was a kid, I was playing in the desert and accidentally encountered something of this shape. When I tried to get close to it, it merged into my body. Since then, I have shown superhuman psychic talent. I heard from Uncle Neeson that you originally agreed to save me in the hope of gaining my power. I wanted to give it to you, but I couldn't control it, so I could only step back and give myself to you. You can use me as you like. Yulia's eyes were clear as she explained the whole story. At the end, she grabbed Bai Fu's hand and pressed it on the pattern. A tingling current spread throughout her body, and Bai Fu was surprised to find that she had a strange blessing buff. Blessing link. You have received Yulia's blessing. During the link, your all attributes are plus 10. 60 attributes were added in one go. This huge bonus made Bai Fu stunned. This effect completely beat her super burst skill. What kind of god level support is this? It can control, replenish mana, add attribute buffs, and it looks very pleasing to the eye. However, this is not the most powerful thing about Yulia. There is a note behind the consecration link buff, and if the link time is long enough, the attribute can be permanently increased. Oh my god! Bai Fu's eyes widened. Judging from the awakening progress hanging behind the template, Yulia is still far from the complete form. If she continues to develop Yulia and develops Yulia to its full potential, how many new tricks can she play in the future? Too strong, Obsidian. In addition to Joy, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You have completed the main quest of the Area Watcher's Elegy Branch 6 Yulia's Secret, and received a reward of 500,000 experience points. Yulia's one-time skill card *3, Bai Fu obtained 3 superpower field skill cards. The superpower field can effectively reduce most types of damage, and it also has the effects of bouncing enemies, and causing continuous damage to enemies in the force field. It is a very powerful skill. It's a pity that it's not a skill, but a skill card. Bai Fu secretly shook her head and sighed. Yulia didn't know what Bai Fu was thinking, nor did she know whether Bai Fu wanted to have an academic exchange with her, or had other ideas. Anyway, it didn't matter. She had enough confidence in herself, so there was no need to test Bai Fu's thoughts or express her thoughts too much. She believed that as long as Bai Fu tasted the wonderful taste of being connected with her, she would be deeply addicted to it, and the two of them would naturally get closer and closer. Help me build a lab, so I can study myself better and help you better. Bai Fu nodded. I will explain the situation to Gao Yuan. Just tell him what you want. Yulia closed her hospital gown, and before she could speak, there was a hurried knock on the door. Boss, it's bad. Bai Fu walked over and opened the door, and Anya squeezed in quickly. I just received. Huh? Looking at Yulia standing behind Bai Fu, wearing strange clothes, Anya was stunned for a moment. What were you two doing just now? For some reason, she felt a huge sense of crisis in her heart, and she was extremely alert to Yulia. Yulia said calmly, We are discussing the pre-march. Ah, yes, that's it. Anya shouted, I received news from the undead, who were undercover at the pre-march. They said Xiaoshi is missing. I heard that she was arrested for stealing files. Bai Fu's pupil shrank, and she quickly contacted all the places. A few minutes later, Su Hong gave her an accurate answer. Xiaoshi was indeed arrested, and no one knew her specific situation now. It seems like it's time to take action. Xiaoshi has a strong luck buff. Even if she is not the protagonist, she is an extremely important character in the plot. There must be a lot of benefits to be gained from her, not to mention that she also sent the file. Bai Fu will never abandon her. Wait for my news here. I will contact others. Bai Fu hurriedly left Yulia's residence. She wanted to notify the producers of the film and television company, Dig Ji and Gao Yuan, and let them start the action. Halfway, she opened the task panel and settled the last 2 branches of the Watcher's Elegy task. Because the evaluation scores of these 2 branches were already very high, the rewards she received were quite generous. Among them, the Order Defender branch brought her 3.6 million experience points and a new title Gully Desert Guardian, which has a 15% effect bonus on active martial arts skills and also gives her an additional 100 points of chi. The Utopia branch brought her 5.37 million experience points. Bai Fu quickly opened her attribute panel. In the past few days, players have made a lot of consumption in the 2 copies she created, providing her with a total of more than 20 million experience points. Counting the experience earned by Hei Fu and Xiao Hei Fu from making cards, the experience she earned from clearing copies, and the experience accumulated from completing tasks, she now has a total of more than 35 million experience points. That's enough, add some more. Bai Fu directly invested experience and upgraded the Psychic Painter from LV14 to the maximum level of LV20. The remaining experience is actually enough for her to continue upgrading, but now she lacks higher level psychic knowledge and cannot trigger the job transfer task at all. In any case, after the upgrade, Bai Fu's main career level reached level 50, making her the first and only superpowered person to reach the limit in the thousands of years of history of Zuyuan Star. Her attributes soared again. HP 6102/6102 Psionic 5430/5430 Chi, 585/585 Attributes, Strength 67, Agility 108, Constitution 184, Intelligence 93, Spirit 97, Inspiration 360. Including the bonus from Yulia's consecration link, except for Strength, Baifu's other attributes have all exceeded the 100 mark. She did not stop to continue to break through, and invested the remaining experience in the two skills Psionic Repair and Sky Burial. When the Psychic Repair is upgraded to the maximum level of LD10, it can restore 400 health points to the true spirit summoned creature once. When the Sky Burial is upgraded to the maximum level of LV7, the attack radius increases from 10 meters to 40 meters, and the release distance jumps from 50 meters to 100 meters, which greatly improves the practicality. Baifu was quite satisfied. She looked and found that she still had more than 2 million experience points left. This experience point can be used to upgrade the prayer card. She used the Void Sphere as a model and invested experience points to synthesize a higher level prayer card. Since she had gained a lot of psychic knowledge in the True Society, this synthesis went quite smoothly. After 5 failures, she got the prayer card she wanted. Void Sphere revised. The difference between the new version of the Void Sphere and the old version of the Void Sphere is that the attack method has changed from a single shot per second to an uninterrupted continuous burning. The damage caused by the two in a certain period of time is actually not much different, but the new version of the Void Sphere is better because the attack is uninterrupted, and the efficiency of killing soldiers has increased by at least several times. A cold light flashed in Baifu's eyes. Pre-March, are you ready for my revenge? Under her notice, the entire silent courtyard started to operate at high speed. At this time, the Pre-March had no idea that he had been targeted until the film and television company that cooperated with Baifu revealed a shocking secret that had been hidden for many years on TV. Chapter 141. 8 o'clock in the evening, prime time. After receiving Baifu's instructions, the producers of the film and television company, Igor and Digger, announced the truth about the World War and the catastrophe 100 years ago at the same time after receiving Baifu's notice. Whether in the player community or in various places on Zuyuan Star where TV and radio signals can be received, the announcement of the truth caused a huge sensation. But players are players after all. What big scenes have they not seen? They can play the role of the god of war and kill through the mythical world, or they can play the role of the magic girl who deliberately loses the battle and is severely humiliated by tentacles and monsters. With so much experience, they will naturally not be shocked by such a level of plot revelation. The focus of players is that the main storyline of Zuyuan Star has finally extended to new content, and the truth revealed by Digging G mentioned aliens and alien spaceships. There are alien spaceships. Could this be our chance to go to the universe? Now that you say that, it is really possible. Will the 1.3 version start the universe storyline? So cool. Aw no, buddy, we are still helping the hero investigate the truth of the case. We don't even know who the big boss is. Why are you going to heaven? The players of Zuyuan Star were very happy, while the players of other novice planets were confused. Are the players of Zuyuan Star eating too well? The Silent Courtyard is openly recruiting players, providing various high-quality services, and the main quests are automatically fed to the players. Wow, this idiot planner is probably the grandson of the players of Zuyuan Star. If he is so filial, he should just open a summer event for Zuyuan Star, and give Fufu a swimsuit skin in the summer event. Especially after Digging G released the second video analyzing Baifu's true identity, some players became even more excited. Didn't everyone speculate that Fufu was the Lord of the Night? In the video, Digger G first presented the views of other players, then she talked about the discovery of the Calamity Dragon, and then compared the differences between Baifu and other NPCs in detail, and finally gave a conclusion. I am now 95% sure that Fufu is the Lord of the Night. To make up the last 5%, I only need one key piece of evidence. That is Fufu's race. If she is an alien, then everything is connected. Unfortunately, Sister Calamity's reconnaissance skills are still not good enough to see Fufu's race. Digger G's voice was full of regret. In fact, we have collected a lot of information about Fufu so far. Now we can boldly guess Fufu's background story based on the premise that Fufu is the Lord of the Dark Night in front of the camera. Digging G showed her talent for making up stories, and seriously misled the players who watched her video. In her words, the Court of Silence was once a cosmic force walking in the shadows, and Baifu had a high status in this force. Fufu may have been born on the novice planet called Indigo, or she may have stayed there for a while because of something. In short, she made a name for herself there, and because of her own characteristics and other reasons, she was called the Demon God Lord of the Dark Night. This plot is worth digging into, but I can't go to Indigo Star now, so I won't go into it for now. Digging GG talked a lot, and finally said that the Indigo Star players in front of the screen were broken. So Fu was originally on Indigo Star. If there were no twists and turns in the middle, wouldn't it mean that Fu is very likely to still be on Indigo Star now? In this way, their treatment and that of the Zuyuan Star players are completely reversed, and they enjoy the good treatment of the Silent Garden, and the Zuyuan Star players envy them every day in the community. I am so angry at this bastard. Who on earth drove Fu from Indigo Star to Zuyuan Star? I will kill his horse. It is better not to let me know who did it. Fu, my black silk Fu, why did you run to a place like Zuyuan Star? I can't stand it anymore. I want to investigate this matter. From today on, I will leave my original camp and become a believer of the Lord of the Dark Night. A magical thing happened suddenly. The call from the other side of the universe made many players on Indigo Star leave their original camp and join this small camp that believed in the Lord of the Dark Night. This action made the superpowers of Indigo Star more certain that the players were summoned by the Lord of the Dark Night, and the reaction of the superpowers of Indigo Star in turn made the players more certain that Bai Fu walked out from here, and the two sides began a confusing battle of wits and courage. Looking at the Indigo Star players, who were going crazy in the community, Bai Fu was stunned for a while. Is it still possible? She pressed her chest and felt a little difficult to breathe. The players of Indigo Star were so frustrated. If she had the ability to go to Indigo Star at this time, she would not need to do so many operations to seduce the players like she did on Zuyuan Star. As long as she stood there, the players of Indigo Star would automatically give her all the experience they had accumulated with great effort, so that she could eat it all at once. What a pity! Seeing that there were such a group of players who were familiar with self-cultivation of leeks waiting for her, but she could not do anything. Bai Fu felt a heartache that she had lost all the bitter tea seeds. When we get to the starry sky, we must find a way to find out the location of other novice planets, and then find an opportunity to harvest a lot of food while the players on these planets have not left the novice planets. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of my name as a succubus? Since I am called a succubus, I can't just eat vegetarian food and not eat meat. Bai Fu closed the community and turned on the radio. While listening to Igor's accusation against the pre-march on the radio, she asked Anya, Gao Yuan and others to inquire about the outside world's reaction to this matter. Mr. Igor, is what you said true? It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that the news you revealed is too shocking. This is a secret that has been hidden for 100 years. Of course it's true. I know very well that when I tell this truth, I will become a thorn in the side of the pre-march. The pre-march is one of the 5 major forces, and I am just a small producer. I have no power to fight against the pre-march, but my conscience does not allow me to remain silent. Zuyuan Star has been in deep suffering for 100 years. Every Zuyuan Star person should know what caused us to experience this suffering. Mr. Igor, you are a hero. Hero? No, I'm not a hero. I'm just holding the light for the hero. From what Mr. Igor said, it seems that there is another hero who has made great contributions to exposing the crimes of the pre-march. Can you reveal the information of that hero? Of course I can, but not now. Don't get me wrong, I'm not keeping you in suspense. You all know that the pre-march is not ordinary. I will announce the name of the hero at the appropriate time, and then you will know why I don't say it now. Igor and the host of the interview program exchanged words, revealing the truth of the matter like a storyteller, while stepping on the pre-march a few times and successfully arousing the curiosity of the audience and listeners. Who is that hero? Is he really a hero? Some viewers and listeners are still skeptical of Igor's words, but quite a few people believe it immediately. In the past year, negative news about the pre-march has been one after another, such as secretly researching mutant technology and secretly researching technology to erase human memory. Individual events may not be a big deal, but when these things are combined, the smell of conspiracy suddenly comes up. Fuck, this group of people, if it weren't for them, how could Zuyuan Star be polluted? If Zuyuan Star wasn't polluted, my sister. I have been hiding from mutant life all these years, and even lost one of my hands. It turns out that all this is the fault of the pre-march. The feedback from Gao Yuan and Anya shows that the scavengers and those Zuyuan Star people living in small settlements are particularly resentful of the pre-march. Without the protection of a big power, they have no idea how much suffering they have endured since birth, and how much hatred they have accumulated. But now there is a very realistic problem in front of them. Even if they know that the current situation is caused by the pre-march and his predecessor, it doesn't make much sense. Pre-march, I am arrogant, what can I do? They really can't do anything to the pre-march. The pre-march is too powerful. They are willing to bet everything but may not be able to hurt the Primarch's high-ranking officials, unless some powerful force stands up and leads them to fight the Primarch together. But is it possible, even if they know that the Primarch secretly hides aliens, the Human Alliance, the Railway Guild, and the Old Republic, it is probably difficult to be the first person to fire the first shot. Isn't that me? Bai Fu laughed after receiving the message. 3.5 days had passed since she and Yulia linked up. After arranging everything, she led a large number of players out of the Goli Desert and headed east to the vicinity of the Primarch. A day ago, she asked the players to divide into 500 groups and advance from all directions to the capital of the Primarch, Haidu, and various military camps. Now, except for a few players who have not yet arrived at the designated location, most of the players have already taken their positions, and they only need her to give the order to launch a full-scale attack on the Primarch. Try to find out what the Primarch is up to. Bai Fu issued a new mission to Jian Chichong Tian. After receiving the mission, Jian Chichong Tian quickly contacted his guild's undercover agent hiding in the Primarch. At the same time, the Primarch, the Haida garrison camp. Bombardin had just lit a cigarette when his adjutant slammed the door open and rushed in from outside. "General, something big has happened." A TV station of the Railway Guild suddenly broke the news on their TV and radio channels. He told everything he had just seen. As Pompadour's adjutant, he knew that what Igor said was true. Even if Igor was lying, the sudden news would have a very bad impact on the Primarch. What? Pompadour's body stiffened, and the cigarette in his mouth fell off. After a few seconds, anger surged on his face. In the past few days, he had been discussing with other members of the Council of Seven how to contain, or even kill Bai Fu, before completely resurrecting the alien visitor. For this reason, they came up with many insidious moves. These tactics included throwing dirty water on Bai Fu, sowing discord, and economic sanctions, including but not limited to spreading rumors that Bai Fu and Yulia were having an affair to weaken the justice of Bai Fu's elimination of the True Society, spreading rumors that Bai Fu and Su Li were having an affair to undermine the relationship between Bai Fu and the Railway Guild, and spreading rumors that Bai Fu was the mastermind behind the attack on the capital of the Old Republic to sow discord between the two parties. Who knew that before they could make a move, some blind people jumped out and gave them a heavy punch. Now Pompadour was in no mood to think about dealing with Bai Fu. Who ordered him to do this? How did he get this information? Railway Guild? Could it be the Railway Guild? Investigate. No, control him first. We must find out who the hero he is talking about is. He was very anxious. If this was really instructed by the Railway Guild, then the problem would be big. The adjutant quickly arranged for the agents lurking in the Railway Guild to go out. Not long after, bad news came back. It turned out that Igor was playing a recorded broadcast. After the agents of the Primarch broke into the TV station, there were only a few undead people in the TV station. The agents got nothing, but exposed their whereabouts. Igor is now the focus of the entire Zuyuan Star. When the relevant person in charge of the Railway Guild heard that his TV station was attacked, his face turned green with fear. He immediately sent out elite agents to capture the Primarch agents lurking in his own home, and immediately issued a statement to cut ties with these agents after the arrest. Although the Railway Guild did not point it out, the various evidences produced by the spokesperson have been implying that these agents were sent by the Primarch. Now, the public opinion of the Primarch, which was already a bad one, has exploded directly to the center of the earth. Old dings of the Primarch, your mother is gone. Some people who originally did not believe Igor's words also joined in the insults against the Primarch. Asshole. Pompadin, who was tricked, almost fainted, but he continued to order his subordinates to capture Igor. Anyway, his reputation was ruined, and now it was important to find out who was behind it, so that he could take revenge in the future. You watch here. Pompadin handed the garrison camp to the adjutant, and drove quickly to the Haidu signal tower. There is a hidden door under the tower. Through the hidden door is a super underground base that took 50 years to build. There, he met the other 6 members of the 7-member council who had received the news, as well as the soul of the adult floating in the soul return room. What should we do now? One of them asked. The man who had a direct confrontation with the president of the True Society and had logged on to the game's official website sneered. It's just a group of rabble. No matter how loud they shout, it won't have any effect on us. Lord Broken Star said that he has found the most suitable body. He will be fully recovered in a month at most. When he starts the spaceship, all the people on Zuyuan Star will be unable to do anything to us. Really? Where did Lord Broken Star find the right container? The man said, the android adopted by Xiaoshid was mediocre in the training camp, so we didn't pay attention to her. If she hadn't been caught stealing files, we wouldn't have discovered that her compatibility with Lord Broken Star was as high as 92.4%. I have arranged for someone to brainwash her. Once the brainwashing is successful, her consciousness can be erased. This statement caused cheers from everyone at the scene, including Pompadour. In this way, no one on Zuyuan Star can stop us. The people from the Railway Guild have repeatedly caused trouble for us, and this time it's their people who are causing trouble again. After Lord Broken Star is resurrected, we will start with him. Let's start with Bai Fu. I don't know where this bastard came from, and dared to go against us. I want to capture her alive, and let her suffer all the humiliation in the world. The man with the temperament of a leader smiled and looked around. He just thought these people were making a fuss. What if Bai Fu was captured? A mere woman is meaningless. It is better to use the power of the Broken Star to break free from the shackles of the shallow pool of Zuyuan Star, step into the endless starry sky world, and pursue the true transcendence. Pompadour said, in this case, I will inform my adjutant and ask him not to act for the time being. He opened the terminal and contacted the adjutant. You? As soon as he opened his mouth, the adjutant became anxious. General, something big happened. 6 military camps on the border were attacked at the same time. The front line urgently asked for help, saying that the pressure they were under was even greater than the attack by the Truth Society. What? Pombatin was shocked. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This time his feeling was right. Ask Anya if you have any questions. If Anya can't make a decision, contact Neeson and Sean. Bai Fu gave the player a new combat order. She had arranged everything. Now they just had to wait for the fire to burn through the entire pre-march. Since crossing over to now, in nearly a year, this was the first time Bai Fu had fought a rich war. The pre-march is very powerful, and has many people on Zuyuan Star, but the number of troops that the pre-march can mobilize at the same time is far less than the number of players she controls, and her advantages are more than that. After her constant propaganda and charm, the players of the pre-march have long been swayed and have the idea of joining her. In addition, after Igor exposed the evil deeds of the pre-march, many people who have deep hatred for the pre-march have rushed to the Primarch's territory as soon as possible, including killers, powerful wanderers, groups of scavengers, and some remnants of the True Society. They are also a force that cannot be underestimated when they work together. When multiple forces came together to attack the pre-march, a shocking and terrifying force immediately burst out. See my strength after preparing for a long time. In the temporary command center set up by Bai Fu, Anya stared at the picture sent back by the little Bai Fu, who could fly dozens of meters high after the experience of Bai Fu Flower was upgraded. Team 1 attacks to the left. There are 18 enemies hiding behind the stone. Team 2 advances to the steel frame in the right front. There are 20 to 30 undeads there. New news. Team 2 does not need to attack. The undead of the pre-march has raised the white flag. Anya gave precise orders one by one. This was not a difficult task for her. After her spiritual attributes were improved, she could easily grasp the battlefield situation, and Bai Fu had already arranged the general direction in advance. She only needed to report the points to the players, and command them to advance to the fixed target. Under her command, the players who opened the full map had advanced steadily, and encountered almost no obstacles. Today is different from the past. Most players are now more than 10 levels, and a few players have a total level of more than 20. Their individual strength is far superior to the ordinary soldiers of the original Gene body. The only ones who can cause trouble to them are those special forces soldiers and agents with good strength, but in general, they are just a little trouble. A total of 30 level agents, very powerful, 1v1, or even 1v10 can easily beat the players, but what if we dispatch 100 players of level 10 to 20, carrying a large number of prayer cards bought in the celebration event lottery? The piercing guns fired volleys, as fast as rockets, under the dazzling light guns. One by one the insidious ghosts rushed out, and exploded the moment they approached the target. Facing such a reckless bombardment by players, let alone 30 level agents, 35 and 40 agents have to consider whether they can withstand it. Sweep, sweep, and sweep again. Just half an hour later, the player army led by the Iron Rain Guild successfully captured the first camp of the pre-march. The speed was so fast that the players of the Loyalty Hall Guild were so angry that they jumped up and down, and Pompadour and others who were far away in Haidu were stunned on the spot. However, this was just the beginning of a series of bad news. Let the reinforcements turn around and go. It's bad, General. The reinforcements were attacked by the remnants of the True Society halfway, and suffered heavy losses. What? It's bad, General. The second military camp was also captured, and the attackers are still undead. It's bad. The agents we sent out were assassinated by Red Bear, the 10th-ranked killer on the dark web, and no one was left. It's bad. The Old Republic rejected our request for help. All 6 military camps fell. The Lin settlement was attacked, and messages were sent from all over, questioning whether the catastrophe was really caused by us. We lost contact with the Birch settlement. They may have deliberately kept silent and wanted to wait and see how the situation changed. In the underground base, from the initial shock to now, within just a few hours, Pompadour and others have been numbed by the urgent reports of the adjutant. Overnight, it seems that there is no place in the entire pre-march that is not attacked. Although not all places have fallen like the initial 6 military camps, the situation is already in an extremely dangerous situation. The last thing they received was the adjutant's signal for help. No, General, the garrison camp has also been attacked. Boom! The fierce explosion drowned out the adjutant's voice, and the communication was interrupted. Bang! Palmbottom smashed the terminal in his hand to the ground, breaking it into pieces. A high-level pre-march had a distorted face and shouted in fear. She's coming! The succubus is coming! It must be her! By Fu! No one else can mobilize so many undead except her. Don't shout. It's useless to shout. I arrange the city defense and try to stop her outside Haidu. You move all important people and things to the underground base as soon as possible. The base has been specially treated. Even if Bai Fu breaks in, she can't find us. As long as we can delay until Lord Shatterstar is resurrected, Bai Fu or Hei Fu, they will all die. Palmbaton roared and left the underground base angrily. After he left, the other members of the Council of 7 also took action. Palmbaton was right. They actually had nothing to fear. As long as Lord Broken Star was resurrected, even if the entire pre-march was destroyed before that, it would not be a problem. They could rebuild a new country on the wasteland at any time. This time, they would not only be members of the parliament, but also the kings of the new country. They could do whatever they wanted. In fact, the attack on the pre-march not only shocked the pre-march himself, but also shocked every force and every person on Zuyuan Star who received the news. They had never expected that someone would launch a full-scale attack on the pre-march not long after Igor broke the news, and they did not expect that this round of attack would actually defeat the pre-march. It's Bai Fu. So the hero Igor was talking about was Bai Fu? No wonder he refused to say the name at the time. He was afraid of exposing Bai Fu's whereabouts. First, she killed the president of the True Society, then exposed the crimes of the pre-march and punished the pre-march. She is simply a Superman. Don't be the queen of the dark world, be the queen of Zuyuan Star. Bai Fu's reputation on Zuyuan Star has once again skyrocketed. Now she is not only the only protagonist, but also the only protagonist. Many NPCs were inspired by her and spontaneously went to the pre-march to make a contribution to the group that eliminated the pre-march. Some NPCs were even more afraid of her. If Bai Fu could deal with a pre-march like this today, could she deal with them like this tomorrow? The people of the Old Republic were under great pressure. They wanted to do something, but after thinking hard for a long time, they found desperately that they could do nothing. They couldn't think of any way to kill Bai Fu with a lower risk. Even if they secretly cooperated with the pre-march to double-team Bai Fu from front and back, it wouldn't work. Bai Fu was too strong, and the undead under her were unkillable. Although the undead would be weaker after resurrection, it would have no impact on the overall situation in a short period of time. The Old Republic gave up treatment, and only hoped that the pre-march could hold on for a while longer. The Railway Guild and the Human Alliance were calmer than the Old Republic, but only slightly. Bai Fu's sudden appearance made them realize that the world situation would change drastically. Would Zuyuan Star become a place where everyone bowed down to Queen Fu in the future? Bai Fu you. Su Li contacted Bai Fu urgently. She wanted to say something, but when the time came, she couldn't even say a complete sentence. How else could she react except being shocked? Don't worry, I'm not interested in establishing the Bai Fu kingdom and turning all of you into my maids and guards. Just tell your boss, I'm going to get down to business. Bai Fu ended her conversation with Su Li. Let's go! Taking Hifu, a group of little Hifu, a group of little Bai Fu, and a player like Patrick who was quite powerful, Bai Fu went straight to the Haida Garrison Camp. The Haida Garrison Camp is a difficult field combat area for players. The recommended level is as high as the total level of 35, but for Bai Fu, this is nothing. Even if only the psychic profession is counted, her total level has reached 50. 35. The fully loaded sky burial fell from the sky, defeating hundreds of people gathered in front of the garrison camp with one blow. Then, 5 enhanced versions of the Void Sphere began to fire, and in just a few seconds, those pre-march defenders, who had not yet cooled down after falling to the ground, were sent away. The players who saw the opportunity rushed into the garrison camp through the gap opened by Bai Fu. Screams came one after another. Several superpowered people who were ambushing in the dark suddenly rushed out and tried to attack Bai Fu. Bai Fu was too lazy to even move her feet. She raised her hand and launched a few spiritual explosions. With the help of the piercing gun thrown by Xiao Hei Fu, these superpowered people who were comparable to boss in the eyes of the players were blasted into pieces in an instant. Those who surrender will not be killed, but those who resist will die. Amid the shouts of the players and the ruthless killing of Hei Bai Fu, some people in the garrison camp had a mental breakdown. They threw down their weapons and squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, waiting for their fate. Bai Fu kept her promise and did not kill them. She patrolled the garrison camp and sent away all the diehards. At this time, you are still defending the pre-march. If you don't die, who will? After fully occupying the garrison camp, Bai Fu set the next target as Haidu. Under the command of Pompadour, the isolation wall of Haidu has been completely closed, which can be said to be impregnable. But Pompadour could never have imagined that Bai Fu had asked Yulia to disguise herself as a civilian and sneak into Haidu before commanding the players to attack the garrison camp. With Yulia's support in the city, the tall isolation wall around Haidu was useless to Bai Fu. The enhanced sky burial from Yulia smashed the defenders guarding the gate of the isolation wall into a paste. When Pompadour realized the danger, Bai Fu had already appeared in front of him. Haha, it's all my fault. Pompadour regretted that he should have sent the A's agent to kill Bai Fu directly when Bagalos was in action, so that there would not be today's disaster. Bai Fu, today it's either you or me who will die. Bang! Before Pompadour could even finish the word die, he was blown away by the explosion of Bai Fu's spirit. The moment he landed, two piercing spears and the psychic energy of the void sphere swept him, evaporating his health bar until his consciousness disappeared. He didn't expect that he would die so easily. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Fu stepped over Pompadour's body. By the way, who was the person I just killed? A captive said timidly, It's General Pompadour, the highest military commander of the pre-march. Pompadour? Bai Fu remembered this name. Isn't this the man who assassinated her in the Bagalos base? She didn't react too much. Killing Pompadour now is like kicking a barking dog on the side of the road. It's not worth her feeling. Take me to find Xia Shi. He should know where Xia Shi is imprisoned. Chapter 142. After Pompadour was killed by Bai Fu in seconds, the various troops stationed in Haidu by the pre-march suddenly lost their overall command and fell into a situation of fighting on their own. Their chaos caused the seemingly indestructible isolation wall to become riddled with holes. How could the players miss such a good opportunity? They quickly climbed over the high wall and rushed into Haidu, chasing the Primarch's soldiers everywhere while shouting loudly to appease the ordinary residents of Haidu. Don't worry, we are only targeting that evil alien and the 7-member council members who are in collusion with that alien. We are from the Court of Silence. The head of the Court of Silence is Bai Fu. I think everyone has heard of Fu Fu, right? The destroyer of the true society, the supreme, pure and kind person. Fu Fu never does evil things like oppressing people, so you don't have to be afraid of us who follow Fu Fu. For safety reasons, please stay at home as much as possible before the battle is over, so as not to be hit by stray bullets or be captured as hostages by desperate pre-march soldiers. Only half an hour later, the voices of players were everywhere inside and outside Haidu. In order to ensure that Haidu could be captured, the main force that Bai Fu brought to Haidu had a total of 3,000 players. During the advancement, nearly 1,000 players who joined the Jin pre-march defected. The power of 4,000 players gathered together was like a volcanic eruption, shaking the entire Haidu. As one of the 5 major forces, the Jin pre-march actually has a number of high-level superpowered people in charge. Once these high-level superpowered people use all their combat power, although it is difficult to achieve the effect of 1 person against 1,000, it is still relatively easy to use players to achieve a record of 1 against 100. However, seeing the players running rampant on the street, no high-level superpower showed up. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Hearing that Bai Fu was also in the army attacking Haidu, these high-level superpowers were immediately scared and became turtles. Whoever wants to find Bai Fu can go, anyway, they won't go. No one really thinks Bai Fu is a succubus just because Suli gave her a succubus nickname. Bai Fu doesn't have a little tail or wings on her body. Even the president of the True Society can't withstand her attack. If they go, they may not last more than 3 seconds before her head is twisted off. The Jin pre-march has really raised you for nothing these years. A bunch of ungrateful wolves. In the single-family villa in the east of the city, after calling several high-level superpowers in a row without receiving any response, Xia Shud, the former director of the Gene Pre-March Technology Bureau, stared at the family photo hanging on the wall. He was breathing rapidly, and his eyes were bloodshot. What to do? If there is no one to escort him, he will never be able to reach the underground base smoothly. If he can't reach the underground base, he can't save Xia Shi. Xia Shi clenched his fists. Xia Shi is not his biological daughter. When his wife was found to be unable to give birth normally, he went to the artificial human training camp to bring Xia Shi back. He has been very strict with Xia Shi since she was very young. After his wife died of illness, he became even stricter with Xia Shi, and this situation has not changed until now. Many people therefore think that he does not like Xia Shi, his adopted daughter, at all. Insiders further believe that this is because Xia Shi is an artificial talent. But in fact, he has always regarded Xia Shi as a treasure. He hopes that Xia Shi, who was born as an artificial person, can control her own destiny. He hopes to train Xia Shi to be the best person in the world. It's just that he is not good at expressing his feelings, and he is too eager, so his relationship with Xia Shi has become strained. After graduating from school, Xia Shi refused all his arrangements and ran to join the Intelligence Bureau. Xia Shi thought that his relationship with Xia Shi would end there, but the development of things was completely beyond his expectations. Just like he has Xia Shi as his daughter in his heart, Xia Shi actually has him as her father in her heart, but she is just as bad at expressing it as he is. This can be seen from the fact that after Xia Shi found the 001 file, she recognized the note on the file as written by him at a glance, and ran to scold him for being careless. If Xia Shi didn't care about him, how could she recognize that it was his handwriting? If Xia Shi didn't care about him, how could she come and scold him? Unfortunately, when he found out about this, it was too late. Xia Shi was arrested. The people in the 7-member council found that she was the best candidate for the alien. If he did nothing, he would lose this daughter who had been with him for 20 years forever. How could I watch this happen? Xia Shi let out a hoarse growl. As soon as he closed his eyes, he could remember how Xia Shi forced herself to do her best even though she didn't like training, just hoping that he would be satisfied. From childhood to adulthood, he owed his daughter Xia Shi too much. Xiao Shi, wait for me. Even if I'm alone, I will find a way to rescue you. He decided to give it a try. It would be best if Xia Shi could be rescued. If not, then they would meet again in the afterlife. Xia Shi changed into a special protective suit, stuffed with all kinds of grenades, guns, and daggers. After making sufficient preparations, he pushed open the door of the villa expressionlessly. Xia Shi? A questioning voice suddenly sounded. Xia Shi was surprised to find dozens of people standing at the door. Standing in the front of the crowd was a girl wearing a tight black combat uniform, and a long silver-white ponytail fluttering behind her head, showing her heroic appearance. He recognized the girl at a glance. Bai Fu. Xia Shi quickly took out his pistol and pointed it at Bai Fu. Bai Fu didn't care. She snatched Xia Shi's pistol, twisted it into a mess, and threw it into the trash can next to her. I'm here to save Xia Shi. With your identity, you should know where Xia Shi is imprisoned, right? You? Xia Shi was stunned. Bai Fu said she was here to save Xiao Shi. He believed that with Bai Fu's identity and strength, there was no need for her to lie to him in this regard. Because of this, he couldn't help but want to laugh. If it was Bai Fu, she would definitely be able to save Xiao Shi, right? All the strength in his body disappeared like a flood. His body slid down the cold door frame. He supported himself on the ground with his hands. He looked at the pair of feet that were so close, and his eyes were covered by a layer of hazy mist. Ha 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 ha. In the end, only a monotonous and confusing laugh came out of Xia Shi's hoarse throat. Already 50 years old, he has always paid attention to his image. Only this time, he was so deeply in love that he didn't care about anything else. Tears slid across his face, which already had ravines, outlining the vicissitudes of years. Bai Fu was confused. No, couldn't Xia Shi be scared by the scene of her rubbing the gun with her bare hands? Yulia, who was standing by, took 2 steps forward. She saw the shadow of old Nisan in Xia Shi. I understand your feelings, but now is not the time to get excited. Take us to where Xia Shi is imprisoned. Xia Shi climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Follow me. Under Xia Shi's guidance, Bai Fu found the underground base hidden under the signal tower. She used the spirit explosion to open the hidden door, and what came into view was a spiral staircase that spiraled downward and could not be seen at a glance. Fortunately, I went to find Xia Shi first, otherwise I might not be able to find this underground base. Damn, These people of the Jean Pre-March are really good at hiding. Bai Fu, who was full of anger, asked He Fu to guard the entrance of the signal tower to prevent anyone from coming to rescue, and then led Yulia and a group of players to kill down the stairs. Nothing to say, just do it. Door, smash it. The guns that suddenly popped out of the wall, smash it. The mutants that came in groups, smash them all. To describe the scene of Bai Fu attacking the underground base of the Jean Primarch in one sentence, it is like entering an empty land. From the recommended strategy level given by the game official, the difficulty of attacking the underground base of the Jean Primarch is lower than that of the main base of the True Society. She turned the main base of the True Society upside down, not to mention the underground base of the Primarch. Damn, Fufu is too strong. The monsters in this underground base are not enough for Fufu to fight. It seems that we don't have to do anything. Great, I like this way of fighting. I don't have to do anything. I just follow Fufu's ass and drink the soup that Fufu leaks to level up happily. This combat power seems to be stronger than the previous attack on the True Society. I don't know if it's my illusion. No, it's not your illusion. Yulia, who followed closely behind Bai Fu, discovered that Bai Fu's current strength was at least twice as strong as when she fought the president of the True Society. She felt incredible. It had only been half a month. How did Bai Fu's body grow to double her strength in such a short time? If I could study Bai Fu carefully from head to toe, and figure out the secret of Bai Fu's strength, it would be totally worth it even if it cost me a few years of my life. Yulia was very excited. The players around her could never imagine that Yulia, whom they regarded as an iceberg beauty, was so passionate at this moment, and her mind was full of how to study Bai Fu. Anyway, let's record it now, and then watch Bai Fu's fighting posture frame by frame after returning home. Just as Yulia was taking a lot of photos of Bai Fu's waist, hips, and legs to collect research materials, Bai Fu had already killed her at the bottom of the underground base, and kicked the door in front of her into pieces. Boom! This huge noise immediately attracted the attention of the 7 members of the council behind the door. One of the elderly turned around with an unhappy face. What are you doing? Didn't I just tell you not to come to us unless it's urgent? It's been so long since you forgot. After seeing Bai Fu's appearance, he couldn't forget the rest of the story. Bai Fu? No, why is Bai Fu here? Didn't Pompadour say that he would try his best to stop Bai Fu from entering Hainu? In this situation, is he stopping him, Malagobi? Could it be that he went out just now to surrender to Bai Fu? In the lobby of the circular base, the 7 members of the council felt their scalps tingling, as if the sky was falling. However, their symptoms were soon improved because Bai Fu raised the dark scepter in the shape of a gun in her hand. Bang! A psychic bullet was fired, accurately hitting the neck of one of the counselors. Under the impact of the explosion, the counselor's head was blown off on the spot. Naturally, if the head was blown off, the scalp would not feel tingling and fear. Not bad. Bai Fu was very satisfied with the power of the dark scepter. She was happy, but the other congressmen were not. They had always been very afraid of Bai Fu. They had been able to remain calm because the location of the underground base had not been exposed. Now that the location of the underground base had been exposed, Bai Fu had come to kill them. How could they have the slightest desire to resist? Not all people in high positions were as tough as the president of the True Society. Don't kill me, I surrender. In the Battle of Bagalos, it was Pompadour who ordered Bast to kill you. I am innocent, really. Yes, it's all Pompadour's fault. He bewitched us. I've always wanted to apologize to you. I don't think we need to fight to the death. With all the resources we have and your strength, we can elect you as the queen of the entire Zuyuan Star with just a little effort. Queen, please spare my life. As long as you are willing to spare my life, you can do whatever you want to me. Use me as a stool, a footstool, or... Bang, bang, bang. Bai Fu shot each of them before they finished speaking. She didn't say anything when she killed Pompadour, and she had no intention of talking to these counselors, who were even worse than Pompadour. You know how to beg for mercy when you are beaten in front of you. Stop making trouble, and be my footstool. Do you think you can get such a good thing? Leave it to you. Bai Fu handed the 3 counselors, who were not yet dead, to the players, so that the players who came in with her could share some of the task rewards. The players who received the order immediately rushed up, and among them, Gaiawofa rushed the fastest. Lao Ding, you are a stool and a footstool, daydreaming here, take my stab. After just a few seconds, the counselors who had been in the wasteland for more than 20 years were beaten into sieves by the players. A series of kill prompts sounded. Bai Fu walked past the corpse, and came to the egg-shaped building in the middle of the hall. Although no one explained, she knew that this should be the final goal of her trip. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a door suddenly opened on the egg-shaped building. Under the flickering light, the last survivor of the 7-member council, a man named Satoru, came out. His face was no longer calm. His ambition was about to be realized. Why did Bai Fu suddenly attack him? Satoru was like an angry buffalo. He was only one step away from running towards the starry sky, and he would never allow Bai Fu to interrupt his dream. Bai Fu, this is your limit. You can't save Xia Shi, and you can't kill Lord Broken Star. When Lord Broken Star forcibly erases Xia Shi's consciousness and resurrects, it will be your death. A violent blood surged out from deep inside Sartori's body. Under the stimulation of this blood, Sartori's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Transformation ability? As his body suddenly changed, Sartori's various attributes also began to grow. When they grew halfway, he gave himself a shot to increase the growth of his attributes even more. However, in just a few seconds, Sartori went from a seemingly ordinary superpower to a person whose panel data was very close to the president of the True Society. He is now so strong. Of course, this is just his own feeling. The expansion of strength often leads to excessive expansion of self-confidence. Not to mention that after the transformation, Satori is not as good as the president of the True Society. Even if he is as strong as the president of the True Society, Bai Fu does not take him seriously. Do you think I am still the same person I was half a month ago? Bai Fu laughed. Satori was stunned for half a second by this strange sentence, and in this half a second, Bai Fu suddenly appeared in front of him with the help of a stream of light. Dark Burn! Bai Fu started with an explosive ultimate move. With Yulia, she could replenish her mana at any time, so there was no need to save her skills. With the blessing of the Dark Scepter, the Dark Burn triple hit with 195% additional damage bonus hit Sartori's face, and before he even understood what was happening, he lost half of his health. He hit the outer wall of the egg-shaped building, his chest collapsed, and blood gushed out of his mouth. The severe pain tore at Sartori's consciousness, but he still struggled to get up from the ground. He had to buy time for Lord Shattered Star. Your opponent is me. At this time, Yulia stood in front of Sartori. She opened her superpower field, and then gave Sartori a sky burial very rudely. Sartori sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but he didn't expect that the dark burning could reduce his attributes. He reacted, but his agility didn't support him to avoid it. The sky fell, hitting him dizzy and falling to the ground on the spot. Stop! Stop! Sartori roared angrily, but this roar was meaningless. Bai Fu still walked past him with steady steps, and walked into the egg-shaped building that housed the alien souls. A sense of fear rose up. If Lord Broken Star died. Sartori, who was lying on the ground, suddenly remembered the president of the True Society, who fell in front of him and roared in despair. He once thought that was the beginning of his journey to the peak, but it seemed that was the peak he could reach. It was all Bai Fu's fault. Who gave birth to this monster Bai Fu? Who made Bai Fu master the ability to charm the undead? Who made Bai Fu have such a terrible psychic talent? Sartori got up from the ground again, but what was waiting for him was still Yulia's cold face. If you want to challenge Bai Fu, you have to get past me first. Sartori was helpless. In the extremely spacious room, Bai Fu looked around and saw Xia Shi locked in a strange instrument. On the left side of the instrument was a huge glass cover, in which floated a soul that looked slightly different from the Zuyuan Star people. After struggling on Zuyuan Star for nearly a year, she finally met the indirect perpetrator, who caused Zuyuan Star to fall into a huge disaster. You can't kill me. I will complete my rebirth before you kill me. At that time, I will control that spaceship to blow you and your silent garden into pieces. The cold voice floated in the room. Bai Fu remained calm. She saw with her spiritual vision that the soul of this broken star had no fighting power. He relied on the solid wall and the group of machines in the egg-shaped building. The material of the wall was very special. Even if Bai Fu didn't have the confidence to break it for a while, those machines were not ordinary. They could burst out with far more power than usual when they gathered together. Although they couldn't beat Bai Fu back, they were enough to delay for a while. What Broken Star wanted was time. It's a pity that you met me, who is least afraid of mechanics of your level. Bai Fu clapped her hands. Dear players, let Shattered Star see what self-destruction tactics are. Under Bai Fu's command, players lined up and rushed in one after another to serve Shattered Star's mechanical troops. Sartori, who was stopped by Yulia, was almost mad, but he could not do anything. Just like the victims in some books, he could only shout in pain repeatedly. No, 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 Bai Fu, you devil. After more than 100 explosions, the mechanical forces of Shattered Star finally couldn't hold on. Bai Fu said, Do you have any other means? If not, It's my turn to take action. She raised the dark scepter, and the spiritual explosion burst out like a spring, instantly destroying the glass wrapped around Shattered Star. When the glass exploded everywhere, Shattered Star suddenly shouted, "Dark spiritual energy? No, this can't be the power that this planet should have. Bai Fu, you are not from Zuyuan Star." Huh? The excavator standing at the door heard this, and her ears perked up immediately. She seemed to have heard some incredible news. Chapter 143. Digging G followed the main force this time, just to take more handsome pictures of Bai Fu fighting, while Bai Fu's popularity is particularly high, and to supplement the plot of the Gene pre-march, so as to gather some materials for the next issue of the Silent Garden News Express video. Therefore, since entering Haidu, she has been taking videos and photos of Bai Fu like Yulia. The difference is that Yulia always stares at Bai Fu's waist, hips, and legs, saying that this posture can better study Bai Fu's way of exerting force, while she pays more attention to Bai Fu's overall image. Digging G thought that there would be no big harvest today, but she never expected that the alien with a big body would reveal a shocking news. "Isn't Fu Fu from Zuyuan Star?" "Oh my god!" An alien said that, and it was an alien who was extremely important in the plot. This is basically a hammer, right? Now it's good, confirming that Fu Fu is the last piece of the puzzle of the Lord of the Dark Knight. Digging G was so excited that she trembled all over, as if she had been electrocuted. She followed Fu Fu to get some hot soup from her, but who would have thought that she could eat meat after drinking the soup? Hiss, is this Fu Fu? It's true that no matter how hard you dig, you will find more. No matter how hard you explore, you can't find the bottom. It's too deep. Digger G quickly opened the live broadcast. Well, why did the treasure hunt suddenly start? Didn't they say that they were attacking the pre-march, and it was not convenient to live broadcast? Did something big happen? It's Fu Fu, my wife. Digger G is now one of the most popular anchors in the game. As soon as she started broadcasting, many players flocked to the live broadcast room. Hello everyone, I didn't want to broadcast live today, but I just heard a piece of breaking news. Do you still remember the video I posted not long ago? In the video, I said that I was 95% sure that Fu Fu was the Lord of the Dark Knight. Now, I can fill the last 5% gap. As she spoke, she moved the camera up a little bit, and aimed it at Shattered Star, who was in a panic because of the unfavorable situation. Introduction. The final boss of the main line of Broken Star Gene Primitive, the legendary alien, the root of the great cataclysm on Zuyuan Star. No more words. Now let's watch the video. Digging G did not deliberately keep the suspense, and decisively released the video just recorded after introducing Broken Star's identity. The length of the video is not long, just 30 seconds, but after knowing Broken Star's identity, the impact of this 30-second video is no less than that of a fat man falling from the sky. Boom. Fuck. Almost at the moment the video was played, the live broadcast room of Digging G was flooded with a large number of comments. Without any extra explanation, all the players in the live broadcast room knew what Digging G wanted to express. Bai Fu is the master of the Dark Knight. They believed it. In fact, Digging G's deduction chain has many loopholes. Even if Bai Fu is really an alien, it cannot prove that Bai Fu is the master of the Dark Knight. After all, there are too many coincidences in the world. But players play games, not life. There are so many coincidences in the game. Who would believe you if you said Bai Fu and the Lord of the Dark Knight had no connection? The reason why players would believe it is also related to the identity of Digging G. Who is Digging G? She has been defeated repeatedly in other games, but in Stars, no one knows Bai Fu better than her. From the opening of the server to the present, all her guesses about Bai Fu are correct. Yes, all correct, as if Bai Fu's plot was written by her and Bai Fu was just acting according to the plot she wrote. Isn't it amazing? Therefore, when Digging G produced evidence and said that he was 100% sure that Bai Fu was the Lord of the Dark Knight, the last bit of doubt was drowned under the wave. The final conclusion is that Fu Fu's true identity is the Lord of the Dark Knight from Indigo Star. Fu Fu is really an alien. She didn't lie. I cried to death. Really, Fu Fu told us that she was an alien not long after we met. What kind of trust is this? It's so touching in the community. Related posts emerged quickly like mushrooms after rain, and soon swept the forum like a storm. There is no way. There are too many points to discuss. Fuman players are going crazy because Bai Fu did not lie and revealed her true identity to the players early on. Fu Fu treated me with sincerity. How can I not treat Fu Fu with sincerity? I declare that from today on, I will divorce my other virtual wives. Lezerin players are constantly torturing the players of Indigo Star. Does this count as the players of Zuyuan Star NTRing the players of Indigo Star? Great, awesome. Just wait, we will get Baifu back sooner or later. There is also a small number of players who have always been unhappy with Baifu. Seeing that Baifu is so popular, they can't find evidence to say that Baifu is not the Lord of the Dark Knight, so they can only try their best to say that Baifu is a bad woman. I think you don't understand the idea of game companies designing NPCs at all. The more perfect the character is, the more likely it is to be evil. Baifu is most likely a bad woman. She pretends to be a good person to use you. When you are licking her, she may not only ignore you, but also want to step on you and put her feet in your mouth to humiliate you. 1111, really put it? You are not interested, right? I bet with my account that Baifu is a bad woman. She is nice to you just to use you. She said she likes you just to make you spend more money. Who cares if you bet or not? Bad women are not bad. Bad woman Fufu will kill me. The little black man was so angry with the Fuman players that he directly closed the community. During the community war, many players went to Digging G's live broadcast room to watch the battle in real time. They wanted to see how Baifu beat the alien named Broken Star, but they didn't expect to get an unexpected reward when they entered the live broadcast room. Broken Star was shocked by the discovery that Baifu was an alien. Even when the mechanical troops he controlled were destroyed by the player's self-explosion, he didn't show too much panic, but now it's different. Why did another alien appear on Ziyuan Star? When did Baifu come? Before him? Or after him? Or did Baifu actually come with him, but she had been hiding on the spaceship before and was not discovered by him? Did Baifu come to him for other purposes? Or was Baifu's purpose from the beginning to capture him? Sui Xing's mind was full of questions, and he could no longer calm down. You are here for the Pillar of the True Spirit, right? Who are you? Did the Red Moon Mercenary Group send you? Or the Blessing Cult? No, you may also be from the Stone Crystal Security Company. The Stone Crystal Company has been asking about the Pillar of the True Spirit. They sent people to follow me before. The series of terms that came out of Sui Xing's mouth made the players in the live broadcast room call it interesting. How could it not be interesting to hear about the grievances in the Star Sea on the Novice Planet? If you can say something, then say more. What posture do you think Fufu will use to send him off? I don't know. I hope Fufu will crush me with her thighs. Where did this pervert come from? Baifu brushed off the glass shards stuck on her clothes. Unfortunately, you guessed it all wrong. She didn't know that Digging G was live streaming, but she still deliberately said some meaningful words, mainly to get more information from Broken Star to prepare for entering the starry sky in the future. Broken Star's words actually revealed some useful information, such as the Pillar of the True Spirit, which should be the real name of Obsidian, and the Consecration Cult. The blessing buff that Yulia gave her was called Consecration Link. Neither? Impossible. Other people don't know that there is a Pillar of the True Spirit on the spaceship I'm on, unless... Shattered Star's soul suddenly twisted. This was caused by emotional excitement. He thought of a very terrible possibility. Are you from the force behind the Consecration Cult? He didn't even dare to shout the name of that force loudly, for fear that the shout would be sensed by the master of that force. Baifu snorted lightly, without commenting. What do you want to do with the Pillar of the True Spirit? I just want to exchange it for money, you. No, there is no point in begging for mercy now. Sui Xing knew very well that he fled to Ziyuan Star with the Pillar of the True Spirit in a panic, and hid there for 100 Ziyuan Star years. Those who wanted the Pillar of the True Spirit would never let him go easily. Who made him just a small shrimp with no background but greedy to rob the Pillar of the True Spirit. If he wanted to survive, he had to find a way to kill Baifu. Baifu was very powerful, but not so powerful that he felt desperate. It was certain that Baifu, like him, encountered an accident during the landing on Ziyuan Star, resulting in a great loss of strength. I climbed up step by step until now. As long as I can successfully resurrect, as long as I can leave Ziyuan Star with the True Spirit Pillar, as long as I can sell the True Spirit Pillar, I will never worry about having no money again. Sui Xing suddenly laughed, squeezing out the sound of an angry soul. Do you know how much effort I spent to see this glimmer of hope? You don't know, and you don't need to know. If you want to kill me, then I will kill you. I am not afraid even if you come from that force. No matter how much it costs, no matter how many people I have to sacrifice, I must survive. His soul began to tremble, and the egg-shaped room trembled with his soul. For a moment, the entire underground base seemed to collapse. Seeing this scene, the player immediately understood that in a game, usually the cutscene CG at this point means that the fight is about to begin. Unfortunately, it seems that no more information can be obtained. Baifu shook her head. I'm sorry, you guessed wrong again. I am not from the force you mentioned. Although I do want to find a way back to the Reborn Empire through you, I came to you today mainly for two things. 1. You captured Xiaoshi. 2. You and those ambitious people turned Ziyuan Star into a wasteland. Many people want you dead. For these 2 things, I must send you to death. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Fu raised the dark gun in her hand and fired several psychic bullets, instantly piercing the soul of Shattered Star. Did you get out of the way? Bai Fu looked around, completely ignoring Shattered Star floating in the air. She didn't know if it was an illusion or something else. She only knew that the few shots just now didn't hit any damage value, and she didn't receive any game prompts that Shattered Star had died. It's meaningless to play dead in front of me, not to mention you. Even if the Master of the Starry Sky comes, you can't play dead. A gleam of light flashed in Bai Fu's eyes. The most troublesome thing about dealing with soul bodies is that their whereabouts are erratic, and they can fly, but she has already guessed where the broken star is. The next second, she suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a series of afterimages. Where did she go? The players nearby and in the live broadcast room all widened their eyes. They looked around, and suddenly heard a crackling sound from the right side of the egg-shaped room. They turned their heads quickly, and saw a streak of black light in front of the special instrument that held Xiaoshi. Suisheng wanted to hold Xiaoshi hostage, but Bai Fu had expected this. In terms of strength, Suisheng is definitely not as good as she is now. If Suisheng wants to survive, the easiest and most convenient way is to find someone to hold hostage. He can't hold a player hostage, and it's difficult to hold Yulia hostage, so his target can only be Xiaoshi. Realizing this, Bai Fu flashed in front of Xiaoshi. Psychic Shelter opened. Considering that Psychic Shelter cannot block all types of attacks, Bai Fu used a Super Power Field skill card she got from Yulia the moment she stood firm. Super Power Field, after using it, opens a force field that can reduce most types of damage, bounce enemies away, and cause continuous damage to enemies in the force field. In Bai Fu's opinion, among Yulia's many skills, except for creating a fake body, the maximum limit of the Super Power Field is the most terrifying. If it becomes a permanent aura, God skill. In fact, even the current version of the Super Power Field is a true magical skill on Ziyuan Star. Suisheng has carefully analyzed every public battle before Bai Fu. He is confident that he knows Bai Fu's fighting style very well, but he never dreamed that Bai Fu could use other people's skills through a one-time skill card. His moves can penetrate the psychic protection, but not the Super Power Field. After diving into the Super Power Field, a sharp pain, like a burning flame, rose from the depths of his soul. Before he could react, Bai Fu had already floated over with a dark thorn sword and stabbed his left arm with one sword. Broken Star screamed, and was flung away by the Super Power Field. He wanted to stand up and quickly distance himself from Bai Fu, but found that his soul was on fire. It was the dark spiritual energy that was corroding his soul. Damn it! Broken Star's face became extremely ugly. He didn't care about so much. He directly activated the self-destruction program of the egg-shaped building. This was a hidden chess piece he left when the egg-shaped building was built. It was a trump card he used to fight the enemy in times of crisis. Come on, let's see whether you will be killed by the self-destruction program first, or I will be killed first. Broken Star's face was grim. He bet that he could win. He was in soul form now, very fragile, but ordinary explosions and shocks could not hurt him. He looked down at Bai Fu, and to his surprise, he saw a smile on Bai Fu's face. Is this your last trump card? It was hard for Bai Fu not to smile. Fight her to the death? Her HP was as high as 6,102 points, and she could use her own skills and prayer cards to use psychic protection twice in a short period of time, giving herself a total of 6,000 points of shield. You probably not only want to fight me to death, but also want to drag those ordinary people on the ground to die with you, right? There was an explosion right below the signal tower, and the entire signal tower would collapse. At that time, no one nearby could escape, but you seem to have forgotten that the situation on the ground has been controlled by the undead I brought with me. Bai Fu turned her head to look at Digger G and Yulia. Digger G, contact those undead on the ground and ask them to quickly organize the evacuation of civilians. Yulia, take Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi away first, and I will come to you after I kill him. Yulia nodded. She increased the output power, sent the half-dead Sartori away, and then rushed into the laboratory to take Xiaoshi off the instrument. Before leaving, she suddenly took out a reagent tube and threw it to Bai Fu. I'm not with you, so use this first, my blood. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. If I remember correctly, you said you are afraid of pain, because pain will remind you of your experience in the true society. Yulia said coldly, you saved me. Even if you want all my blood, I will give it to you. Yeah. Bai Fu nodded, let's go. Yulia left with Xia Shi and Xia Shud. Only Bai Fu, Suishing, and the players who were watching the fun with their lives were left in the underground base. Now it's time for us to decide who lives or dies, Bai Fu suddenly said, and a stone fell from the ceiling, hitting her shoulder and smashing herself into pieces. Suishing had a bad feeling, but he still underestimated Bai Fu's speed. After all the bonuses were taken into account, Bai Fu's agility reached 149 points. When he saw Bai Fu lift her foot, Bai Fu had already appeared in front of him. The dark spiritual energy wrapped around his right hand, as if igniting a black flame, and pressed heavily on the neck of Broken Star. With the blessing of the dark spiritual energy, Bai Fu pinched Broken Star's soul. You should be prepared to be killed, right? Bai Fu had a smile on her face, but her voice was as cold as the wind in the far north. Broken Star struggled hard, but to no avail. He could only watch Bai Fu swinging her left fist, each punch hitting his head, and each punch made his soul seem to be blown apart. The dark attribute of psychic energy has a burning property, which is very useful for dealing with the soul of Broken Star, which is not susceptible to ordinary damage. As Bai Fu punched, the egg-shaped building exploded more and more violently, and the broken concrete, flying steel, and the shock wave of the explosion bombarded Bai Fu's body. But Bai Fu stood there, motionless like an unshakable mountain. Bang bang bang. The burning of the dark psychic energy, and the erosion of the superpower field made Broken Star almost crazy. At this time, he could not do anything but to scream while competing with Bai Fu to see who could survive to the end. -109, -151, -134. Large amounts of damage floated up from the tops of Bai Fu and Suishing like water. The difference is that Bai Fu lost shield value, while Suishing lost health value. There will be no impact if the shield value drops to a very low level, but when the health value drops to a very low level, all kinds of negative states will come up at once. Desperately fight with me, how can you, a fragile skin? The players next to them were stunned. They had never seen the scene of the final battle between Bai Fu and the president of the True Society. At first glance, they felt their heads buzzing when they saw Bai Fu's fierce fighting style. Damn, Fu is too strong. If these punches land on me, don't hit me, you can't even withstand one punch. Damn, Fu won't get scars from the punches, it would be bad if she got scars. Is it time to care about such things now? If we don't kill this alien quickly, the base will collapse. Will Fu be in trouble? While the players were discussing noisily, the alien erosion mark on Shattered Star exploded again after 5 layers, blowing up the soul into a torn area of varying light and dark. It's almost the last blow. Bai Fu used her waist and legs to coordinate the strength of her whole body, and punched at the face of Suishing. The moment her fist touched the soul, a huge amount of spiritual energy gushed out like a tide. Suishing opened his mouth, but no sound came out, because in a moment the head of his soul was torn into pieces that were invisible to the naked eye and covered by the falling explosion dust. Bai Fu loosened her right hand, and at this moment, Suishing's soul completely stopped moving and turned into nothingness. You killed Shattered Star, soul, contribution 100%, and gained 420,000 experience points after correction based on level difference. You completed the hidden mission The Last Wish of the President of the True Society. Bai Fu raised her hand and punched away a piece of rubble that was about to fall on her head. Looking at the half-collapsed underground base, she shook her head. Shattered Star's body is still not good enough. It only gave 420,000 experience points. It's better for the player to give her some experience points. But this is also related to her earlier rival. An ordinary soul, after losing the protection of those super-powered people and the guard of the mechanical troops, can only struggle to die together no matter how hard it struggles. Let's leave here first. Bai Fu grabbed a few researchers who looked high-ranking on the road, and then ran out with the players at super-fast speed. Saving Xia Shi and killing Shattered Star was only half of the goal of this operation. She still had to plunder the knowledge mastered by the Gene Primarch, go to the 3rd branch of the Psionic Research Institute, find the last fragment of the Pillar of the True Spirit, and find the most important spaceship. That spaceship was very important to whether she could enter the Starry Sky before the official version of the Starry Sky arrived. She could keep tricking players into working for her, because she was always ahead of the version. If she couldn't enter the Starry Sky in advance, when the Starry Sky version really came, the player's major professional levels might catch up with hers. By then, it would not be so easy for her to order players around like she does now. 1 minute later, Bai Fu rushed out of the signal tower with various building debris falling from her head. Seeing her land safely on the ground, Yulia finally let go of her hanging heart. Anya just sent a message saying that she has successfully controlled the Psychic Research Institute branch number 3 and the laboratory suspected of containing obsidian fragments with the undead. Now we are waiting for you to check. Since the 7-member council of the Primarchs was wiped out in Haidu, the survivors chose to surrender. This news has spread. It is expected that the Railway Guild, the Human Alliance, and the Old Republic will contact you soon. Just as Yulia said, after learning that Haidu was really captured by Baifu, the remaining 3 major forces could not sit still. If Baifu was just the queen of the Dark World not long ago, then now, Baifu has been successfully crowned as the true queen of Zuyuan Star through 2 battles with the True Society and the Primarchs. Chapter 144. Under the impact of the series of explosions, the signal tower, which had lost its underground support, finally collapsed and fell to the south like a cut tree. When it hit the ground, it made a loud rumbling sound and raised a long-lasting smoke and dust. The collapse of the signal tower foreshadowed the official end of the control of the 7-man council and the aliens behind it over Haidu, a super-large settlement built in the wasteland. When something dies, something new will stand up. The signal tower fell, raising smoke and dust, and when the 7-man council and Shattered Star fell, it was undoubtedly Baifu who stood up. Baifu stood on top of a huge tilted stone slab, holding a black scepter in her hand. Although she did not wear a crown that symbolized authority, the cold aura emanating from her body, and the faint vortex formed by the superpower field around her body all highlighted her terrifying power. The uncrowned queen. Whether it was the superpowers hiding in the dark and not daring to show their heads, or the civilians who had just completed the evacuation under the cover of the players, similar thoughts emerged in their minds after seeing Baifu's slightly blurred figure in the smoke and dust. First kill the True Society, then kill the Primarch. Baifu uses her superhuman achievements and those undead who obey her to tell everyone on Zuyuan Star that, "My lord, the times have changed." Luo Yi brought the message that on Zuyuan Star, Baifu ascended the throne and people ushered in a new era belonging to Baifu. Although 3 of the 5 major forces are still alive, everyone believes that even if the 3 forces unite closely, it will be difficult to defeat Baifu. No, those high-level superpowers hiding in the dark think they should be bolder and change this statement to, "It is difficult for the 3 forces to resist Baifu's attack even if they unite together." Who made Baifu so powerful? Before Baifu showed up, some people thought that the president of the True Society might be the strongest person in the history of Zuyuan Star. Of course, this statement was not recognized by most people. But now the situation is different. Anyone who has practiced a few times knows that Baifu is definitely the most powerful person in Zuyuan Star from ancient times to the present. She is very likely to have broken a certain limit. If she is ruthless, no one in Zuyuan Star dares to guarantee that they can survive her assassination. In this wasteland era lacking weapons of mass destruction, she is a walking nuclear weapon. I knew that Sartori and his men couldn't hold on, so I ignored Pompadour. Now it seems that the machines that Sartori and his men move from the spaceship and the damage immunity of Shatterstar are not good enough in Baifu's eyes. That's right. If the president of the True Society wasn't a mutant transformed by the technology provided by Shatterstar, Baifu wouldn't have to come. The previous attack by the True Society would have been enough to destroy Sartori and his men. Sartori's strength is quite good, and he can be ranked in the middle among a group of high-level superpowers, but he is not as good as the president of the True Society. He can win by taking advantage of the physical defects of the president of the True Society. When facing the hexagonal warrior Baifu, who has no defects and can be called the Destruction Dragon of Zuyuan Star, his result can be imagined. Had the Railway Guild received the news now, I wonder what they think. They must feel bad that an uncrowned queen suddenly appeared on their heads, even if this queen looks very beautiful. A high-level superpower, who was not closely related to the original Gene body, had a funny mentality, and laughed out loud. In fact, the Railway Guild was much calmer than he thought. This was mainly because the Railway Guild had cooperated with Baifu before. In order to achieve cooperation, they also agreed to Baifu's request and let Su Li, who was not qualified at all, climb to the position of minister. Moreover, before Baifu entered Haidu, they said people to contact the film and television company where Igor worked, and got a lot of information from Igor. For example, Baifu is going to cooperate with Igor to make a documentary. Baifu has vaguely revealed that she wants to organize the undead to explore the polluted world, and Baifu actually has a tendency to stay at home. Once she doesn't have to go out to fight, she likes to stay at home. All this information combined makes the Railway Guild feel that even if Baifu is really lifted up to the position of the Queen of Zuyuan Star, it is not a bad thing for them. Staying at home is good, because staying at home means that Bai Fu will give up power. Organizing the undead to explore the polluted world is even better. The undead will not really die, but will become weaker after death. Letting them explore the polluted world is simply the most appropriate use, so that they don't stand on the road and scare the children. And once this plan is successfully implemented, Zuyuan Star may really have a chance to return to the state before the Great Cataclysm. In this way, although they have Queen Fu above them, they actually make a profit because the area they can manage has become larger. Thinking of this, after talking to Igor, the senior leaders of the Railway Guild immediately called Su Li over. Can Bai Fu win against the Primarch? Yes. Su Li has full confidence in Bai Fu. The senior leaders of the Railway Guild believed it for the time being, but in order to show goodwill, they immediately sent a team of ace agents to visit the border of the Primarch. After receiving the news that Bai Fu had successfully killed the aliens, the senior members of the Railway Guild were very excited, feeling that they had made the right bet and were about to take off. Unlike them, the Old Republic and the Human Alliance were in a mess. After defeating the Primarch, should we fight them next? We are not like the Primarch, who has the support of aliens, and those aliens don't seem to be any use. Once Bai Fu attacks us, they were a little desperate and couldn't think of how to resist. Facing a high-level superpower like Bai Fu, it is meaningless to simply pile up soldiers. Let's send someone to the Primarch to test the situation first, and say that we are going to see how much evil the Primarch has done behind the scenes. For a while, people from all walks of life rushed to the Primarch. Most of them went to see Bai Fu, wanting to see what Bai Fu was going to do next after killing the Primarch. When the new king ascended the throne, we must understand the new king's personality and policies. Some people wanted to take advantage of the chaos. These people were all brave wanderers and bandits. They did this kind of thing a lot. When the remnants of the true society were chased everywhere, they drank a lot of soup. However, this time they hit a wall. Most players still had a sense of justice. When they saw those who took advantage of the chaos to rob, they took the initiative to rush up without Bai Fu's order. After meal dessert is here, brothers. Hey, they are here to give experience. The players worked together to defeat these troublemakers and bandits. Well done. Bai Fu praised them generously after receiving the news. She intended to turn Zuyuan Star into a secret garden that would provide her with various kinds of help continuously, so she would never allow those wanderers and bandits, who made a living by plundering, to cause trouble on Zuyuan Star. After asking the players to temporarily protect the various settlements of the Primarchs, Bai Fu left Hei Fu and little Hei Fu to watch Haidu, and followed the senior researchers she had just captured to find the spaceship that Shattered Star was on. 100 years ago, Shattered Star landed in the territory of the White Tower Republic on a spaceship. Since the people of Zuyuan Star did not know how to start the spaceship has been parked in the White Tower Republic, which is now the territory of the Primarchs. An hour later, in a seemingly inconspicuous cave north of Haidu, Bai Fu finally saw the spaceship she had been thinking about for a long time. The size of this spaceship is not exaggerated. According to the senior researcher, it is a light cargo ship with a total length of 42.6 meters. For cargo considerations, it is made as round as possible, rather than the kind of heteromorphic structure that tests the designer's level. Looking down from above, its shape is a bit like a water drop. However, even if it is a cargo ship, according to the information obtained by the senior researcher from Shattered Star, this spaceship still has quite good combat power. It is equipped with it was new 100 years ago, second-type warp engine, crushing-class kinetic artillery, fragmentation cannon, plasma torpedo, and cocoon-type force field shield. The output capacity is not necessarily worse than that of some space destroyers produced by low-level star civilizations. The disadvantage is that as a cargo ship, its performance in other aspects is mediocre. Water drips through a stone. After groping for a long time, Bai Fu finally saw hope of going to the starry sky. She suppressed her excitement and asked, "How fast is the flight speed of the Type 2 warp engine?" The senior researcher who was asked shook his head. Shattered Star did not tell us these key data. We just performed several maintenance on the spacecraft according to his instructions. According to him, although the spacecraft was damaged, it did not affect his return to the starry sky. Bai Fu asked again, "When I interrogated you before, you seemed to say that you can only control this spacecraft after he is resurrected?" The senior researcher said hurriedly, "In fact, there are operating instructions on the spacecraft, but the problem is that we can't understand them. They are written in the interstellar universal language, which only Broken Star can understand." Language barrier? This is indeed a problem. Then how did Broken Star communicate with you in the first place? He has a special device called Language Sensor, through which he learned the international universal language of Zuyuan Star, But that thing was lost a long time ago, and no one knows where it is. Bai Fu rubbed her brows. No way, seeing that she had found an opportunity to go to the starry sky, was she going to give up because she was an interstellar illiterate and couldn't operate the spacecraft? She had considered torturing Shattered Star, but Shattered Star was a ruthless man who was not afraid of death at all. Even when his soul was broken by her, he didn't ask for mercy. Is there really no other way? The senior researcher spread his hands. Yes, there is, but that method is also very troublesome. There is a main control computer on the spacecraft, and that computer can automatically control the spacecraft. It also learned the language of the origin star through Shattered Star, but the problem is that it has been set with a special lock. No matter how we try, it says that it only accepts the command of the owner of the True Spirit Pillar. Even Shattered Star can't persuade it. Pillar of the True Spirit? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. Isn't that obsidian? She now has 2 pieces of obsidian fragments. If she gets the remaining piece of obsidian fragment, wouldn't she be the owner of the Pillar of the True Spirit? Thinking of this, Bai Fu quickly led people to rush to the 2 laboratories that Anya had controlled. The 2 laboratories were not far apart. She went there just to complete the last 2 branches of the hidden main line, the Delusion of Savior, she got from Pratt. Branch 3, the Dust-Covered Secret. The mission objective is to explore the secrets hidden in the Psychic Research Institute branch number 3. Branch 4, the last obsidian fragment. The mission objective is to find this fragment. Bai Fu first arrived at the Psychic Research Institute branch number 3, which studies psychic knowledge. When she arrived here, Anya had already dealt with everyone in the laboratory. Hee, you want to sneak attack me? You are just dreaming. With the prayer card given by Boss Fu Fu, it is not easy for even a high-level superpower to sneak attack me, let alone you. Wearing a power armor, Anya proudly walked back and forth in the corridor, and in front of her were the laboratory guards lying in all directions. Seeing Bai Fu coming in from outside the laboratory, she quickly ran to Bai Fu. Boss, I have found all the things you want. She took off the head armor of the power armor, and her small face was full of expressions asking for praise. When she said this, she didn't forget to glance at Yulia. If possible, she actually didn't want to run out to fight and kill at all. It would be so comfortable to lie at home and have undead people compliment her every day. Everything is the fault of the bad woman Yulia. As the world's #1 Fu fan, how could she not know what the bad woman Yulia meant by looking at the boss? The bad woman clearly wanted to hide with the boss and do something shameful like being well matched. It's too much. It was obviously her first. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Anya has a bad impression of Yulia. She has not forgotten that Yulia beat Bai Fu at the abandoned cooling plant. Who knows if this bad woman has other intentions to get close to the boss Fu Fu? We have an obligation to protect the best Fu Fu boss in the world. With this in mind, Anya has been working very hard recently. She has been practicing hard and working hard, hoping to perform better than Yulia. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Fu rubbed Anya's head. As Anya said, the research records and psychic knowledge of branch number 3 stored in the laboratory were all gathered together. She quickly went through everything, and the game prompted her that the dust-covered secret mission had been completed. Unfortunately, she did not find any new knowledge chains from this pile of psychic knowledge. It seems that the 6 knowledge chains she has now are all that Zuyuan Star has. If she wants to break through again, she can only go to the starry sky. The restrictions of the novice village are still too great. Bai Fu shook her head and put away the research records. This can be added to her documentary to make it more interesting. Let's go and take a look at another laboratory. This time she still did not encounter any obstacles. After the news of the annihilation of the Council of 7 spread, most of the members of the pre-march, who had originally wanted to find an opportunity to resist, gave up. The boss is gone, what else can be done? Go ahead, Bai Fu can do whatever she wants. With the help of the characteristics of the clairvoyant skill, Bai Fu quickly found a hidden wall in the laboratory. After breaking the wall, she found the last obsidian fragment she had dreamed of. Finally, I have collected all 3 fragments. Bai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the fragments in her hand, and then looked at Yulia. Yulia's power was most likely from the Pillar of the True Spirit, but now all 3 fragments were in her hands. So what did Yulia fuse with the Pillar of the True Spirit? Could it be that as long as she was illuminated by the Pillar of the True Spirit, she would have the same power as Yulia? She felt that things were not that simple, otherwise she could have started mass-producing super soldiers. Let's discuss this with Yulia after we go back. After getting the last piece of obsidian fragment, Bai Fu's trip to the pre-march was basically a complete success. She began to count the rewards she had received from this operation. First, there were 2 branch missions of the Savior, of which the dust-covered secret provided her with 2 million experience points, and the last obsidian fragment provided her with 700,000 experience points, and an orange quality rare prayer card Spiritual Blessing. This is the only orange prayer card she has ever gotten, so she is looking forward to the effect of this card. It should be an enhanced prayer. Bai Fu clicked on the detailed description of the prayer card, and she almost laughed out loud. Spiritual Blessing. Pray to the Void Realm at the cost of 50% of your spiritual energy, and you will receive the blessing of the Void Realm Apostle. In the next 3 minutes, your inspiration attribute plus 20%, other attributes plus 10%, all resistance plus 15%, and the cooling time is 24 hours. Isn't the effect of this card equivalent to spending 50% of the spiritual energy to open a second stage for yourself? The effect of this second stage is much better than the half-baked Super Burst she learned from Xiao Yulia before. Super Burst not only deducts blood, but also has a low bonus, and only increases 3 attributes: strength, agility, and spirit. The blessing of the mind is different. The plus 20% inspiration alone is priceless to Bai Fu. You have to know that her current basic inspiration attribute is 360 points, and 20% can add an additional 72 points of inspiration, which can greatly increase her output. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of energy to open the heart blessing, and half of the spiritual energy will be deducted. But this may not be a problem for her at all. Isn't there the magic replenishment expert Yulia? Don't tell me. Bai Fu thinks that running to the truth to rescue Yulia may be her most correct decision. Now there is only one problem in front of her. As the level increases, her needs will become greater and greater, and Yulia may not be able to satisfy her. Now her psychic profession is only level 50, and the spiritual energy value is 5,430. If her psychic profession rises to level 100, even if Yulia is squeezed dry, it may not be able to make up for the 50% spiritual energy she consumed. I have to urge Yulia to exercise her abilities while upgrading. It would be even better if I could help her find a way to awaken quickly. She is so powerful even before awakening. I don't believe that she can't satisfy me after awakening. Bai Fu excitedly included the heart blessing into the prayer card illustration. Then, she clicked on the last wish of the President of the True Society task that she completed after killing Shattered Star. The reward for this task was also very generous. Not only did it give her 1.5 million experience points, but it also gave her an ordinary dipping card. Don't look at ordinary Zhanzhan card, this name is funny, but its effect is that after using it, it can copy the skills of an NPC with a total level lower than level 60. Bai Fu quickly turned around and faced Yulia, as if there was a man-eating tiger hidden in her eyes. Yulia was confused. If she remembered correctly, Bai Fu also looked at her with this look after beating the President of the True Society last time. Hey, Bai Fu couldn't have a special habit of wanting to eat her after the fight? Bai Fu decisively used the Zhanzhan card on Yulia and got Yulia's superpower field. This was the skill she dreamed of. Last time when she extracted Yulia's skills or talents, she was very sorry that she couldn't draw the superpower field. Who would have thought that after completing the task of the President of the True Society, she actually got the opportunity? It's confirmed that the President of the True Society is her #1 brother, and as for Yulia, she can barely be considered her #1 sister now. Bai Fu clicked on the description of the superpower field. The effect of the level 1 superpower field is relatively ordinary, but the superpower field can be upgraded to level 10, and it seems that it can continue to advance. From this point of view, the effect of the superpower field is very exaggerated. Including the experience gained from the attack on the Gene Primarch, Bai Fu now has 9 million experience points, and she spent all of this experience points on the superpower field without saying a word. As a super rare skill, the superpower field consumes a lot of experience, but Bai Fu still upgraded it to LV8. The performance of the LV8 superpower field is very good, with a coverage range of 40 meters. After it is turned on, it can reduce the upcoming damage by 32%, except for special damage such as mental damage, and cause inspiration *0.8 points of damage to hostile targets within the force field every second and add a repulsion effect. With Bai Fu's current inspiration, if she turns on the superpower field to attack players, unless they are players who play the meat shield profession, other players will not be able to last 5 seconds under her hands. This is the suppression power of Queen Fu Fu. Okay, I need to earn more experience points to upgrade my superpower field. Bai Fu was overjoyed. She had already figured out what to do after leaving the pre-march. The first thing was to synthesize the fragments of the Pillar of the True Spirit to see if the spaceship could be started. Then, she would shoot a documentary to promote her Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan before the new version of the game came out, so as to attract more players to join the Silent Garden and contribute to her great cause. But she also knew that she had some things to deal with before she could do these things. The Railway Guild and other forces must have been restless after hearing that she had killed Shattered Star. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, she had to contact these forces. She was not like the expression pack of the Great Western King, who shouted kill, kill, kill to everyone he saw. It would be best if the Railway Guild and other forces were willing to cooperate with her in implementing the Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan. Just as Bai Fu was thinking, her personal terminal rang. Su Li, speak of the devil, and he will appear. Bai Fu pressed the connect button. What do you want to talk to me about? Su Li said, I won't beat around the bush with you, because you killed that alien, and now the Railway Guild, the Old Republic, and the Human Alliance want to test your attitude. Bai Fu nodded. Then let's find a place to talk. I just happen to have a plan to share with you. The coronation ceremony has ended, and now it's time to announce to all players that you are the true protagonist of Zuyuanxing. Chapter 145. It was half a day later that Bai Fu met the people sent by the Railway Guild and other forces in Haidu. During this half-day, Haidu, which had just experienced a great chaos under the supervision of the players, was safer than before the war. Any evil was brought to justice by the players, who were looking for tasks to do as soon as they emerged. The people of the Railway Guild and other forces were amazed at this amazing efficiency, and at the same time, they became more and more wary of Bai Fu. Now Bai Fu is only the Queen of Zuyuan Star in name, or she is the well-deserved queen in the eyes of superpowers. In the eyes of ordinary people, her image is more like strong hero. But if these undead people who follow Bai Fu do more things, like maintaining law and order in Haidu, when Bai Fu's reputation among the people accumulates to a certain level, then there will definitely be many ordinary people who will spontaneously support her as the true queen of Zuyuan Star. It's cold. Add a yellow robe to foo.jpg. In the wasteland, following anyone is not following, so why not support Bai Fu, who is more amiable than the leaders of other forces in all aspects? Besides, Bai Fu is pretty. She is also giving a speech on TV and saying a bunch of words that make people sleepy. At least Bai Fu has the advantage of being pleasing to the eyes. Fortunately, before coming here, those people above have hinted that they intend to swear allegiance to Bai Fu. Tens of thousands of immortals, and a person who is the first in history, are not so easy to provoke. After sitting down in the conference room, the agents of the Railway Association acted extremely relaxed. They ate melon seeds and drank water, and even began to think about whether they really should customize a new set of queen's clothes for Bai Fu. Since they have to swear allegiance, they naturally have to make the ceremony more ceremonial, otherwise others will doubt whether they are sincere. Compared with the Railway Guild, the people of the Old Republic and the Human Alliance are a little uneasy, especially the people of the Old Republic. When they think of what the predecessor of the Old Republic, Orion, did before the Cataclysm, the people of the Old Republic are very worried that Bai Fu will scatter their ashes like she killed the pre-March. Or they can just defect now, and cut ties with the Old Republic. I cannot live with evil. But can Bai Fu accept it? It always feels a bit difficult. So far, I have never heard of anyone who got Bai Fu's favor by lying down and licking her. Even if they want to lick Bai Fu, she may not be willing to let them lick her. The people of the Old Republic are getting more and more confused. In their eyes, Bai Fu is no longer a succubus who is good at enchanting the undead. She is clearly a terrifying demon king. Bai Fu's comment on this view is, "You are so young. Who says a succubus can't be a demon king?" She stood in the conference room for a long time, waiting for the people of the Old Republic to sweat profusely before getting to the point. "I know why you came to me, so I tell you directly. You don't have to worry about me bringing undead to attack you next. After all, I'm not a demon. Of course, this is premised on you not plotting against me in secret." The corners of the mouths of the other people in the conference room twitched. "Plot against you? 2 lives are not enough for that." Bai Fu's words made the people of the Old Republic and the Human Alliance feel a little relieved. "So what are your plans next?" Bai Fu glanced at the agent of the Railway Guild. "You should have heard some news from Su Li and Igor, right?" The agent of the Railway Guild nodded repeatedly and said passionately, "We have indeed heard about your Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan. We are very interested in this plan and are willing to join it, accept your command, and contribute to the reconstruction of Zuyuan Star." Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan? When this word came out, the people of the other 2 forces were confused. Could it be that the so-called Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan refers to? Bai Fu briefly introduced her ideas to everyone in the conference room. After hearing her words, the people from the Old Republic stood up suddenly, and finally sat back down with embarrassment. They were too excited. They were right. Bai Fu really wanted to promote what she did in the Goli Desert to the entire Ziyuan Star. This idea can only be described as crazy. But if you think about it carefully, this plan is indeed possible. According to incomplete statistics, there are now hundreds of thousands of undead scattered all over Ziyuan Star. If these hundreds of thousands of undead people listen to Bai Fu and join the reconstruction plan, then let alone rebuilding the entire Ziyuan Star, it is still very likely to truly connect all the large settlements on Ziyuan Star together, so that their normal activity area can be expanded dozens of times. The only problem is that if we want to completely rebuild Ziyuan Star, it is not enough to just kill those mutant lions. We must clean up all the pollution sources. The undead will not die, but will not be polluted. If they are polluted in the process of dealing with the pollution source, all the previous efforts will be wasted. We must think of a countermeasure. This is easy. I will let the undead cooperate with experts in this field to do research. I believe that after having enough samples, we will soon be able to develop a truly effective anti-pollution drug. Bai Fu proposed a solution. As long as you lie in the laboratory for a while, you can gain experience. If you die during the experiment, you will not lose experience. She believes that many players will definitely take such tasks. Really, Bai Fu's words made the hearts of those people in the Old Republic beat faster involuntarily. They looked at each other and saw expectations in each other's eyes. They didn't know what their superiors would think, but at least they themselves really looked forward to the future described by Bai Fu. Except for a very few people, who likes to struggle to survive in a wasteland with a harsh living environment, because they are much stronger than ordinary people, they can live a life much better than ordinary people, but what about their descendants? They dare not guarantee that their descendants will definitely be able to stand out in the wasteland. One of the people from the Old Republic was excited. I hope what you said is true. If Bai Fu is not fooling them, then even if the people above do not agree to cooperate with Bai Fu, they will take the initiative to join the Silent Court and shout with those undead people. Yeah, Queen Bai Fu, we respect your teeth. Yes, that's all I want to say now. As for the details, we can discuss them slowly when you reach a consensus. Bai Fu smiled and sent the people sent by the three major forces away. That evening, the TV crew sent by Igor arrived in Haidu. After cooperating with them in recording the documentary, she called together the managers of Haidu, who were still alive, and asked them to continue to manage Haidu. How could these people dare to say no? They agreed honestly. After arranging the affairs of Haidu, Bai Fu set out on the road back to the Silent Court with the spoils of this expedition. Because Xiaoshi's condition was very poor, even worse than that of Yulia, who had just been rescued, she did not drive fast. 2.5 days later, the convoy arrived at Bai Fu Town via shelter number 5. Like last time, the residents of Bai Fu Town still held a grand celebration ceremony for her. The difference was that this time there were many players standing on both sides of the road who were too low in level to participate in the action against the pre-march. The way these players looked at Bai Fu was much more eager than the way Bai Fu looked at Yulia. They were very upset. Why didn't they join the Silent Court earlier? Why didn't they do more tasks and learn a few more skills in the shop to improve their strength? Now, they have missed the battle of the pre-march perfectly, and can only watch other players in the Silent Court making a lot of money in the action. Ah, I'm so envious. Are there any new main quests on Ziyuan Star? I think so. After defeating the pre-march, are we going to fight the Old Republic and the Human Alliance next? I must sign up this time. Add me. Bai Fu was still secretly proud of the players' welcome, but after eavesdropping on the players' conversation, the corners of her mouth twitched. That is, the people from the Old Republic and the Human Alliance were not here, otherwise they would definitely be scared by these energetic players. Don't come over here. Bai Fu waved at the NPCs and players on the side of the road. She knew that the players on Ziyuan Star were worried that there would be no main quests to do after the True Society, and the Primarchs fell one after another, but she did not plan to disclose her Ziyuan Star reconstruction plan for the time being. She had already discussed with Igor that they would make the plan public in the trailer of the documentary to give it a super advertisement. In short, let these players hold back for a few days. The longer they hold back, the more they will release their anger after finding an outlet. This is very beneficial to her plan to raise her status in Ziyuan Star and make herself popular again. Gao Yuan, first arrange a place for Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi, the father and daughter, to live, and find a doctor and nutritionist to see Xiaoshi. Her body is weak to begin with, and after being locked up for a while, she looks a little malnourished. Bai Fu gave Xiaoshi a physical examination in the car. Wow, when she grabbed Xiaoshi's feet, she thought she had grabbed the tip of a bamboo chopstick. However, Xiaoshi's arrest this time was a blessing in disguise. When Bai Fu checked Xiaoshi's body for any abnormalities, she threw a clairvoyance at her, and then found that her attribute panel was very different from the first time they met. The most obvious thing was that she had 2 new talents in her talent column: mechanical induction and magnetic resonance. The former allows her to learn mechanical knowledge and have a good bonus in manufacturing machinery, and the latter allows her to have a bonus far exceeding that of ordinary mechanics when operating machinery. Moreover, the more machines she controls at the same time, the higher the positive bonus between machines. The effect is similar to the machines that Shattered Star puts in the egg-shaped room to protect herself. This is a necessary talent to become a legendary mechanic. Bai Fu was a little curious about where Xiaoshi got these 2 talents. After reaching out and poking the details button behind the talent and asking Xiaoshi, she gradually understood everything. Broken Star is actually a very talented mechanic. In order to be resurrected, he instructed the Pre-March to create many artificial humans, and these artificial humans were genetically edited according to his requirements. Because Broken Star's own understanding of gene editing technology is limited, and the Primarch's execution is not very good, over the years, most of the artificial humans they have created have not shown outstanding talents, and Xiaoshi is no exception. Xiaoshi seemed mediocre in the artificial human training camp, otherwise the Primarch would not allow Xiaoshi to take her home to raise her. But the people of Shattered Star and Gene Primarch never expected that Xiaoshi had a talent for good luck. The talent for good luck did not allow Xiaoshi to live a happy life with good luck, but it caused her body to mutate due to the defects of gene editing and caused a positive mutation. It was this mutation that allowed Xiaoshi to master 2 new talents related to machinery. Bai Fu understood. This is called awakening. She guessed that in the original plot, Xiaoshi should have awakened a new talent due to a sudden incident during the process of cooperating with the players, and then turned the situation around in one fell swoop. As for what the sudden incident was, maybe Xiaoshi was offering sacrifice to the heaven. She cast her pain into a heart that pierced the enemy, and sublimated into the mechanical queen of Zuyuan Star in despair. Considering that Xiaoshi is more like the protagonist, and Yulia is more like the villain, maybe players can see a fight between Xiaoshi and Yulia after making some special choices. But now they should have no chance to fight. After all, they have now joined the Court of Silence and become my wings. If the Silent Courtyard wants to grow and develop, it still needs a mechanic to take charge. Gao Yuan nodded after receiving the order. I will arrange it. By the way, the laboratory you asked me to build for Yulia is almost done. He handed over a key. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Fu took the key and watched Gao Yuan take Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi away. She turned around. Let's go and take a look. Before going to the laboratory, Bai Fu went back home and took out the 2 pieces of the True Spirit Pillar fragments that she had hidden. A few minutes later, in the newly built laboratory, Yulia was excitedly checking the equipment in the laboratory, and Bai Fu placed the 3 pieces of the True Spirit Pillar fragments on the ground one by one. To her surprise, she hadn't done anything yet, and a deep purple electric light automatically appeared between the 3 fragments. The True Spirit Pillar is merging, progress 1%. This process lasted for nearly 10 minutes. As the progress bar climbed, the 3 fragments got closer and closer, and finally merged together with a click, turning into a palm-sized black slate. Bai Fu used a clairvoyance skill. Pillar of the True Spirit, incomplete. Quality, red item description. The incomplete Pillar of the True Spirit is said to be a wonder born in the cosmic wonder, the ladder of the void realm. Because it has lost its spirit core, it cannot play its full role now. Note: the interstellar pirate Shattered Star hijacked the cargo ship carrying the Pillar of the True Spirit, and then he was attacked by an unknown ship. When he was seriously injured and dying, he drove the ship carrying the Pillar of the True Spirit to Zuyuan Star by accident. At the moment, when the item description popped up, Bai Fu received a new game prompt. You triggered the hidden task, the True Spirit Pillar in the Dark Domain. Task Introduction. The True Spirit Pillar that Shattered Star looted during the chaos is an extremely rare psychic item. Many forces in the Sea Lion Galaxy are very interested in this True Spirit Pillar. Now that the True Spirit Pillar has fallen into your hands, how to deal with it will depend on you. Task Target, Branch 1. Hand over the True Spirit Pillar to the Red Moon Mercenary Group. Reward 3 million experience points. Open the Red Moon Mercenary Group Camp Favorability, Unknown, Branch 2. Hand over the True Spirit Pillar to the Consecration Cult. Reward 3 million experience points. Open the Consecration Cult Camp Favorability, Unknown, Branch 3. Hand over the True Spirit Pillar to the Stone Crystal Security Company. Reward 3 million experience points. Open the Stone Crystal Security Company Camp Favorability, 10,000 Titan Credit Points. Stone Crystal Company Amethyst Customer Card, Branch 4. Take it for yourself, reward none. Note: this mission has a high probability of triggering subsequent missions, depending on your performance. When interacting with other forces, Bai Fu looked at the mission description. Although the mission was not detailed, she felt that in order to better complete the mission and trigger subsequent missions, she should hand over the complete True Spirit Pillar instead of the incomplete one in her hand. A complete True Spirit Pillar. Bai Fu looked up and her eyes fell on Yulia. She thought she had almost figured out the current situation. The reason why Yulia awakened her psychic talent was probably because she accidentally merged with the spirit core that flew out after the True Spirit Pillar exploded. She didn't know how to get the spirit core back. Maybe she had to kill Yulia, so her answer was that she would not give the True Spirit Pillar to anyone else. I picked it up. Why should I give it to others? They are actually fused together? Well, the pattern on the stone slab is exactly the same as the one on my body. Just as Bai Fu was thinking, Yulia walked to her side. Yulia opened her collar without any scruples, and her spiritual energy turned, slowly emerging a purple pattern at the mouth of the canyon. Bai Fu's eyes were dazzled by the big pattern. Did you find anything in death? Yulia asked seriously. Bai Fu, As she asked, she bent down and came closer. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Bai Fu handed the True Spirit Pillar to Yulia. The True Spirit Pillar has something called a spiritual core. Your power should come from that spiritual core. Because the spiritual core is lost, this True Spirit Pillar is incomplete now. Is that so? Yulia nodded, not quite understanding, and then clamped the True Spirit Pillar between the pattern on her body. After 2 seconds, she said regretfully, "What a pity, I thought I could suck out the spiritual core and give it to you this way." She put the True Spirit Pillar back into Bai Fu's hand. Okay, you put on a cold face and play it seriously, right? It was the first time that Bai Fu saw such an aggressive woman. Fortunately, she had sparred with Yulia before, otherwise she would have been fooled and thought Yulia was a fool. Forget it, I won't bother with this scheming woman. Bai Fu was about to put away the Pillar of the True Spirit, and something outrageous happened. The Pillar of the True Spirit in her palm suddenly broke into 3 pieces again. Pillar of the True Spirit fragment. After wearing it, you can enjoy the blessing from Yulia. Bai Fu's eyes widened. She quickly clicked on the detailed explanation. This blessing was actually the consecration link buff that appeared after she touched the pattern on Yulia's chest, which was +10 to all attributes. The difference was that the consecration link only lasted for 4 hours. As long as the fragment of the True Spirit Pillar was worn, the buff would always exist. There were 3 fragments of the True Spirit Pillar in total. 1 for me, 1 for Anya, and 1 for Xiaoshi. It was just enough to share. Well done. Bai Fu gently patted Yulia's shoulder. If Yulia hadn't squeezed the Pillar of the True Spirit, she really wouldn't have known that the Pillar of the True Spirit had this effect. The effect of the consecration link will increase as Yulia's strength increases. It seems necessary to find a way to get Yulia some props to enhance her strength. After all, she is now bound to Yulia. The stronger Yulia is, the stronger she can become. Yulia stared at Bai Fu in confusion. Here it comes again, that strange look again. She was sure that she was attracted to Bai Fu, but what did Bai Fu think of her? It was puzzling. It seemed that a more radical test was needed. After leaving the laboratory, Bai Fu took Yulia and headed straight for the spaceship they found in the territory of the Primarch. This time, she stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed all the way. It took only half the time to return to Bai Fu town to get to the spaceship. The price was that Yulia, whose physical fitness was far inferior to hers, was made to vomit by her. Not everyone's physical fitness is as abnormal as yours. Bai Fu's physical fitness was so amazing that Yulia began to worry about her future. Yes, I will pay attention next time. Bai Fu pulled Yulia into the spaceship. As she expected, the computer on the spaceship recognized not the empty shell of the True Spirit Pillar, but the spirit core that had been integrated into Yulia's body. That is, Yulia became the key to this spaceship. Authentication completed. RX-0713 cargo spaceship is waiting for the owner's new instructions in the cargo ship's cockpit. A blue virtual figure appeared in front of Bai Fu, speaking the Zuyuan Star International Common Language learned from Shattered Star. Yulia handed over the command to Bai Fu, who asked, "Can the spacecraft return to the galaxy you were in before?" The AI replied, "Because the spacecraft was attacked before and encountered an accident during the landing, I suggest that the spacecraft be fully self-checked before returning." How long will the inspection take? 3 days. After the self-check is completed, based on the technological level of this planet, the repair will take about 1 to 2 months. Is it 2 months at most? Bai Fu didn't care. After finding a way to leave Zuyuan Star, she was not in a hurry to leave now. Her plan was to wait until Zuyuan Star's reconstruction plan was on track, and she would become the true queen and true protagonist of Zuyuan Star, and then leave with various resources harvested from Zuyuan Star and a large amount of experience harvested from players. This was a more prudent approach. With these experiences and resources, she only needed to collect higher-level psychic knowledge in the Star Sea and complete the corresponding promotion tasks to quickly raise her level, without having to slowly fight in the Star Sea and start from scratch. "Can you teach me the universal language?" Bai Fu asked. The AI immediately transmitted the language knowledge it had sorted out to Bai Fu. With the learning function of the game, Bai Fu successfully mastered the universal language in just 1 hour. Very good, now she looks more like a real alien. Notify me when the self-inspection is completed, and I will help you collect the materials needed for repair. Got it. Bai Fu drove here, and it was easy to go back. The spaceship soared into the sky and landed near Bai Fu town in just 1 hour. After all, it's just an ordinary cargo ship. It's still too slow when flying on the surface of the planet. Bai Fu shook her head and planned to get a better spaceship after arriving in the Star Sea. After getting off the spaceship, she stuffed the interstellar common language into the store of the faction copy and sold it as a new product, priced at 3,000 experience points. This move quickly attracted the attention of the players of the Silent Garden. Look, there is a new product in the store, interstellar common language. Damn, this thing is prepared for entering the Star Sea. Is it possible that the next version is the Star Sea version? The players of the Silent Garden suddenly became excited. The players from other planets were confused. No, man, we are still crawling on the ground, and you are going to fly to the sky? No, you can't. I don't think so. I think so. I don't know if it is, but I can tell you for sure that something big is coming. Just as the players from the Court of Silence were arguing with the players from other planets, a player from the Railway Guild suddenly brought big news. What big? I don't know either, but judging from the reaction of the Railway Guild NPC, it must be very big. How big is very big? As big as Fu soon, players from the Old Republic and the Human Alliance also jumped out. I testify that he is right, the big one is coming. Okay, if it is not as big as Fu, I will fight you. The players were arguing happily in the community, but as time went on, some careful players found that the atmosphere of Zuyuan Star was indeed a little different since the pre-march was defeated by Bai Fu. In the 10 days after that, many people came to Bai Fu town, and Bai Fu also went out several times. On the 10th day, a new news suddenly spread. At 8 p.m., please tune into the Railway Guild's Agate channel. Bai Fu, the superpower known as Silver Moon, will be a guest on Agate channel to share with us her views on the future of Zuyuan Star. Oh my god! This news instantly set off various settlements, shelters, and player communities on Zuyuan Star. The future of Zuyuan Star? This live broadcast topic is really fucking big. Quick, don't eat alone, start a live broadcast when you watch. We want to watch together. When the time finally came to 8 o'clock, NPCs and players from all over Zuyuan Star were crowded in front of TVs or radio stations. Igor's voice came out. Since the fall of the True Society and the Primarchs, Bai Fu, this name has become the focus of Zuyuan Star. Who is Bai Fu? Why is Bai Fu so powerful? Why does Bai Fu want to deal with the True Society and the Primarchs? And what Bai Fu wants to do after this? This is a question that many people are concerned about. Today, a program called Fireside Chat was specially opened, and the first guest of the program is Bai Fu. Amid cheers and applause, Bai Fu, wearing the elegant and mysterious Silent Court special uniform, appeared on the TV screen. Bai Fu and Igor chatted in the form of the initial rehearsal. She answered some of Igor's questions one by one, and said that she would cooperate with Igor to shoot a documentary to detail the beginning and end of the World War and the catastrophe on Zuyuan Star. A lot of information is made public for the first time, so please stay tuned. I think everyone living on Zuyuan Star is qualified to know what caused the world we live in to become what it is now, but at this point, Bai Fu suddenly stood up. Rather than looking back at the past, I would rather look forward to the future. I often think about a question. I have lived in this world for many years. One day, when I decide to travel far away, I must do something for it. Before today's show, I had many consultations with the Railway Guild, the Old Republic, and the Human Alliance. We all agreed that after eliminating the hidden dangers of Zuyuan Star, it is time to let Zuyuan Star return to its original state. A world where you can travel far away freely. A world where you don't have to worry about being attacked by mutant life on the way. I have verified it in the Goli Desert. I believe that the successful experience of the Goli Desert can be extended to the entire Zuyuan Star. Here, I sincerely call for. Bai Fu's impassioned voice penetrated time and space, and touched the hearts of most Zuyuan Star NPCs who listened to her speech. Especially after the leaders of the Railway Guild and other forces connected to the agate platform to support her, everyone's heart uncontrollably produced an idea. What if it really succeeds? The show has not yet ended, but at this moment, Bai Fu has become the most popular super idol on Zuyuan Star. Queen, Goddess, and various titles have rained down on her head. The players watching the live broadcast were also excited. Before, they had been wondering if there would be no main quests on Zuyuan Star after the True Society and the Pre-March were sent away, but Bai Fu's words clearly told them that they needed main quests. Is the main quest of rebuilding Zuyuan Star a big deal? From the Goli Desert to Zuyuan Star, from destruction to construction, from a passerby in a major event to a hero of Zuyuan Star, if you perform well. Your name will even be left on Zuyuan Star forever, becoming the name of a city or a landmark building. All these things are too tempting for players. I have been wondering who the protagonist of Zuyuansing is, the 5 NPCs that appeared on the official website. Now I am sure that Zuyuansing has only one real protagonist. Fu Fu. Bai Fu's live broadcast was a huge success beyond expectations. She bowed to the audience in front of the TV, stood up, and raised her right hand to shout. Long live Zuyuansing. The photo became the annual photo of Zuyuansing, and also became the cover of a lot of posts in the community, and a lot of videos on video websites. After the live broadcast ended, Bai Fu immediately opened the community. She has made a move, and now it depends on how the players and planners will react. Chapter 146. Bai Fu had tried many times to create a classic scene for herself that would go viral, including erecting a monument for the players, deliberately hanging an NPC on a street lamp in the live broadcast, and knocking down the killer in front of the live broadcast with a relaxed posture like taking a walk. But the facts have proved that most of the time, deliberately creating the so-called classic scene is not as effective as the unintentional expression of true feelings, probably because true feelings can move people more. When Bai Fu opened the player community, she was shocked to find that most of the players in the community talked about not her announced Zuyuansing reconstruction plan, but the photo of her raising her hand to encourage all the viewers at the end of the show. The composition, the action, the expression, the voice, and then thinking about the experience of Zuyuansing, thinking about the efforts that Fu Fu made to change Zuyuansing, this photo. I would like to call it God. I am confused after seeing it. If the NPC of Zuyuansing sees this photo, I am afraid that they will be as excited as if they drank fake wine. Damn, this is the first time I think Bai Fu can be so handsome. If I were an NPC living in Zuyuansing and saw this photo, I would rush to the TV station and put a real crown on Bai Fu. This is really a classic scene. It feels like it will explode. Brothers, I will go to get some heat first. When it comes to getting some heat, Fuman's publicity master Dig G is indispensable at this time. As soon as she finished watching the live broadcast, Digger G edited a new video. This new video mainly compares the difference between the Goli Desert before and after Bai Fu's arrival. After the comparison, it also played the whole process of Bai Fu from sweeping the Wanderer camp in the Goli Desert, to fighting wits and courage with the True Society, to killing the president of the True Society, to destroying the Broken Star. The end of the video is a shot of Bai Fu raising her hand and shouting. This video did not use any amazing production techniques, but it quickly became a hot search on the video website as soon as it was released. Only Digger G has so many video materials of Bai Fu. 666. Treasure Hunter, don't just post videos here. You can make a lot of money by selling the materials you shoot to the NPCs in the game. As a video producer and material shooter, your reputation in Zuyuan Star will definitely soar. A barrage of comments floating across the screen made by Fu and Digger, who were watching the video at the time, stunned for a moment. Good guy, you can make money and gain reputation. Digger took action immediately. After experiencing the initial excitement, the players gradually focused on the Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan proposed by Bai Fu. They were not really interested in the content of the plan itself. After all, it was just a task. They were more concerned about the rewards of the task. Using players' names to name the rebuilt Zuyuan Star? This is so cool. The players on other novice planets are almost jealous. Damn it, why don't we have similar activities here? The official is smiling now. The sales of name change cards will increase. Nicknames like Cat Head are fine, but if you call yourself Milky White Shuazi, even if you dare to use this name, the NPCs of Zuyuan Star may not dare to use it. Fu Fu has become the official lucky star. Planning. Bai Fu, quickly say that you like the player, and let the player recharge another 70,000. By the way, Fu seemed to have mentioned in the live broadcast just now. When I decide to travel far away, does this mean that she is going to leave Zuyuan? Xing returned to the starry sky? That should be the case. Didn't the faction store suddenly sell Interstellar Universal Language? When Fu shattered Xing before, she also said that she was looking for a way to return to the Reborn Empire. Damn, I have to buy Interstellar Universal Language now. I can only say don't worry. Fu's return to the starry sky doesn't mean we can go to the starry sky with her. The main quest of Zuyuan Star has not been completed yet by Fu, who had nothing to do, was browsing the community. Occasionally, she saw a post or reply from a player praising her, and she couldn't help but feel proud. Okay, lick more, it feels good. After browsing for a long time and not finding any more interesting posts, Fu closed the community. The popularity this time is much higher than she thought. When this wave of popularity ferments, the attention it brings to her will definitely be much greater than the previous wave of Tai Erjiren being a spy. After all, she was just a supporting role that time, and this time she is the real protagonist. It has to be the action that is done subconsciously after the emotion is in place. By Fu's side, the power of the photo is so terrifying. The most direct impact of this wave of popularity is that the sales of Interstellar Universal Language, which was originally average, began to soar. Add 3,000, add 3,000. Hey, haven't you eaten yet? Try harder, and feed me hard. Even if you feed me a lot of experience, I can eat it all. In fact, Fu thought about setting the price of Interstellar Universal Language higher at the beginning, but few players would be willing to buy it. It is better to sell more with less profit. Interstellar Universal Language is not something difficult for players to learn. Once the Star Ocean version arrives, the official will definitely rush to feed this thing to players. Otherwise, they will be ridiculed by players, who can't even understand the words of NPCs after entering the Star Ocean. She is selling Interstellar Common at a lower price now. Even if the official measures are to allow players to learn it for free, players will not turn around and call her a shameless profiteer. They will only think that it is worth spending 3,000 experience points to buy an early experience. They may even say that she is a conscience Fu. In addition to the sharp increase in experience points, Fu's most important thing is the upcoming new version update. It has been several months since the launch of version 1.2. According to common sense, version 1.3 should be on the way. Version update preview, enhancements during version update, various changes after version update, all of these are what Fu is looking forward to. She did a lot in version 1.2, and created a few waves of popularity, raising the story exploration of Zuyuan Star to 13.4%. All the protagonists and villains on Zuyuan Star were either killed by her, or became her wings. 13.4% exploration doesn't seem much, but according to the official statement, the story exploration of a planet occupied by the main storyline is not high. Most of the story exploration of the novice planet is composed of those side quests, hidden quests, and some stories that do not have quests, but can make the planet more vivid. Fu alone accounts for 13.4% of the plot exploration, which can be said to be the protagonist among the protagonists, a real protagonist. I don't know how much it can be strengthened this time. If it is strengthened a lot, she can skip the stage of wearing socks first and then shoes, being a grandson first and then a grandfather, and fast forward directly to Weeb Barefoot can play a lot of tricks. The Star Sea and Zuyuan Star are different from the Novice Planet maps. On the Novice Planet, no matter how hard the player tries, it is difficult to find a way to jump out of the Novice Planet to explore the wider Star Sea if the version is not up to date. But the Star Sea is different. As long as the player earns enough money, even if he is only level 1, he can go to the super high level areas such as the Reborn Empire and the Supernova Battle Group and advance through various means of transportation. The main feature is freedom. This freedom means that even if Fu is active in the territory of a galaxy-level civilization, there is a certain chance that she will meet a peerless master of a cosmic-level civilization. In order to make yourself live more comfortably in the Star Sea, it is very necessary to improve your strength as much as possible before going to the Star Sea. Finally, I found you, Queen Fu. I didn't expect you to be here looking at the stars. While Fu was thinking about the future, Igor pushed open the door of the rooftop of the TV station building and walked over excitedly. Fu turned around. Don't call me Queen Fu. It's strange to call me that. Igor didn't respond. He smiled and said, this TV live broadcast was very successful. Within just 1 hour after the live broadcast ended, all TV stations and radio stations in the wasteland contacted us, hoping to buy the broadcast rights of the documentary. In addition, I received a lot of contact from viewers and companies. Many of them are very interested in the clothes you wear, especially your black staff and the small black crown with a strong metallic texture on your head. It seems that this wave of selling peripherals can make a lot of money. After several waves of publicity, Baifu is now not only the queen of Ziyuan Star in name, but also the most popular super idol on Ziyuan Star. This is what it means to be good-looking. Baifu nodded. Let Gao Yuan handle this matter. I don't have any extra requirements. I will exchange part of the money I earn for what I need, and the other part will be used to build Baifu Town and the forward exploration camp during the reconstruction of Ziyuan Star. After entering the universe, the money on Ziyuan Star is just a pile of waste paper, which may not be worth as much as a bottle cap. Therefore, she has no intention of saving money now, and she wants to convert all the money into strength and infrastructure that can accept more new players to Ziyuan Star before entering the Star Sea. Igor said, I understand. He said goodbye immediately, leaving Baifu alone on the rooftop to enjoy the breeze. Looking at the scattered stars in the clear night sky, Baifu felt very proud. It was not easy. When she woke up in the small shabby house of the abandoned cooling plant a year ago, she never thought that she would become the Ziyuan Star's Zudong one day, right? Yes, Zudong, on Ziyuan Star, who was a player leaks earlier than her, and who understood the players' leaks better than her? When the players have established a firm foothold on Ziyuan Star, and my personal marks are engraved everywhere on Ziyuan Star, I could almost leave here. A journey measured in light years, a cosmic wonder more shocking than the pillars of creation, a technology that spans dimensions, a seeker who explores the source of power. The Sea of Stars is her journey. The day after the TV broadcast ended, the entire Ziyuan Star became busy. The Railway Guild and other forces formed a pioneering group, cooperated with the Silent Court to issue new tasks, and called on players to join the great plan of rebuilding Ziyuan Star. Many players were worried that there were no interesting tasks to do after defeating the pre-march. As soon as they saw the pioneers coming, they immediately signed up to join. The types of tasks for rebuilding Ziyuan Star are very rich. It is not just a simple job. The specific content includes, but is not limited to cooperating with researchers to study new anti-pollution drugs, cleaning up pollution sources, cleaning up mutant life, cleaning up those wanderers with a very bad reputation, building camps, transporting supplies, exploring pre-war ruins, etc. These tasks basically meet the needs of most players, and there are a lot of them. Baifu no longer has to worry about the increasing number of players in the Silent Garden and the insufficient quota of her faction tasks. Anyway, there are forces such as the Railway Guild to help her issue tasks. All she needs to do is to show up occasionally, help players solve high-level bosses that they cannot defeat at all, and brush up her presence. Other tasks such as commanding players can be left to Anya and Old Neeson. Are you feeling better? In Baifu Town, in the newly built hospital, Baifu put the fruit basket on the bedside table. Xiaosher leaned against the bed, her face pale and her eyes dull, until she heard Baifu's voice and barely raised her head. This was the first time she could see outsiders after undergoing a lot of examinations and treatments. She said in a hoarse and dry voice, "The doctor said I recovered quickly." Baifu sat down beside the bed. "How do you feel?" Xiaosher shook her head. "I don't know." She was not an outgoing person before, and now she is even more introverted. Baifu said, "Can't accept that you are a man-made person?" "No, I just think it's ridiculous. You know, I joined the Four because I was hostile to the True Society and thought that the True Society was very hateful for killing innocent people, but..." Xiaosher grabbed the bed sheet tightly. "In the end, I found that the pre-march I was in was darker than the True Society." Baifu understood all of a sudden. It was not a collapse of faith, but a collapse of faith. If Yulia just suddenly lost her goal and didn't know what to do, then Xiaosher was disgusted with herself in her heart. "You didn't do anything wrong, it was the pre-march who was wrong." Xiaosher smiled bitterly and said, "I have thought about what you said, but I can't get over this hurdle. I feel like there is a hole in my heart. I don't know what to use to fill that hole. I feel very uncomfortable." She crossed her hands and hugged her arms, as if she was trapped in the cold wind, her body trembling slightly. Baifu supported her right cheek and asked curiously, "If I say I can fill the hole in you, do you think I can fill it?" Xiaosher looked at Baifu in confusion. Baifu said, "I am your savior, normally you should repay me, right?" "That's right. Then things will be easy. I don't care whether you are autistic or open-minded. I hope that you can repay me by studying the mechanical knowledge I taught you, and then using this knowledge to rebuild Ziyuan Star." "Rebuild Ziyuan Star?" Xiaosher was even more confused. Baifu handed a personal terminal to Xiaosher. I have cooperated with the Railway Guild and other forces to come up with a plan to rebuild Zuyuan Star. The goal is to restore Zuyuan Star to its pre-disaster state. You can watch the video in the terminal for details. I have also entered all the mechanical knowledge into the terminal. Watch it carefully, and learn it well. This is what you owe me. You are not allowed to die before you complete the tasks I have assigned you and repay my kindness. After that, she handed a fragment of the True Spirit Pillar to Xiaoshi. Keep this. It will strengthen your body and help you complete my mission better. The Master's mission? Xiaoshi held the terminal, and the fragment of the True Spirit Pillar handed to her by Bai Fu. Although the weight on her palm could not fill the void in her heart, it could at least make her stop thinking about those things for a while. Thank you. Bai Fu nodded. She sat in the ward for another 10 minutes before leaving. As soon as she went out, she saw Yulia standing against the wall. Come on, follow me to the laboratory and study which parts of my body can help you recover your spiritual energy when in contact with you. I need data to analyze the specific mechanism of recovering spiritual energy. Yulia pulled Bai Fu out of the hospital. Bai Fu, you scheming woman, you better really want to do an experiment. Yulia was actually very calm. She had no hostility towards Xiaoshi. All this came from her self-confidence. She believed that as long as she kept improving, Bai Fu would never leave her. She would always be the most important person beside Bai Fu besides Anya. For a whole afternoon, Bai Fu and Yulia were busy doing experiments in the laboratory. Gulp gulp. After returning home, Bai Fu gulped down a few gulps of water. She didn't actually want to do the experiment for so long. But Yulia was right. If you don't cooperate with me in the experiment now, then when you fight and run out of psychic energy and want to recover it, you have two choices. One is to drink my blood, and the other is that you don't want to fight me in public. Stop talking, start researching now. To be honest, Bai Fu doubted whether Yulia had really done the research, because during the verbal battle, the fragile mage Yulia's name had a dizzy debuff. Forget it, just trust her for once. Bai Fu took a bath, then lay on the bed and looked at the community. As she was flipping through the forum, she came across a new hot post. Who is the Lord of the Dark Knight? Let me show you Bai Fu's background story. The player who posted the post was called Favorite Sweet Tofu Pudding from Indigo Star. When Bai Fu entered the post, she found that many players were fighting over sweet tofu pudding and salty tofu pudding, but more players were still discussing the main content of the post. After digging, Ji said with great confidence that Bai Fu was 100% the Lord of the Dark Knight. Zui Tian Dofu now began to collect all the legends of the Lord of the Dark Knight on Indigo Star. This post he published is about these things. The Lord of the Dark Knight is not an orthodox belief on Indigo Star, but an alien god that is not accepted by the public. This is consistent with what Fu Fu said, because according to Fu Fu, she came from the Rebirth Empire. Isn't this an alien god? It is rumored that the Lord of the Dark Knight is a two-faced god. She has two souls. One soul is gentle, and the other soul is good at fraud. Needless to say, the gentle soul is the one that is gentle, and the cunning soul can't be said to be a bad woman. She should be the kind of fun god who likes to have fun. She has not done anything bad. The reason why she is hated is that she always likes to lie, and she will laugh in front of the people she deceived. To be honest, if you haven't been deceived by her, you probably think this character is weird and interesting. But the focus of what I want to talk about today is not these. I want to talk more about. It is the betrayal that Fu Fu mentioned and Anya's identity. So far, no one knows what Anya's origin is, but through digging into the legend of the Lord of the Dark Knight, I finally got a clue. In the legend of Indigo Star, the Lord of the Dark Knight has a follower called Spirit Master, whose image is unknown, and who is good at spiritual or other similar supernatural powers. In the Night of the Gods on Indigo Star, the Lord of the Dark Knight was betrayed. Spirit Master sacrificed himself to remind the Lord of the Dark Knight. It is rumored that he has an apprentice. I suspect that the apprentice he left behind is Anya's favorite sweet tofu brain attached a lot of photos and short videos as evidence in the post, which made his post look like a rigorous thesis with almost no faults. All players who read the post completely subconsciously chose to believe his conclusion. Damn, it turns out Anya's identity is really unusual. Her master died to save Fu Fu. I cried my ass off by Fu. Is this okay? She hinted to the players more than once that Anya's identity is unusual, but because she didn't figure out how to make it easy to reveal flaws, she never elaborated on this setting. Now, the players took the initiative to make up a mysterious identity for Anya, and further confirmed that she came from the Sea of Stars. I can only say that this is a mythological story. You can always find a character without even a name in a corner for people to make associations. Good post, I copied it. From now on, I will be Bai Fu, the Lord of the Dark Knight from the Reborn Empire, and Anya is the follower who saved me. Unless there is really a Lord of the Dark Knight on Indigo Star, there is nothing wrong with this setting. Bai Fu browsed the community again, and suddenly found a post released by the official. Above the Stars 1.3 version update preview. Oh my god. Bai Fu jumped up from the bed. The big thing she was looking forward to is finally coming. She quickly clicked on the video link, and as soon as she entered the video, a lot of barrages floated by. Here it comes. We are almost entering the interstellar era and fighting aliens. Why can't we even take off our pants? If the new version doesn't add the function of taking off pants, I will give the game a bad review. After the game logo floated above the stars, 2 Q version figures appeared in the middle of the screen. The one on the left is the Star Girl, and the one on the right is completely beyond Bai Fu's expectations. Isn't this my Q version image? Bai Fu's eyes became brighter and brighter. Awesome, it's worth her hard work to increase her popularity. In the last version, she became a psychic professional instructor, and in this version, she directly became the commentator of the update trailer video. It seems that the official recognizes her efforts. This time she will most likely get a new enhancement, and this enhancement will not be bad. In the video, Chuanqing Yang and Q version Fu Fu asked and answered each other, introducing the update content of version 1.3. The previous 1.1 and 1.2 versions of the game added a lot of new features. Version 1.3 did not add new features, but added a lot of new products to the mall, including but not limited to customized customer service images, such as Q version Fu Fu, customized game guides, such as Q version Fu Fu, customized game prompt sounds, such as Bai Fu voice packs. These products can be purchased by players with real money or redeemed by hard work. Bai Fu, Okay, you are so good at making money, right? Fortunately, I am one step ahead of you. I have established a business alliance to produce my peripheral products on Ziyuan Star before you made a move, and I am waiting to cut the player's hands when the time comes. Bai Fu quickly skipped this content. She was more concerned about the explanation of the main line of the game by Chuanqing Yang and Q version Fu Fu during the Q&A, because in this content, Chuanqing Yang mentioned a lot of information related to the Starry Sky. All this information was made public for the first time since the game was launched, and it was announced now to warm up for the 2.0 version of Shanghai. It's a timely reign. Bai Fu quickly took out her notebook and listened to the class seriously. Chapter 147. The official website of the game has actually posted a lot of background information related to the Star Sea, and has repeatedly stated in previous Q&A sessions that the Star Sea map will be officially opened in version 2.0. However, the information on the official website is relatively general, and it only briefly introduces the basic conditions of the 3 major civilizations in the universe, and the areas that have been explored by the 3 civilizations. For example, the cultural tolerance of the Reborn Empire is extremely high, and all kinds of strange things can be seen. For example, the mainstream civilization of the Supernova Core is very martial, and is the force that likes to explore the dark areas of the universe, unexplored areas of the universe, the most. For example, Titan Industries likes to do business, and is a paradise for technology schools. In terms of aesthetics, it likes big. The word big here does not only refer to the big and beautiful technology and architecture, but also to the big and beautiful in other aspects. In order to better highlight Titan Industries' pursuit of big and beautiful, the official website has put a lot of pictures on the introduction page of Titan Industries, the most typical of which is a gigantic planetary mothership and a humanoid female superpowered person named Hunter Master. Although the official website did not provide any detailed description of the 2 pictures, the planetary mothership and the female superpowered person in the pictures have won the favor of a large number of players because of their big and beautiful appearance. Bai Fu also likes to watch these, but compared to the 3 major forces that are still far away from her, she hopes to obtain information about the Star Sea map opened in version 2.0, which is the help to settle down. Good news! In this version 1.3 update preview video, the official finally brought her the news she wanted. The main topic of the discussion between Chuanqing Yang and Q version Fu Fu is actually the influence of players on the development of the main plot of the game. Q version Fu Fu. Each novice planet has more than one main plot and hidden main plot, so, among these main plots, which one is the most important? Chuanqing Yang. There is no most important one. What we do is just to guide players to cross the barriers of the world and come to this world full of countless wonders. As for which of these main plots has a greater impact, it depends on the deduction of the world itself and the participation of the players in the plot. Q version Fu Fu. In other words, as long as players exert enough influence, they can make their favorite plots become. Main plot. Plot. Enjoy a truly immersive experience? Stargirl. Yes, since today's guest is Fu Fu, let's take Zuyuanxing as an example. In the original setting of Zuyuanxing, the 5 major forces confronted each other, and it was uncertain who would have the last laugh, maybe the True Society, maybe the Pre-March. In the subsequent plot, many players choose to support Fu Fu. With their efforts, Fu Fu's story has become the most dazzling story of Zuyuanxing. Q version Fu Fu. I see, the Stargirl explained it very clearly. Stargirl, in fact, the influence of players on the development of the game is very large. Ending the main plot in advance and finding the key props in advance can not only open new plots in advance, but also have the opportunity to enter the unopened map. Q version Fu Fu. Unopened map. Does it mean the starry sky? Stargirl. Yes, recently there have been players sending private messages to Stargirl, and Stargirl will make a unified explanation here. Version 2.0 is the Starry Sea event version, but this does not mean that players have to wait until version 2.0 to enter the Starry Sea. It's just that this condition is very harsh. What to do is left to all players to explore on their own. Let's take a look at the new column Traveling in the Stars brought to you by this update preview. The so-called Traveling in the Stars is attached to the explanation of the update content, and Stargirl and guests will take players to appreciate the scenery of the new version. In the first episode of Touring the Stars, the video shows the wonders of each novice planet, and at the end of the column, the Sea Lion Galaxy, where the star fragments are active, is used as an example to take players on a tour of the starry sky. Passenger ships equipped with hyperspace engines, huge and dreamy ring worlds, stargates surrounded by countless ships. These scenes have attracted a carnival among players in the barrage, and many players are already dreaming of driving their own starships across the universe. Bai Fu is more pragmatic than them. She quickly draws a relationship diagram of the various forces mentioned by the Stargirl on her notebook. The main controller of the Sea Lion Galaxy is the Star Network community, which is composed of multiple civilizations. The Sea Lion Galaxy belongs to a galaxy cluster called the Initial Gate, which is named because it is located at the top of a cosmic wall called the Edge World. The Edge World is located in the middle of the explored universe and the unexplored Dark Domain. It is also affected by 3 major forces, but the Sea Lion Galaxy is generally under the influence of Titan Industries. Because the Sea Lion Galaxy is located in the Edge World, it is generally chaotic. Interstellar thieves, cosmic criminals, and heretical groups are rampant, but it is relatively stable in the area controlled by the Star Network community. It is precisely because of the chaos that there are many private armed companies and interstellar mercenary groups in the Sea Lion Galaxy. Is Shijing Security Company one of the top 5 private armed companies? No wonder Shattered Star is so afraid of it. This level of power probably doesn't have to bow down to the Star Network community. We can't let them know that the Pillar of the True Spirit is in my hands. Especially we can't let them know that Yulia has merged the core of the Pillar of the True Spirit. Bai Fu is skeptical about the integrity of uncontrolled private security companies. As for the Red Moon mercenaries and the consecration cult mentioned by Broken Star, although they were not mentioned in the update preview, she did not dare to let her guard down. There are many roads to enter the Sea Lion Galaxy, but the one with the highest throughput is definitely the Calanis Starport. The Calanis Starport has the best hyperspace entrance and jump slingshot in the Sea Lion Galaxy, which can greatly save the consumption of ships for long-distance navigation. Sitting on the bed, Bai Fu poked the Starport icon drawn on the notebook with her toes. Is it really safe to take this route to the Sea Lion Galaxy? Although it has been 100 years since Shattered Star robbed the Pillar of the True Spirit, who can guarantee that those forces will not have people waiting in Calanis Starport? If someone is waiting, she will probably be arrested as soon as she shows her head. Those forces cannot forget what the spaceship stolen by Shattered Star looks like. It seems that I have to take a long detour. Bai Fu secretly thought about countermeasures in her heart. She traveled across the Starry Sea to the Sea Lion Galaxy, not to go to jail. Although there are always players who like to call her Lao Fu, it would be funny if she really became Lao Fu by accident. Bai Fu scrolled back a few times, and after the Travel the Stars section ended, the screen popped up the exact time of the 1.3 version update, which was the same as before the 1.2 version update, 10 days after the release of the trailer. New version, new atmosphere. I wish you all more happiness in this living world. See you next time. The update trailer video ended here, but the impact of the video has just fermented. This update trailer did not mention any new features, but now not many players care about this, and the first thing they think of is the dialogue between the Stargirl and the Q version of Fu Fu. This conversation contains so much information, And what shocked the players the most is that as long as they find the right method, they can actually sneak into the Star Sea before the Star Sea version is released. Damn, has this game become so free? No, this is a bit exaggerated. Doesn't it mean that the map and plot of this game have been completed long ago? Is this really something that people can make a game? The group of people on ZUN Star are really lucky. They support Foo and accidentally find a shortcut to the Star Sea. Oh my god, on behalf of the players on Indigo Star, I want to condemn ZUN Star severely. Soar Star players. It should be impossible for all of them to go to the Star Sea with Foo. There is no spaceship that big on the Soar Star, and Foo will most likely not take any players with her, or only take a few players with her. Indeed, I think so too. The topic of sneaking into the Star Sea in advance topped the game community popularity rankings at an incredibly fast speed, and swept through video websites and some social networking sites half an hour later, making a big advertisement for Stars Above. As the special guests of the update preview video and the protagonists of the typical case, the Q version of Foo and dubbed by Foo also gained popularity with this popularity. Seeing this scene, Bai Fu was in a good mood. The reason why the official used her deeds as an example is probably because they are afraid that players from other planets will see that the players from ZUN Star followed her to the starry sky and feel unfair and come to attack them. Regardless of whether the official purpose is this time the official has given her an assist. Now all the players of ZUN Star believe that they can follow her to the starry sky in advance as the plot develops. The only question is how many people she will bring this time. Will she only bring Digger G like she did when she ran away from the original Gene body before? Or will she bring more players? No one knows. But the players of ZUN Star are very clear that the competition has arrived. Not good. The next morning, Bai Fu had just gotten up from bed and was still washing up when she received an urgent call from Su Li. What's wrong? Have you encountered another advanced mutant life that you can't solve? Su Li on the other end of the terminal smiled bitterly. If it's just like this, it's okay. You should pack up and come to my side. I don't know what happened. Since last night, the undead who followed you have gathered together and kept fighting. They fought for a full 8 hours. People on our side are almost scared by them. If you don't solve the problem, I'm afraid your ZUN Star reconstruction plan will not be implemented. Players started fighting, and they fought for 8 hours. Bai Fu was stunned. What kind of Superman is this? Even the 5 Tiger Generals, who were famous in the forum back then, were not so awesome. Wait a minute, I asked about the situation. Bai Fu quickly opened the community, and she figured out the cause and effect of the matter in the ZUN Xingzi section. The fight that Su Li mentioned was actually offline PK, and the reason why these players suddenly gathered together for PK while doing the task was because they watched the official update preview video. How many players will Fufu take with her this time? I don't know, but I think the point is not this, but what kind of players will Fufu take with her? Good relationship? High contribution? Or strong strength? A big discussion broke out among the players of ZUN Star around this issue. Although they don't know what Bai Fu will choose, all the players reached a consensus after the big discussion. Only the strong are worthy of Fufu. This is going to a high-level map, and high-level maps are naturally full of high-level monsters. A rookie will not only not be able to help Fufu, but will also cause trouble for Fufu. But reaching a consensus is a consensus, and soon a new question came up. Who is the so-called strongman who can possess Fufu? Player A said he was, and Player B also said he was. When the verbal PK could not reach a result, the players working under Su Li spontaneously gathered together to engage in offline PK. Bai Fu, you are really idle. No. At the moment of rolling her eyes, Bai Fu suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to kill another wave of players before leaving ZUN Star. The offline PK held by these players is an unlimited fighting mode, with no restrictions on weapons and props. If she can persuade all the players of ZUN Star to participate in this offline PK, how many prayer cards, skills, and professional knowledge books can she sell? These days, Bai Fu has earned more than 30 million experience points by selling Interstellar Universal Language. Although this number is large, it now costs more than 6 million experience points for her to level up. This experience point is only enough for her to level up 4 levels after completing the job transfer task. She is quite dissatisfied with this efficiency. But no matter how dissatisfied she is, she can't whip those players who are reluctant to spend experience to buy Interstellar Common Language, right? Spit it out, damn it, give me all the experience you have hidden. If you don't spit it out, I will use more drastic measures. You don't want to be trampled by me, right? This way, you can get enough experience, but what are the consequences? Perhaps the image of Fu that she had created before, the conscientious one, collapsed instantly, and she became a greedy cat and a bad woman. Now, these players have provided her with new ideas. If I had taken the initiative to propose a PK selection, the impact would probably not be much better, but now the players are taking action. I only need to cooperate with them a little bit to squeeze them all dry, make a lot of money, and don't have to damage my good reputation. How cool is this? Bai Fu was happy. She comforted Su Li a few words, and then hurried out to find Anya, and asked Anya to cooperate with her to perform a play in front of Digging G. As the player who is best at imagining things in Silent Garden, Digger G stepped into the trap. Big news after Bai Fu and Anya walked away, Digger G immediately logged into the community and posted a new post. I just overheard the conversation between Fu and Anya. Because it happened suddenly, I forgot to take a video, so I will just briefly retell it now, mainly about going to the starry sky. This topic immediately attracted the attention of most players on Zuyuan Star. Digging G. Just now, Fu and Anya were discussing the size of the spaceship. Fu said that after the spaceship was filled with supplies, it could accommodate another 100 people, which was very spacious. Anya suggested that Fu take some players with her to leave Zuyuan Star. Fu thought this was a good idea, but she hadn't decided who to take. Anya said that she should take more powerful players, so that they could help with more things. Fu hesitated for a long time, and did not directly agree with Anya's words. She just said that she would ask which players were more powerful when the time came. Digging G's retelling was very effective. Who is better? It must be me. Zuyuansing Muhao joins. For a while, the players of Zuyuansing gathered together spontaneously, and took advantage of the gaps in the missions to PK crazily. In order to achieve better results in PK, many players gritted their teeth and bought prayer cards or skills that they did not need urgently. It is not a big problem to stop leveling for a few days. The important thing is to get good results in PK. If you are lucky enough to be noticed by Fu and get the opportunity to go to the starry sky, then the losses before are nothing. From that day on, many players on Zuyuan Star lived a life of doing tasks during the day and PK at night. Su Li was almost numb. What kind of superheroes are these? They do so much work during the day, and still have the energy to fight at night. She contacted Bai Fu. Are you really going to leave Zuyuan Star and go to the starry sky? If you leave, who can control these undead, who are getting stronger and stronger? Bai Fu said, don't worry, I'm gone, but old Nisan and the others are still here, and even if they are far away, I can still manage these undead on Zuyuan Star through the undead I took away. If you encounter any trouble, you can contact me at any time through the undead. That's true, but... Su Li shook her head and sighed. She actually wanted to go to the Starry Sea, but her qualifications might not be able to support her to survive in the Starry Sea. Let me know when you leave. I see you off. Okay. Bai Fu looked up at the cloudless night sky. There's nothing to be sad about. She's not leaving and won't come back. When she gets a foothold in the Starry Sea, she will definitely find a way to return to Zuyuan Star and bring more players to explore the Starry Sea with her. There are only a few days left before the 1.3 version update. During these days, Bai Fu squeezed experience from players while running around to collect the material she was going to take to the Starry Sea. She ordered several sets of brand new combat uniforms from the most powerful mechanic on Zuyuan Star, and stocked up several large boxes of materials for making prayer cards. Finally, she cleared a room on the spaceship and moved all of Yulia's experimental equipment into it. In this way, even during the boring space journey, Yulia can do experiments with peace of mind. In fact, Bai Fu was going to build a workshop for Xiaoshi at the beginning, but this proposal was rejected by Xiaoshi. You really don't plan to go to the starry sky with me? Xiaoshi's face was full of melancholy. She stood under the eaves, looking like a weak literary girl. When she heard Bai Fu's words, she forced a smile. I really want to go, but I am too weak now. If I go with you, I will not only be unable to help you, but also become a burden to you. I have been saved by you once, and I don't want to trouble you a second, third, or even more times. Bai Fu said, I don't mind, and you are not necessarily a burden. At least you can help me a lot in mechanical manufacturing. Xiaoshi said, didn't you say you would come back? I will wait for you on Zuyuan Star. When you come back, you will see me, who has walked out of the emptiness in my heart. During your absence, I will do my best to protect everything you left behind. Bai Fu Town, Silent Garden, your plan to rebuild Zuyuan Star. I will fight for my life for it. Anyone who dares to tarnish your ideals, I will send him to death without mercy. This sounds touching, but also a little scary. Huh? Bai Fu asked, No, what about your own ideal? Xiaoshu gently stroked the fragment of the true spirit pillar worn on her chest. The Zuyuan star you created is the Zuyuan star I saw in my dream. When there was a hole in my heart, you were trying your best to fill that hole in me. My current ideal is to hope that you can realize your ideal. Good guy, are you a Fu guard? You seem to be a little unfaithful to Fu. I want to kill you. Bai Fu looked at Xiaoshu with an increasingly strange look, but Xiaoshu seemed not to notice the abnormality in her eyes, and smiled at her with a warm smile like spring breeze. Okay, this is fine. Xiaoshu's current level is indeed a bit low. It is the most appropriate choice to let her stay on Zuyuan Star to level up with the help of players, and stay with her father for a while to mend the rift in her heart. I will leave you some high-level prayer cards. With these prayer cards, no one on Zuyuan Star can hurt you. As Bai Fu was talking, Xiaoshu suddenly stretched out her hands, and clasped her right hand in her palm. Then, Xiaoshu lowered her forehead, and gently touched her fingertips. I'm praying that we will meet again one day. Yes, I always keep my word. Bai Fu gently hugged Xiaoshu. 2 days before the 1.3 version update, Bai Fu received another call from Su Li. Did those undeads provoke you again? Su Li said, no, they didn't make trouble this time. It was the Human Alliance who made trouble. The Human Alliance found that many undeads were mutants. They are now angry and said that they would never cooperate with those undeads. Their disturbance has greatly delayed the construction period of the camp. I think this problem must be properly handled, otherwise if you are not here in the future, who knows what will happen. It's true. The original founders of the Human Alliance suffered greatly from the rebellion of mutants, so they are extremely hostile to mutants. I talked to them. Don't worry, I won't fight with them. You don't have to come to support me. Bai Fu immediately contacted the senior leaders of the Human Alliance. I've heard about the conflict between you and those undead. The leader of the Human Alliance said in a low voice, Queen Silver Moon, I personally respect you very much. You have changed the situation of Zuyuan Star. You have made Zuyuan Star look hopeful, but we have our principles. I hope. Bai Fu interrupted the other party, I'm not here to accuse you today. I can fully understand your feelings. I just want to have a good chat with you. I guess you have heard some rumors that I am going to leave Zuyuan Star. The leader of the Human Alliance was silent for a long time and gave a positive answer. The Star Sea is huge, so huge that Zuyuan Star is not even a grain of sand in the sea. In such a vast world, countless civilizations were born, and countless epic civilizations, cooperation, war. In the Star Sea, similar plots are always being played out. One day, Zuyuan Star will also enter the Star Sea and become a node in the cosmic civilization network. If we want to survive in this cosmic web where evolution is the eternal theme, what else can we do except evolve together? I will not force you. Even if you insist on withdrawing from the plan, I will not retaliate against you. The choice is in your hands. It is up to you to decide from what standpoint and angle to consider, and how to make a judgment. I will think about it carefully. After finishing the conversation with the Human Alliance, Bai Fu shrugged. Since she made the decision to leave Zuyuan Star, she has become calm. Although I long for the Sea of Stars, I still feel reluctant to leave. Forget it, since I have to leave eventually, I will leave some marks on this planet before I leave. Bai Fu found Gao Yuan and asked him to help her build a big statue in the square of Bai Fu Town. In fact, I have already sent people to make the statue in secret, and I will definitely be able to put it up before you leave Zuyuan Star. So smart, Bai Fu raised her eyebrows slightly. Then I will look forward to it. Gao Yuan smiled and said, don't worry. By the way, this is the weekly sales data of your peripherals. The data is very impressive. Even the most famous female idol in Zuyuan Star is not as good as 1/10 of you. Counting other income, I estimate that you will become the richest person in Zuyuan Star in a while. Bai Fu looked at the data. Although she had expected it, she was still shocked when she saw the above figures. This is the real money flowing like water. It's a pity that the money earned in Zuyuan Star cannot be brought to Shanghai. Most of the materials in Zuyuan Star can't be sold at a high price in Shanghai. She can only invest this money in building Zuyuan Star, providing better services to players, and attracting more players to support her. It would be great if I could replicate Zhu Yingxing's operation in Shanghai and become a popular idol. After entering Shanghai, her expenses would definitely be higher, and she needed to find a stable way to make money. Bai Fu thought secretly that even if she became a popular idol, it didn't seem to be a long-term solution to just sell peripherals. She didn't have so much time to release records and make movies, so she had to think of a better way to monetize her popularity. Bring goods? This seemed good, her same clothes sold well, but she had to choose a reliable partner to help her build a business empire. Gao Yuan did a good job, but Gao Yuan's strength was too ordinary, and it was too dangerous to go to Shanghai with her. How about looking for players to cooperate? Bai Fu first thought of the rich woman Calamity Dragon, who often worked with Digging G. She clicked on Digging G's live broadcast room to see if Digging G and Calamity Dragon were together now. When she opened the live broadcast room, she really saw Digging G and Calamity Dragon sitting together, and Calamity Dragon was constantly complaining. Do you know, I recently encountered a very troublesome thing. Didn't Fu Fu become popular again a few days ago, and was on the hot search? Then my dad accidentally saw Fu Fu while watching the news, and he asked me if this was the NPC in the game I played. I said yes, and I knew Fu Fu, so he suddenly had an idea and wanted me to ask Fu Fu to help his company advertise. Advertising is a common thing, but this time my dad actually wanted to ask Fu Fu to advertise. I can only say that he has great vision, but the problem is how can I ask Fu Fu for such a thing? If I remember correctly, the family of the disaster rich woman sells drinks, right? Yes, in order to advertise, my dad even specially asked someone to make drinks in the game. The disaster dragon picked up 2 bottles of drinks from the ground with a difficult face. When the players were discussing passionately in the bullet screen, Bai Fu had an idea. This seemed to be a good opportunity to increase her fame and gain popularity. Finding the dragon of natural disasters, drinking the drink seemingly unintentionally, and then praising the drink for her taste, this was simply a perfect advertisement. She was sure that this incident would definitely make her popular again. The first NPC in the stars to advertise real products? What a loud name. This would definitely attract the attention of many people who didn't pay attention to the stars. At this time, she took the opportunity to release a documentary, and the effect. It was fierce. Bai Fu became excited. Chapter 148. Bai Fu's plan went very smoothly. Digging G and the Dragon of Calamity were still complaining. She pretended to be unaware and broke into the live broadcast room. Then she drank a few sips of the drink that the Dragon of Calamity took out while shouting that she was thirsty. Well, this tastes quite to my taste. Where did you buy this drink? When the highly realistic game and the popular NPC in the game drank the real drink, it became a super classic advertisement. Can it be promoted like this? The live broadcast screen recording immediately attracted a large number of viewers who came to watch the video. After watching the video, these viewers also shared the video, making the video popular at a faster speed. Now Fu Fu has really become a cyber idol. It will be fun when Fu Fu performs singing, dancing, rap and basketball. Although many big guys have done similar MMD, I still want to see Fu Fu dance by herself in the community, the players of Zhuangxing discussed happily. The father of the Dragon of Calamity, who earned a lot of exposure, immediately realized that this was a good opportunity. Since Bai Fu likes their drinks, why not set up a beverage production factory in the game? At that time, the factory will be registered under Bai Fu's name, and the bulk of the profits will go to Bai Fu. Anyway, the game currency is meaningless to him. He only wants the advertising effect brought by Bai Fu. Bai Fu will naturally not refuse this kind of cooperation. Don't worry about anything. Just show your face, and you can pocket most of the profits. After the job is done, the players will praise her for her beauty and conscience. The captains of the slave trade will cry when they see her. Damn, Cyber Welfare G doesn't make money as easily as you. Cyber Welfare G has to pose seriously, and think about what kind of poses can attract more attention. Well, this is the effect of fame. Bai Fu was very satisfied. She was even more glad that she didn't rush to become a cyber welfare girl at the beginning. With the example of the Dragon of Natural Disasters, more and more players will definitely cooperate with her in the future. In addition to the Silent Garden she worked hard to build, her secret garden is now officially formed. What she has to do in the future is to continuously improve her participation in the plot, fame, etc., to expand the scale of the secret garden. Lack of money, lack of experience? Go to your own secret garden and dig hard. If you can't dig it out, dig it out, dig it out with the roots, and don't believe that you can't dig out good things. This is the basis of my survival in Shanghai. In the bathtub filled with water, Bai Fu excitedly crossed her legs. She worked hard to complete tasks for a long time, and her waist and legs were sore and her hair was unkempt to accumulate enough experience to level up. But it was different to exploit players. She only needed to make a few moves, and the players would be so excited that they would transfer all their hard-earned experience to her. The experience of a player was very small, but when a group of players gathered together, the experience was really enough to overwhelm people. Even a fool would know which one was more enjoyable. Bai Fu looked up at the clock on the wall, the second hand turned, and when it passed 12, she heard the pleasant reminder sound that she had heard 3 times. Confirming the plot participation 0%, 10%. Current plot exploration of Zuyuan Star is 13.4%. Correcting the role positioning 0%, 2%. Correcting the role positioning from Zuyuan Star single main plot protagonist to Zuyuan Star legendary protagonist. Correcting the role setting 0%, 2%, here it comes. Bai Fu stood up suddenly. She had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. The detailed content had not yet been loaded, but just seeing the words, legendary protagonist, she felt that her emotions were about to be pushed to a climax. This description is much more powerful than the so-called only true protagonist of XX Planet, right? A few minutes later, the character setting correction reached 100%, and Bai Fu quickly clicked on the new prompt that popped up. Correction 1. Your life strength and psychic fusion have exceeded the critical point of evolution, and you have obtained the opportunity for racial evolution. 1. Rebirth of the ancient human of the Empire. 2. Titan subspecies. 3. People who pray to the stars. He's a big deal right up there. Bai Fu's eyes lit up. Having experienced 2 evolutions, she knew that evolution would greatly improve her strength. She quickly scanned the brief introduction of the 3 races. The ancient humans of the reborn empire are the most common evolution direction of the adapters. They have no advantages or disadvantages, and belong to the balanced sect. The Titan subspecies was once the most common race within the Titan industrial sphere of influence. It has a lot of bonuses in endurance and strength. It should be considered the favorite of the physical training profession. It must be mentioned that after evolving into the Titan subspecies, even for A, there is a high probability of evolving into 2B with the blessing of racial talent. The Star Prayer is a race with spiritual power, and is the most compatible with Bai Fu now. Since she plans to go the spiritual power route, Bai Fu decisively chooses the Star Prayer. The match between race and profession is very particular. If you mess up, you may lose 50% of your combat power. Race evolution in progress. You have completed gene optimization, and your race has changed to a praying star person. Race change completed, you get attribute correction. Strength plus 11, agility plus 11, constitution plus 6, intelligence plus 10, spirit plus 9, inspiration plus 18. You get racial characteristic bonus. 1. You will get an extra 1 point of inspiration each time you level up 2. Every 1 point of constitution will convert plus 5 health points. Every 1 point of inspiration will convert plus 5 psychic energy points 3. Abnormal resistance plus 5%. Psychic energy reduction rate plus 5%. The moment the prompt sounded, Bai Fu felt a sharp pain surging from deep inside her body, and this pain was accompanied by numbness and itching from time to time. She grabbed the edge of the bathtub and sweated profusely. She was very glad that she got into the bathtub in advance, otherwise her clothes, socks, and sheets would be made sticky and difficult to wash. It took more than 10 minutes for Bai Fu to get rid of the pain brought by evolution. After the pain disappeared, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. I'm getting better. Bai Fu was overjoyed. The evolution of her race not only improved her strength, but also made her body proportions more perfect. Even delayed looked bigger. After measuring, it was not an illusion. This is evolution. After the evolution, Bai Fu's attribute panel was greatly improved. Health, 8192/8192 Psychic, 7610/7610 Chi, 630/630 Attributes, Strength 85, Agility 126, Constitution 212, Intelligence 103, Spirit 106, Inspiration 379. Hypertension increased by 2,000 points compared to before. Basic inspiration rapidly approached 400. As for basic constitution, Bai Fu felt that if other NPCs saw her physique was so exaggerated, they would definitely curse what the hell this is. No normal psychic prayer master can train his panel to be like this. I can only say that being able to freely add points is awesome. Bai Fu excitedly clicked on the second prompt. Correction 2. Talent Twin Spirits, I, corrected to exclusive talent Twin Moons. Twin Spirits, I, is the special talent for summoning Hei Fu. After being corrected to the exclusive talent Twin Moons, the name fits the image that Bai Fu created for herself better. The talent and skill names of a legendary protagonist naturally have the characteristics of a legendary protagonist. Compared with Twin Spirits, I, the effect of Twin Moons is also improved a lot. The newly summoned Hei Fu inherits Bai Fu's attributes from the original 80% to 85%, and the attribute bonus is also increased from all attributes plus 3 to all attributes plus 5, reaching half of Yulia's consecration link. This is the benefit of having many wings. Bai Fu sighed. Evolving from a succubus to a 12-winged angel, let's see who can beat her. By Fu turned to the third tip. Correction 3. You have learned the rare skill Spiritual Blessing, huh? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the prayer card she got after searching for the fragments of the Pillar of the True Spirit? She didn't expect it to become a skill. This is a huge bonus for her, because the cooldown time of skills and prayer cards is not shared, which means that as long as she finds Yulia to replenish her magic in time, she can open the second stage twice in a short period of time. The player worked hard to get through her second stage, and was happy to think that it was time for revenge, but suddenly she roared, white light appeared on her body, and she started another second stage. I hit her. I hit Bai Fu? I better hit the planner who designed the shit monster. Bai Fu couldn't help but laugh just thinking about this scene. She wished she had more mechanisms that could break the defense of players and other NPCs. Correction 4. You have obtained the Zuyuan Star Legend Certification Card Queen. Zuyuan Star. Bai Fu, the so-called Legend Certification is something like a nickname that is unlocked after reaching a certain level of regional reputation, such as the Great Sage Sun Wukong and Timely Rain Song Jiang. This nickname is not only nice to hear, but also has many extra bonuses. Bai Fu clicked on the first legendary certification she obtained, Card Queen, which has 2 bonuses. The first is to increase her card making efficiency by 50%. This bonus is incredible. With this, she can be more proficient in exploiting players. The second bonus affects the Silent Court camp she controls. First, she can issue more tasks, and the task reward amount is greatly increased. Secondly, players who join the Silent Court camp will enjoy a 2% inspiration attribute bonus. At this stage, this bonus is not high at all for players, but who would hate extra attributes that come out of thin air? I think no one would hate it except for those who deliberately lower their attributes in the hope of defeating the game. Bai Fu was very satisfied with this enhancement. With this bonus, she could deliberately leak more hot soup for players to drink when she was happily eating meat, which would be a huge bonus for her to recruit more players to join the Silent Court in the future. Bai Fu clicked on the next prompt. Correction 5. Character strength positioning changed from World Boss, Zuyuan Star, to Ordinary Hidden Boss, Xinghai. This correction made her name sound less domineering than before, but there was nothing she could do about it. She had no involvement in the plot in Xinghai now, and her popularity was limited to those planets where players were active. Still have to work hard. Later, I will explore the plot more, do more tasks, improve my strength, and open a new legendary certification. I believe that this position will be raised soon. Bai Fu, who has a player panel, is not in a hurry. As long as she is not unlucky enough to encounter a super boss, as soon as she goes out, she now has enough confidence to create a gorgeous future in the Star Sea. This time, the direct enhancement of her is settled here, but the subsequent prompts are still constantly irritating Bai Fu's nerves. First, let's correct 6, 7, and 8. Correction 6. Anya is corrected to Silent Court. Combat Commander. Correction 7. Anya's template is corrected to Psycho Overclocker. Correction 8. Anya has acquired the talent Luck. The 6th tip is an identity correction, which can basically be ignored, but the 7th and 8th tips are very important. After the crazy imagination of the Indigo Star players, Anya's identity is completely tied to her fake identity as the Lord of the Night, and most players identify her as her follower. Spiritual Lord. The remaining apprentice, after the game is reopened, if players see Anya's template has become a Psychic Overclocker, they will definitely believe this statement more firmly. Psychic Overclocker. It's a rare template, not bad. Martial arts plus psychic ability. Bai Fu thinks this is very promising. She didn't expect Anya to really charge into battle for her. The child is still young, and fighting and killing are so discordant. She usually thinks about how to help her exploit the players. It would be great if she could help her buff when she fights and block the enemy's mental attacks. During the time of Zuyuan Star activities, Bai Fu was most afraid of psychic users because they were impossible to stop. If the president of the True Society was a psychic user instead of a psychic warrior, she might have to develop for another half a year before she could send him off. Anya's wave of enhancement was still very powerful. The development prospects of psychic overclockers were not bad. At this stage, her strength increased a lot. Although she was far behind high-level psychics, she was very powerful compared to players. In the future, if a player thought she was cute and wanted to pinch her face, she would not have to ask Xiao Xiao Hei Fu to help her, and she could fight back by herself. After crossing out Anya's enhancement prompt, Bai Fu opened the last 3 prompts. Correction 9. Yulia was corrected to Silent Courtyard. Laboratory Supervisor. Moon Crow. Correction 10. Xiaoshu was corrected to Silent Courtyard. Zuyuan Star Manager. Mechanic. Correction 11. Self-built task rebuilding Zuyuan Star will be corrected to Zuyuan Star main task in version 1.3. These three corrections are corrections in positioning, officially incorporating Yulia, who is suspected to be the villain of the original plot, and Xiaoshu, the protagonist of the original plot, into the Silent Courtyard and becoming her left and right protectors. Among them, the name of Yulia Moon Crow is quite interesting. The moon refers to her, and the crow is Yulia's former nickname. The translation of Moon Crow is Mai, by Fu Yulia. Good guy, it's pure love all of a sudden. However, among these three tips, Bai Fu is most concerned about the revision 11. The official officially recognized her reconstruction plan of Zuyuan Star. Now, even if I leave Zuyuan Star, Silent Garden will not fall with the support of many players. As the saying goes, if you want to capture the hearts of players, you must first capture the main quest. Bai Fu is now capturing the only main quest on Zuyuan Star. This captures not only the hearts of players, but also the lifeblood of players. Don't listen to me, then you can only spend an incomplete gaming life without completing the main quest. After reading all the enhancement tips, Bai Fu clicked on the Silent Courtyard faction management interface. After brushing up her reputation to the first place on Zuyuan Star, she can now create 2 new faction dungeons. Faction dungeons are good things for harvesting player experience, so of course she won't leave them alone. After spending more than 10 minutes, she added 2 new dungeons to the camp, namely Graham Ambush and Black Hawk Base Ambush. She used the Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan to train players, and then used dungeons and celebration activities to harvest players. It was perfect. Bai Fu happily closed the camp management interface. She thought about it, and felt that now was the perfect time to gamble cards. She had just received the official bonus, so it stands to reason that this was the time when she had the best luck. She looked at her experience pool. After using the Interstellar Universal Language and offline PK to harvest players for 10 days, she had a total of 110 million experience points, which was unprecedented. Bai Fu spent 7 million experience points in a row to raise the level of the superpower field to LV10 without blinking an eye. The LV10 superpower field covers a range of 50 meters. After it is activated, it can reduce non-special damage by 40%. The effect is outstanding, and as long as you get the special prop evolution fragment, this skill can usher in a transformation. The only disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of spiritual energy after it is activated, and it cannot be used frequently. However, for Bai Fu, who has the magic master Yulia standing behind her, this disadvantage is not so acute. It seems that I have to cooperate more actively with Yulia to study her magic replenishment mechanism. The cunning woman really calculated everything. Bai Fu sighed and began to spend experience in the prayer card synthesis function. After entering the Interstellar, the prayer card she has now may not be enough. She needs more prayer cards to enrich her combat options. Based on her previous combat experience, she actually prefers to get more summoning prayer cards and go for the summoning flow. This way of combat is safer and easier to sell cards to players. But her psychic knowledge does not support her to go deeper in this direction, so she can only go through other ways first. After spending 10 million experience points, she combined a Dark Thorn, a Fixed Void Sphere modified, and a Wings of Freedom. After using Dark Thorn, it can leave a thorn composed of dark attribute psychic energy on the ground. It has its own burning damage. If the burning time is long, there is a low probability that the target will be paralyzed. It is a very good trap card, which is very useful as a trap or to restrict the enemy's movement. Fixed Position Void Sphere Change, as the name suggests, can summon a void sphere change that cannot move. Although there are many restrictions, up to 30 can be summoned, which is very powerful in positional warfare. Freedom Wings is interesting. It is an auxiliary card that allows the user to temporarily have the ability to glide in the air. Bai Fu is very satisfied with the effects of these 3 cards. It is a good thing to harvest players. She soaked in the bathtub for an hour and a half before she walked out of the bathtub at the call of the knock on the door. After changing her clothes, she walked to the door and found Anya standing outside the door excitedly. What's wrong? Anya squeezed into the room lightly. Boss, I just had a dream. I dreamed that you were calling my name. I was awakened all of a sudden, and then I found that I seemed to have awakened. Psychic power, this should be it. She used her mental power to lift her hair. She didn't look very skilled, but she could lift things with mental power right after awakening. This awakening talent is not comparable to ordinary psychic power users. But now there is a problem in front of Bai Fu. There are no particularly powerful psychic users on Zuyuan Star. If she wants to train Anya's ability, she has to go to Shanghai. Take it slowly. She also needs to go to Shanghai to find psychic knowledge and trigger the job transfer task, otherwise she will have nowhere to spend the more than 90 million experience points. This is a good thing. Bai Fu praised Anya a few words. Anya was now excited and kept using her psychic power in the living room. As a result, she drained herself in a short time. Bai Fu shook her head and carried her to her bed. In the next few days, she explained the reasons for the disappearance of players to each force one by one, using a relatively general statement. On the 8th day, Bai Fu received an active contact from the spaceship AI. The spaceship has been repaired. Looking at the text displayed on the terminal, Bai Fu stood up and quickly took Xia Shi to the spaceship to check the situation. The spaceship's warp engine is intact, the kinetic cannon is intact, the fission cannon is seriously damaged, and the resources of Zuyuan Star cannot be repaired. There are 2 plasma torpedoes left, and the cocoon force field shield is 78.1% intact. The AI reported seriously. Bai Fu looked around excitedly. Everything was ready. Now she just had to wait for the player to come back, and then she could set off to the Starry Sea. While the player still had 2 days to come back, she was just renovating the interior of the spaceship. The resources had been moved up, and now it was time to stock up more food and water, especially water as the source of life. Although there was an ecological circulation system on the spaceship, it would never be wrong to stock up more clean water. Bai Fu. At this moment, Bai Fu suddenly received a call from Xia Shi. What's wrong? She walked over in confusion and found Xia Shi squatting next to a broken metal cylinder. Xia Shi said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a signal transmitter. It was activated just now along with the launch of the spacecraft. However, because the launch time is not long, the people who receive the signal are unlikely to be able to use it to calculate our specific location. No, if you think about it carefully, it should be impossible to calculate it at all, because Shattered Star escaped to us through this spacecraft. If the specific location of the spacecraft can be located through the signal transmitter, Shattered Star must have been captured long ago." Bai Fu nodded. Indeed, what she said made sense. But Xia Shi changed the subject. Although we cannot locate our exact position through the signal transmitter, this spaceship is no longer safe. We may be recognized after arriving at the Star Sea. You'd better change to another spaceship when you get there to avoid being targeted. Thank you. Bai Fu felt relieved. It was good to have a mechanic around. At the same time, the stone crystal planet in the Sea Lion Galaxy, a fringe world far away from Zuyuan Star. This is a planet that has undergone a lot of mechanical transformation. It is named because the Shijing Security Company established its headquarters here. There are dozens of starports floating in the outer space of the planet. These starports have different shapes and are evenly distributed in the starry sky. The blue light beams emitted from the top of the starport not only connect to other starports, but also point out the route for incoming and outgoing spacecraft like a lighthouse. At this time, in the circular observation station on the top floor of starport number 3, a humanoid life suddenly widened his eyes. Just now, the chip implanted in his body transmitted an emergency signal to his brain. The spaceship marked as top secret has appeared. He stared at the blue 3-dimensional star map in front of him, and quickly called out the AI of the central computer to help analyze the data sent by the long-distance signal transmitter. Unfortunately, just like 100 years ago on Zuyuan Star, the computer still could not confirm the specific location of the signal transmitter. The direction of the signal came from the unexplored dark area, where there were billions of stars interfering with the computer's calculations. The observer rubbed his eyebrows, feeling that he had missed an opportunity to make a contribution. He didn't know what was on the spaceship. With his rank, he was not qualified to know the company's confidential information, but he knew what the word top secret meant to the company. It was something the company had been thinking about for many years. If he could find out the exact location of the spaceship, the company's reward would be enough for him to live the rest of his life in peace. The observer felt sorry and quickly contacted his superiors. The news was reported to the top management of Shijing Security Company, and they immediately held a remote meeting. That cargo ship has appeared again. After such a long time, I thought Shattered Star was dead. Even if he is not dead, he must be too old to stand up straight now. I am more inclined to believe that he is dead, and someone else started the spaceship. It doesn't matter who it is. Since the spaceship has been started, it means that it is possible to return to the Edge world. Our chance has come. My father never saw the Pillar of the True Spirit again until his death. Now it is my turn to fulfill his last wish. The secret tower will bless us. After some discussion, the remote meeting ended, and the people of Shijing Security Company took action. They sent multiple troops to the major starports in the Sea Lion Galaxy to keep watch, and tried to bribe the transit security personnel in the starports within the Star Network community to provide them with intelligence. The 10-day downtime for updates passed quickly, and the moment the server was reopened, the players of Zuyuan Star who had been looking forward to the new version for a long time rushed into the game. After the players went online, they flipped through the faction interface as usual, and saw the 2 additional challenge copies in the faction interface, as well as the new prayer cards in the station maintenance store, and they said they were right. It's Fufu again, always able to come up with something new to keep us from getting bored. The players of Silent Garden kept exploring the differences between version 1.3 and version 1.2, and soon, they made new discoveries. Legendary bonus, inspiration attribute plus 2%, damn, there is such a thing? Lafu has made progress. Come on, Fufu is the master of the night. Is it rare to have such a bonus? The players of Silent Garden yelled at each other, and it was very lively, but the excitement brought to them by the new version did not last long. On the second day of the reopening of the server, looking at the vehicles constantly entering and leaving Baifu Town, and the NPCs of other camps that suddenly appeared in Baifu Town, they vaguely felt that something big was going to happen, just like what the Star Girl and Q version of Fufu said in the version update preview, when the road to the Sea of Stars has appeared. Fufu from the Sea of Stars is probably going to return to the Sea of Stars. Yes, this is the final farewell. After Baifu revealed her intention to leave, many NPCs came to say goodbye to her in the past few days. She received them politely, and said she would come back during the reception. This is also to deter those who have small thoughts. Don't think that you can do whatever you want when Baifu is gone. First consider whether you can beat old Nissan, Xiaoshi and the players who have many prayer cards to protect you, and then think about whether you can bear the revenge after I come back. In general, Baifu's meeting with these people was quite pleasant. If Gao Yuan hadn't said that he wanted her to see the statue erected, she would have left on the day the player went online. 4 days later at night, Baifu invited Su Li, old Nissan, Sean, Gao Yuan, Xiaoshi and her daughter, Yulia, Anya and other familiar people to have a meal. This was her last dinner on Zuyuan Star. She drank a little wine, which was rare, but she didn't get drunk. After dinner, she stood on the rooftop and recalled the years from acquaintance to understanding on Zuyuan Star with Xiaoshi and Yulia. When it was evening, Baifu found the players, who were still piking, and officially announced that she was going to the Star Sea. Except for me, Hei Fu, Anya, and Yulia, the spaceship can still accommodate 96 more people. Are you willing to follow me to the Star Sea? The Star Sea is full of dangers, but it is also full of opportunities. Although there had been speculations, after learning the news, the player group and the community still erupted in heated discussions. Go, why don't you want to go? If they don't want to go, what are they doing here? I. A group of players came forward to sign up. Baifu first selected the promotional duo of Digger and Dragon of Natural Disaster, then Patrick, who followed her all the way from the abandoned cooling plant, Fu, Black Tiger Afu and others, and Tai Erjinren, who was a very popular topic among the player group, had to be brought along. As for the remaining places, she gave some to Jianqi Chong Tian, Hei Si and others, who were players from big guilds. If they were brought along, the combat bonus would still be very high. Finally, she selected the places according to the offline PKs held by the players themselves. The next day, at dawn, Gao Yuan said people to erect a statue in the Baifu town square. When the sun shone with golden light, and completely rose from the horizon, the 30-meter-high Baifu statue finally stood up. The statue had a unique shape. The stone sculpture of Baifu wore a small crown on her head, and held a scepter in her right hand. She was standing on a pedestal engraved with the names of countless players, and her eyes were staring at the deep starry sky. When the people on the ground looked in the direction of the Baifu statue's eyes, they saw a sudden gust of wind on the sand outside Baifu town, and then a spaceship broke through the smoke and dust formed by the sand, and under the shining of golden light, it flew into the infinite blue sky until it completely disappeared from the naked eye. A new journey has begun. Baifu stood by the porthole of the cargo ship's cockpit, overlooking the increasingly smaller Baifu town, her heart surging with excitement, and her heart filled with infinite expectations. Wow, this woman is finally gone. On the ground, some people breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the spaceship disappear. Baifu's existence made them breathless. Since they learned that Baifu wanted to leave Zuyuan Star, they have been looking forward to this day. At this moment, they just felt comfortable all over, just like drinking a bottle of ice water on a hot day. But they were comfortable, but they didn't dare to really retaliate against the Silent Garden. They couldn't afford the risk. In the crowd, Igor took out the terminal. Now is the best time to release the documentary. Get ready. The release of the documentary on the day when the statue was erected and the spacecraft left Zuyuan Star was the most perfect summary of Baifu's experience on Zuyuan Star. Compared with the NPCs, the players actually reacted more intensely. They were envious, jealous, or reluctant. Alas, I don't know when Fu Fu will come back after this departure. Before Fu Fu comes back, I must level up. Treasure hunting. Don't forget to share more photos and videos of Fu Fu. Main quest, brothers, go. Damn, I just joined the Silent Garden a few days ago. Several players looked at the sky and wailed. Looking at their exaggerated expressions, Xiaoshi, who was a little sad, suddenly felt happy. There are still many people who like Baifu. Even though she is gone, these immortals still miss her. This will not be the end, but another beginning. I believe that even in the Sea of Stars, you can definitely make a name for yourself. Xiaoshi stared at the sky. Until Baifu came back, she would look at the sky like this every day. Linen Settlement, Prison Number 1. At this time, the leader of the wildfire gang who was working in the prison suddenly heard a noise coming from outside. What happened? He asked curiously. He didn't know until he asked. He was shocked. Baifu went to heaven. Oh my god, the leader of the wildfire gang was shocked. Then, he was filled with lofty ambitions. That Baifu, I've always been optimistic about her. I think she can take over my job. And guess what? She became the legend of Zuyuan Star, an eternal legend, ha ha ha. No one in the prison believed the words of the leader of the wildfire gang. They all thought he was bragging. What a joke, you can still know Baifu? Faced with these doubts, the leader of the wildfire gang didn't care. The legend continues. His vision is really not covered. Chapter 149. The spaceship Baifu was on was just an ordinary cargo ship, but it had all the basic functions it should have. For example, the life support system, the gravity simulation system, the basic entertainment system. Especially the basic entertainment system. Soon after the players boarded the spaceship, they were attracted by the entertainment methods of the aliens in the game. When Baifu withdrew her sight from the Zuyuan Star, which was gradually stained by a bright blue light as the spaceship gradually rose in altitude, she found that the players were gathered in groups of 3 or 2 in front of an entertainment machine in the public rest area of the cargo ship. The entertainment machine provides a card battle game universe web similar to Yu-Gi-Oh! In the game, players will play a certain faction, form a deck with real characters, skills, and props in the game world, and then fight against other players. After discovering this game, and figuring out the rules of the game, even Digger G excitedly joined the battle. For a while, no players were exploring around in the spaceship, and no players watched Baifu. Digging treasure, you said you would take more photos of the situation on the spaceship. Why are you live broadcasting playing cards? I want to watch Fu Fu. Good guy, this game is interesting. At Star Girl, don't be lazy. Hurry up and play the card game online. Baifu shrugged and said to the spaceship AI, help me call up the star map of the entire Edge world. AI replied, I'm sorry, this spaceship only has the star map of the Sea Lion Galaxy. If you want to load the star map of other areas, you need to spend credit points to buy it. Since you can't connect to the interstellar network on Zuyuan Star, you can't buy it even if you have credit points. Baifu? Question mark. Damn, the map is charged, right? Okay, you are so cruel. She actually considered going to other star systems to avoid possible pursuit, but given the current situation, she can only go to the Sea Lion Galaxy honestly. Flying around in the Sea of Stars is very dangerous. If you accidentally encounter interstellar pirates or distorted space, dimensional fragments will be unlucky. Baifu walked to Yulia's laboratory. Don't bother me for now, if there is nothing urgent. I need to plan for the future. She closed her mouth because she saw Yulia fighting fiercely with Anya. I activate the trap card mind grid. Hee, you didn't expect it, I was prepared. Baifu, It seems that Yulia will not come to her for experiments for a while. Alas, card man. Anyway, call me when you need it. Baifu returned to her room through the white hatch that opened automatically to all sides, and then clicked on Cosmic Network. She was not here to play cards, but just wanted to see if she could collect some useful information from this set of battle cards based on the game plot. After flipping through it for a long time, she really got some results. The strength of players is easy to divide, just look at the level and attributes, but the NPCs in the Star Sea are different. They have their own way of dividing strength. The energy level measuring device developed by Titan Industries can measure the energy intensity of superpowers more accurately. They roughly divide superpowers into 8 levels according to their energy intensity, namely D, C, B, A, S, Natural Disaster, Domination, and Super. Among them, The strength of superpowers from D to S is still in the category of mortals, while superpowers at the natural disaster level can already cause large-scale damage to the entire planet, and even tear the planet apart, which is completely worthy of the name of natural disaster. The super level is quite special. The first superpower to reach the super level thought that this was the limit of power, so this level was named super, but as more seekers explored the essence of power in the world, various civilizations discovered that there are more terrible powers above super. For example, the apostles felt by psychic superpowers in the virtual world are above super, so super is divided into super I, super 2, and other different levels. Why does this energy intensity look a bit like the combat power in Dragon Ball? Baifu estimated that after completing 2 job changes, and about to usher in the 3rd job change, her strength rating should be between B and A, and it is very likely that she has reached a level because she has a lot of various bonuses. Before leaving Ziyuan Star on the spaceship, she tried to plan her future. The Starry Sea is endless, and there are countless opportunities. It is very important to find a development path that suits you from these many opportunities. Should you join other forces, take shelter under the big tree until you are fully grown, and then fly solo, or should you leave the player alone from the beginning? Because she didn't know what her strength would be in the Star Sea, she hadn't made a decision yet. Now, judging from the weak disaster level representative character card of the Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster, her strength in the Sea Lion Galaxy under the Initial Gate is not a big shot, but she is definitely not a small fish. This made Baifu feel relieved. She went to the Sea Lion Galaxy mainly for 2 things. The first thing is to actively participate in various plots in the Sea Lion Galaxy. The experience on Ziyuan Star has clearly told her that only by actively participating in the main storyline and improving her popularity and story exploration can she get various enhancements in each version update. The second thing is to find out the specific locations of other novice planets. At this stage, Baifu's popularity is the highest among all NPCs, but she dare not let her guard down. With the official launch of the Shanghai version, as more and more powerful or distinctive NPCs enter the player's field of vision, her popularity will inevitably be impacted, and even surpassed by many latecomers. In the final analysis, popularity is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. It is extremely difficult to maintain the popularity like Tifa, the queen of the 3D area. Most of the time, the popularity of a character will only be popular for a while, and then it will soon be drowned by the waves and become the tears of the times. Baifu's goal is not to be the new king of the 3D area, but the popular king of the surface world, so the road she has to take is much more difficult than Tifa. She has to be active all the time, and keep a high exposure in front of the players at all times. These are her necessary homework. Her plan is to contact other novice planets before the players contact the Star Sea, leaving a deeper impression on them. In this way, even if the players of other novice planets meet a female NPC with better XP in the future, they will not forget her all of a sudden. As long as the players still remember her, she still has a chance to turn the tables. Of course, Baifu's purpose of going to other novice planets is definitely not just this. Players of other novice planets are shouting every day that they want a Fu-Fu to squeeze their experience. If I don't go, am I still a qualified succubus? Baifu, who had already experienced how great it was to bathe in the experience pool on Ziyuan Star, would not miss any opportunity to harvest players. A player from Ziyuan Star made her fly, and if there were more players from other planets, she would probably faint with joy. Baifu couldn't wait to eat a lot. Players are good stuff, chicken-flavored, crunchy, and the protein content is more than 10 times that of ordinary NPCs. After tasting the taste of players when she established a camp, she felt that she could not live without them. However, participating in the main storyline and going to other planets to harvest players are all things of the future. After arriving at the Sea Lion Galaxy, the first step is to avoid being tracked down, get a new identity, and then find a way to complete the job change. With stronger strength, you can make more choices. Baifu stared at the cards displayed on the virtual screen. As a galaxy cluster at the edge of the explored universe, the Initial Gate is completely synonymous with chaos because it does not belong to any cosmic civilization. The Sea Lion Galaxy belonging to the Initial Gate is no exception. The card mentioned that the outside of the Initial Gate was threatened by a flood, and a dimensional disaster had broken out inside. The so-called flood actually refers to the attack from the star beasts and the Dark Domain insect tide. The latter is similar to the flood in the Halo series, known for its rapid proliferation, strong infection, and many mutations. The dimensional disaster originated from the war that broke out when the civilizations inside the Initial Gate first came into contact in the Starry Sea. In the years before the Cosmic Order was formed, The struggle between civilizations not only determined the superiority, but also the life and death, just like the Dark Forest. A lost civilization in the Gate of Origin attempted to manipulate the dimension to destroy other civilizations, but was eventually strangled by other civilizations. This civilization was completely destroyed, but some people survived. Since then, these survivors have popped up from time to time like ghosts to cause trouble, and the impact of their actions is greater than the bombing of the Twin Towers. Floods, ghosts, I don't know if they still exist after 100 years. If they still exist, I feel that these will be two main plots. Baifu nodded repeatedly. In addition to these two major disasters, the Gate of Origin Galaxy Cluster also faces various conflicts such as religious disputes, interstellar pirate attacks, and behind-the-scenes competition among cosmic civilizations. She was very excited about this, and chaos was the ladder for her to rise. Edgeworld, I'm so hot! Baifu shouted in joy. After she sat back on the bed, the spaceship had officially flown out of Zuyuan Star. With the announcement of the spaceship AI, the second type warp engine on board began to operate. The engine roared, distorting the curvature of space behind the spaceship. When the normal starry sky could no longer be seen outside the window of the spaceship, and only the quiet black domain could be seen, Baifu knew that the spaceship had officially entered the warp flight stage. It takes 115 hours to get from Zuyuan Star to see Lion Star system. Please wait patiently. The broadcast sounded in the room. 115 hours, that is, less than 5 days. For Baifu, who likes to stay at home when she has nothing to do, the 5 days of waiting time passed in a flash. Not to mention that there are games to play and people to chat with on the spaceship. Even if there is nothing, she can easily play by herself in the cabin for 5 days. During the voyage, Baifu flipped through the game official website and the player community. She went to the official website to read the update announcement. Actually, there was nothing interesting in the announcement. Just like what Chu and Xingyang said, version 1.3 focused on exploring the main storyline and had no new features. However, due to her outstanding performance in version 1.2, her portrait was placed at the end of the update announcement to explain the development of the main storyline, which was considered a small hit. She had a hunch that if her performance in version 1.3 was still outstanding, her portrait should appear at the top of the official update announcement the next time. If she also shined in version 1.4, she would become the protagonist of the trailer of the Star Ocean version when it was officially launched. From the Queen of the Novice Village to the rising star of the Star Ocean, who is more suitable than her to be the spokesperson of the Star Ocean version? If there is, then turn her into my wings in advance. In fact, in the eyes of players, Baifu is already the spokesperson of the Star Ocean version. At noon on the day she left Zuyuan Star, Igor and Gao Yuan jointly launched her exclusive documentary. This documentary is 90 minutes long, with a large amount of content and excellent content. Igor bought a lot of Baifu's battle scenes from Digging G and inserted them into the documentary. He also shot a lot of interviews with Baifu. In the interview, Baifu talked about her mental journey, interests and hobbies, and changed more than a dozen different sets of clothes to appear on the screen, from dresses, to black silk and white shirts, to combat uniforms, to silent garden uniforms, satisfying the preferences of different players. Miss Ingwe, if there weren't so many disputes, what do you think you should be doing now? Drinking tea, going on picnics, sunbathing, playing games when I have nothing to do. I actually hate working. Haha, some humorous dialogues in the documentary made this documentary, which was already very strange, explode. The statue of Fu Fu stood tall under the sunset, and I was actually a little moved when I saw this scene. Fu Fu in a sweater looked so cute, haha. I still like black stockings, they are so delicious. As Baifu had expected at first, after 2 days of fermentation, this documentary went viral, and its influence was even greater than that of Tai Ergenren. NPCs filmed documentaries for NPCs, and the quality of the documentary was better than some classic documentaries. This gimmick was directly maximized, and many passers-by who were not interested in the game at all ran in to take a look after seeing the hot search. Although these passers-by were not attracted to the game, they helped Baifu expand her circle. After watching the documentary, some real-life directors came up with the idea of asking Baifu to guest star in their new movies, to attract some attention, but they soon found that this was not feasible. Fu Fu has left and went to Shanghai. I am so sad. I won't be able to get close to Fu Fu for a long time. From the novice planet to the first person in Shanghai, the rail pioneer of Shanghai, Lao Fu. Fu Fu, you must be happy in Shanghai. Baifu nodded with a smile. As long as you regularly send me your hard-earned experience through the dungeon store, I will feel full of happiness. In addition to discussing the documentary, the players also discovered a big secret based on the card description of the Cosmic Web game. Wait, Fu-Fu's title seems to be the Lord of the Dark Knight, right? Lord, oh my god, I always thought that Lord was just a respectful title, but now it seems that we may have thought things too simply. Lord is a level of superpowered people, second only to super absolute, which means that Fu-Fu was likely a big boss, who could dominate a star region before being betrayed and seriously injured. Too awesome, I want to hug Fu-Fu's feet tightly. Seeing these discussions, Bai Fu's mouth twitched. To be honest, when she first saw the Overlord level, she really didn't think about it in this way. She could only say that it was a coincidence, and the players were very good at imagining things. When coincidence and imagination collided, her character image suddenly became more full-bodied than before, just like her delay. Okay, I want to see what you can imagine in the future. Bai Fu is best at performing shows based on the players' imaginations. The fifth day. The spacecraft passed through the dark area that was not recorded in detail on the star map and finally entered the Sea Lion Galaxy. At this moment, AI reminded Bai Fu that the spaceship had connected to the interstellar network built based on hypercommunication. Please select the spaceship docking location? Bai Fu waved her hand. Don't worry, let me take a look first. Large starports like Kalina's can be ruled out. After choosing for a long time, she chose a more remote starport, the Light Curtain Starport. The Light Curtain Starport is not within the Star Network community. It is famous for the strange wormholes around it, and the colorful lights around the wormholes. The area around the Light Curtain Starport used to be a mining area. Due to the depletion of minerals, the mining party had no intention of continuing construction and gradually became a chaotic area. However, Bai Fu was not interested in its chaos, but its low regional level. The news on the interstellar network said that the area around the Light Curtain Starport was very barren, so there were no major forces stationed there, and she could just go there to change her clothes. The destination has been determined to be the Light Curtain Starport, and the spacecraft will arrive at the destination in 1 hour and 21 minutes. When the AI's voice sounded on the spacecraft, Bai Fu, Anya, Yulia, and the players on the spacecraft were all excited. More than an hour later, as the trailer said, the spaceship arrived at its destination. Through the porthole, everyone on the spaceship saw a huge dark gray metal building floating between the colorful starry sky curtains. This is the Light Curtain Starport. It is spindle-shaped as a whole, with metals crisscrossing and crisscrossing. In the coldness, there is a sense of the heaviness of time. This is the crystallization of technology and the power of civilization. At this time, inside and outside the starport, more than a dozen spaceships are advancing along the tractor beam shot out by the starport. The black line left after the warp engine is turned off covers the tractor beams. From a distance, the tractor beams seem to be cut into celebratory colored paper, which is very spectacular. Awesome. Although they have seen many starports in various movies and other games, the players on the spaceship still couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing the Light Curtain Starport up close. A mining area starport is so big, how big and magnificent must the legendary Kalina starport be? In the live broadcast room of Digging G, the players who were waiting kept brushing the barrage. Amazing, surprised, envious. Standing in front of the Light Curtain Starport, many players found the freshness they felt when they first entered the game. This is the Sea of Stars, endless fantasy, endless journey. Since I am no longer in Zuyuan Star, the Silent Garden News Express column will be temporarily suspended, but don't worry, I will actively update the new column roaming the Sea of Stars with Fu-Fu, so stay tuned. When Digging G waved at the live broadcast room, the spacecraft had entered the starport under the guidance of the tractor beam. Please register your identity. The virtual image of the starport law enforcement officer appeared outside the porthole. If you don't have an identity, you need to register your identity first and then register. Although it is a so-called chaotic area, the management of the Light Curtain Starport seems unexpectedly formal. Bai Fu registered a temporary identity according to the instructions. After the registration, under the guidance of the robot, the spacecraft passed through the narrow passage and entered the interior of the starport. After circling for more than 10 minutes, it finally rushed to the mining area number 3 star with the largest population nearby. Mining area number 3 is a yellowish planet with a suitable temperature, but the environment is relatively harsh. There are many traces of the Great Mining Period on it. Now it has become a cargo distribution center near the Light Curtain Starport. Every day, many goods of unknown origin flow into the market here and are bought by people. Bai Fu chose to land here just to make money. In the Star Sea, you can't move without money. She planned to sell some prayer cards. Even in the Star Sea, prayer cards are still not common goods. It must be said that the spiritual knowledge brought by the broken star is very powerful, allowing her to unlock a very rare profession. It's lucky to have so many big brothers supporting her career in this small Ziyuan star. The spacecraft passed through the atmosphere and stopped at a special docking point. As the vibration disappeared, the hatch opened, and the players rushed out in a swarm, looking around, patting the west, and their eyes were so excited that they looked like light bulbs. We are new here, and are not familiar with the surroundings. Don't run around. Bai Fu hurriedly warned. Their movements have attracted the attention of the surrounding aliens. As a place where civilizations blend, there are many kinds of aliens around the Guangmu starport, including the Ziyuan star race, Furue, and some very unique-looking beings. Bai Fu ignored them, and cast her eyes on the black super-large building that was hundreds of meters high not far away. The building was suspected to be some kind of heavy industrial equipment, but now it has been transformed into a trade market. There are many different shops on the first floor of the trade market, entertainment, food, foot washing. Everything is available. Let's go to the market first. Bai Fu called all the players. Just as she took a few steps, a humanoid alien with slightly pointed ears and light blue skin suddenly blocked her way. Is this your first time in the Sea Lion Galaxy? Bai Fu raised her eyebrows slightly. She found that the alien's favorability towards her was -13, and the total level was not high, only level 28. What's the matter? The alien smiled and showed his teeth. I'm a errand runner. Seeing that you haven't registered your identities, you must not be very familiar with us, right? Hire me. Only 1 credit point. I can take you to travel around this planet for a day. 1 credit point? I can't afford this money even at a 50% discount. Bai Fu waved her hand calmly. I appreciate your kindness, but I want to go shopping by myself. The alien asked a few more questions, but was still rejected and had to leave helplessly. That person may not be as simple as he said. At this time, Yulia reminded in a low voice. Bai Fu nodded. I haven't seen him before, but he knows that we don't have a registered identity. It seems that he knows someone in the starport. The chaotic area of the trench. She just said that the light curtain starport service looked very formal, but it turned out to be a hidden secret. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe we can get the first pot of gold without selling prayer cards, and that spaceship may be well handled. Bai Fu smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. The people in the chaotic land did not know how terrible the 4th disaster was at this time. Chapter 150. Bai Fu insisted on bringing a group of players to act with her for 2 main purposes. The first purpose is to hope that players will continue to promote her on video websites and communities, so that she can always maintain a high exposure, so that she will not be like other characters in other games, who will disappear after the card pool, the end of the event, or the end of the exclusive plot, and be overtaken by other female NPCs. The second purpose is naturally because the players are very useful, especially these players, who have become her after 3 versions of her development, which makes her even more useful. Moving bricks, being a meat shield, supporting the scene, exploring unknown areas. There are countless ways for players to use it. Even if she is in a bad mood, Bai Fu will naturally feel better when she sees this group of players, who often shout conscience fu fu and look at her with eager eyes. If you are not careful when getting along with Yulia, you will easily get dry mouth and backache. It's different when getting along with players. The experience can be summed up in 2 words. Easy. In short, Bai Fu has high hopes for the group of players she brought here. Looking at the back of the strange alien going away, she had a new idea. She first secretly released a few little white fuss and asked them to track the alien, and then issued a task to the player to explore this cargo distribution center. When the player was ready to act, she called Anya again and asked Anya to expand the player's ideas. Convert to my Fu. Do you still remember Fu by the Daming Lake? Ba Rong. Do you still remember that you asked those gangsters in the Lin and settlement to mortgage and borrow money? This trick doesn't work on the novice planet, because the NPCs there know that players can be resurrected and will no longer lend money to players without strong guarantees. But the NPCs of Shanghai are still unaware that players have such an outrageous ability to be resurrected. In Bai Fu's opinion, the NPCs of Shanghai are now like a group of pure little angels. Coincidentally, as a succubus, she likes to pollute little angels the most. Get ready for the baptism of the 4th disaster. Because she is new here, Bai Fu actually doesn't plan to directly increase the strength of the NPCs of Shanghai. Her code of conduct is, we promise not to use disaster-level weapons first, but now the alien, who had gone far away, had set his sights on her, whether it was for money or for her body. Anyway, she was going to get something, so she wasn't sleepy anymore. Maita Bai Fu is definitely not a good person. You're going to give me, right? Then find a way to get all of you. After Anya's reminder, Gaiwofu and the others immediately became more active. Oh my god, it's true. If Anya hadn't reminded them, they would have forgotten that they had such a trick to make money. Having done this on Ziyuan Star, there's no reason not to do it in Shanghai. This would be too unfair to the NPCs on Ziyuan Star. Gaiwofu and the others looked at each other and took action immediately. After boarding the spaceship, their resurrection points were automatically bound to the spaceship, so they didn't have to worry about resurrecting on Ziyuan Star after death. The most excited player was not Gaiwofu, but those who entered the game late and found that the shortcut was blocked when they wanted to learn from Gaiwofu. For them, this was the first time, and it might be the last time. In this case, they must do their best to live up to their virgin death in the Star Sea. Wow, you guys are really inhumane. A moment of silence for the NPCs in Star Sea. Why don't you mess with anyone else? It has to be Anya. If she hadn't reminded them, the treasure hunters would never have thought that they could play like this in Star Sea. Ah, I thought Anya was a cute little girl, but she has so many tricks. Don't you think Anya is cute for being willing to transform into a black-hearted little girl to protect the noble moon Fufu she follows? In the live broadcast room of Digging G, the players were discussing happily. Baifu nodded secretly. She certainly couldn't personally remind the players of such a thing. After all, it didn't match the character she showed to the players. If the players found out that her gentleness and kindness were all pretended, and that she was actually a bad woman with a very rich inner drama, and her mind was full of how to squeeze the players dry, they would definitely lose a lot of fans, right? Sad. Fortunately, she had Anya and Hei Fu as two shields. You are worthy of squeezing the little girl. After the players walked away, Yulia rolled her eyes at Baifu. Baifu ignored Yulia's eyes. If I don't eat children, then I eat you. I'm afraid you can't bear my bites. Anya grabbed Baifu's sleeve. She was very happy to help Baifu. What's wrong with being exploited by the boss? She hoped that the boss would exploit her more, so that the boss would not be entangled by Yulia, the bad woman who pretended to be cool. Let's go! Before Xiao Baifu and the undead find out the news around, let's go around this cargo distribution center and see if we can find anything useful. The player's special abilities and Yulia's magic replenishment ability are the reasons why Baifu is confident in gaining a foothold in the light curtain starport. However, she is also very clear that if she wants to truly gain a foothold in the Star Sea, the most important thing is her own strength. Her psychic profession has been stuck at level 50 for a while. In order to trigger the job transfer task, she now urgently needs to collect 3 more advanced psychic knowledge. In addition to the psychic knowledge, Baifu also wants to buy a complete star map of the Edge World Star Zone. With the star map, it will be more convenient to run away after doing something bad or to find other novice planets in the future. She didn't know the exact location of other novice planets, but as long as she got the star map of the Edge World and entered it into the game's map system, she could infer the route to other novice planets through the relative positions of Ziyuan Star, other novice planets, and Edge Worlds on the map, so that she could drive the spaceship there. In terms of player leaks, she has never lagged behind any NPC in the game. Baifu took Anya, Yulia and Hei Fu into the trade distribution center not far away. This trade distribution center set up in abandoned heavy industrial equipment is surprisingly large. It has more than 20 floors from bottom to top. The top floor can even dock small spaceships. The walls made of black metal are thick and dangerous. A trade distribution center built in a chaotic place is not a place for ordinary people. Baifu took a look and found that even the most inconspicuous vendors in the aisle had a total level of 25. Those who wore power armor, special clothes, or modified mechanical prosthesis had higher levels. This NPC's main profession is level 54. From what passersby say, he is an A-level superpower, but some of his attributes are not as good as mine, but he has more exclusive skills than me. Baifu understood. Her previous guess was correct. Although she has not completed the 3rd job transfer, her strength is comparable to some weaker A-level superpowers. This is a reassuring discovery. The overall level of the Shanghai map is much higher than that of the novice planet, but the combat effectiveness of ordinary people in Shanghai is not necessarily much higher than that of ordinary people in novice planet. In Shanghai, most superpowers are stuck at D and C levels. B and A level superpowers can be regarded as elites whether they are placed in the marginal world or in the star area under the jurisdiction of the 3 major civilizations. As for the S-class superpowers, their deterrent power when they burst out with all their strength is comparable to that of a humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb. They are the real macho class in the Star Sea. Baifu didn't dare to think that far yet. She wandered around the trade distribution center, mainly looking at advanced knowledge, star maps, and psychic power training guidebooks. The good news is that this trade distribution center has what she wants for sale. The bad news is that the cheapest one psychic power construction method sells for 5,000 credit points, and a complete Edge World star map is worth 100,000 credit points. Bai Fu, It's really touching. When she was on Ziyuan Star, she had become the richest woman. Now she is so poor that she has nothing in her pants. Fortunately, she still has players. Her money is her money, and the players' money will be her money sooner or later. The total price of the 3 advanced knowledge is at least 23,000 credit points. I hope the players can get more gold coins from the NPCs here. And the NPC who just stared at me, Speaking of that NPC, Bai Fu's eyes suddenly lit up. Here she comes. The little Bai Fu she sent out finally got something. A certain abandoned drilling platform in Area D, Mining Area Star Number 3. After receiving identity verification at the door, Driss smiled and walked into a round house with a flame flag hanging on it. This is a temporary base of the Firehouse. The Firehouse is an organization with a serious name and is also well known in the Light Curtain Starport, but it actually sells slaves, an evil act that is strictly prohibited in the Star Network community. The Firehouse was established 20 years ago. The founder, Lava, was a thug in a well-known interstellar pirate organization. After leaving the pirate organization, he started a new business with a group of followers. He is tall and has a barrel waist, but the swelling body is not filled with fat, but muscles as terrifying as steel armor. This is the talent of his race. The hard skin can prevent the fire-based martial arts chi he masters from burning his body. Leader, I went to contact the people you mentioned. They look very vigilant, but whether from their speaking habits or their performance after landing, they are most likely country bumpkins from a small civilization. Driss said to Lava in a flattering manner. Lava chewed the unknown roast meat in his hand. They don't even have an interstellar pass. They are either country bumpkins or wanted criminals from somewhere. There are nearly 100 of them, and an old-fashioned cargo ship that looks good. The leader looks top-notch in any cosmic race. If we can successfully catch them, we should be able to make a lot of money this time. Ha ha ha. The other thugs in the house laughed when they heard Lava's words. They are in this business to make money. Now that the money-making business has come to them, how can they not be happy? At this moment, Lava's communicator suddenly rang. Quiet. Lava looked at the virtual screen that popped up. The one calling him was the spy he sent out. What's the matter? Chief, those country bumpkins you asked Driss to keep an eye on suddenly came to us to borrow money. How should I deal with it? Should I arrest them directly, or borrow money? Yes, they were afraid that I would not lend them money, so they said nice things to me, promising to pay them back immediately, and even said that if I didn't believe them, they could use their bodies as collateral. After hearing the spy's explanation, Lava was stunned for a while. Body collateral? He was just thinking of selling these country bumpkins for money, and now he is caught up with them. So funny. Borrow, lend them first. I still need to gather people. Don't alarm them for the time being. If they are scared away, it will take a lot of time to catch them back. Anyway, as long as we catch them, the money we lent will be back in our hands. Yes, boss. After the call ended, Lava looked around and burst into laughter. These country bumpkins are so cute. They don't know what they will face yet. Country bumpkins from small places are like this. They haven't seen the cruelty of Shanghai yet, and their heads are full of naive fantasies. Today I will teach them a good lesson. Shanghai will eat people. Eat people, eat people. The other thugs in the house cheered and jumped for joy. Many of them were already missing the smell of foot washing. The big-footed lady in the trade distribution center was awesome. Name, Lava, race, Ash human, template, special innate penetration, main occupation, Ash martial artist LV7 plus 50, plunder LV3 plus 10. Secondary occupation, none, HP, 6750/6750, Chi, unknown, attributes, strength 403, agility 154, constitution unknown, intelligence unknown, spirit 78, inspiration 33, skills, Ash martial arts. Talent, Ash body, acupuncture point penetration, unknown, favorability, covetous, -13, danger level, yellow. A property panel was opened in front of Bai Fu, which was what she asked little Bai Fu, risking her life. After sneaking into the firehouse, she used her psychic vision to scout out. This NPC named Lava has very high panel values. The 403 basic strength is the highest she has ever seen. From the yellow danger level, it can be seen that Lava is stronger than her without any bonus, but not so strong that it makes people despair. If a real fight breaks out, I have Yulia, Hey Fu and a lot of prayer cards, so I still have a chance of winning, but he has a lot of subordinates, and this is his home ground. I'm afraid that the player and Anya can't hold on. If the player and Anya get into trouble, I will be besieged. Bai Fu clicked on the task triggered after she overheard the conversation in the firehouse. Sudden crisis. Task introduction. Leaving Ziyuan Star, you are targeted by the notorious slave trade organization Firehouse, that is in collusion with Guangmu Starport when you enter the starry sky for the first time. You are standing at the crossroads of fate. Task objective, Branch 1. Get rid of the pursuit of the Firehouse. Reward 700,000 experience points. Branch 2. Destroy the Firehouse. Reward 3 million experience points. Open Guangmu Starport Reputation. Guangmu Starport Reputation plus 50. One-time skill card of Lava Asterisk 1. The task has 2 branches. The difference in rewards between getting rid of the pursuit and destroying the Firehouse is very large. It can be seen from this that it is still difficult for Bai Fu to win the fight with the Firehouse with the power she currently possesses. It seems that to complete the second branch, we can only start the final plan and kill someone with a borrowed knife. While watching Driss go away, Bai Fu came up with an idea. If everything goes well, she can not only solve the potential troubles brought by the Broken Star spaceship, but also make a lot of money, complete a task with good rewards, and grab her first pot of gold in the Star Sea. She decided to give it a try. Anyway, she had already detected the actions of the Firehouse in advance. Even if her plan failed, she had enough confidence to stop the loss. Bai Fu quickly contacted Digger and asked Digger to call other players back after borrowing money. Most of the players had just arrived in an unfamiliar area and were in the middle of exploring. When they heard that Bai Fu was urging them, they returned with a sense of satisfaction. Although the other NPCs were not bad, they were obviously not as good as Fu Fu, who looked very well known, so it was better to follow Fu Fu. Bai Fu said, "If I remember correctly, you can choose the place to revive after death, right?" Digger G nodded. Bai Fu said, "I'm going to abandon the spaceship we came here on. You'd better change the resurrection location now." Huh? The players around were confused. Why did they abandon the spaceship for no reason? If they'd lost the spaceship, wouldn't they be unable to run around in the future? Bai Fu shared her findings and plans with the players. Giving up that spaceship doesn't mean we won't have other spaceships. I think the spaceship in the Firehouse is good. Whether in terms of appearance or model, the ship of the Firehouse is better than the old cargo ship of the Broken Star. Bai Fu is ready to change all tactics with the Firehouse. When the Firehouse launches an attack, she sends General Hei Fu and the players to fight, pretending to die, and then sneaks into the Firehouse's base camp while the Firehouse is triumphant and drives away their ship. Of course, her purpose is not just to change homes. The ship of the Broken Star is a time bomb for her. Although she is still safe now, who can guarantee that in the future, the Stone Crystal Security Company, the Red Moon Mercenary Group or the Consecration Cult will suddenly recognize that the ship she is driving is the ship of the Broken Star. If they really recognized her, she would be in trouble. At the least, she would lose the pillar of the true spirit, and at the worst, her life would be in danger. Bai Fu didn't want to be threatened by such a time bomb all the time. She planned to take this opportunity to throw away the time bomb. If she was lucky, she might be able to use this time bomb to blow the Firehouse into pieces. Let's start. Under Bai Fu's command, the player first changed the resurrection point, and then moved all the valuable things in the cargo ship down, the focus of which was Yulia's experimental equipment. As for other materials, Bai Fu only kept the materials for making prayer cards, and the rest were sold directly at the cargo distribution center. These materials are worth only a few credit points, so she wouldn't feel bad even if they were sold at a low price. It was just a small amount of money. The player had just borrowed more than 400 credit points from the Firehouse. Bai Fu was very confident now. She had borrowed money based on her own ability, so she naturally had to repay it based on her own ability. Very good, everything is ready, now we just have to wait for the Firehouse to act. The Firehouse acted faster than Bai Fu imagined, because Lava was stimulated by her actions, and thought she was going to run away in the spaceship after selling everything. Since this top-quality fat meat has come near his temporary base, can he just sit back and watch them run away? Lava has transferred a large number of people, and only left some trusted people to watch the house. He is afraid that Bai Fu will run away, and he is also afraid that someone will come to steal his business. Whether we can have enough wine, meat, and women in the next few months depends on this action. Lava's appeal is very strong, and his voice caused a carnival among his thugs. When he and his men hurriedly flew past the trade distribution center on a single-person flying motorcycle, some small vendors in the distribution center gathered together and whispered, "Who is the firehouse targeting this time? Who knows? As long as they don't come after me, I still have business to do. Damn, I really envy Lava. When he left the pirate group, I thought he was going to sink, but I didn't expect him to hook up with a slave tycoon and do a thriving new business. He's too jumpy. When the Star Network community has time, they will deal with him sooner or later. That being said, the Star Network community has too many problems to deal with. Even if they have time, I'm afraid they won't be able to find him for a while." TSK. Bai Fu, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but secretly marvel. This mining area number 3 star was indeed a chaotic place. It was indeed difficult to find a few kind people. She watched the lava go away. Just now, she had Hey Fu and several little Hey Fu stacked together to disguise Yulia, who showed up outside. As expected, she attracted the attention of the firehouse. "You called me a country girl, right? Today, I, Bai Fu, will let you see the horror of a country girl like me. On Ziyuan Star, I fought back from a mere village girl to become a queen. In the Sea of Stars, I might be able to replicate this path." Bai Fu called Yulia and Anya, who were disguised like her, and said, "Let's go and steal a house." The three of them moved quickly. With Xiao Bai Fu leading the way, they easily avoided all kinds of sights on the road and found the temporary residence of the firehouse, which was now very empty. Bai Fu was not in a hurry to attack immediately. She was waiting for Lava to take action first. When the fight was fierce, she would have enough time to steal the spaceship and transport the materials hidden before to the spaceship. The waiting time passed quickly. The flying motorcycles ridden by the firehouse thugs were extremely fast. After finding Heifu and the players, Lava immediately issued an order to attack. Heifu only inherited 85% of Bai Fu's basic attributes, but her strength should not be underestimated. The bonus from Yulia's consecration link and the true spirit summoning made her inspiration attribute instantly increase from 322 to 371. After using the psychic enhancement potion, Yulia version, obtained from the destruction of the True Society quest, this value soared to 406 points again. However, this is not the limit. Hey Fu started the second stage of the Heart Blessing, which increased the basic inspiration attribute by 20%. For 70, this is Hey Fu's current inspiration attribute. Facing the aggressive lava, Hey Fu rushed forward without saying a word and launched a dark burning attack. The basic panel damage of the 3-hit combo is 2,115. Counting various output damage bonuses, the panel damage of this attack is as high as more than 6,000, but panel damage is panel damage after all. After entering the Starry Sky, the biggest problem Bai Fu faces is that opponents know to guard against psychic attacks, and have means to guard against psychic attacks. However, even if Lava wears equipment that weakens psychic damage, his body has a high damage reduction talent, and he also opened the true Chi barrier. When Hey Fu consumed 65% of his psychic value to launch a dark burning 3-hit combo and hit him without missing a single one, he, who is known for his terrifyingly muscular body, still floated a minus 2,921 above his head. Horrible damage value. In one blow, Lava, who didn't dodge because of contempt, lost nearly half of his health. Hack you country bumpkin. Lava fell into a rage. He never dreamed that he would be beaten to death by a village girl. Kill her, no, capture her alive. She will definitely sell for a high price. Lava immediately used his luck to restore his health, and the other members of the firehouse surrounded the player, and Hey Fu from multiple directions. These thugs are extraordinary, and one of them is an A-level superpower like Lava. They thought it would be an easy battle, but they were wrong. The country bumpkins in their eyes showed a fearless spirit that shocked the interstellar elite. No capture, only death. The thugs in the firehouse were dumbfounded. They came to capture slaves, but now these country bumpkins tried their best to fight them, and if they couldn't win, they would commit suicide. How can they play like this? It's bad, the money I lent can't be collected. Lava's eyes widened. Is this the time to think about this kind of thing? As long as we seize their spaceship, we will not lose anything. As for these people, seeing that it would be impossible to capture Hey Fu alive for a while, he gritted his teeth and asked someone to take out the high lethality weapons at the bottom of the box. Since you are unwilling to be captured alive, I will fulfill your wish and send you on your way. Blow them up. Continuous bombings fell, drowning Hey Fu, little Hey Fu, and the last few players. At the same time, in the temporary base of the firehouse, Bai Fu rushed in first. The people who stayed behind in the stronghold never dreamed that Baifu would come out, and they didn't expect Baifu to be so powerful. When they realized the danger and wanted to call for lava, Baifu and Yulia started a mixed doubles. You have a sky burial, I have a sky burial, you have a spirit explosion, I have a superpower field. The two of them cooperated seamlessly, and beat the remaining fry to their knees in a few moves. If you don't want to die, open the door of the spaceship and start the spaceship. Under the coercion of force and the enforcement of combat etiquette, Baifu successfully entered the spaceship of the firehouse. As she expected, this private spaceship was much more advanced than the cargo ship of the Broken Star. After beating the useless thug to death with one punch, Baifu drove the spaceship to pick up Yulia's experimental equipment and the resurrected player, and flew out of the light curtain starport. When the spaceship sank into the sky, lava also happened to enter the spaceship of Shattered Star. Looking at this spaceship, whose interior decoration did not feel old at all, Lava's furious heart due to the injury finally calmed down. I robbed a spaceship, and this time I didn't lose anything. He laughed, and at this time, a signal transmitter came into his sight. Who activated it? The people behind him looked at each other in bewilderment. It should have been activated before we came in. Lava took 2 steps forward and turned off the signal transmitter. He called up the transmitter's transmission log and found that the message sent by the transmitter was Shattered Star. Somehow, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Stone Crystal Planet, Star Harbor Observation Station. At this time, the observer on duty suddenly stood up excitedly. Found it, the spaceship that Shattered Star took away. Chapter 151. The ship's AI has been reset. The navigation data has been backed up. All sensors of unknown purpose have been removed. In the newly seized ship, Baifu nodded repeatedly while listening to the reports of the players who changed their job to mechanics. Good news, after all this trouble, this ship is completely hers. The ship in Chuanhu is a general-purpose ship produced by a company called Interstellar Dream. Because it is durable and affordable, it is very popular in the entire marginal world star region. You can easily find several identical ships at any large starport. After removing the sensors, it is impossible to track them. The cargo ship she had driven before was different. It was also a bestseller 100 years ago, but today, 100 years later, it is a bit too conspicuous. If there was no pillar of the true spirit, Baifu would not be in a hurry to change the spaceship. It was an antique, and it was not suitable for people to drive an old ship around the starry sea. But the potential threat from the 3 forces forced her to be more careful. In fact, in her opinion, the biggest risk was not the old spaceship of the Broken Star, but the pillar of the true spirit itself. After all, this was what the 3 major forces really wanted. She couldn't determine whether the 3 forces had the means to detect the position of the true spirit pillar at close range. There was definitely no means of long-distance detection, otherwise Shattered Star would have been arrested long ago, so she planned to use the exchange of spaceships to verify it, so as to avoid being suddenly arrested while wandering around in the future. When exchanging spaceships with Chuanhu, Baifu deliberately left a few players on Mining Area Star Number 3, not letting them participate in the battle, but letting them continue to stay on Mining Area Star Number 3 as passers-by. The task of these players is to act as her eyes on Mining Area Star Number 3, and observe the reactions of the 3 forces after the signal transmitter sends the signal. If the 3 forces do not react, her next plan is to kill back, find an opportunity to stab the butt of the firehouse, and take the spaceship back. If the 3 forces rush to Mining Area Star Number 3 after receiving the signal, then continue to observe. First see whether the forces that come will fight with the firehouse. If they can fight, it would be the best. She is not worried that her whereabouts will be exposed, because in the eyes of the firehouse, she and Yulia and others have been blown to pieces. Her only worry is that the 3 forces have the means to detect the position of the true spirit pillar at close range. In order to verify this, Baifu specially gave a fragment of the pillar of the true spirit to Gaiwofu for safekeeping, and then placed Gaiwofu in an uninhabited area when driving the spaceship through the Mining Area Number 4 star, wanting to try whether the forces that came could locate Gaiwofu. If not, then in the future, when she moves in the star sea, as long as she doesn't foolishly take out the fragments of the pillar of the true spirit, she won't have to worry about being targeted by the 3 forces. If she can, she won't be afraid, because no matter how fast the 3 forces are, it will take a certain amount of time to get from the Mining Area Number 3 star to the Mining Area Number 4 star. This time is enough for Gaiwofu to commit suicide and return to the new spaceship that has just been bound as the resurrection point. At this point, we have to mention the item binding mechanism on the stars. There is a certain chance that the items on the player's body will drop after death, but this is limited to those ordinary items. Rare items, such as the fragments of the Pillar of the True Spirit, will not drop due to suicide. However, if they are taken away by NPCs while alive, you can only consider yourself unlucky. This is also the reason why Baifu placed Gui Wafu on the mining area number 4 star instead of the mining area number 3 star, just to prevent robbery. Everyone, get ready. If we find anything unusual, we will leave the Sea Lion Galaxy immediately. Baifu gave orders to everyone on the spaceship. When checking the navigation records on the spaceship, she found that the people from the firehouse had left footprints throughout the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. She could follow these navigation records to run to other galaxies at any time. If she still couldn't get rid of the pursuit of the 3 forces after running to other galaxies, she could just get the advanced knowledge and run back to Zuyuan Star. With the advanced knowledge, she could complete the job transfer, and then train herself in Zuyuan Star for a few years, train herself to become a peak A-level superpower, and then return to the Sea Lion Galaxy. This way, it would be much easier to move. Don't underestimate the power of Shalipo's Sword God. Baifu stared at the instrument panel of the spacecraft expressionlessly. After about 10 hours, she received an urgent notice from Digging G. Fu, the door of the firehouse is blocked by the Stone Crystal Company. Mining area star number 3, in the temporary base of the firehouse. Lava's mood is like riding a roller coaster, going up to the top, and then down to the center of the earth. The operation to capture slaves failed, and all the slaves were blown to death, but at least he got a very good spaceship, so he was still very excited. But when he drove the spaceship back to the temporary base, he was stunned to find that the temporary base had been smashed, all the remaining personnel had been killed, all the valuables had been moved away, and even his spaceship had been stolen. Who did it? Lava was about to explode with anger. In an instant, many familiar names flashed through his mind. He had many competitors in this business, and he also made many enemies in the process of working, so he couldn't figure out which of the familiar people did it for a while. Go ask around and see if there are any witnesses. Let me know who did it. I will tear him to pieces. Lava roared angrily. He was not afraid of his enemies. Even though he had left the Deadline Pirates and was working alone, he still had supporters in the Deadline Pirates. Otherwise, he would not have been able to quickly form a team. Lava checked the scene while waiting for the investigation results of the younger brother he had sent out. While he was waiting, the people from the Shijing Security Company came to his door. Shijing Company? When he heard the name, Lava's pupil shrank suddenly. Shijing Company is one of the top 5 private armed companies in the Sea Lion Galaxy, with a wide range of business. What do they want me to do? Lava walked out of the house with a sullen face. A dozen tall superpowers in black combat uniforms stood in the ruins. The superpower in the lead was tall and thin, with scales all over his face. He recognized him at a glance. This was Fabian, the famous captain of the combat team of Shijing Company, the top A-level superpower, and the scale human race. A peak A-level superpower, this is something he cannot compare to even when he is in his prime. Lava's attitude softened. Is Shijing Company also interested in my business? Fabian turned his head and looked at the Broken Star spaceship. Is this spaceship yours? Lava nodded. You want it? Fabian said, I am not interested in the spaceship. I am only interested in you, and the things that may be on you. Lava was very puzzled. Is this the attitude of doing business? If you want to buy. Lava hadn't finished speaking when Fabian suddenly shouted, Search! This sentence directly angered Lava, whose emotions were already on the verge of exploding. And I'm all on next door. Shijing Company is very powerful, but his backer, the Deadline Pirates, is not a pushover. Although the overall strength is not as good as Shijing Company, the top combat power is not necessarily worse than Shijing Company. Stop it! Lava roared, and his arms, which were already squeezed into several balls, suddenly swelled like a fiery red iron pillar. With a loud rumble on the ground, he appeared in front of Fabian, like a flaming meteor falling from the sky, illuminating half of the sky. Facing his sudden attack, Fabian raised his right hand slowly. Buzz! The blue shield suddenly opened and collided heavily with Lava's fire fist. Flames burst out from the contact point, like lava splashing. People standing nearby felt like they had fallen into a furnace and felt uncomfortable. Under the impact of the fire fist, the shield trembled violently and cracked with several fine cracks. Lava continued to increase its chi output when he saw this. Break! The manic flame chi rushed along the cracks of the shield like a drill, and finally tore the shield into pieces. But before Lava could laugh, Fabian's arm wrapped in scales had stretched out from behind the cracked shield and grabbed Lava's fist. Smoke billowed, crackling sounds were heard, but no matter how the Lava struggled, Fabian and his fists remained motionless. The scales reflected the firelight, emitting cold murderous intent. Let go of the leader. The second in command of the firehouse rushed over eagerly, but before he rushed to Fabian, several other people from the Stone Crystal Company had already taken out their mechanical chainsaw swords and formed a battle formation to block his way. The chainsaw swords roared violently, and they were outnumbered. In just a dozen seconds, the second in command knelt on the ground, covering his torn chest, and kept gasping. Lava's eyes were red, and his head was smoking from the stimulation. Did StarNet Community hire you to catch me? Our cooperation with StarNet Community does not include hunting you down. I came here just to find this. You should be familiar with it, right? Fabian called up the three-dimensional picture of the Pillar of the True Spirit. Lava was stunned. What is this? Fabian sneered. Are you playing dumb with me? Keep searching. Under his command, the people of the Stone Crystal Company searched the temporary residence of the firehouse, and the inside and outside of the spacecraft, but found nothing. The commotion here attracted many onlookers, including the players who stayed in the mining area number 3 star. They stood far away, pretending to be fearless spectators. What's wrong? What's wrong? While watching, Fabian grabbed Lava's neck. You are very stubborn. Tell me, where did you hide the things on the spaceship? Lava struggled hard. I don't know what you are talking about. I just stole this spaceship. Steal it? What about the people on the spaceship? A group of natives. I wanted to capture them as slaves, but they kept resisting, so I had to kill them all. Fabian laughed angrily. You killed all the people, and you told me that the things were not there? There are basically only two possibilities. Either you hid the things, or the spaceship has been transferred several times. The reason why it suddenly broadcast to the outside world now is that the bastard Shattered Star deliberately created confusion. Fabian was not inclined to any answer, because he had plenty of ways to check whether Lava was lying. Use the memory reading machine. Lava was so angry that he laughed. I fucking cooperated with you and told you the truth, and you still want to force me, right? Read my memory. Can you read it? I have been in the Deadline Pirates. In order to prevent the memories of members from being forcibly read after being captured, which would lead to the disclosure of secrets, my brain has been transformed many times. Lava said coldly. Fabian, do you think you can manipulate me at will now that I have left the Deadline Pirates? Try to forcefully read my memory, and see if the Deadline Pirates will come to kill you because of this. The Deadline Pirates cannot beat the Crystal Company, but killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Fabian frowned at the threat of Lava. He was fierce, but he was only fierce to those who could afford to offend him. As for the Deadline Pirates, he was not sure whether the Deadline Pirates would really go out because Lava's memory was read. Fabian threw the Lava out and quickly contacted the company's senior management. Yes, it was not found. If the consecrated cult is, I don't think they can find anything. Their psychic sensing range is only a few dozen kilometers at most. Even if their pope personally comes out, it will probably be difficult. From my point of view, I think this is probably just a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The old man is deliberately disrupting our site to prepare for a longer-term plan, but it is not ruled out that Lava is lying. Specifically. Okay, I understand. After the call ended, Fabian stared at Lava for a long time, and finally gave the order to force the memory to be read. For the sake of the Pillar of the True Spirit, the company was ready to clash with the Deadline Pirates. Seeing that Fabian was determined not to be threatened, Lava sneered, and he did not forget to threaten even when he was pressed on the machine. Fabian, you will regret it. A few minutes later, Fabian looked at the data on the machine helplessly. As Lava expected, the machine read out a bunch of garbled code, and forced reading would only cause Lava to be brain dead. To solve this problem, they need to find a better mechanic or soul expert, but if these people know the existence of the True Spirit Pillar, the company will be passive. The competition from the Red Moon Mercenary Group and the Consecration Cult has already given the company a headache, and will it still be able to play with a few more competitors? Fabian asked his men to continue to investigate the surroundings. All the feedback showed that Lava did not leave the mining area number 3 today, and did attack a group of villagers, killing them without leaving a single piece of armor, and then snatched the spaceship from them. The only problem is that Lava's spaceship was robbed by another group of people, but it seems that this matter has nothing to do with those country people, because all the members of the firehouse saw those country people being blown to death by Lava. Fabian felt that his head was about to explode. Forget it, let someone check the spaceship first. He didn't have much confidence. That type of spaceship was too common. Because it was sold in large quantities, many criminals would specifically buy that type of spaceship because it was very suitable for escaping after doing bad things. Boss, We have almost finished the investigation. Yes, I want to ask how to deal with the lava now. The Shijin company discussed for a while, and came to the conclusion that they should communicate with the Deadline Pirates first. Broken Star is back, and they will face competition from the Red Moon mercenaries and the Consecration cult. It would be best if they could resolve this trouble peacefully with the Deadline Pirates. It's nothing more than a little bleeding, not a big problem. The Shijin company is a private armed company, and has intersections with all kinds of black, white and gray. Many times, they are enemies in the last second, and sit together for business in the next second. The Deadline Pirates, who received the news, were very dissatisfied with Lava's memory being read, but after hearing that Crystal Stone Company was ready to give some compensation, they decided to resolve the conflict with Crystal Stone Company. In the end, Crystal Stone Company bought the spaceship that Lava had robbed at a price higher than the market price, and also gave some small benefits to the Deadline Pirates. Let's go! Fabian threw Lava away and drove away in the spaceship. However, he didn't really leave. Crystal Stone Company still had some distrust of Lava, so he bribed the people at the Light Curtain Starport to monitor where Lava would go next by spaceship. You better not be playing tricks. Fabian frowned and turned to ask the others on the spaceship. Did you find any useful data? No, all the data on this spaceship has been reset. There is only data on takeoff and landing at the mining area star number 3. The signal transmitter is also very ordinary, leaving no extra traces. Fabian was furious. Has the old immortal shattered star come back after so many years? If you come back, you dare to jump. Just jump. I will kill you sooner or later. Keep an eye on it. Once you receive a call from the Light Curtain Starport, wake me up. I take a rest first. When Fabian fell asleep with anger in his heart, Bai Fu on the other side was so excited that he wanted to dance. Her battle plan was a great success, and she got all good news. Except for the Consecration cult, other forces have no means to detect the Pillar of the True Spirit. This way, I don't have to hide from place to place. Bai Fu let out a long sigh, wishing she could hug Yulia, the unawakened son of the True Spirit, and give her a kiss. Having solved the potential threats brought by Shattered Star's spaceship and the Pillar of the True Spirit, she can now finally show her strength in the Sea of Stars. But her gains are more than that. According to the conversations overheard by the players when they went to watch the fun, the Stone Crystal Company now has a high probability of believing that Shattered Star is still alive. This is easy to deal with. If she does something bad in the future, or does something against the Stone Crystal Company, the Red Moon Mercenary Group, or the Consecration Cult, she can do it in the name of Shattered Star. Anyway, Shattered Star's reputation is already bad, so it doesn't matter if she makes it worse, right? Bai Fu happily drove the spaceship back to the vicinity of the Light Curtain Starport. She first went to the mining area number 4 planet to pick up Gaiwofu, then released the newly reborn Hei Fu, and asked Hei Fu to disguise herself. She spent a little money on the interstellar short-distance passenger ship on the mining area number 4 planet to go to number 3 planet. It was a pity that the Stone Crystal Company did not kill Lava, which made her unable to complete the newly triggered task, so she had to do it herself. But thanks to Fabian's 2 consecutive shots that severely damaged Lava and his deputy, she now has full confidence to control Hei Fu to put out the fire in the firehouse by herself. Chief, you have to come back soon. The younger brothers in the firehouse looked at Lava eagerly. Lava nodded silently. After suffering such a big loss this time, he would never let Fabian go, but this was a matter for the future. The most urgent thing was to get a spaceship as soon as possible, and then to build a relationship with the former boss, thanking the former boss for his efforts to protect him. He did not bring too many people with him, only a few confidants. First, if he brought too many people to take the spaceship away, it would cost more money. Second, most of his younger brothers were not presentable, and they would not be qualified to meet the people of the Deadline Pirates. Let's go! Lava called out, his face extremely ugly. When he came back, the first person he would kill was the person who stole his spaceship, and then he would quickly do more business. With money, he would have a higher status, and with a higher status, he would have the opportunity to take revenge on Fabian. The flying motorcycle whizzed across the gray-brown land and headed straight for the nearest interstellar travel company's docking station. The wind blew on Lava's face, blowing his tangled hair backwards. The free wind made him feel a little better. At this moment, he suddenly found several strange white lights in his field of vision. What? Just when Lan felt something was wrong, he saw that the ground under the flying motorcycle suddenly burst out with more than a dozen black flames. Under the impact of the black flames, the flying motorcycle he was riding turned into slag in an instant. He was more focused, and he was a martial artist. Before falling, he adjusted his body shape and avoided the black flames on the ground that were entangled like thorns. Others were not so lucky. The lucky ones just fell on their heads when dodging, and the unlucky ones fell on the black flame thorns and were burned in an instant, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Fabian or lava's chi surged all over his body, and his swollen body seemed to be wrapped in flames, with an extremely terrifying power, but only he knew that he was just pretending. The resistance of the country bumpkin and Fabian's attack left him with only 30% of his peak strength at most, and his armor-like skin was full of web-like cracks. In response to him, there were more than a dozen white streams of light flying from the sky. Lava raised his fists, and his chi condensed. With a shout of break, a millstone-sized flame wheel flew out, smashing the white streams in front of him. He protected himself, but his men were not so lucky. Except for his deputy, who was also an A-level superpower, all the others were hit by the white light, and the chest was pierced by a shot, and blood gushed out. And I'm all on next door. Lava strode out of the coverage of the dark thorns. He was very angry now, but he did not completely lose his mind. While sprinting, he tried to contact others for support, but when he took out the communicator, he found that the signal of the communicator was interfered. The enemy is well prepared. Damn it. Lava crushed the communicator and shouted, "Cover me." The surviving thugs in the firehouse did not dare to neglect, and quickly took out various guns. The guns they used were not the broken guns of Zuyuangsing, but various magnetic rail rifles, electromagnetic snipers, and particle guns. The power of these weapons should not be underestimated. Picture. Lava rushed forward under the cover of electromagnetic bullets and particle beams like a rain waterfall. After rapidly closing the distance, he finally saw the attacker clearly. From the outline of the appearance, he was a completely stranger, but now he didn't care whether he was strange or not. He felt an extremely terrifying oppression. There were 10 black balls lined up on both sides of the man wearing a simple mechanical mask. The black balls absorbed the surrounding light and formed a small distorted surface around themselves. Above the man's head, 5 black balls with very similar appearances floated in an arc. Although I don't know what these black balls are, the faint smell of black flames on the black balls makes Lava feel like falling to the bottom of the valley. This is a strong enemy. His current state is very bad. If the battle lasts a little longer, the situation will become completely unfavorable to him, but he has no place to dodge, because the moment he sees the man opposite clearly, the 15 black balls have already exerted their strength. 15 black beams intertwined, like a 100-meter-long black knife swinging fiercely towards the lava. He dodged quickly, his feet bursting with air, and moved dozens of meters sideways amid the explosion. When he looked back at the place where he was cut by the black knife, he only saw a huge pit and the ground stained with thin black flames. This move became more and more familiar. The next second, he saw Hei Fu rushing straight towards him. Her speed was not fast at all, but for him, who was already seriously injured, he had to deal with it awkwardly. "It's not that easy to kill me." Lava waved his fists, forming an unbreakable fire net in front of him. The effect of this move was surprisingly good. The psychic beam shot out by the void sphere, whether cutting or shooting, could not break through the fire net in the collision. This fire net seemed to be a wall of size. But Lava was not happy for too long. The moment he got close to her, Hei Fu opened her superpower field. She was rushing to kill quickly, not saving psychic energy at all, and not stingy with blood exchange. Lava had actually guessed Hei Fu's identity, or guessed Hei Fu's killing move. He seemed stiff, but every cell was jumping. But if there was any movement, he could immediately turn around and dodge Hei Fu's dark burning blow. But he never dreamed that this time Hei Fu would not play this trick on him, but directly use the superpower field. Burn. The impact of the repulsive force made Lava lose balance on both feet, and the fire net was exposed for a moment. Hei Fu made a fist with her right hand, instantly broke the flaw, and rushed straight to Lava's chest. A trace of fierceness flashed in Lava's eyes. He punched out, and the fist was 9 times larger than Hei Fu's fist, showing the power of crushing withering and rotten wood. However, at the moment when the fist expanded, a large amount of spiritual energy gushed out from the contact point. Lava felt like he was hit by the spaceship. The huge impact made him fly backwards. 2 of his finger bones were broken. Before he landed, a huge wall of psychic energy that was invisible to the naked eye hit him heavily. Sky burial. This hit made Lava dizzy. The muscles in his chest were cracked like gravel. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, and soon dyed the ground red. However, Hei Fu was not doing well either. Lava's iron fist impact also made her fly backwards. Another A-level superpower in the fire transmission house, who was hiding in the distance, quickly raised the particle gun in his hand and pulled the trigger directly without aiming. Boom! The particle beam tore open the superpower field and tore another crack in the psychic protection, accurately hitting Heifu's abdomen, melting a fist-sized black wound there. Fortunately, Heifu felt no pain at all. She jumped up and raised her hand to shoot two piercing guns at the A-level superpower, who fired the gun. The A-level superpower hurriedly rolled to avoid it. When he raised his gun again to buy time for the lava, he was surprised to find that several 30 or 40 centimeters tall people appeared around him without knowing when. Damn it! As soon as the curse sounded, the villains exploded, setting off a turbulent psychic storm and smoke that blocked the vision. The A-level superpower coughed loudly. He was wearing a detection device, so the smoke and dust did not affect him much, but his foot was injured, so he had to distance himself immediately. Can you still run away at this point? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. What? The A-level superpower's face changed drastically. He clearly saw Heifu rushing to him against the impact of the lava flames. The two were only 1 meter apart. Heifu's right arm swung horizontally like a meteor hammer, and the black flames brought traces of death, and finally hit him heavily on the temple. Buzz. He only felt that he sank into the boundless deep sea in an instant. First his brain trembled, then his body trembled, and all the sounds left him until they disappeared completely. The A-level superpower saw the shape of Lava's mouth, but it was too late. The spirit explosion exploded directly in the brain, hitting a super high 3 times weak point critical damage, and the next moment, a metal-wrapped right foot raised a blade-like shining edge and cut the A-level superpower's chin, sending him to the sky and taking away his last bit of blood. KO. Heifu won her first kill of an elite monster in Shanghai, but the price was that she was knocked out by lava and lost more than 700 HP. But it didn't matter. As I said before, she didn't feel pain. Heifu stood up and reactivated her superpower field. Instead of retreating, she directly fought with the martial artist Lava, who was several times bigger than her. She would not lose out no matter what if she exchanged blood with such a low-health monster. The 4 fists collided, creating illusions that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. It's you? Lava was horrified. He recognized Heifu, but he had no idea what to do. Why was Heifu alive? Did she have the ability to revive? While using Spirit Explosion to restrain lava, Heifu also used Sky Burial to harvest the lives of the surrounding soldiers. After a few seconds, the effect of the alien erosion was finally full, and at the end of the 3-second countdown, it exploded in Lava's body. Lava's body suddenly stiffened. He had a premonition of death, but the pain bursting from deep inside his body made it impossible for him to fully control his body at this moment. He could only swing his right fist with all his strength, trying to force Heifu back and buy himself some time. Heifu ignored the blazing flames, just turned sideways to avoid the fist, and then elbowed Lava in the throat. At the moment when Lava lowered his head, she grabbed Lava's face, and her palms erupted with spiritual energy. She pressed down with her arms, directly pressing Lava to the ground, and then pressed his head against the ground covered with dark thorns. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the ground was smashed to pieces, and the back of Lava's head and face were also smashed into a bloody mess. Bang. After another blow, Lava's skull was broken and his brain was crushed into a mess. Country girls are not so easy to mess with. Heifu stood up, raised her right foot, and stepped on Lava's forehead with a 5-centimeter high metal heel, completely crushing her head. Blood splattered all over the ground, but because of the suppression of the superpower field, it did not splash on her. You killed Lava, contribution 68.1%, and gained 1.9068 million experience points after correction based on the level difference. Get the first kill of Shanghai boss. Heifu calmly took off her dirty gloves and burned them to ashes. She turned around and saw several survivors of the firehouse trying to escape when she wasn't paying attention. Kill them. She waved her hand, and 15 void orbs were fired at the same time, shooting the survivors into sieves on the spot. At this time, the task completion prompt also came. You completed the task crisis, and received a reward of 3 million experience points, and a one-time skill card of Lava *. 1. The game prompts that the reputation system of the Light Curtain Starport is not activated because it is an anonymous kill. For Bai Fu, killing Lan without increasing her reputation was a good thing. She manipulated Heifu to leave a line of printed words next to Lan's body. I'm back, Shijing Company. Do you like my first gift to you? A mere bait made you jump up and down in anxiety. I remember everything you did to me. Next, I will let you feel what real fear is. Bai Fu did not sign her name, but she believed that when Xijin Company heard this, they would immediately associate it with Shattered Star. You guys can slowly fight with Broken Star. Bai Fu asked Hei Fu to walk away before committing suicide. Looking at the double moon talent that was in a cooldown, she nodded with satisfaction. She gained a lot from this tour of the mining area star number 3, with a total of 5 million experience points, and also obtained a skill card called Lava Iron Net. This Lava Iron Net is the skill used by Lava to block her Void Sphere. The effect is quite good. If Lava had not been seriously injured and a lot of skills could not be used, she would not dare to rashly send Hei Fu to fight Lava again. But it was still a bit dangerous. The weapons carried by a slave trader were so powerful. If she encountered a bigger force and more powerful weapons in the future, she would be even more dangerous. After completing the job change, I have to find a way to upgrade the skill of Psychic Protection, and Xiao Bai Fu also needs to be optimized. Ordinary detection methods are not enough in the Star Sea. Bai Fu closed the task panel. In addition to the task rewards, when she looted the temporary base of the firehouse, she successfully obtained more than 17,000 credit points, which directly made the firehouse a poor ghost. Now she only needs 5,000 credit points to buy all the advanced knowledge she needs. 5,000 points, it doesn't seem that difficult. Bai Fu's eyes swept over the player. The player borrowed from the mining area star number 3 once, and easily borrowed more than 400 credit points. Since the NPCs in the Star Sea don't know that the player can be resurrected, she can take the player to a few more planets to borrow money. After borrowing 10 times, she can save enough money. Although the player will lose experience when he dies, after becoming the legendary protagonist of Zuyuan Star, her daily faction task quota is enough to make up for the experience lost when the player dies. She just needs to control the interval between the player's deaths to prevent the player from dying too many times and being unable to be resurrected for a while. Okay, Bai Fu Phantom Thieves, let's go now. After taking all the players to the spaceship, Bai Fu drove the spaceship away from the Light Curtain Starport temporarily. Having already borrowed the mining area number 3 planet once, if she went to other nearby planets to cause trouble, it would be inevitable that people would find out about the problem. So this time she decided to run farther away. Anyway, she had the route map left by Lava, so she just had to scan the planets one by one according to the route map. Although she was not doing anything human, Bai Fu did not have any psychological burden. How could a planet that Lava, the slave trader, had highlighted on the route map be a good thing? She searched on the interstellar network and found that every planet was famous. It was an understatement to say that they were full of poisons. On the 10th day, when Bai Fu led the players to borrow money everywhere, someone found Lava's body, and the words next to the body on the mining area star number 3. He quickly reported the discovery to the Light Curtain Starport, and then the Stone Crystal Company, the Red Moon Mercenary Group, and the Consecration Cult all received the news. I knew it was Broken Star's doing. He deliberately sold the spaceship to a group of ignorant country bumpkins, and left a signal transmitter on the spaceship to attract our attention. The senior executives of Xijin Company were furious. Now it seems that Lava's spaceship was either taken away by Lava's enemy or Broken Star, but no matter who took it away, it is not easy to find it in the vast sea of stars. Real fear? You were a waste many years ago, and you finally survived until now. Do you really think you can become a ghost floating above the sea lion galaxy to make them feel scared? The Crystal Company immediately issued a wanted order for Broken Star, with the amount as high as 500,000 credit points. Credit points are a kind of interstellar currency that is very valuable and difficult to trace. This number is enough to make most people in the Sea Lion Galaxy crazy. Bai Fu, who was modifying the spacecraft in the repair shop, saw this news on the news channel of the Sea Lion Galaxy. 500,000, awesome, but it's a pity that Broken Star has been beaten to pieces by me. Bai Fu shook her head and turned to the next news. Shocked. Recently many people who borrowed money and didn't pay it back appeared on various planets in Chaos Star Road. Most of them were beaten to death by local lenders. The amazing thing is that the lenders beat the people to death, but still didn't give back a single credit point. They were so angry that they posted a video online saying that the lending standards will be 10 times stricter in the future. Bai Fu, sad borrowing. The way to make money is blocked in the Sea Lion Galaxy. Fortunately, she has gained a lot these days. Players have borrowed a total of 8,000 credit points, and then spent more than 6,000 credit points to buy prayer cards and knowledge required for job transfer from her, which made her savings directly exceed the 24,000 mark. It's already been modified, boss, please check it out. At this time, a spaceship repairman in overalls walked up to Bai Fu. Bai Fu read the data of the spaceship and found that there was no problem with the durability, so she paid the money. It's just a change of paint and a small interior decoration, which doesn't cost much. After leaving the repair shop, she went to the nearby trading center to buy the 3 spiritual power advanced knowledge she had been thinking about. You start reading. Current progress. After reading the bar 3 times in a row, Bai Fu finally received a prompt. You have unlocked the professional advancement task. Please choose one of the following 3 branches to complete. Bai Fu was so excited that she trembled all over, as if she had encountered a leakage. Here it comes. It's finally here. Chapter 152. Compared to adventures in unknown worlds, Bai Fu prefers to play with players in familiar worlds. Players can do things when there is work, and players can do things when there is nothing to do. It highlights a relaxed and comfortable feeling. But who can make her unable to collect more advanced psychic knowledge on Ziyuan Star? If she can't collect advanced knowledge, she can't trigger the job transfer task. In this way, even if she squeezes more experience from the players, as the version is updated, the players will surpass her one by one sooner or later. Among so many players, it is inevitable that there will be a few chaotic players who want to kill her. In order to avoid dying at the hands of players, she must always maintain a level lead over the players. So, she came to the starry sky, and after spending nearly half a month exchanging criminal experiences with a group of villains on the chaotic road of the Sea Lion Galaxy, she finally successfully unlocked the job transfer task. Branch 1. Warrior Glory battle points reach 1000. Branch 2. Fame raised the reputation of a certain area to 50. Branch 3. The power of knowledge collect 2 additional advanced psychic knowledge. Task reward. 3 million experience points. Random talent or passive skill *1. Job transfer qualification. Bai Fu's eyes quickly swept over the job transfer task unfolding in front of her. Just like the job transfer task triggered when you unlocked the advanced job last time, the rewards for this task are also very rich, but it is not easy to complete any branch. The requirement of branch 1 is to kill monsters. You can get a certain number of points for each monster you kill. You can complete the task by killing 1000 points, but the problem is that there is a limit on the number of monsters with low levels. You will not get points even if you kill too many monsters. The requirement of branch 2 is to brush up your reputation. The value of 50 does not seem high, but the lowest area it refers to is also the level of the galaxy. It is not easy to brush up the reputation of a galaxy to 50. The requirement of branch 3 is to continue to collect advanced knowledge, a task that seems simple, but is not easy to implement. Bai Fu searched in the trading center, and found that it would cost 30,000 credit points to buy 2 additional advanced psychic knowledge. According to previous experience, she only needs to take players to borrow money about 60 to 80 times to earn 30,000 credit points. But this is just theoretical data after all. Players are not dolls that can be manipulated by her at will, they have their own little tricks. The reason they followed her to the starry sky was to get access to more advanced tasks and more interesting gameplay. It was fun to borrow money from NPCs, but even the most interesting tasks would make people sick if they were repeated nearly 100 times. Moreover, they couldn't level up by doing these tasks. Bai Fu felt that if she really took the players to borrow money, the situation would turn into Queen Fu Fu was incompetent in governing the country, committed heinous crimes, and caused complaints from players, who finally ran away. Humph, it doesn't make sense. The leaks who entered her secret garden still want to escape. As the ancestor of Ziyuan Star, she would never agree. We have to find other jobs for the players, and then complete the job transfer tasks while they are working. As for the job transfer after completion, Bai Fu pondered for a moment. After solving the troubles brought by the Pillar of True Spirit, she has a clearer plan for her future. Just like in Ziyuan Star, she plans to continue to develop her own power. To do this, the first thing she needs to do is to find a way to get a territory, such as buying a planet. She plans to lure all the players on the novice planets near the Edge World to her own silent garden. To accommodate so many players at the same time, it is not possible without a planet of her own. Bai Fu opened the commodity interface of the trading center again, searched for planets, and filtered by price from low to high. However, even the string of zeros after the price of the cheapest planet made her scalp numb. Now that things have come to this, let's make money first. Bai Fu shook her head. After coming to Shanghai, the most satisfying thing for her was that Shanghai had a very mature task entrustment platform. She didn't have to think about how to find more tasks for players, like she did in Ziyuan Star. The Pan-Universe Entrustment Platform, a commission platform established by hundreds of members, can find all kinds of strange tasks on the platform, from finding lost cats and dogs to kidnapping the princess of the empire. Since the platform's business covers every galaxy with intelligent life in the explored universe, there are countless commission tasks on the platform. Not to mention that there are only dozens of players around her now. Even if there are millions of players behind her, this commission platform can easily feed these players. After no longer having to worry about tasks, the only thing Baifu needs to do is to make herself a golden signboard, so that players believe that even in the Starry Sea, following her will never be worse than following other NPCs. This is difficult, probably more difficult than being the poster girl of the game, but you still have to work hard. She is the only one who can win players away from other NPCs, so how can she let other NPCs win her players away? Let's go in and take a look. Under the leadership of Baifu, the players excitedly walked into the office of the Pan-Universe Commission platform. The office is very lively, and Digging G's live broadcast room is also very lively now. While other players are still running around on the ground, Digging G and her friends are already teasing the NPCs of Shanghai, which makes other players envious. Aren't you going to continue to trick NPCs today? I wish I could take their place. It's not fair, it's not fair. I strongly request that every novice planet be given a fufu. Damn tasks, so many tasks. Digging G ignored all the envious and jealous words in the barrage, and happily introduced the development history of the Pan-Universe Entrustment platform. When she was halfway through her speech, a quarrel suddenly came from the service hall. She quickly moved the camera over, and the screen showed a brown-skinned cosmic man wearing black armor, and a frosted face, and a slippery-headed fish waitress. Mr. Vic, we are doing our best to match you with a suitable hunter, but your offer. The waiter looked helpless. If you can set a lower price, I guarantee that a hunter will come to you within an hour at most. The cosmic man called Vic was extremely excited. What's the point of setting a lower price? That's all I can offer. Doesn't your Pan-Universe Entrustment platform claim to be able to help solve all problems? Then think of a way to help me solve the problem. The angry roar echoed in the huge hall, attracting the attention of many people including Baifu and Digging G. However, most people continue to do their own things after taking a look. They have seen this kind of thing many times. You have no money, and you still want to learn to post commissions? Don't make trouble. Shanghai is very realistic, just like some game companies. Most of the time the main theme is that you have no money to play. You are a bit stupid. Vic was unwilling to give up. He continued to shout, and even slammed his hand heavily on the service desk. This time the waiter couldn't hold it anymore. Mr. Vic, if you continue to make trouble, our security robot will take you to the Planetary Security Administration. If you are locked up, your compatriots may be in trouble. Vic's body suddenly froze. After staring at the waiter for a long time, he walked out in a daze. The Pan-Universe Commission platform is in existence that even the Star Network community cannot afford to offend. What else can he do? Vic vented his anxiety and anger in his heart as he walked out of the office. Just as he walked out of the office, a shout came from behind him. Wait a moment. Huh? Vic turned around and found that the one who called him was a girl who looked like a star fitter. What do you want to talk to me about? Baifu's face was calm. At this moment, what appeared in front of her was Vic's attribute panel. For Baifu, Vic's template, profession, and skills were not important, but his talent luck was very important. The experience of Zuyuanxing told her that NPCs with the talent of luck were either the protagonists of the hidden plot or important participants in the main plot. The hidden main plot she got from the hidden protagonist Prat of Zuyuanxing made her very happy. The benefits brought by the hidden protagonist of Shanghai might make her faint with excitement. After realizing this, Baifu immediately chased after him. You seem to have encountered some difficulties. Maybe I can help you. Baifu's main feature is her beauty and sweet voice, but the more so, the more alert Vic becomes, because no matter how he looks at it, Baifu doesn't look like she can help him solve the problem. He said patiently, I don't need an ordinary hunter, but an A-level superpower who is not weaker than me. Baifu's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, I'm the person you need to find. You, A-level superpower? Vic's eyelids twitched slightly. It's not that I don't believe it, but... Well, he really doesn't believe it. Can you let me see your hunter's license? Baifu said, I'm not a hunter, so I don't have a hunter's license. That's fine. Vic turned around and prepared to run away, but before he could stretch out his right foot, Hey Fu, Yulia, and Anya came over. The license has been processed, Yulia said. Baifu nodded and pulled out the hunter's license. It's now, take a look. Vic, No, what's the difference? Out of courtesy, he still looked at Baifu's hunter certificate. Code, Silver Moon points, 0 resume, none rank, A-. Wait, this rank. Vic's eyes widened suddenly. his face full of disbelief. Bai Fu smiled. Just because I just registered as a hunter doesn't mean I'm a rookie. I have a professional team that specializes in solving various problems. She pointed at the players who followed her out, and the players who were pointed out by Bai Fu held their heads high and showed their confidence. The difficulties you are facing must be very urgent and difficult to solve, otherwise you wouldn't have lost your composure in front of the waiter. Anyway, you can't find a hunter who meets the requirements. Why don't you tell me about the difficulties you are facing? Vic frowned. He always felt that Bai Fu's motives were not pure, but as Bai Fu said, he was not in a position to be picky at the moment. Thinking of this, he sighed and sat down on a chair at the door of the office. 3 days ago, I suddenly received a distress message. My hometown was attacked by a group of interstellar slave traders. At the latest, those slave traders will leave with the captured people in 7 days. How can I sit back and watch them commit crimes in my hometown like this? I can't stop them with my own strength, so I thought of finding a few hunters with good strength on the Pan-Universe Commission platform to work with me. Speaking of this, Vic smiled bitterly. But I can only pay 2,000 credit points at most. In fact, I know that this amount of money is difficult to hire an A-level superpower, let alone several A-level superpowers. So after issuing the task, I went everywhere to borrow money. The regular banks saw that I was too poor and refused to lend me money, so I went to those moneylenders and prepared to mortgage my life to borrow money. Guess what happened? Vic punched the chair and raised his right hand in excitement. A virtual web page appeared in front of Bai Fu, showing the news that Bai Fu took players to borrow money everywhere, making the lone gang miserable. The news said that these people were ready to run away as soon as they borrowed money, and their attitude was extremely bad even if they were blocked. The lone gang I had contact with several times beat all these people to death in anger. I didn't expect the incident to be so serious that it attracted the attention of the Public Security Bureau, and they were finally caught in one fell swoop. In fact, it is a good thing that the money lenders were arrested, but it happened at this time. Alas, I couldn't borrow money, and I was anxious, so I quarreled with the waiter just now. Do you think these people who borrow money are abnormal? Do they really think they can run away? In the end, they died before they spent the borrowed money. Vic kept talking about this news, and it seemed that he was very resentful. The players around looked at each other, not knowing how to comment for a while. Bai Fu nodded seriously. Hearing what you said, they are indeed not normal people. Indeed, indeed. Anya spoke for Bai Fu, but don't worry, the boss is not the person the news says. The boss is the most reliable. Whatever you ask for, he will be able to achieve it. You met the boss today, it's just a lucky chance. It's a stroke of luck. It's not as exaggerated as Anya said. Boss, don't be so modest. You are exaggerating. No. Looking at the duo, one tall and one short, one plump and one thin, Yulia's icy face became even colder. Are you two doing crosstalk here, or performing a husband-wife show? The players in the live broadcast room almost fainted with laughter. It has to be Anya. Just standing with Fufu is a show effect. This is the combination skill of our abandoned cooling plant Tai Chi combination that makes people excited. Vic was originally very irritable, but after Bai Fu and Anya talked about it, he magically calmed down. He raised his head and looked up, and what came into his eyes was Bai Fu's face that was almost flawless and beautiful enough to transcend race. But his attention was not on Bai Fu's face, but on the veil around Bai Fu's body that was dyed by the soft sunlight. He was a little absent-minded. Could it be that an angel had descended upon him? Bai Fu smiled happily. Yes, I am the angel. Hurry up and issue the task. After a long time, Vic suddenly came to his senses. You also know that I only have 2,000 credit points, and I can't afford to hire an A-level superpower at this price. Bai Fu said, if you don't have enough money, you can use other things to replace it, such as advanced psychic knowledge, advanced mechanical knowledge, or other knowledge. If you don't have these, move books, special drawings, and resources are also fine. Vic pondered for a long time. I don't have the knowledge you mentioned. I am a spiritualist. What I can show you is only my experience of growing up to now, and some special spiritual power application skills. As for resources, I don't know if you like the resources in my hometown. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You triggered the hidden task Vic's request. Task introduction. Task goal. Assist Vic to stop the interstellar slave traders, who are about to leave his hometown. Reward. 2 million experience points, Vic's favorability plus 60, Vic's spiritual secret scroll. Note, this task is a serial task. There is a certain probability of triggering subsequent tasks after completing the task from the reward point of view. The difficulty of this task is much simpler than destroying the firehouse, which makes Bai Fu feel relieved. In this way, as long as she plans well, she should be able to complete this task smoothly. After completing this task, her job transfer task is estimated to be almost up to standard. As I guessed, this is a series of tasks. I don't know if there is a hidden plot in Vic or in his hometown. The first round of rewards is 2 million experience and a spiritualist practice scroll. The subsequent rewards must be more tempting. Let's take this task as the beginning of reaching the top of the Star Sea. Bai Fu accepted the task without hesitation. Let's go to the entrustment platform. This way, I can increase some entrustment points after completing the task. Vic had no objection. At this point, he had to trust Bai Fu, otherwise he would have to go back alone to save his hometown. Under Bai Fu's instructions, all players who registered as hunters accepted Vic's commission as her followers. For the same task, the rewards players received were much lower. After all, Vic's commission was mainly issued to Bai Fu, and the players just rubbed against Bai Fu and drank a little soup. But this small amount was only relatively small. After all, this was the soup leaked by Bai Fu, and it was actually a large amount that was enough to fill you up. Damn, the experience reward for completing the task is 320,000, which is enough for me to level up. There must be a lot of kill rewards during the task. If they are lucky, they can earn 400,000 experience points on this treasure hunt. Is this the reward for the high-level tasks in Shanghai? It's all thanks to Fu Fu. If Fu Fu hadn't led the team, how could they have received such a high-level task? Ah, I also want to drink soup with Fu Fu. Treasure hunt, I hate you. Why do you let me watch this? I can't sleep tonight. The barrage began to go crazy, and the players following Bai Fu were very happy. There is no point in being anxious. You can only watch us follow Fu Fu and eat the soup. Let's go! After the deal was reached, Bai Fu did not delay and led Vic to board the spaceship. Vic's hometown is called Ulysses, which was originally in the Dark Domain. More than 100 years ago, a mining team from the Sea Lion Galaxy accidentally discovered Ulysses, and since then Ulysses has been connected to the Star Sea. The warp engine started at full speed. After a day and a half, the spaceship passed the Star Gate and arrived near Ulysses. Chapter 153. On the way to Ulysses, Bai Fu took the opportunity to search the specific situation of Ulysses on the interstellar network. In the Edge world, a star region at the junction of the explored universe and the Dark Domain, some civilizations hidden in the Dark Domain are discovered every once in a while. Due to different locations, the main bodies of these civilizations are different, and these civilizations have different experiences after integrating into the Star Sea. Some Dark Domain civilizations have developed very well after integrating into the Star Sea. If they are lucky and 1 or 2 powerful superpowered people are born in the civilization, they may even have a certain voice in the Star Sea. Some Dark Domain civilizations are quite miserable. Not to mention mastering the right to speak, they need some luck to ensure the normal inheritance of civilization. The Ulysses civilization where Vic is located is a typical example. Ulysses was originally discovered by a mining team and is connected to the main controlling force of the Sea Lion Galaxy, the Star Network community, through a wormhole. The Star Network community is a civilization union composed of multiple civilizations. The cultural attributes are relatively tolerant. Compared with aggression and killing, it prefers to do business with other civilizations. Therefore, the Ulysses civilization had a relatively happy period when it first merged into the Star Sea. The Star Network Community's investment bank built 2 star ports on the Ulysses star and exported a large number of interstellar goods to the Ulysses star. However, this good time came to an end with the arrival of the Ghost civilization that had caused the dimensional disaster in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. The Ghost civilization, which lost the Civilization War, became a violent terrorist organization, and every time it took action, it would inevitably bring disaster. Their attacks forced the Star Network community to shrink its forces, and the subsequent floods, Zerg attacks, also made the Star Network community temporarily unable to pay attention to other things. Over time, the Ulysses civilization, which had lost its backing, was targeted by those Star Sea villains on the Chaos Star Road of the Sea Lion Galaxy, who could be sentenced to hundreds of years at random. They went to Ulysses every now and then to do something. The resources of Ulysses were robbed, and the population was decreasing due to the continuous looting. Fortunately, the Ulysses civilization had several powerful A-level superpowers, and sold a lot of assets to hire interstellar hunters, so it could survive until now. However, with a sharp decline in assets, those A-level superpowers either died in battle or fled. Now only Vic is left. The Ulysses civilization may really have reached the brink of collapse. How miserable. Bai Fu couldn't help but sigh secretly. If the mining team hadn't discovered it, the Ulysses civilization should still be working hard to develop while wondering whether there are intelligent life forms like them in the universe. If the ghost civilization hadn't suddenly appeared to cause trouble, with the help of the Star Network community, the Ulysses civilization's main culture would have suffered a severe impact, but the quality of life of the Ulysses people would definitely not be much worse. But how can there be so many ifs in the world? The Starry Sea is full of hope, but it is also cruel. There are true saints here, and there are also cold blades shouting, "I will destroy you." What does it have to do with you? You never know which will come first, hope or destruction. Bai Fu turned her head, and found that Vic was praying with his eyes closed. Carrying the last hope of an entire civilization on his own, Vic is indeed more of a protagonist than any protagonist she has met before. But his protagonist aura may not necessarily bring him a good experience. Judging from the various information he has revealed so far, Bai Fu feels that in the original plot, the Ulysses civilization is likely to collapse completely, and then after the player arrives at the Starry Sea, he will be the last flame of civilization. Relax. Bai Fu comforted Vic. Vic opened his eyes, and forced a smile. His lips were pale, and sweat was coming out of his forehead from time to time. It was obvious that he was under great pressure. Bai Fu didn't say much. After entering the Star Sea, she couldn't personally lead players to do tasks like she did in Zuyuan Star. The Star Sea was too big. Even with the support of various spaceships, she couldn't take care of all the players. Therefore, when she established her own power, she had to recruit more NPCs to work for her. Anya is the commander-in-chief, Yulia is the laboratory supervisor and magic master, and I still need many commanders to perform specific tasks. She was thinking whether she could take this opportunity to recruit Vic and let a large group of protagonists work for her. Even if she couldn't become a real protagonist, she would at least be a Star Sea hero. Just as she was thinking, Vic finally contacted the Ulysses. From the conversation, she learned that the slave traders only had one spaceship, which was equipped with very ordinary weapons, and its firepower might not be as good as the cargo ship of the Broken Star. There are 2 A-level superpowers, 6 B-level superpowers, and more than 200 C-level soldiers on the spacecraft. The strength of those C-level soldiers is not very good, but they are all equipped with new hot wire guns and particle guns produced by the Star Network community, which can pose a certain degree of threat to A-level superpowers. Vic's face was solemn. Bai Fu agreed with him. She had experienced the power of particle guns. The information brought by Vic made her sure that it was indeed easier to defeat this group of slave traders than to eliminate the firehouse. After all, Vic was also an A-level superpower, and after killing Lava, she got dozens of guns from Lava, which directly increased the player's combat power. The only problem is that the main goal of this mission is not to eliminate the slave traders, but to save people, so it is not appropriate to attack directly. If the other party sees that the situation is not right, they may run away. Bai Fu pondered for a moment. It seems that we'd better find a way to lure them to take the initiative to attack. It would be even better if we can get some of them to infiltrate their interior. Vic nodded. It's easy to lure the enemy. As long as the spacecraft lands on Ulysses, they will definitely come to investigate. But if you want to infiltrate their interior, it's a bit fanciful. Slave traders are greedy but also cautious. They will search people strictly after they catch them. So it's basically impossible to send people to pretend to be caught and infiltrate them, and then cooperate with them from inside and outside. You can't say that. Bai Fu smiled. I think you should get to know me, and these heroes who followed me to the Star Sea again. Heroes? Vic was stunned. It seems that he hasn't heard this title for a while. Their abilities are very special. I hope you won't be too surprised. Bai Fu nodded to Digger G. Digging treasures, it's time for you to perform. Okay, Digger G, who had been taking pictures of Bai Fu, ran over immediately after receiving the order. Vic was a little confused. Special abilities. While he was still guessing what Digger G's special abilities were, Digger G suddenly shot himself in the heart. Fuck. Not to mention Vic, the audience watching Bai Fu in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Oh no, I already have a feeling of how scared this alien will be. Treasure hunting is fun. She won't be scared to death. Xinghai's medical technology should be trustworthy. Looking at the excavator lying on the ground, Vic's brown skin turned green with fear. No, sister, it's just a show. Why are you so cruel? He rushed forward and stretched out his hand, not knowing what to do, and finally could only look back at Bai Fu. Save her now, she will be back soon. But Bai Fu didn't seem to see the anxiety in his eyes. Don't worry, she's fine. She couldn't even breathe, but she was fine. Vic gritted his teeth and stood up to do something. At this moment, he was surprised to find that Digger G had swiped out in the central hall of the spacecraft. She just popped out in a flash. He lowered his head and found that the body on the ground was gone. He raised his head again, and Digger G had walked in front of him. Vic's brain crashed. Illusion? Dummy? Projection? Cognition of existence? Or resurrection? Bai Fu gave the correct answer. She and they all have the ability to resurrect. If you don't believe it, you can verify it again. No need to verify it. Vic opened his mouth slightly, and a violent storm was set off in his heart. He believed it, but he was more shocked after believing it. Nearly 100 heroes with the ability to resurrect. Is this a racial talent or something else? You know, even in the Star Sea, races with the ability to resurrect are not common, and Bai Fu, who leads these heroes, what is her identity? Who are you? Anya jumped out in time, looking proud. You can call the boss Silver Moon, or the Lofty Moon. In terms of spreading Fumin, her enthusiasm is no less than digging G. Whoever praises the boss Fufu, we are half-brothers and sisters. But you guys just praise. Let Anya do the intimate contact with the boss Fufu Silver Moon. Lofty Moon? Vic really had never heard of this name, but he still remembered it in his heart. Now he began to believe that Bai Fu could really help him solve the problem. But the more he did so, the more he felt that he owed Bai Fu a lot. After all, he only gave Bai Fu 2,000 credit points. This amount of money was not enough to hire Bai Fu, let alone Bai Fu's entire team. He had to find a way to compensate. Vic was not the kind of person who liked to owe debts. In the years of wandering in the Star Sea, he knew that maintaining a balance of interests could better maintain interpersonal relationships. He said, with their abilities, it is indeed easy to blend into the group of slave traders, but there is a problem. Those slave traders will definitely confiscate their weapons. Without weapons, they may not be able to play a big role. The basic strength of a C-class superpower is still too ordinary. Bai Fu laughed. This is not a problem, just rest assured. No matter how good the slave traders are at searching, they can't take away the player's experience. As long as the player has experience, he can buy things in her copy store at any time. When the time comes, the player can buy a few prayer cards and throw them into the slave trader's spaceship. As long as the spaceship can be blown up and can't fly, everything will be easy. Although Bai Fu didn't explain in detail, Vic didn't continue to ask this time. He believed that Bai Fu really had a way. Since receiving the distress signal, since he was the only A-level superpower left in the Ulysses civilization, he felt relaxed for the first time. This relaxation came from the fire of hope that Bai Fu ignited in his heart. More than 100 years have passed. The Ulysses civilization, which has been sinking infinitely in suffering, should have its lucky moment, right? Vic tried to imagine a better future, but he didn't dare to go deeper. Don't treat people you meet in suffering as gods casually, otherwise the gap between imagination and reality is likely to hurt yourself. When the spaceship passed through the atmosphere and sank into the blue Ulysses, Vic, who was standing by the porthole, suddenly sighed. In fact, I was also called a hero before. Bai Fu turned around, and the players who were wandering around and playing cards also pricked up their ears. After the Ulysses civilization was invaded by those people from the Chaos Star Road, in order to keep the civilization going, many superpowers in the Ulysses civilization stood up. We actively resisted the invasion and ventured into the Star Sea, trying to find a backer for the Ulysses civilization, but this was impossible. No one was willing to stand up for Ulysses, who could not give any benefits. As time went on, more and more superpowers died in battle, but the situation did not improve at all. The remaining superpowers were divided. Some felt that the Ulysses civilization was completely hopeless. Instead of dying with this doomed civilization, it was better to pursue their own future. Another part was like me. Vic was silent for a while. Actually, I also thought about leaving, but my father has given too much to Ulysses, and I want to leave a little fire for Ulysses, so that at least someone will remember what he did in the future. In short, after the Great Schism, the spirit of the Ulysses people was almost gone. No one called me a hero anymore, and few people had hope for the future. After the spaceship lands, if anyone doesn't look good to you, I apologize in advance. Bai Fu nodded to show that she understood. After hearing what Vic said, the players also started to discuss. Oh my god, this Ulysses is much worse than Zuyuan Star. Just put it in, and you will know how desperate it is to live in such a place. Damn, I'm angry. Chaos Star Road, right? I will take action after the 2.0 Star C version is launched. Oh my god, the human emperor is here. The emotions of all the players were mobilized, and they wanted to flash to Ulysses Star. A few minutes later, a player standing at the porthole on the other side suddenly screamed. "What is that?" Bai Fu looked in the direction of his finger, and saw that a nearly circular area on the ground had completely crystallized. White and black crystals were mixed together, like a burned scar, which made people feel nervous. Vic explained, "A few decades ago, Ulysses was attacked by a large pirate group. In order to deter us, the flagship of the pirate group fired a plasma spear at the ground. Under the burning of the plasma spear, the area became like this." "Oh my god, isn't this burning glass?" Bai Fu's pupil shrank. This level of attack, let alone A-level superpowers, even S-level superpowers would find it difficult to withstand it head-on, so they could only dodge first. Amid exclamations, the spaceship finally landed on the ground. The hatch opened, and Vic was the first to walk out. The environment of Ulysses was very different from that of Zuyuan Star, with different gravity, air composition, and temperature, but it was still easy for Bai Fu and the players to adapt. The spaceship had already attracted the attention of the ruined city not far away during its landing, but not many people came to greet it, only a few people, and a little girl stood in the front, and ran over happily after seeing Vic. "Brother Vic, you are finally back." Vic greeted the little girl, while Bai Fu and the player looked around. Ulysses' situation was worse than they imagined. The place where he lived was in ruins. The black buildings that looked like metal blocks were missing pieces here and there. The clothes they wore looked very old, and only a few people could wear armor with certain protective capabilities. "This is not how leaks are." Bai Fu was speechless. "This is the interstellar hunter I hired this time, Yin Yu, and her followers." Vic introduced them. The Ulysses people didn't react much. They had been frowning since they appeared, but now they just relaxed a little, nodded and said, "Welcome." In the final analysis, no one believed that Bai Fu could solve the problem. Even if Bai Fu solved the problem this time, what about the next time? Bai Fu is an interstellar hunter, and hiring an interstellar hunter costs a lot. Although he had realized that the situation would become like this and warned him in advance, Vic was still embarrassed now. "Sorry, I take you into the city to ask for details." "Let's go." After walking 2 steps, Bai Fu suddenly asked Vic, "How old are you?" Vic was puzzled. 25 years old. Young man? Very young among the Ulysses. Bai Fu, No wonder the little girl called Vic brother, but she really didn't see it. The frost on Vic's face always made her think that Vic was about the same age as old Neeson. A 25-year-old A-level superpower is indeed an NPC with lucky talent. On the way into the city, Vic introduced the situation of Ulysses to Bai Fu. Ulysses now only has the last 3 cities left, and the population has dropped from hundreds of millions at its peak to hundreds of thousands. These cities are not so much cities, as they are similar to some settlements on Zuyuan Star. The only difference is that the technological level of Ulysses is higher than that of Zuyuan Star, and the architectural style is mainly based on metal aesthetics. Even when the civilization is about to die, those dilapidated buildings still give people a sense of technological coldness. "Brother Vic is back," the little girl shouted in front. Many people on the roadside poked their heads out of their houses. They just watched and didn't say anything. Finally, Vic took Bai Fu and the others to the city manager's residence to find out the situation. The manager was an elderly man with cloudy eyes. When Vic came in, he was calculating how much food was left in the city. The slave traders captured 725 people this time. They didn't capture more because their spaceship couldn't accommodate them. These 725 people are all young and strong. After they are captured, it will be more difficult for us to collect food in the future. The manager was scratching his head in worry, and the other Ulysses people around him also sighed. Interstellar slave traders would visit Ulysses every now and then, commonly known as buying goods, and they would capture hundreds of people at least, and thousands of people at most each time. The population of Ulysses decreased sharply, and the slave traders did a great job. The Ulysses people had boundless hatred, but hatred could not be transformed into fighting power. When the slave traders came again, they could no longer resist. Resistance requires force and money. They are about to lose all their force. As for money, where can they get it? Every time this happens, the manager will regret it. Perhaps when the Great Schism comes, he should have made a firm decision to lead the entire tribe to leave Ulysses. At that time, they still have some money to hire a starship to transport people. It's a pity that at that time, he was full of the thought that if they abandoned Ulysses, they would become ruthless duckweed and would be more easily bullied in the Sea of Stars. Even if their bloodline was lucky enough to continue, the word Ulysses would only exist in memories from then on. In fact, even if they stayed in Ulysses, they waited year after year, but the situation still did not improve at all. Now, There are only a few 100,000 people left in Ulysses. Isn't the word Ulysses still about to disappear in the torrent of the universe? The manager forced a smile. Vic, why did you come back early? Forget it. It's good to come back. With you here, those slave traders should be more restrained. Vic said, Uncle, I came back this time to rescue those compatriots who were captured by slave traders. Hearing this, the manager's face suddenly changed. This is too dangerous, don't be impulsive. He didn't want to bother anymore. Vic was the last A-level superpower of Ulysses. If he died, Ulysses would lose even the last bit of confidence, and would soon be dismembered by the slave traders. Vic said, I brought helpers back. The manager looked at Bai Fu and Yulia for a few times, but still shook his head. Those slave traders are not ordinary people, so it's better to be cautious. The Ulysses standing behind him moved their mouths, but in the end, they said nothing. Vic had expected this situation long ago. We have no way out. If we don't resist, we will inevitably die. If we resist, we may die faster, but we may also find a glimmer of hope. The manager sat there without saying anything. Vic stood for a while before firmly saying, I will act according to my own ideas. Throwing down these words, he walked out of the manager's house. When he walked outside, he said to Bai Fu with a sullen face, the manager was not like this before, but the older he gets alas. The Ulysses people are almost completely losing their fighting spirit. They live like zombies. There are some exceptions among them, but most of them are either dead or assimilated. Bai Fu looked around, her eyes swept over the Ulysses one by one. She suddenly thought of Zuyuan Star. After the 2.0 version is launched, Zuyuan Star will also be connected to the Star Sea. Will Zuyuan Star become the same as Ulysses? With players around, Zuyuan Star shouldn't be in such a miserable state, but it is possible that it will encounter some suffering. A little suffering from the Sea of Stars may be like a big earthquake for an ordinary civilization like Zuyuan Star. In this big earthquake, many people she knows or even has a good relationship with may die. Bai Fu has feelings for Zuyuan Star. After all, it is her hometown in the game. We have to find a way to avoid this situation. The best way is for me to grow up enough to protect Zuyuan Star before the 2.0 version is launched. S-level strength should be enough. S-level is the pinnacle of mortals, and the only way for mortals to natural disasters. When are you going to start the action? Bai Fu asked Vic. Vic said, let's start now. Please temporarily hand over the command of your followers to me. I will arrange for them to attract the attention of those slave traders. What do you plan to do? I suspect that someone in our group has secretly joined the slave traders. The last time the slave traders attacked, they left early while I was still halfway, so this time when I came back, I only contacted the few people I trusted. Bai Fu nodded, as long as you have a plan. She called Jian Chi-chung Tian, Hei Si, and Patrick over, explained the situation to them, and warned them. This mission is very important. I know you like to compete, but now is not the time to compete. After some discussion, Vic took half of the players and left temporarily. Bai Fu stood on the dilapidated street for a while, and suddenly found that the little girl who greeted Vic when he got off the spaceship just now came over. Sister, you are so beautiful. Oh my, the kid is really good at talking. Bai Fu took out a few candies to replenish energy and handed them to the little girl. Sister, I heard from Brother Vic that he couldn't afford to hire an A-level superpower. You took the initiative to lower the price and sent Brother Vic back in a spaceship. Thank you. The little girl who took the candy hurriedly said thank you. Bai Fu said, you're welcome, it's just a normal transaction. The little girl looked up. Sister, does our Ulysses really have no future? Bai Fu paused for a few seconds before saying, you are the future of Ulysses, and Vic is also the future of Ulysses. One day in the future, he will become a hero who leads you out of suffering. This sentence made the little girl's mood rise a lot. Sister, you are such a good person. Bai Fu neither confirmed nor denied it. She called Anya and asked Anya to play with the little girl. The next battle was very dangerous, and Anya was not suitable to participate. But she asked Anya to play with the little girl not just for fun, but mainly to let Anya keep an eye on this place to see if there would be a traitor jumping out to cause trouble after the fight. Anya's strength was already very close to that of a B-level superpower. There were few people in Ulysses who could beat her, not to mention that she had power armor and prayer cards, so it was easy for her to catch a traitor. After everything was arranged, Bai Fu took the remaining players back to the spaceship and observed the situation at any time to prevent the slave traders from directly bombing the spaceship. While waiting, she marked the Ulysses planet on the map. She liked this planet. It was too expensive to buy a habitable planet. If she could transform Ulysses into her base in the Starry Sea to receive players from various novice planets. Bai Fu thought this was a good idea, but she didn't know what the Ulysses people would think. In her opinion, this should be more beneficial than harmful to the Ulysses. She does not represent any civilization. Her followers are players and NPCs who are abducted by her. Her stationing here can not only ensure the safety of Ulysses, but also will not cause any impact on the Ulysses civilization. In short, we will see when the time comes. With her current strength, even if she drives away this group of slave traders, it will not solve the problems facing Ulysses. Only when her name can scare those evil organizations in the Chaos Star Road area of the Sea Lion Galaxy, she will have the confidence to cause trouble on Ulysses. Otherwise, she may be blown up by someone after investing a large sum of money in construction here. Bai Fu waited for more than 2 hours. When the sky was getting dark, she received an urgent call from Vic. A team of slave traders attacked your followers. According to your followers, they are interrogating the captured people. Once the interrogation is over, they will immediately attack us. They don't know that your followers have a special way of communication, so they don't know that their plans have actually been exposed. This is our chance. Vic was very excited. The various special abilities displayed by the players made him feel that Bai Fu was a Superman. Bai Fu nodded. Let's start. Lead them to a place far away from the city, where the spacecraft cannot land directly. I will come right away. Vic did as he was told. After the call ended, Bai Fu glanced at Yulia, who was cutting her toenails. It's time to work. Yulia put away the nail clippers. Let's go. It's time to stretch my muscles. I'd be dehydrated sooner or later if I stay in the laboratory all the time. Chapter 154. Vic's actions successfully attracted the attention of the slave traders. When the leader of the slave traders personally led a team to capture him, Bai Fu received new information from Digger G. Digger G said, Fu, Patrick contacted me just now, and said that he overheard the conversation of the slave traders. The slave traders came to Ulysses to capture people because someone found that the Ulysses had a special gene. This special gene was very helpful for a certain research, so the price of Ulysses skyrocketed in the slave market. Bai Fu felt that she smelled the scent of conspiracy. The special gene might be the key to Vic's mission. Are there any other discoveries? Digging G said, yes, the leader of the slave traders seems to think that Vic is the individual with the most special gene expression, and is very valuable, so he went out in person to capture Vic alive. Capture alive. Bai Fu had a new battle plan in her heart, and she quickly told Vic about the player's discovery. Vic was too shocked by this discovery. You mean they won't kill me for the time being? You want me to be a bait to buy you more time, and then you can take the opportunity to attack the spaceship and rescue the hostages? Bai Fu asked back, what do you think? Vic gritted his teeth. This is indeed an opportunity. I will try my best to help you delay for a while. After ending the call, Bai Fu immediately led people to rush to the slave trader's spaceship. At the same time, in the slave trader's spaceship, a group of slave traders were playing cards around a small table. They were playing Cosmic Web that the players had played on the spaceship before. Damn, it would be great if I could be made into a card one day, so that I can collect copyright fees without doing anything. Don't send it, you're dreaming. With you, in the entire Sea Lion Galaxy, only Void Warrior can be favored by the Universe Network. Touch your own heart and ask yourself, how can you compare with Void Warrior? I don't like to hear this. I have 3 hearts, Void Warrior has only 2, how can I not compare? The players who were tied together not far from the slave traders were watching them play cards with great interest, and some players simply turned on the live broadcast. This alien is not very smart. How can this card be played like this? Fuck. So stupid that I can't watch it anymore while playing. A slave trader suddenly turned his head and glared at the player next to him viciously. Fuck, if anyone keeps talking nonsense, I tear his mouth to pieces. He was very angry. Who wouldn't be angry if someone kept pointing fingers at him while playing cards? A bunch of little punks think they are the saviors. It's funny. You are so good at fighting, so why don't you come and fight? Okay, why not? The players bound by the tortoiseshell were about to say something back, but at this moment, they received a call from Digger. Fu is here. Oh, that's fine. We won't play cards anymore. We're going to fight now. The slave trader was furious, and so were the players. Especially Jian Shichong Tian. Because of the binding position, his nose was only 5 centimeters away from the black man's feet. Even if he closed his sense of smell, he was still furious. This was the black man's feet, not the black silk feet. Hack him, brothers. Jian Shichong Tian took the lead and bought a small black Fu card in the dungeon store. The next second, dozens of little people suddenly appeared in the spaceship. As soon as these little people appeared, they untied the ropes and restricted props on the players, and then rushed towards the slave trader. What the hell? The slave traders were startled. Until one of them punched a little black girl away, they realized that these little black girls were mediocre. Damn, I was almost scared. That's it, with your strength. A B-level slave trader twisted his neck, and his muscles swelled rapidly. I can beat all of you by myself. Do you think I was scared? Jianqi Chongtian curled his lips. This time he spent a lot of money and directly played a rare prayer card. Vic's void sphere changed the moment the card dissolved. A void sphere appeared in the cabin of the spaceship, and a black psychic beam shot out, piercing through the sea-level slavers in front, and then began to cut back and forth inside the spaceship like a laser. Paw! The control panel of the spaceship was blown up with sparks. Fuck! The slave trader was so excited that his eyes turned red, and he rushed towards the player. I will cut you off, slice you, and chop you into pieces. Jianqi Chongtian and Hazy commanded slowly. You go protect the captured Elises, and the rest of you come with me to destroy the spaceship. With the current strength of these players, it is not impossible to defeat a B-level superpower who is a little over 30 in the main profession if they cooperate properly. However, there are 3 B-level superpowers in the spaceship, and there is also an A-level superpower resting on the upper floor, so Jianqi Chongtian and the others did not take any risks. Just demolish it. When it comes to demolishing houses, Era has to call them seniors when he sees them. Haha, take my piercing gun. Look, this is how the cards are played. Go ahead, summon ghosts. The players attacked all the spacecraft instruments and equipment they saw like crazy. Even if their hands and feet were broken, they would bite the prayer cards with their mouths to destroy them. The slave traders were about to collapse after seeing this scene. Stop, the spacecraft is about to fail. If you keep fighting like this, the spacecraft will break down. If the spacecraft breaks down, they won't be able to transport the slaves away. If they delay for a while, when other slave traders arrive, they may not be able to keep the slaves they have obtained. The huge noise finally attracted the attention of Frick, the A-level superpower on the upper floor. He rushed down angrily, and just as he stood firm and had no time to curse, he saw a player laughing and detonating the summon ghost card in his hand. Boom! The player was gone. The slave trader who was holding him down was gone, and his handsome hairstyle was also blown away. Ah! As the roar echoed, a player finally ran to the console and pressed the button to open the hatch of the spaceship. The door swung open, and behind it appeared Bai Fu holding the dark scepter. Surprise! Psychic bullets poured out like rain, and the slave traders closest to the door were instantly shot through the head by psychic bullets. White and red mixed together, splashing out from the transparent hole and sticking to the ceiling of the spaceship. Frick's pupils shrank suddenly. From the breath, he felt that Bai Fu's strength was probably not weaker than his. Leave her to me, you deal with these prisoners, and contact the leader to ask him to come back quickly. Frick took a step forward, and suddenly appeared in front of Bai Fu as if teleporting, and was met with an iron fist wrapped in dark purple mist. Poison attribute attack? Bai Fu's eyelids jumped. It was the first time she encountered such an enemy. Luckily, she came prepared this time. The moment Frick approached her, Yulia behind her suddenly opened her superpower field. Although they are both superpower fields, Yulia's superpower field can only attack enemies without hitting teammates. This is her unique talent, the effect of high-precision control of psychic energy. Pushed by the repulsive force of the superpower field, Frick's body was temporarily unbalanced. Bai Fu rushed forward, and the dark scepter in the form of a rapier pierced the air like black lightning and hit Frick's chest with a crackling sound. Ding! A sound like hammering sounded, and Frick sneered. He was wearing a high-defense nano armor, and this level of attack could not hurt him at all. Just as he was about to spray the poison mist in his palm, a cry of surprise came from behind him. Master Frick, get out of the way! A chill suddenly arose, and Frick quickly bent down to dodge. The moment he bent down, 2 particle beams passed through the place where his head was just now, hitting the inner armor of the spacecraft, leaving a deep molten pit. Frick felt a chill in his heart. If the 2 particle beams hit his head, he would definitely be seriously injured. What are you doing? He turned his head, and saw that it was his own people who fired the gun, and he was immediately furious. The 2 slave traders, who were glared at by him, were so anxious that they were about to smoke. They didn't want to do it, but their bodies were suddenly out of control. In fact, this was Yulia's control skill, which had caused players a lot of trouble. Bai Fu would not give Frick a chance to be distracted. She came up with a set of quality 2-shot. Dark Scepter gunshot blocked the movement, and Spirit Explosion supplemented the output. The violent explosion did not cause much damage to the armor of the spacecraft, but it made the equipment inside the spacecraft even more dilapidated. Frick's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't continue to fight on the spaceship. If he continued, he and the captain would all become paupers. After all, they didn't insure the spaceship. His eyes darkened, and a large amount of poisonous mist surged out of his body. The poisonous mist was like a big hand, heading straight for Bai Fu. The psychic shield can effectively resist kinetic attacks, and the superpower field can reduce most types of damage, but this is, after all, Resident Evil. Bai Fu dare not fight Frick head-on with the poisonous mist. She jumped sideways to dodge, and Frick didn't catch up, but rushed out from the path she gave way. If you have the guts, come outside and fight me. If you hide in the spaceship and don't come out, I will poison the spaceship and see who can last longer. Come on. Bai Fu followed and let Yulia and Hei Fu stay in the spaceship. The reason why Hei Fu was not allowed to fight together was mainly to earn battle points. 2 sea-level superpowers provided her with 5 points. This ship of superpowers should be enough for her to earn points. Of course, the premise is that these slave traders were killed by her. This is simple. After Yulia controls the enemy, let Hei Fu take action to ensure that she can get the kills steadily. Yulia entered the field. Yulia delivered explosive damage. Yulia was about to harvest. No, Hei Fu jumped out. She used the Noxian guillotine, 1 axe, 2 axes. After a burst of slashing, Yulia got a record of 0-0x, while Hei Fu got a record of x0-0. Yulia, are you deliberately provoking me, wanting me to drag you to do a cruel experiment? Hei Fu ignored Yulia's resentful eyes. She walked to the door of the cargo hold where the hostages were held, and asked the mechanical player to unlock it. The imprisoned Ulises were already frightened out of their wits, and they didn't come back to their senses until the player shouted several times. Don't just stand there, hurry up and follow us back. Thanks to the player's efforts, the hostages ran out of the spaceship trembling. The battle here had ended, but Bai Fu was still fighting with Frick over there. As a mage, Bai Fu rarely fought with people at a distance. After all, her skills were mainly for melee output, but this time she encountered an old poisoner, so she could only keep fighting with Frick. She didn't hate this feeling. With the help of the Void Sphere and Dark Thorns, she could almost output non-stop. The black psychic energy beam spewed out, cutting deep scars on the ground. Even though he was wearing nano armor, Frick didn't dare to take the attack of the Void Sphere for a long time. He tried to close the distance with Bai Fu many times, and let the poison mist erode Bai Fu's body, but Bai Fu's superpower field and sky burial that he opened from time to time made him fall to the ground, and could only rage on the spot. Bang bang. Frick swung his mechanical steel claws vigorously, and smashed the little Bai Fu, who suddenly jumped out. I want to see how long you can hold on. Seeing that all the slaves he had just captured had run away, Frick became more and more manic. He didn't believe that a fragile mage could fight a protracted war with him. And he had just contacted the leader, who was rushing back with his men after receiving the news. When he and the leader attacked together, this psychic prayer master would definitely die. Bai Fu knew what Frick was thinking, and her evaluation was, you may not know who is the real fragile one. Time passed by, and Bai Fu suddenly received a message from Vic. I can't stop them. The leader of the slave traders is coming back quickly. Just a few minutes later, a large number of small aircraft appeared in the sky, and the leader was the leader of this group of slave traders, Mosen. When Bai Fu first saw Mosen's data panel, she was stunned for a moment. She found that Mosen's basic data was even worse than Frick's. How did you become the leader? Are you the hunter hired by Vic? Mosen looked down at her with a cold look. There were some bloodstains on his body. It seemed that he had suffered a little loss in the fight with Vic. Bai Fu ignored Mosen, and her eyes fell on Vic, who followed him. Vic looked as if he had just crawled out of the mud, and his health was only 72%. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to ruin my good deeds, you will definitely die today. The bracelet on Mosen's right hand lit up, and with a low roar, a hole opened on the top of the spacecraft, and a black battle armor about 3 meters high flew out at an incredibly fast speed, accurately swallowing him. The cold breath came from the sky, making everyone tense up. Black Sparrow V-Type 1 battle armor Bai Fu through a spiritual vision. This battle armor is extremely violent. It can increase the user's strength by 150 points, and it also has a full set of explosive skills. The only problem is that it needs to be overhauled after each use. Bai Fu's face is slightly gloomy. No wonder Mosen can become the leader of this group of slave traders. It turns out that there is this trump card. After wearing the battle armor, Mosen's strength is as high as 531 points. This number is a bit too exaggerated. Fortunately, I have a trump card, otherwise I would have to run away. After Hei Fu angrily snatched all of Yulia's heads, Bai Fu's battle score has reached 681 points, and she still needs 319 to 1000. This gap is not big. She can get 80 points by killing a B-level superpower. If she can kill an A-level superpower, she can definitely fill the last vacancy. Looking at Mosen standing like a demon in the sky, Vic's face is a little ugly. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold him back. I will do my best to help you stop him later. You find a way to leave quickly. Bai Fu quietly sent a message to Vic. Can your mental shock make A-level superpowers dizzy? Vic shook his head. Black Sparrow-class armor can weaken mental attacks. Bai Fu said, I mean frick. Vic quickly calculated, at most 3 seconds. 3 seconds, so long? 1 second is enough for me. Bai Fu was overjoyed. Wait, you will take the opportunity to launch a mental shock to Frick, and leave the rest to me. Vic gritted his teeth and nodded. He really didn't know what other tricks Bai Fu had, but he could only trust Bai Fu. At the moment of nodding, he began to prepare a mental attack, and a faint blue light bloomed from his body. The next second, Mosen, wearing armor, descended from the sky like a proud black knight with a huge energy millstone. It's stable. In an instant, all the slave traders who saw the scene felt relieved. Mosen, wearing the Black Sparrow-class armor, is indestructible. This is the perfect fusion of technology and martial arts. Bai Fu rushed forward. She wanted to buy time for Vic. The psychic shield and superpower field opened, and at the same time, she took out the skill card obtained from the lava. A strong light flashed, and before the energy millstone fell, a red lava iron net opened in front of Bai Fu. Boom! The energy millstone collided with the lava iron net, and the dissipated energy continued to impact Bai Fu's body, causing a series of injuries. At this time, Vic was finally ready, and the terrifying mental shock hit Frick like a tide. The speed was too fast, so fast that even if Frick realized the danger, he still had no time to dodge. His body tilted, bleeding from all 7 orifices, dizzy, and fell to the ground. Now! The Black Fu in the spaceship flashed to Frick's side, and she instantly activated the bonus of the Mind Blessing and the Psychic Strengthening Potion, maxing out the attributes, and the Dark Burning 3-hit combo was also maxed out. Minus 3,501. Critical hit. Frick is not as tough as lava. Bai Fu and Vic had already lowered his health a lot before. Therefore, when this black damage popped up, his health was directly emptied, and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. You killed Frick. You got 360 battle points. You completed the Career Advancement Task Warrior's Glory, and received a reward of 3 million experience points, a random talent or passive skill *1, and job transfer qualification. Drawing random talents or passive skills. Drawing completed. You got the rare talent Apostles will game reminders popped up one after another. Bai Fu couldn't hold on, and was knocked away by the impact of the energy millstone. When she landed, Vic quickly stood between him and Mosen. Your opponent is me. Mosen did not launch an attack immediately. Looking at Frick who died suddenly, he was horrified. With Vic's mental shock, Frick was killed in one blow. How strong is Hei Fu? Bai Fu smiled as she got up from the ground again. Completing the job transfer task can get a rare talent, but more importantly, the job transfer qualification. The 100 million experience points in her pocket are already roaring. Mosen is indeed very strong in the Black Bird level armor, but she will be even stronger after breaking the A-level limit. Vic, give me 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, from B-level to A-level, a brand new Bai Fu will be in the world. Chapter 155. Wood nodded solemnly after receiving the message from Bai Fu. Frick's death made him completely confident in Bai Fu. Although Bai Fu had not defeated Mosen in armor just now, he still believed that Bai Fu had enough cards to turn everything around. Isn't it just 30 seconds? Even if it's 3 minutes, he will fight to the end. While Wick and Hei Fu were blocking Mosen, Bai Fu quickly left the battlefield, opened the attribute panel, and started to change her job. Job transfer successful. You unlocked a new job Vision Constructor, current level LD1, Agility +1, Constitution +2, Intelligence +2, Inspiration +4, Attribute points +5. You completed the 3rd job transfer. Each point of Constitution converts +5 health points, and +5 psychic points. You learned a new skill Prayer card Advanced. You learned a new skill Intermediate Prayer Specialization, Intermediate Prayer Enhancement, Intermediate Card Making, Psychic Super Perception. You learned a new skill Vision Construction. The psychic energy in the body danced joyfully, and the non-electric current constantly stimulated the body, giving Bai Fu a sense of pleasure, as if she had finally had a full meal after being hungry for a long time. Looking at the smoother and more moist skin, she couldn't help but stretch out her hands and pinch her hands, feet, chest, and abdomen. You know what? The touch has increased dramatically. The leap in rank is the strengthening of strength and the leap of life strength. Bai Fu clicked on the detailed description of the new profession. The Vision Constructor changed not only the name of the profession and the bonus after the upgrade, but also a reconstruction of the psychic profession. Starting from the A-level rank, the Psychic Prayer Master's perception and use of psychic energy will be greatly enhanced, completely widening the gap with the B-level, which is reflected in the new skills unlocked by Bai Fu after the job change. Prayer Card Advanced, as the name suggests, after mastering this skill, she can upgrade the prayer card, which means that her strength will be further improved, and she can also make more money from players. She can divide a prayer card into multiple levels from +1 to +N, sell +1 cards to ordinary players, and sell +N cards to local tyrants, realizing all-round exploitation. Intermediate prayer specialization and psychic super perception skills are the enhancement of her original skills, not only breaking the original upper limit, but also continuing to upgrade. Vision Construction is the core skill of the Vision Constructor. The things summoned by the Psychic Painter have a time limit, but after unlocking the Vision Construction, the situation is different. Vision Construction LV1 allows Bai Fu to construct a psychic construct that can exist for a long time. Speaking of constructs, we have to mention the Apostle will talent unlocked when completing the job transfer task. Apostle will the effect is to designate a psychic construct to become your apostle. The psychic creation that becomes an apostle can be upgraded through psychic crystals. Psychic crystals are a rare psychic item with a wide range of uses. They are sold in the trading market, but the price is relatively expensive. It can be said that Vision Structure and Apostle will are a perfect match. In fact, these two can also be upgraded. For example, Vision Structure can improve its own structure limit through experience and psychic crystals. Bai Fu chose Vision Structure. With the knowledge she has now, she cannot construct a true spirit similar to Hei Fu, so she decided to construct equipment. Psychic Combat Suit. The performance of the combat suit she was wearing was a bit behind, so she took this opportunity to get a new one. Due to time constraints and the lack of any reference drawings, Bai Fu made a simple black-tie combat suit that covers the toes all the way to the neck. If necessary, it can also extend the head protection module. The feet are shaped like high heels, and high-energy shock blades can pop out from the heels and ankles. The design of the hands is exactly the same. This brand new Psychic Construct Fu has no attribute bonus before upgrading, but provides high defense capabilities. In addition, it has two advantages. First, because it is a Psychic Construct, Bai Fu no longer needs to spend time putting on and taking off clothes. As soon as she thinks, clothes will automatically appear or disappear. It is very convenient. Wearing tights, stockings, and boots will easily cause odor, and the fear of clothes getting wet during the experiment is no longer a problem. Second, it has the ability to fly at low altitude. Flying, this is the key to Bai Fu's choice of this suit. She continued to spend experience, and upgraded the Vision Constructor to LV12 in one go, only 13 levels away from the full level LV25. Counting the additional inspiration provided by the Star Prayer every time she upgraded, her basic attributes have seen a huge increase. Health, 12042/12042 Psychic Energy, 13105/13105 Chi, 775/775 Attributes, Strength 94, Agility 147, Constitution 273, Intelligence 157, Spirit 135, Inspiration 523. Basic inspiration has increased by nearly 40% compared to before, and after taking into account other bonuses, the strength will be several times stronger. Bai Fu smiled widely. Before the upgrade, she was not a real A-level player, but her strength was similar to that of the weaker A-level players. Now, she can be ranked in the middle even among the A-level players. At this moment, she really jumped out of the small stream of Zuyuan Star and merged into the boundless sea of stars. The price of the sudden increase in strength was that Bai Fu spent all the experience she had gained from the players of Zuyuan Star. Because she pulled the suction force to the maximum before leaving Zuyuan Star, the players also worked hard to cooperate with her, which made the players of Zuyuan Star still not recover from the sluggish state even though the new version had been launched for a while. There is no way. Being squeezed by her every day, the Iron Man will become a pile of noodles. Wait until they recover a little, and have more experience in their pockets before finding a way to squeeze them. Now complete Vic's task first. Bai Fu plans to find other novice planets after reaching the peak of A level, and invite more players to join her happy party. Gather the experience of all players and break through the S level in one fell swoop. After closing her eyes and experiencing a more perfect body, Bai Fu suddenly opened her eyes. Change, body. She kicked off her shoes with 2 swishes, and before they landed on the ground, the black psychic structure had already covered her body. This strange change immediately attracted the attention of the people fighting in the distance. This dress? No, to be precise, this person. It was only a few dozen seconds later, but Bai Fu's temperament was completely different, distant, mysterious, like a deep vortex. How could the change be so great? This is the power of the player panel. Bai Fu's eyes crossed the black land and looked at Mo Sun in the center of the battlefield. Are you ready to die? It had been nearly a minute since she left the battlefield, and this time was enough to change many things, such as the strength comparison between the two. Mo Sun raised the right arm of the armor, and the blue light cannon suddenly bombarded. Do you think you can beat me just by changing clothes? Ridiculous. Heavy artillery shells fell on the place where Bai Fu was standing, blasting out a large deep pit. Before the flying mud disappeared, Bai Fu suddenly broke through the smoke and dust, changing direction continuously in the air, perfectly avoiding each subsequent light cannon. Fly! Mo Sun's pupil shrank, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. By the time he reacted, Bai Fu had already flashed in front of him. With the blessing of the Dark Scepter and higher inspiration, the spiritual explosion that could only explode 2 meters away at most was like a torrent, and blasted more than 10 meters away, completely covering Mo Sun and his Black Sparrow armor. Although the turbulent psychic storm failed to tear the Black Sparrow armor apart, it had already injected a psychic vortex, like a high-speed cutting machine into the armor. -291, -302, -279. Her power, what's wrong with it? The tearing pain stimulated Mo Sun's nerves, bringing him deep anxiety. If the armor could not protect him, his strength would not be as good as Vic's. He quickly activated the armor's burst mode, overclocked the power system, and sparks burst from the joints of the armor. The super strength gained by squeezing the mechanical limit allowed him to finally stand firm, and slide out of the spiritual explosion. 2 deep gullies were plowed on the ground. As he slid, the automatic turret behind the armor continuously spewed out dozens of kinetic shells with built-in tracking effects. I help you block it. Vic saw that the situation was not good and prepared to jump out to block the cannon. No, you and Heifu keep an eye on the others, and don't let them run away. Bai Fu ignored the shells directly. The defense of the psychic construct was terrifyingly high. The shells hit her body, and the impact force was mostly removed by the superpower field and the shock waves of the construct. After the explosion, it couldn't even make a hole in her clothes. Oh no! Mo Sun was horrified and wanted to continue to distance himself from Bai Fu, but as Bai Fu pressed down with her right hand, the psychic pressure that was almost condensed into substance fell from the sky and hit the head of the armor heavily. Under the impact of the sky burial, a large piece of sparks popped out of the leg joints of the armor. After all, it couldn't hold on and fell to the ground with both knees bent. Watch how I smash your broken iron shell. Bai Fu turned into a phantom, and her right leg with a full arc was like a crossbow that shot out and hit Mo Sun's visor. Bang! With one kick, the armor fell backwards and completely lost the initiative. It could only rely on the muzzle, barrel and kinetic cutting device on its body to make limited counterattacks. However, Bai Fu was not afraid of the dozens of shells just now, so how could she be afraid of this hasty counterattack? The shock blade that stretched out from the back of her hand cut off the barrel that was in the way with 2 clicks. She jumped high and hit the chest of the armor with her feet like a heavy hammer. Then, the shock blade that popped out of her hand overlapped with the impact of the spiritual explosion, like the claws of a beast, tearing the armor's visor layer by layer. Mo Sun struggled hard, but the explosion of the alien erosion made him dizzy, and he had no time to operate the armor. Finally, a hole was blown out of the face of the armor. No! Mo Sun's eyes were red with anger, but he could do nothing but watch Bai Fu raise her right fist. The psychic energy helped to push up the white waves, and Bai Fu suddenly smashed down and punched Mo Sun's head. In less than a minute, Mo Sun, the god in the eyes of all the slave traders, was crushed. A real reversal. The head exploded like a watermelon, killing Mo Sun and destroying the courage of all the remaining slave traders. Before Bai Fu even stood up, they dropped their weapons, sat or knelt, and trembled all over. Monster, monster! Spare me, it was Mo Sun who coerced me, I am innocent. The slave trader who spread fear was frightened to the point of peeing his pants for the first time. Too cunning, this woman can tear the armor apart with her bare hands, but she pretends to be weak and tricks them to come and kill her, This woman must be a demon. Vic rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he was dreaming. Oh my god, he didn't hire a hunter, he hired a Buddha. There are many powerful superpowers in the Star Sea, but those who are particularly strong will not register as hunters. With the strength that Bai Fu has shown now, she is already a backbone in the Pan-Universe entrustment platform. Vic felt that he had made a lot of money, but he was a little anxious. Why was Bai Fu willing to help him at a low price and covet the special genes in him? It seems that there is no need for this. With Bai Fu's strength, there is no need to come and play with these slave traders. Just capture him directly. He was puzzled, but he felt that Bai Fu's image in his eyes became taller and taller. The Colossus of Justice, falling from the sky, Bai Fu stood up. She only hit Mawson's head. On the one hand, it was because the durability of the face armor of the Black Sparrow class armor was lower than that of other places. On the other hand, it was because she liked this armor. It would be good to sell it or use it for herself. It must be said that the psychic construct is a good thing. She punched Mawson's head, and there was no stain on her hands. If it was an ordinary glove, she would have thrown it away long ago. I heard that you came here because the Ulysses have special genes. Tell me the details. Bai Fu walked up to a slave trader. The slave trader stared at her feet. Hey, the flick knife hanging beside her feet is no joke. He was afraid that Bai Fu would step on his face and stab him to death, so he told him everything he knew. The security company named Singularity that announced the purchase of the Ulysses in the black market was headquartered in Chaos Star Road, Sea Lion Galaxy. Its strength is far inferior to that of the Stone Crystal Company, but it is rumored to have unclear relationships with multiple interstellar pirate groups. Singularity Company not only rewards these slave traders with money, but also a special gene optimization potion, and Mosen has one. Bai Fu entered the spaceship and found the potion. Dissociated potion, purity 53.1%, after use, spirit +5, intelligence +3, there is a certain chance of triggering mental mutation. Mental mutation. Accumulate the number of mental mutations. There is a certain chance to activate special talents, and there is a very low chance to activate the new race Shadow Ghost. Bai Fu was refreshed. Let's not talk about adding attributes, the race advancement is quite tempting. Each advancement can bring new attributes, and rare races also have matching talents. Accumulate mental mutation times? Bai Fu remembered that Vic's template was mental mutation. No wonder Singularity Company wanted to capture the Ulysses. It was probably to study dissociated drugs. Her guess was soon verified. After she injected the drug and locked all the slave traders in the spaceship, Vic came with his spirit scroll. This is the agreed reward. You completed the hidden task Vic's request, and received 2 million experience points, Vic's favorability +60, and Vic's spiritual secret scroll. Then, Bai Fu received a new prompt. You triggered the hidden task dissociated potion. Task introduction. While assisting Vic, you discovered that Singularity Company is secretly developing a dissociated potion. Task target. Get any mother copy of the dissociated potion. Reward, 3 million experience points, skill spinning magic blade. Accept or reject. Of course I accepted it. Bai Fu came here for this series of tasks. She took the spiritual scroll from Vic, and Vic asked, how do you plan to deal with these slave traders? I think it's best to kill them directly. None of them are innocent. Bai Fu nodded. You are right, but it is too wasteful to kill them directly. We should make use of them. Make use of them? How? Vic was a little confused. Bai Fu explained. Selling them as slaves can make some money. Vic was puzzled. No, selling slave traders as slaves, aren't you a bit crazy? But after thinking carefully, he felt that Bai Fu's idea was really good. Although these slave traders didn't have any special genes, they were all superpowered. If they were sold, they would definitely make a lot of money, which would be much more profitable than accepting his commission. By the way, I remember those slave traders said just now that there will be other slave traders coming next. Bai Fu said, I plan to catch them and sell them together. I knew you would say that. Vic stroked his forehead. He looked helpless, but his heart, which had been suppressed for a long time, suddenly became agitated. Why should only slave traders sell the Ulysses? And why can't the Ulysses sell the slave traders? It doesn't make sense. Fuck, it's on fire. Before meeting Bai Fu, Vic was deeply confused, but now, he suddenly had a goal. He wanted to learn from Bai Fu, find a way to rescue the captured tribesmen, and then sell all the bastards who took the tribesmen away. The money earned from the sale can be used to improve Ulysses. To be honest, Vic wanted to recognize Bai Fu as his elder sister. If he wanted to get along, he had to follow such a ruthless person. However, he was worried that Bai Fu would not accept him. After all, compared with the people around Bai Fu, he seemed a little ordinary. Let's go back and tell your people what happened here. Bai Fu and Vic returned victorious. Bai Fu's appearance revealed an extraordinary look, but when they first saw her, no Elises thought she could kill those slave traders. But she did it. As soon as she made a move, the slave trader was killed, and all the captured compatriots came back. The Elises people, who had not yet extinguished the fire in their hearts in the suffering, cheered loudly. Silver Moon! Silver Moon! Several old people were in tears, and they almost forgot how long they had not experienced such excitement. It's Fu Fu. You can bring laughter wherever you go. Digging G slapped Bai Fu's new clothes and feet. Amid the cheers, the city manager had mixed feelings. Vic, tell me honestly, will there be more slave traders coming? Vic nodded. Yes, but uncle, don't worry, you and I will solve the problem. The manager was worried. How can I be at ease? These slave traders died tragically, and the slave traders who came later might be even more brutal. By then, that's not the time. The veins on Ulysses' forehead popped up when he heard this. I've had enough. If I retreat, I still die. Rather than die in cowardice, I'd rather follow Inu and Vic and die in the moonlight. This was a roar from the heart, a release after being suppressed for a long time. The shout infected more Ulysses people. Their blood was boiling. If they were not still a little afraid of Bai Fu, they would have rushed up and thrown Bai Fu into the sky. You? The manager's face was a little stiff. Vic sighed. Uncle, you are old. The manager stood still, unable to say a word. Is he really old? At this time, a young Ulysses asked Vic, Brother Vic, what should we do with the captured slave traders? Vic told Bai Fu about his plan. What? Sell them? The Ulysses people who were watching wondered if they had heard it wrong. Turtle, what the hell is this? They looked at each other, and then burst out with the same idea as Vic. Damn it, we have to do it this way. You like to sell us, right? Then let's show it, and see who sells who. At this moment, even those Ulysses people who were desperate suddenly came alive. The Ulysses people have been suppressed for too long. What a miracle, Fu Fu. Awesome, this is even better than hanging the NPC on the street lamp last time while watching the players, and the Ulysses people reveling. Bai Fu found Yulia. She was not afraid that the slave traders would not come, but she was afraid that they would be scared and run around after they came, and spread the news, making it impossible for her to catch more slave traders. So at this time, Yulia needed to help her control all the miscellaneous soldiers. This is easy, but you. Yulia suddenly leaned close to Bai Fu's chest and sniffed. Why did your smell change? It smells better, and your clothes? Psychics can do it, isn't that amazing? Bai Fu smiled proudly. Yulia's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that you can take off your clothes at will? Bai Fu said, almost. Yulia pressed her chest, itching. She wanted to catch Bai Fu and take her to the laboratory to study clothes right now. Her plan did not succeed, because another slave trader's spaceship landed outside the city that night. These slave traders had no idea of Bai Fu's existence, let alone what happened not long ago. After jumping off the spaceship, they walked into the city with a smile. It's time to get rich. The slave trader walking in front whistled. They had just taken a few steps when Bai Fu, the player, and Yulia, Hey Fu, and Vic rushed out. No, what do you want to do? Fight back, and... Don't come over here. Bai Fu rushed into the crowd like a comet hitting the earth, killing the slave traders with great momentum. It took 10 days, and including Mosin before, she defeated a total of 3 groups of slave traders. Looking at the 4 extra ultra-small spaceships, and the more than 600 slave traders who were locked up, her eyes were full of brilliance. Get rich. As long as she sells these slave traders, she will have enough money to buy advanced knowledge and blueprints, learn more skills and prayer cards. But before that, she still has to guard against some slave traders who are desperate and drive spaceships to bomb directly. Of course, she is not afraid. Drive spaceships? I will let the players who are not afraid of death drive spaceships and fight your cannons. Even if she can't beat them, she can run back to Zuyuan Star. Anyway, she has changed her job. At most, she can hide until the peak of a level and come back. The Ulysses people have been very excited these days. What Vic brought back is their guiding light and guardian. Long live Silver Moon. The Ulysses people cheered, and the players from other planets, who watched the whole incident, were also in a state of agitation. Fuck Fu. Chapter 156. On the day Bai Fu killed Mosin, the video of her dismantling a small battle armor with her bare hands had already become popular in the gaming community. Pure violence, pure crushing, every frame of the video aroused the hearts of those players who pursued fighting fun. The players who flocked to the video were either admiring Bai Fu's strength, or envious of Digging G and the others. Of course, in addition to these remarks, the daily madness of Fumin players is also indispensable in the video barrage. Fufu has a new skin, this new skin, hiss, I'm ready. Ah, Fufu kicked the lunchbox away, pick it up. Who's going to pick it up? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Little greedy cat taking advantage of this popularity, Digger G made a series of videos. On the first day, he talked about the situation of the Ulysses people. On the second day, he talked about Baifu's process of capturing other slave traders. And on the third day, he said that Baifu was going to sell these slave traders as slaves. Her step-by-step operation of raising expectations, and finally detonating directly made Baifu's popularity soar again. After the mainline tasks of each novice planet in version 1.3 were gradually rolled out, she broke through the siege from many discussions related to the main line, and successfully topped the community popularity list. For a while, phrases like Star C female Bodhisattva, the chaotic Star C is as cold as ice, only Fufu warms people's hearts were widely circulated in the community. Fufu is really kind-hearted. Other NPCs are trying their best to exploit us, but she not only gives us benefits, but also never hesitates to lend a helping hand to those vulnerable NPCs. Otherwise, why is she called Da Baifu? Da means conscience, and Bai means soul. When will Fufu female Bodhisattva come to save us? We also need your benefits. Baifu smiled while watching the video. Rescue? Ah yes, yes, it is indeed salvation. After all, she is only greedy for the player's experience and money. Even if she goes all out, the most she can do is make the players shout. No experience left. And wallet, I'm honest, and afterwards she will get a bunch of supplements from the game officials to restore the player's vitality. Succubi who engage in sustainable exploitation are much better than those who suck the marrow out of bones. Amidst the praise and envy, Baifu found that some players from other novice planets took the initiative to act as guides. They tried to calculate the distance between their planet and Ulysses, and some players sent private messages to Digging G, hoping that Digging G could help them get a blueprint for a long-distance signal transmitter, so that they could use the long-distance signal transmitter to guide Fufu to save them. Okay, I have trained you to move on your own, right? Baifu shook her head regretfully. Even if these players really calculated the specific location of their novice planet in the Starry Sea, she would not rush over. After arresting 4 slave trader teams in succession, she now has a total of 5 small spaceships, 2 of which were severely damaged and unable to fly at warp speed, but the remaining 3 were in good condition. If she drove these 3 spaceships to pick up players, she could pick up at least 1,000 people each time. But there is a potential risk in doing so. The defense capabilities of these small spaceships in her hands are weak. If she accidentally encounters crisis, such as distorted space when sailing in the dark domain, the ship may be destroyed and people may die. Before setting off, we must first get a more advanced spaceship. Baifu closed the community. At this time, not far away, Vic was teaching Anya how to practice his spiritual secret scroll. My secret is very simple to sum up, which is to create a spiritual world to temper myself. There is nothing special about this spiritual world, but if you want to get better results, it is best to set up a world that allows you to feel pain and usher in an explosion in the pain. Anya nodded thoughtfully. A world that makes her feel miserable. Since Boss Fufu took off, she seems to have been living a happy life. The only thing that bothers her is that Yulia has joined her and Boss Fufu's family. The damn Yulia always asks Boss Fufu to do experiments. Although she doesn't know what experiments they did, Boss Fufu is always exhausted after each one, which makes her feel so distressed. Since the establishment of the Silent Garden, when has Boss Fufu ever suffered such a loss? It's all the fault of the bad woman Yulia. It's decided. I want to create a world full of Yulias. When I smash all the Yulias, I will be the top boss under Fufu. Anya nodded excitedly. Yulia, who came from a distance, looked at her with a puzzled look. What's wrong with her? Baifu said, maybe she has some enlightenment in spiritual practice. What do you want to talk to me about? Yulia said, the dark moon you left behind has responded. Baifu and Vic stood up at the same time. When Vic first arrived in Ulysses, he said that he suspected that someone inside was secretly colluding with slave traders. So Baifu secretly posted Dark Moon prayer cards in the homes of those Ulysses, who were able to contact the outside world. Who is it? Vic clenched his fists. Yulia said, the city manager just received a call from a slave trader. The slave trader threatened him to tell others about his betrayal. He told others what happened in the past few days. The slave trader said he would bring people here immediately and kill us with ship guns when we are not prepared. Vic's face turned pale. He had considered that the manager was a traitor, but when the answer was really in front of him, he was still heartbroken. The manager was the one who took care of him after his father passed away. Why did he collude with those slave traders? Bai Fu patted his shoulder, turned to Yulia and said, "Since that slave trader wants to blow us up when we are not prepared, let's give him a taste of his own medicine." She immediately called all the players over and told them her plan. Her plan was very simple. It's just a cannon bombing. You bomb me and I bomb you. Let's see whose ship is tougher. Although the two broken ships in her hands could not fly at warp speed, after the mechanic player repaired them a little, there was no problem in fighting an artillery battle or a boarding battle near the low Earth orbit. She asked Hei Fu to take the players on the two ships and immediately double-team them from both sides when the slave trader's ship arrived. "Two breads of cheese, if I can't kill you, I will use my toes to pinch Yulia." Fuck? After hearing Bai Fu's plan, all the players present were stunned for the first time, and then they all burst into cheers. Even Digging G was no exception. This is a blood-boiling battle of spaceships. After entering the Star Sea from the novice planet, who wouldn't want to try this kind of operation? Now, Fu Fu has given them a chance. Fu Fu is awesome. I am the best in the world. Who agrees and who disagrees? Damn it, start a live broadcast. Start a live broadcast quickly. I want to end the other players to death, haha. Bai Fu was very satisfied with the players' reactions. It would cost a lot of money to repair those two spaceships. Instead of leaving them there, it would be better to take them out during these 2 days when she is popular, and give them to the players a reason to continue to support her. Want to fly a spaceship? Then join Bai Fu's secret garden. Not only can you fly a spaceship here, but there are also more exciting and fun things. It must be said that this wave of advertising is very effective. When the players who rushed into the live broadcast room heard that Digger G and the others were going to fly a spaceship to fight slave traders, these players were all dumbfounded. Fuck, you guys are playing so big? No, buddy. How did you lick Fu Fu that you actually got the opportunity to fly a spaceship? Of course it started with a lunch box, and then... I'm still playing COD. Are you already playing Star Wars? Hee, this is what it's like to hang out with Fu Fu. The screen was full of crazy bullets, and two half-damaged spaceships also broke through the clouds and leaped into the starry sky, preparing for the upcoming battle. Boss, we are expected to arrive near Ulysses in 10 minutes. On the deciduous forest spaceship, a slave trader respectfully reported to the tiger-headed man next to him. Brahm, a slave trader who is well known in the entire Chaos Star Road. The reason why he is famous is not because of his strong strength, but because he is extremely cruel. He likes to tear by hand, laser cutting, forging machine flattening and other means to kill people. He treats his enemies like a mad dog and bites them to death, and retaliates against the enemy's family and friends at any time. This inhuman behavior earned him the nickname Death, and made him one of the spokespersons for the chaos of Chaos Star Road. Brahm licked his lips and said, "Preload all weapons for me. Once the target is locked, attack immediately. A newly registered hunter who came out of nowhere is trying to block my way to wealth. I will blow her into a pile of debris." Time passed quickly. After 10 minutes, the warp engine of the deciduous forest was completely shut down. The spacecraft left the black area formed by high-speed navigation and headed towards the silent blue planet in the distance. Brahm closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and tapped his right foot rhythmically. Just as he was humming in high spirits, a few screams suddenly came from the spaceship. Two unidentified spaceships are detected approaching rapidly. Brahm opened his eyes suddenly. Send a message to ask the other party about their origins. If the other party does not reply, open fire immediately. Yes. After just a few dozen seconds, the deciduous forest received a reply. How did they reply? The crew standing in front of the console stammered, "Yes, yes." "What is it? Say it." Brahm's eyes widened. The crew member could only bite the bullet and answer. They replied Hacknema. Brahm's head was full of question marks, and then, a murderous intent rose from the bottom of his heart. Those who don't know how to live or die, blow them up for me. The various weapons installed on the fallen leaf forest were immediately activated, but before the slave traders launched an attack, the two spaceships that broke into their radar monitoring range had taken the lead. Fire, laser cannons, multi-linked energy cannons, space torpedoes, medium-range missiles. Whatever is in the spaceship, the player driving the spaceship will fire it. They have no intention of saving shells and energy at all. Save your balls. Early before the ascension, Fu Fu said that as long as they can kill the spaceship of the slave traders from afar, they can build these two spaceships in any way they want. Anyway, they are not good spaceships, so they will explode. In the silent vacuum environment, the dazzling light completely filled the central large screen of the fallen leaf forest. The next second, the energy shield outside the spacecraft began to vibrate violently under the impact of the laser cannon, and the alarm in the spacecraft began to flash red. The shield is 99.3% left. The shield. The harsh voice made Brahm, who was already in a bad mood, fall into a frenzy. Fuck, fight back. The three spaceships launched a close-range artillery battle in the starry sky. After all, the slave traders were all veterans. Even if they were attacked, in this chaotic combat environment, they could still easily choose to use laser cannons to consume energy shields, or use medium-range missiles and kinetic artillery to attack the enemy ship armor. The players were not so calm. After all, it was the first time for them to actively control the spaceship to fight. Even with AI assistance, they still revealed many loopholes when coordinating the offensive pace of the two spaceships. The left side armor was hit by kinetic artillery, and the durability dropped by 1/10. Zhao, this made me dizzy. The players in the spaceship kept shouting, and their flustered appearance caused the live broadcast room to be full of cheerful laughter. However, no matter how happy they were, no one was worried that Digger G and the others would lose in this battle, because long-range artillery fire was just a means for players to contain the fallen leaf forest. The real killer move of the players was to drive the spaceship directly into it. What will happen? Once the spaceship is hit and the armor is broken, can you still turn the tables? Once an ordinary A-level superpower is thrown into space, there is no way for him to survive. Not everyone is Kaz. Bai Fu, who was squatting in the live broadcast room of Digging G, was happy. Slave traders are always known for their cruelty and ruthlessness, but in her opinion, such cruelty and ruthlessness is a joke when it comes to players. You are so cruel. Today, I will show you what a real cruel person is. Brahm obviously hadn't realized the crisis was coming. Although he had discovered that the player's spaceship was approaching quickly, the continuous hits of the kinetic artillery still gave him a lot of confidence. Damn it, you dare to ambush me, I blow you to death, increase your firepower, ha ha. Huh? Brahm was laughing when his face suddenly froze. He found that the spaceship on the left did not dodge the torpedo fired by the fallen leaf forest at all, but rushed directly towards the fallen leaf forest despite the torpedo attack. The torpedo exploded, and the bright fireworks illuminated the starry sky, which also made him feel something was wrong. He rushed to the radar display screen, and sure enough, the spaceship hit by the torpedo did not stop for a moment, and continued to charge towards the deciduous forest at an incredibly fast speed. Get out of the way, quickly! Boss, we can't get out of the way. There is a missile launched by another spaceship on the left. Our way is blocked. Brahm was shocked, and he had a premonition of what would happen next. Isn't that how normal space combat is fought? They haven't even reached the point of despair yet, but they launched a desperate attack as soon as they met. Aren't your lives important? Quick, contact the enemy ship for me. Contact the hunter named Silver Moon. I want to talk to her. Brahm was anxious. He was cruel, but only to others. He valued his own life more than anything else. Beep beep beep. After a busy tone, a blue shadow appeared in the center of the cockpit. It was a black-haired girl sitting on a chair with her legs crossed and her chin supported by the back of her hands. Brahm didn't have time to take a closer look at the girl's face. He said anxiously, Silver Moon, right? There may be some misunderstandings between us. So let's take a step back and stop fighting. After all, I was wrong first. I will compensate you with an additional 10,000 credit points for the repair of your spaceship. The shoes hanging on Hei Fu's feet swayed gently. Someone told me that your nickname is the Deathly One. You are famous for being cruel and ruthless. Once you make an enemy, you will do everything you can to kill the enemy. Brahm forced a smile. Those are names imposed by outsiders. What a coincidence. Hei Fu interrupted Brahm. I am a very vengeful person. You said before that you would blow me up when I was not prepared. In order to avoid any more trouble, I decided to blow you up now. This sentence directly made Brahm's hair stand up. If you have time to scold me, you might as well look at the screen. Hack you. Brahm waved his hand vigorously to cut off the call. At this time, screams were heard one after another in the spaceship. It's going to hit! It's going to hit! Brahm was sweating profusely. He wanted to ask for help, but even if he successfully contacted the reinforcements at this time, he would become a floating corpse in space when the reinforcements arrived. He felt unprecedented regret. Why did he provoke such a crazy woman in the star sea like Inu? I can't die. Brahm ran quickly towards the tail of the spaceship where the carrier-based aircraft was parked. There were many subordinates who shared the same idea as him on the way. He punched them one by one and knocked them all away. But before he ran far, the spaceship driven by the player hit him. Boom! The sharp explosion instantly swept the entire ship, and the violent vibration made it difficult for Brahm to control his body. When he finally stood firm, the spaceship had already started a series of explosions uncontrollably. From the beginning to the end, from the cockpit to the power room, from the armor to the special glass, the flames of the explosion engulfed everything. Many slave traders, who were still screaming just now, were burned to charcoal by the terrifying high temperature without saying a word. Brahm dodged desperately, relying on his A-level strength to barely avoid the first round of explosions caused by the collision. Die together, really die together, who would play like this? He tried desperately to contact Hey Fu, again and again, until Hey Fu finally answered after more than 10 times. Forgive me, I will give you whatever you want. Hey Fu didn't say anything, staring at Brahm with interest, as if watching an acrobatic performance. Brahm completely collapsed. He roared angrily, "If you have the guts, come and kill me yourself." To his surprise, Hey Fu suddenly stood up and put her shoes back on. "Since you want me to come and kill you in person, I will do as you wish." She was just trying to earn experience points for killing. Another spaceship quickly approached the paralyzed deciduous forest. At the moment of approaching, Hey Fu jumped onto the deciduous forest through the emergency hatch. Looking at the girl who appeared in front of him, Brahm was stunned. Suddenly, a huge spiritual explosion rushed him out. In terms of strength, Brahm is between Mo-san and Mo-san in armor. Not long ago, Bai Fu killed Mo-san in armor in seconds. Now it is natural for Hey Fu to beat Brahm easily. This is pure brutality. Looking at Brahm rolling on the ground due to the spiritual explosion, the other surviving slavers on the spaceship rolled and crawled, just wanting to stay as far away from the terrifying woman Hey Fu as possible. Finally, a lucky guy found a complete carrier-based aircraft. He quickly jumped into the carrier-based aircraft and whizzed away. Fu, do you want to shoot down that carrier-based aircraft? Excavator G asked immediately. Hey Fu stepped on Brahm's face. No, it's better to let him spread the news here, so that some unknown slave traders won't come to trouble me. Although the slave traders could be captured and sold for money, she would have no time to do anything else if she played with them all day. Digger G nodded and let go of the carrier aircraft that had been locked. The slave trader in the carrier aircraft was still in shock. He pressed the accelerator and quickly contacted other slave traders for help. The carrier aircraft could not fly far. If no one drove a spaceship to rescue him, he would die sooner or later. But things were completely beyond his expectations. After learning what happened here, even if he was willing to spend all his wealth, no slave trader dared to accept the order to rescue him. I think you want to hurt me, right? Save you? Who dares to save you from that madman? Get lost. After being rejected more than a dozen times, the slave trader in the carrier-based aircraft fell into unprecedented despair. He stared at his hands for a long minute, and finally raised a knife to cut his neck. He would rather die than commit suicide. He definitely didn't want to fall into the hands of that devilish woman. In one attack, a spaceship was lost, and a group of slave traders were completely defeated in the frontal bombardment in the starry sky. This achievement caused the players in the Star Sea and the community to cheer. Unlike the players, the slave traders in Chaos Star Road and other people who received the news began to feel their scalps tingling. He drove the spaceship to kill people without saying a word. You know, if an ordinary S-level superpower is not prepared, it will be a big deal if he is killed like this. It is said that Brahm is a ruthless person. Now in this comparison, he is not even qualified to lick the shoes of that super ruthless woman. In just half a day, most of the evil organizations and villains active in Chaos Star Road remembered Bai Fu's nickname. Silver Moon, all kinds of words were raging, and the most direct change brought by these discussions to Bai Fu was that she officially opened the reputation of the Sea Lion Galaxy, and her reputation rose to 100 points in one fell swoop. Will she stay on Ulysses? I don't think so. The Ulysses people don't have the money to hire her for a long time. Not only did I not plan to leave, I was also going to take the initiative to enter the Chaos Star Road to cause trouble, whether it was selling those slave traders or investigating the situation of the Singularity Company that was targeting the Ulysses people. It was inevitable to go to the Chaos Star Road. Therefore, as soon as Hey Fu returned, Bai Fu began to plan the next move. She wanted to take advantage of her reputation as a ruthless person to get as much benefit as possible to improve her strength. With her current strength, she can basically protect herself in the Sea Lion Galaxy if she doesn't mess around. But if Singularity Company finds an S-level superpower, she will have to give up the Ulysses star, which has already raised her favorability and reputation to a very high level. Bai Fu doesn't want to be so passive. she decides to take the initiative and find an opportunity to stab Singularity Company's ass. If she can get a high-level spaceship from Singularity Company, she can return to Zuyuan Star to get more players to work for her. Now the number of players is a bit small, and there are great restrictions on use. Chapter 157. After the news of Brahm's death spread, the Ulysses began to publicly try the manager. During the trial, the manager cried and said that the reason he cooperated with the slave traders was to sacrifice a few people to save the majority. Some Ulysses expressed understanding, but the times were different now. They had decided to resist to the end. They really could not forgive the manager for bringing Brahm here after knowing the choice they made. In the excitement of the crowd, the manager was hanged. Vic stood in front of the gallows for a long time before shaking his head and sighing and leaving. He found Bai Fu, who was searching for information on the interstellar network. "Is there something urgent?" Vic said. "The manager is dead, and now everyone hopes that you can become the new manager." Bai Fu walked to the window, and at this time, the window was already crowded with excited Ulysses. This is no longer a question of whether to give her a yellow robe, but a question of how many yellow robes to give her. Bai Fu felt that if she wanted, she could become a real queen at this time. You know, she only got the nickname of queen on Zuyuan Star. Forget it. Although it is nice to be a queen and be praised by a group of people, this does not fit the image she plays in front of the players. How can a dignified lord of the night really become a queen? In fact, even if she is not a queen, she is still no different from a queen in the hearts of the Ulysses people. Ulysses is the Ulysses of the Ulysses people, and it is more appropriate for you to be the administrator. Vic wanted to say something, but Bai Fu was firm in his attitude, so he could only nod. "I go talk to them." At the end of the discussion, Vic formed a revival committee in Ulysses, with himself as the chairman and Bai Fu as the honorary chairman. Bai Fu was quite satisfied with the result of this trip to Ulysses. She originally just wanted to do a main quest, but now she unexpectedly got a planet with full favorability. She didn't have to spend money to buy the planet. Who wouldn't be happy? With these people in Ulysses, she didn't have to spend a lot of effort to find a bunch of NPCs to provide various basic services to the players after she took over. It's time to make money. The next afternoon, Bai Fu and Vic said goodbye temporarily and drove the spaceship away from Ulysses. This time she divided her troops into 3 groups. She left the guild players on Ulysses to act as temporary bodyguards, and Hei Fu and the other half of the players escorted the slave traders to Chaos Star Road. Finally, she, Yulia, and Anya drove the spaceship directly to the Star Network community, preparing to register a private armed company. Establishing a private armed company can allow her to better arrange tasks for players. After the players complete the tasks, she and her private armed company can also receive corresponding reputation rewards. After the reputation is high, many things can be solved by the face fruit. Give me Fu a face. Bai Fu decided to name this private armed company Dark Moon Tide. Yes, it is the version name of version 1.1. The version named Dark Moon Tide originally meant that this version belongs to the players who are active in the dark domain, and the tide is the player tide. But after digging G's imagination, most players now think that Dark Moon refers to her Bai Fu, and it doesn't matter what tide of her Bai Fu is. The reason why it is not called the Silent Courtyard is, on the one hand, because we want to give players some more hints, and on the other hand, because in the eyes of the players, she fled to Zuyuan Star because she was betrayed. It would be too strange if she continued to act under the name of the Silent Courtyard after returning to the starry sky. Acting still needs to be done in full. This is professionalism. One day later, Hei Fu drove the spaceship to Fondang Star on the Chaos Star Road. Fondang Star is located near the Fondang Star Port, a major transportation route. Over time, it naturally developed into one of the most well-known planets on the Chaos Star Road. On the way to Fondang Star, Hei Fu had already found out where the slave trading market was. After parking the spaceship, she immediately led the players to the destination. The Starry Sea is vast, but news spreads very quickly in the Starry Sea, especially in a place like Fondang Star where people come and go. Therefore, when Hei Fu just appeared in the downtown area, a roadside vendor who opened the Quizanti's mysterious shop immediately recognized her. "Wait, isn't this the ruthless man in you who has been famous these days? Is this girl really as fierce as the legend says? Her arm is not even as thick as my thumb." A group of people watched from a distance, wanting to approach her to talk, but they became timid when they thought of Brahm's miserable condition. That silver moon looked quite normal now, but who can guarantee that she would not suddenly turn into a lunatic, pull out a bunch of weapons, and start shooting? Some people also wanted to secretly report the news of Hei Fu's appearance to Singularity Company, but they were stopped by the people around them as soon as they took action. You're not going to die. If Singularity fails to kill her, and she finds out that you secretly reported the news, you're done. Even Braum can't beat her. How can you beat Braum? A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. If you think about it a little deeper, these people are scared and dare not move. Some money is earned but not necessarily alive to spend it. They didn't get together to discuss until Heifu walked away. What is Inu doing on Fengdang Star? Is she going to the slave trading market? Could it be that she went to the slave market to ask the slave traders for the Ulysses? Driven by curiosity, many people followed to watch the excitement. Slave market. The boss, who was stared at by Heifu, was sweating like a small water pipe was installed on his body. He thought that Heifu was looking for trouble like everyone else. The power behind him was very strong, but when he met a ruthless person like Inu who didn't care about his life, what was the use of the power behind him? If there was any mistake, he would have been chopped into pieces by the time the power behind him arrived. Out of this fear, the boss tried his best to provide all kinds of considerate services. He moved the chairs, brought food and drinks, and personally fanned Heifu. When he saw the robot trying to steal his job, he kicked the robot aside. If he was not afraid that Heifu would not like this, he would have been ready to kneel on the ground and kiss the tip of Heifu's shoes. What is the queen-like treatment? The players of Fuman said that the boss was shameless and let Fufu go. Heifu sat calmly for a while. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. You don't have to be afraid of me. After all, I'm not a demon. I came here today to do business with you. You said you are not a demon. Do you think I believe you? The boss suppressed his fear and asked Heifu what business he wanted to do. Heifu did not keep him in suspense. I have a group of people I want to sell to you. You name a price. Ah, people, what people? It's the slave traders, who went to Elisa's to kill me before. Although they wanted to kill me, I have always been kind and can't stand too much killing, so I thought it would be better to sell them. In this way, I can get compensation and they can survive, and everyone is happy. Huh? All the NPCs around were terrified. Selling slaves to traders? Is this something a normal person would do? And you call this a happy ending? You are so kind-hearted. Even ordinary demons are not as scary as you. The boss was terrified. He was very glad that he went up to Heifu to please her as soon as he saw her. Otherwise he might have been caught and sold in the next store. The boss hurriedly said, "Okay, I buy it, but I have to see the person first to estimate the price. What do you think?" Heifu had no objection. The transaction went very smoothly. The boss, who had been threatened by her for a long time, did not dare to lower the price at all, and honestly gave her 520,000 credit points. After getting the money, she took out part of the money and shared it with the players and Vic, who helped a lot. She still had 400,000 credit points left. In an instant, she went from being a poor ghost in the Star Sea to a rich woman in the Star Sea. Cool. If she was not afraid of causing public outrage, she would have wanted to catch more slave traders to sell. Just as Heifu was happily asking about the news of Singularity Company, what happened on Fengdang Star reached the ears of Singularity Company. A day ago, they received the news of Braum and others' tragic death. Combined with the news just received, they now have only one thought. It's Num. Who the hell is this person? Is he an abstract ruthless person? The senior executives of Singularity Company gathered together for a meeting. The more they discussed, the more they felt that Inu was outrageous. In order to kill Braum, Inu directly let her subordinates fly a spaceship to die with Braum. Don't these subordinates have any little tricks? They can actually follow her around obediently. Either her subordinates are masochists, and the more they are abused, the happier they are, or she has special charm skills, like those succubi. Damn, such a boss and such a group of subordinates are too scary. Let's investigate her background first to see if she really has the ability to seduce. They did not act rashly, nor did they ask for help from the forces behind them. Capturing the Ulysses was the task assigned by the forces behind them. If they asked for help when they encountered difficulties, wouldn't it make them look useless? In the Star Network community, Bai Fu, who had registered a private armed company, was looking through the information about the Singularity Company that Heifu had just bought. Many intelligence reports showed that Singularity Company had thousands of employees, the strongest of whom was called Jiai, who was only a peak A-level magician. This made her feel relieved. In this way, even if the entire Singularity Company attacked her, she would not be able to defeat them, but it would be easy for her to escape. However, the forces involved in Singularity Company were a bit troublesome. There were 3 pirate groups, including the Deadline Pirate Group, which was closely related to the lava she encountered when she first came to Shanghai. The strength of the Deadline Pirate Group was not much weaker than that of the Stone Crystal Company. In addition to the Pirate Group, Singularity Company seems to have connections with an unknown organization. Bai Fu suspected that the organization was closely related to the gene optimization drug. Singularity Company didn't bother me these days. It should be scared by me. They are still discussing countermeasures, but if it takes too long, they will definitely continue to attack Ulysses. This trouble must be solved as soon as possible. Bai Fu looked at the newly acquired credit points. It's time to Krypton Gold to become stronger. 10 minutes later, at the nearby trading center, the newly rich woman Bai Fu spent 130,000 credit points to buy 4 advanced knowledge in one go. Psychic Fine Control, Psychic Transformation, Advanced Summoning Theory, Psychic Amplification Theory. These 4 advanced knowledge brought her 3 new skills and 2 new blueprints. You have learned new skills: Elementary Psychic Fine Control, Darkness Without Bounds, Summoning Legion. You have learned new prayer card blueprints: Summon Lancers, Sage State. Elementary Psychic Fine Control LV1. The effect is to reduce psychic consumption by 5% and reduce the damage caused by psychic skills to friendly parties by 10%. Yulia has the complete version of this skill, which will not cause any damage to teammates. Bai Fu has been craving it for a long time. Boundless Darkness is a control skill that can make the target fall into a boundless darkness state, shielding the 5 senses. The duration depends on the difference in energy strength between the two sides. Summoning Legion LV1 can increase the attack and defense of the psychic summons that make up the Legion by 2%, and is one of the core skills of the psychic summoning flow. Bai Fu's current style is Prayer Card plus Summoning plus Melee Tank Mage. The new skills combined with the Summon Lancer, Prayer Card blueprint have allowed her Summoning Legion to take shape. Even though her level has not increased, she dares to say that she is now 10% or 20% stronger than she was not long ago. Sage State card is also a good thing. It is a buff card that can increase certain attributes. It is not very useful for Bai Fu, but it is a rare good thing for players. After having the Sage State card, players do not need to bring a special auxiliary that can increase attributes when playing some simple dungeons. They can consider bringing an output, a tank, or a pure nurse. What are you waiting for? Sage status now joined Bai Fu's luxury package of cutting players' leaks. After buying the advanced knowledge, Bai Fu spent 30,000 credit points to buy a rare combat uniform blueprint. In fact, she also wanted to buy a blueprint of the prayer card assembly line, so that she would not have to arrange Hei Fu and so many little Hei Fu to make cards, but this blueprint costs 330,000 credit points, which she can't afford at all. Bai Fu entered the new blueprint into the panel, and then merged it with her own psychic structure. The appearance of Psychic Construct Fu, too, has changed dramatically. Although it is still a tight black style, special structural modifications have been made to the joints, waist, shoulders, and neck. These designs have greatly improved the texture of the clothes. While highlighting the figure, it also adds a bit of metallic sharpness, making it look several times better. The changes brought by the new design are not only in appearance, but also in practicality. The defense and flight height of Fu, too, have increased by 20% compared to Fu, and the durability has increased by 30%. It also provides an additional 50 points of strength and 80 points of agility. It also adds 4 retractable muzzles that can fire psychic cannons, as well as a full-body massage function. It's worth spending so much money. Bai Fu was very excited. In fact, the psychic construct has a hidden benefit. Since the psychic construct is an extension of her psychic power, when the psychic construct is attached to her skin, her perception ability will be greatly improved. In battle, perception can sometimes determine the outcome. Your clothes can change their appearance at will? Seeing that Bai Fu's clothes suddenly changed, Yulia was surprised. Can the coverage area and transparency be changed, such as turning into a swimsuit, stockings, or a transparent rubber suit? Of course. Oh, that's interesting. Yulia nodded seriously. This magical use of spiritual power can be used in many ways. If she can also master the method of making this kind of clothes, it will be even more fun. Bai Fu snorted lightly, and was too lazy to pay attention to Yulia. After looking at the trading center for a long time, she finally spent 180,000 credit points to buy 7 low-purity psychic crystals. It has to be said that this thing is really expensive, but who makes her need this thing now to upgrade the psychic structure and vision structure? Apostle Will. After smashing 6 psychic crystals in a row, she successfully upgraded Fu, 2, to LV3, and each bonus increased by an additional 20%, greatly increasing her strength. There was still 1 psychic crystal left, and Bai Fu planned to save it first. Upgrading the vision structure required 10 low-purity crystals, and upgrading the apostles will require 20 crystals. She simply couldn't afford so much money now. It can only be said that this money came and went quickly. Just as she was about to tighten the psychic crystal in her pocket, Yulia suddenly called her. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Can I touch it? Yulia stared at Bai Fu, with a strange red light in her blue eyes. No, what do you want to touch in broad daylight? Bai Fu looked alert. Yulia didn't care about that, stepped forward, and put her hand on the psychic crystal in her hand. So you want to touch this? Bai Fu handed the psychic crystal to Yulia. Is there anything wrong? Yulia raised the crystal. Suddenly I felt very hungry and wanted to eat it. Bai Fu was stunned. Eating stones, can you digest them? Wait a minute. She suddenly realized that Yulia was not an ordinary person, but a son of the true spirit who had merged with the true spirit pillar's spiritual core. Maybe she could really digest the psychic crystal. What changes will happen after digestion? A low-purity psychic crystal is worth more than 20,000 credit points, which is very expensive, but when she thought of Yulia's huge potential, Bai Fu still gritted her teeth and decided to give it a try despite the pain. Eat it, don't be polite to me. Then I won't be polite. Yulia didn't pretend to be coy. Anyway, I already owe you a lot. When you want to use me, I'd be there for you. I promise to do my best to cooperate with you. Humph, I squeeze you out and get back all my current investment. Yulia swallowed the psychic crystal in one gulp. Bai Fu used psychic vision to read her attribute panel. After a few minutes, her panel changed. The occupation of True Spirit Blesser was upgraded from LV10 to LV12. The awakening progress of True Spirit Sun increased from 1.1% to 1.4%. The skill level was improved to a certain extent, and the favorability increased from 92 to unwavering 99. Bai Fu was surprised. She had thought it would work, but she didn't expect it to be so good. One psychic crystal increases the awakening progress by 0.3%, so if you buy 329 more, it will increase to 100%. What the hell? 329 crystals means more than 8 million credit points. You loser. Bai Fu wanted to attack Yulia. Even if she was a little golden man, she couldn't stand Yulia's demands. Bai Fu raised her head and found that Yulia licked her lips seductively, and then looked at her with pure eyes. I think you are the real succubus. I will be turned into a mummy sooner or later. Bai Fu pursed her lips. In fact, it was poverty that caused the trouble. If she had money, she would just buy a bunch of psychic crystals, max out all her skills, and feed Yulia directly to awakening. At that time, she would control a bunch of psychic constructs with one hand and Yulia with the other. Looking at the marginal world, there is no normal A-level superpower who can be her opponent. There are more and more places to spend money. I can't handle it alone. I must attract more players to Shanghai as soon as possible. Let them help me raise Yulia. In fact, Bai Fu lacked not only money, but also experience, but at this stage, it was much easier for her to gain experience than to gain credit points. After leaving the trading center, she deliberately released new information to all the players on Zuyuan Star through digging. Fu said that when she got a spaceship that could resist the damage caused by space distortion, she planned to go back to Zuyuan Star to see everyone. As far as I know, that kind of spaceship is usually very large, and can carry at least thousands of people. What? The new information immediately alarmed all the players on Zuyuan Star. Doesn't this mean that when Fu comes back next time, there will be more than 1,000 players who can enter the Star Sea in advance? Now they are not tired anymore. All of a sudden, all the players of Zuyuan Star who are confident in their level, strength, hard work, or financial resources all took action and began to try every means to level up and improve their combat effectiveness. Since they want to improve their combat effectiveness, they have to buy things in Bai Fu's dungeon store. Bai Fu took this opportunity to put new cards, such as Summon Lancers and Sage State on the shelves in the store, and divided the original prayer cards into different levels from +1 to +N for sale. In order to better exploit the players, she also bought a batch of professional knowledge books and knowledge chains in the Star Sea, and put them in the dungeon store. These things are very rare in Zuyuan Star, and players may not be able to get them even if they spend a lot of time. But in Shanghai, it is just a matter of spending a little money. In just 2 days, Bai Fu successfully earned 13 million experience points through this wave of harvesting. This efficiency is much lower than before, mainly because most players have not recovered from her last exploitation, and even if they want to force it, they can't squeeze out much experience points for her. Take it slow. With this hook to catch players, you can earn a little bit every day. Bai Fu is not worried that the players will be resentful because she really intends to go back to Zuyuan Star. As for when she will go back, it depends on how much effort the players put in behind her. If the players put in enough effort to help her reach the top sooner, she can go earlier. Counting the experience gained from killing slave traders such as Braum before, Bai Fu now has more than 20 million experience points, which is enough for her to level up twice, but she is not in a hurry to level up, but invests experience to max out all the 5 passive skills she has obtained before. At this time, the improvement brought by upgrading skills is obviously greater than upgrading to level 2. She used the remaining 3 million experience points to strengthen Little White Fuka and Little Black Fuka, upgrading each of these 2 cards by 5 levels. The appearance of the 2 cards has not changed much, but the performance is completely different from before. For example, Little Black Fu can now flexibly use her small fingers and toes, her health bar has become thicker, and she can also use the super small spirit explosion skill. Very good. Everything is ready. Bai Fu immediately opened the commission platform and searched for a commission against Singularity Company on the platform. This is a multi-person commission, and she plans to blend in and fight against Singularity Company with other hunters. This way, even if the action fails, Singularity Company will not target her immediately if it wants to retaliate, and she will have more time to deal with it. Chapter 158. The commission that Bai Fu was interested in was posted half a month ago. The task required recruiting 5 A-level superpowers to wipe out Singularity Company. The reward for the task was 30,000 credit points. Since the goal was to deal with Singularity Company, this reward was not high, and it could even be said to be a bit low. For this reason, even after half a month, the client still failed to recruit enough people. After Bai Fu clicked on the commission details, she found that there were only 2 hunters who applied, and there was still a shortage of 3. Me, Hey Fu, and Vic, aren't the 3 of us just enough? Bai Fu told Vic about her plan. On the day she registered for Dark Moon Tide, Vic took the initiative to apply to join Dark Moon Tide, and became the number 5 employee of Dark Moon Tide. Now that he heard that Bai Fu was going to take action against Singularity Company, he immediately agreed. After getting Vic's approval, Bai Fu applied for the commission in the name of the new vest of Dark Moon Tide. You triggered the hidden task Dark Tide Surge. Task Introduction. The hunter named Mountain Pioneer has an indissoluble feud with Singularity Company. He posted a task on the commission platform, and prepared to summon 5 A-level superpowers to destroy Singularity Company. Task Target. Destroy Singularity Company. Reward 3 million experience points, 30,000 credit points. Hidden reward, unknown huh? Bai Fu was surprised. The name of this task just happened to coincide with her Dark Moon Tide, but it was actually a hidden task with hidden rewards. Normally, tasks received on the commission platform cannot be hidden tasks. If they are, there must be something hidden. Is it because Singularity Company is special, or because the task issuer is special? After Bai Fu disguised herself, she took the players, Vic and Hey Fu, to the appointment. 1 day later, it was still Feng Ding Star. After getting off the spaceship, Bai Fu went straight to the assembly point. She asked Yulia and Anya to stay on the ship, and pick them up at any time if anything unexpected happened. You are finally here. A tall and thin man with milky white tentacles on his head came up. I am the publisher of this commission, the Pioneer. Because Bai Fu said before coming that she would bring some men with her, he was not too surprised. His eyes were mainly focused on Bai Fu, Hey Fu and Vic. At this time, Bai Fu was wearing the Fu, 2, psychic construct, and the helmet extending from her neck perfectly covered her face. Hey Fu also wore a similar helmet. Vic's outfit was much simpler, and he simply put some paint on his face. In his words, it was to save money. When Kaishans looked at Bai Fu was also looking at the 3 teammates in this operation. Kaishans was a standard A-level superpower, with nothing special, but no obvious weaknesses. The green big guy standing behind him was called Green Mud, a superpower who could make his body as hard as iron or as soft as mud. What attracted Bai Fu's attention the most was the woman standing by the door, wearing a white alien ring around her neck, and crossing her chest with her hands. She looked very ordinary, but her big thunder heightened this ordinariness. Bai Fu recalled that even the gifted Su Li was not a match for this woman. So scary, is this the talent of a cosmic person? Just as Bai Fu was complaining, the woman suddenly raised her head, and the 2 of them were entangled in their sight at this moment. An inexplicable sharp aura collided fiercely in the middle, and everything around seemed to solidify at this moment. The colorful world began to degenerate until it degenerated into a monotonous world of black, white and gray, as if sinking into the other side of the world, quiet as death. Hello? It was not until the voice of the Mountain Pioneer sounded that the solidified black and white world was shattered like a mirror. The color returned, and Bai Fu's heartbeat also returned. She quickly threw a spiritual vision to the woman. Name, unknown, template, ordinary main occupation, unknown, LV24 plus 50, unknown, secondary occupation, unknown, health, unknown, attributes, strength unknown, agility unknown, constitution unknown, intelligence unknown, spirit 626, inspiration unknown, skills, unknown, talent, unknown, favorability, unknown, danger level, black, main occupation 74. Except for spirit, all other items are question marks. A top A-class superpower? Bai Fu's pupils shrank slightly. What she cared about was not the attributes of this woman, but the danger rating. Black means that under normal circumstances, she would never be able to defeat this woman. No, can the gap between A-class be so big? Before, she saw that Singularity Company only had one top A-class, and thought that this operation was very stable, but now it seems to be quite stable. As long as this woman can successfully contain the top A-class of Singularity Company, the remaining 4 A-classes will not be difficult to deal with. The only problem is that their battle location is the headquarters of Singularity Company, so they must not be careless. This is Honglian, this is Dark Moon. The pioneer briefly introduced all the A-level superpowers present. Now that everyone is here, let's go. I will explain the action plan in detail on the way. Everyone boarded the pioneer's spaceship. On the way to the headquarters of Singularity Company, the pioneer distributed the route map of Singularity Company headquarters that he had spent a lot of effort to collect to everyone. The NPCs did not react much, but the players were very excited. This was the first time they took the initiative to attack after entering the Star Sea, and it was also the most prosperous battle they had fought. Bai Fu took out some of the money she earned from selling slaves and distributed it to the players. Even the player who contributed the least earned 800 credit points, and the player who contributed the most to the task received 2,000 credit points on the spot. After receiving the money, the players immediately started to happily go shopping. Many players bought the power armor they had liked for a long time, and some players dressed up in extremely flashy clothes. This wanton squandering made other players jealous. It would be great if I could get a super large mecha one day to have fun. Conversion to Fu couldn't help but sigh. After the spaceship landed, he followed the crowd out of the exit. He had just taken a few steps when footsteps sounded beside him. Fu, he turned his head and saw that the person who came over was the female superpower who didn't like to talk much since her debut. It seemed that her name was Honglian. It seemed that she was coming for him. Could it be a mission? Conversion to Fu's eyes suddenly lit up. As a Fuman player, he only liked 2 things in the game the most. One was Fu, and the other was the mission. Is there anything I can help you with? Gaiuofu made a standard player opening move. You are not from the Sea Lion Galaxy, are you? Honglian said with a smile. You look like ordinary space humans. Your clothes are completely different from the local civilization of the Sea Lion Galaxy, and you exude a sense of youth everywhere. Gaiuofu nodded. It's true, the players are so excited to look at everything they see, just like they have just come to the big city from the countryside. Is there anything wrong with this? Honglian said. The Starry Sea is vast and full of countless opportunities. You are new to the Sea Lion Galaxy, and probably don't understand many things. In fact, with the strength and courage you have shown, as long as you find the right direction, even if you can't become rich and powerful, you can still live a very good life. Gaiuofu nodded. And then what is your mission? Honglian saw that Gaiuofu was really not understanding, so he could only make it clear. Dark Moon is the silver moon that has been very famous in the Chaos Star Road recently. It is too dangerous to follow such a ruthless person who regards the lives of his followers as worthless. I think. Now, conversion to Wafu understood. Good fellow. It turned out that this NPC was here to poach Fu instead of issuing quests. Funny. Did you see my name? Conversion to Wafu. You want me to let go of Fu's thigh and follow you? You are dreaming. Honglian was frustrated, but she did not give up, and quickly found other players. This time she was much more direct. Not only did she directly state her intention, but also offered quite good conditions, such as a fixed salary, additional bonuses, and special equipment. The result was that all the players rejected her. She was almost depressed. No, Inu, this bad woman, asked you to die, but you were still willing to follow her wholeheartedly. Are you crazy, or is this world crazy, or does being good-looking really mean you can do whatever you want? She really couldn't figure it out, so she could only stare at Bai Fu. Honglian made quite a fuss, and with Digger G reporting her, Bai Fu had already noticed her. Okay, you're fucking hacking me. No, that's the wrong word, you're fucking poaching me, right? If you are angry, I will put you in a sack sooner or later. Fortunately, No player was tempted by Honglian's big pie this time. Loyalty. Sincerity. According to Digging G, some players simply ignored Honglian, some players felt that they had been following her for a long time, and did not want to change camps and start from scratch, and some players were slightly tempted, but after careful consideration, they felt that it was more promising to follow her. After arriving in Shanghai, Fu Fu is no longer the protagonist, but at least she has a long-term hidden task to do. Bai Fu felt very relieved. Fortunately, she was one step ahead. When she abandoned the cooling plant, she kept hinting to the players that her background was unusual. Otherwise, after being seduced by Honglian, some profit-seeking players would definitely rebel. She secretly became alert. Honglian could see through her true identity, maybe because of her high spiritual attribute. But she was more worried about the players than this. At present, this group of players had a very high sense of belonging to the silent courtyard, but it was hard to say about other players. They said it was nice, but if they really met Honglian or a bad woman who was more difficult than Honglian to seduce them, it was really hard to say whether they could resist. Players are profit-seeking after all. In order to prevent players from being seduced on a large scale, Bai Fu felt that she had to show her uniqueness to the players more. While she was thinking about the future, everyone had already arrived near Singularity Company. The planet where Singularity Company was located was nothing special in the Chaos Star Road. It was just as chaotic and barbaric as other places, so Bai Fu and the others' arrival did not attract anyone's attention. According to my information, 2 of the 5 A-level superpowers of Singularity Company are now on a mission outside. Even if they rush back at the fastest speed, it will take them an hour. This 1 hour is our golden time. When the time comes, Honglian, you will contain Jiai, and the others will be handed over to me and Dark Moon. The pioneer shared his plan again. After arranging the main attack direction, everyone began to wait for the night to fall. Chapter 159. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 villains desperately punched each other, and the fists hit the cheeks, splashing large pieces of blood from the teeth, followed by dull groans of pain and shouting. In Chaos Star Road, fighting and attacking each other are very common, so people who occasionally pass by just take a look and walk away calmly. But the situation today is slightly different. If you listen carefully, you can hear a rustling sound from the shouting. Pa, how long has this place been cleaned? The green mud in the sewer under the feet of the 2 villains turned into a pool of mud and slid along the wall. He almost vomited, but when he thought of the real purpose of this mission, he could only continue to move forward with the weight. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. A few minutes later, he successfully entered the headquarters of Singularity Company that looked like a factory. Boom! A violent explosion shook the entire city, and the flames almost illuminated half of the sky. What happened? The power boiler exploded. It's over. All the people nearby have lost contact. Who the hell maintains the power boiler? The boiler exploded. At least it will be shut down for 5 or 6 days. Who can take the responsibility if the secret tower blames it? Singularity Company was immediately in chaos. Now go! The pioneer saw the opportunity, and with a command, the mini spider-like mechanical arms hidden under his clothes opened instantly, like a violent mechanical beast, killing towards Singularity Company, followed closely by Honglian. Bai Fu called out to the others, "Let's go, let's follow them, don't rush to attack, first find a way to find the mother of the dissociated potion." Compared to destroying Singularity Corporation, she valued the mother of the potion more. After shouting, Bai Fu took out an oversized rail rifle and headed straight for the messy Singularity Corporation. With the blessing of the psychic construct, even without any skills activated, her agility reached 258 points, which was quite fast. As soon as she started, Vic, Hey Fu, and the players also started. Dozens of power armor swept across a large open space, machine guns fired, spitting out flames, forming a dazzling fire net in the dark night, which was spectacular. Damn, enemy attack. Fuck, I'm just here to watch the fun. Who hit me? Fuck my ass. In a panic, Singularity Company finally organized a resistance team. They hid in those reinforced houses, holding magnetic rail weapons and particle beam weapons, and shooting out like crazy. In this critical moment, they didn't care who was the enemy, and who was watching the fun, and they just rushed out, and it was over. The barrage of bullets intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, a group of people were swept down, and the blood dyed the open space in front of the company red, but this blood not only did not stop the battle, but stimulated the situation to become more chaotic. Some rude thugs were angry because they were attacked for no reason, and took the initiative to join the pioneers. There were also many people hiding in the dark, with greedy eyes wide open, ready to rush over to take advantage at any time. Bai Fu shuttled through the rain of bullets. Vic and Hei Fu stood on her left and right, and the players protected her firmly behind her like a copper wall. This tight formation was like a sharp cone that instantly pierced through the first line of defense built by the explosion of fire and lasers and the power grid. Today is different from the past. Not only has her strength increased dramatically, but the players have also made rapid progress recently. If it weren't for the fact that the 1.3 version has not yet opened up advanced professions, the fastest players would have been able to officially advance to Class B. Even so, with the support of power armor and other equipment, these dozens of players still showed a sharp aura, like a sharp knife. Unmatched. Good job. The pioneer who was tearing the gate with a mechanical claw was overjoyed. He felt that he had a chance to take revenge. At this moment, a scorching energy like the blazing sun suddenly burst out from the side. Bai Fu turned her head and saw an A-level superpower rushing towards her. Martial artist? That must be Jia Yi, the strongest superpower of Singularity Company. Bai Fu did not stop at all and rushed towards the A-level superpower. The psychic protection was added to her body. At the moment when the two were about to meet, a dark boundless opened up and enveloped the A-level superpower. The surging energy hit her body, and when she flew backwards, the 4 gun barrels on the psychic structure fired at the same time. Boom! 4 beams of psychic energy shot out like spears. The A-level superpower was deprived of his 5 senses, and instinctively realized that something was wrong, and wanted to dodge to the side, but Vic and Hei Fu did not give him a chance at all. The mental stab broke through the true chi shield, and knocked him out on the spot. Then Hei Fu's spiritual explosion, and Bai Fu's psychic energy beam exploded. After 3 seconds, the A-level superpower, who was blocking the road, finally broke free from the dark and boundless state. His true chi shield had dissipated, and he wanted to escape in panic, but found that Bai Fu had passed him and rushed into the depths of Singularity Company. Safe? Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a torrent of steel formed by players suddenly appeared, and the high-speed rotating sickle blades and shells ruthlessly rolled over him. When he got up again, he suddenly found that there were 10 more spearmen wearing thick iron armor and holding large spears around him. What the hell? Forming a formation, thrusting, slashing, sweeping, the attacks were like waves, one after another. This A-level superpower was already seriously injured, and he was beaten without any ability to fight back against these spearmen who received a 20% Legion bonus. The Singularity Company employees next to him wanted to rush up to save people, but the explosion of the alien erosion blew them all away at once. The violent explosion made him kneel on the ground. He covered his chest with one hand, and was shocked to find that his shadow was covered by another shadow coming from behind. The true energy surged in his body, and the air wave burst out, knocking the spearman behind him away at the critical moment. He could stop one spearman, but he couldn't stop the other spearman coming from the side. The big spear swung, dragging a long spiritual tail flame, like a bright new moon in the sky, and like a soaring dragon in the sky, cutting his neck in an instant, cutting the flesh, cutting off the cervical vertebrae, and forcibly separating the head and body. Blood spurted wildly, spraying all over the ceiling, and the head rolling on the ground had eyes wide open, full of disbelief. A Class A superpower, fallen just like that. This scene scared many people, and some weak-willed Singularity employees began to flee. Honglian walked through the terrified crowd, and came to the headless corpse. Prayer card? At this time, Green Mud rushed out of the crowd and came to her side. Master Supervisor, I searched near the power boiler, and didn't find any place where people were imprisoned. Honglian frowned. Keep looking. We must find the person today, otherwise. The white alien ring on her neck emitted a strange red light. Lu and I nodded hurriedly. He didn't dare to bear the anger of this adult, so he ran away quickly. Deep inside the Singularity Company, several senior executives were almost fainted by anger when they saw this scene. I go meet them in person. The magician Jia Yi, wearing a classical robe, was furious. His body flashed several times, and then appeared in front of Honglian out of thin air. He looked sinister and stared at Honglian. You have caused such a great loss to the company, you must pay the corresponding price today. Before he finished speaking, Jia raised his right hand and silently chanted a spell. Suddenly, a large number of tiny magic marks appeared in the air. These magic marks quickly retracted inwards and finally exploded, completely engulfing the red lotus like a black storm. A few seconds later, the black storm disappeared, and the red lotus also disappeared. Huh? Jia was slightly stunned. Exploded into pieces that were invisible to the naked eye. When did his explosion magic become so powerful, or was that woman just bluffing and was actually very weak? While he was wondering, his communicator began to vibrate. Jay, come back quickly, the secret tower laboratory has been discovered. Jay's face changed drastically. The secret tower is the power behind their singularity company. Most people are not familiar with this name, but the other name of the secret tower is well known to everyone in the entire Fringe world. That's right, the secret tower is the ghost civilization that caused the dimensional disaster after losing the civilization war in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. Jay was sweating profusely in anxiety. If the fact that they were related to the secret tower was leaked, then it would not be just a few A-level superpowers who came to beat them, but a group of S-level superpowers who came to beat them. I'd be there right away. Organize everyone to retreat. If you can't kill all these people, then use the ship's guns to blow up the company and them all. A fierce look flashed across Jiayi's face. At the same time, underground in the warehouse area of Singularity Company. After running over the A-level superpower, Bai Fu searched inside Singularity Company. At this time, the benefits of the player and Vic were reflected. In terms of fighting, the player and Vic were not as good as her, but in terms of finding various hidden places in complex terrain, the role of the player and Vic, who was good at mental exploration, was reflected. Found it, Fu. Digging Ji shouted in surprise. Bai Fu rushed over and used the high-frequency vibration blade that popped out from the back of her hand to cut the wall completely. As expected, there was a hidden door behind the wall. The door was very strong, but it was nothing to her now. With her psychic energy wrapped around her fist, she smashed the door into pieces with 2 punches. Who are you? What do you want? The few people dressed like researchers who appeared behind the door saw the door suddenly exploded, and their faces unconsciously showed panic. They wanted to get their guns, but they were pressed to the ground by the players, who rushed in just 2 steps out. Be honest? Is the mother of the dissociative potion here? Faced with the torture of the players, these researchers hesitated and refused to speak. If they don't want to talk, then don't talk. Bai Fu walked around the laboratory. With the help of the clairvoyant skill, even if these researchers didn't speak, she could still tell which one was the mother of the dissociative potion. A minute later, she stopped in front of a glass cover. In the center of the glass cover was a sphere that looked like a red agate. There was a freezer under the machine holding the sphere. Using the clairvoyant skill, she found that the sphere was the mother of the dissociative potion, and the freezer was filled with unpurified dissociative potions. A rough estimate was that there were at least 20 to 30 tubes. Finally found it. Bai Fu was excited. She put all the dissociative drugs into a sealed container. As for the mother copy, she took off the glass cover. Seeing her actions, the researchers struggled anxiously, but to no avail. Bai Fu took out the Dark Scepter and prepared to send them away. When the time came, she put the Dark Scepter away. If these people were willing to surrender and help her study the dissociated drugs, they would still be very useful. Tie them up first, and we leave from here. Bai Fu walked to the door and saw Lu and I running over in a hurry. I have already cleaned this place. She kindly reminded him, but Lu and I rushed into the secret room as if he didn't hear her and started to search through a pile of freezers. Every time he opened a freezer, he seemed to be under great pressure. Until he turned to the 13th freezer, he stared at the person in the freezer for a long time, then sighed. Alas, he is still dead. Lu and I stood up and just called up the virtual interface of the communicator. Hong Lian appeared next to him as if teleporting. Bai Fu was stunned by the scene. No, how did you show up? And are you two in the same group? Ni said, Master Oguchi. I know he is dead. Hong Lian squatted down in front of the freezer. There was no expression on her face. But at this moment, the temperature of the entire secret room dropped sharply by more than 10 degrees. He has been with me for a year, not a long time, but he is my subordinate after all. I will let Singularity Company bury him. Buried with us? What a big tone. I want to see who dares to let us be buried with him. Suddenly, Jai appeared at the door of the secret room. Bai Fu's face darkened. Just look at Hong Lian's panel to know how strong the peak A-level superpowers are. If only Jai blocked the door, it would be fine. After all, they have Hong Lian on their side, but Jai is followed by a large group of people. It may not be easy to leave safely with the mother copy of the dissociative potion. She subconsciously threw a clairvoyant skill to Jai, but the feedback made her look confused. Jai's panel level is 1 level higher than Hong Lian, but his danger level is only yellow. He is stronger than her, but only to a limited extent. As both are top-level A-level superpowers, how could Jai be so much weaker than Hong Lian? Just when she was confused, Hong Lian suddenly spoke. Did you catch Oguchi here? Jai was stunned for a moment. How are you still alive? Hong Lian, who didn't get the answer she wanted, seemed to lose patience. Forget it, It doesn't matter whether it's you or someone else, you are all dead anyway. Jiayi was so angry that he laughed. He hadn't met such an arrogant person for a long time. You have caused such great damage to the company. Today I will make you wish you were dead or alive. Bang! A sudden explosion interrupted Jiayi's words. After the explosion disappeared, Jiayi disappeared. Only the classical robe without its owner fell to the ground like a fallen leaf. In an instant, the whole secret room fell into a dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. This situation lasted for a few seconds. Then, those who followed Jiayi to kill began to flee like crazy. It's an S-class superpower. Run! Damn it! Why is there an S-class superpower coming to kill us? The other executives of Singularity Company were sweating profusely, and they rolled and crawled into the spaceship that had been prepared long ago. Quick, contact the secret tower and tell them what happened here. This broken company is useless. Blow them up, blow them all up. The spaceship quickly rose into the night sky. In the cockpit, the shouts of people and the voices of AI merged into a group, and the huge cannon directly below the spaceship began to flash bright blue light. Fuck! Including Bai Fu, who just ran out of the secret room, everyone near Singularity Company was terrified. With the caliber of this laser cannon, the entire Singularity Company and the surrounding area would be reduced to ashes with one shot. Did Singularity Company secretly hide such a powerful thing? This kind of laser cannon is impossible to buy through normal channels. It is a controlled item in all major civilizations. Bai Fu looked at the mother copy of the dissociative agent in her hand, and then looked at Vic next to her. Her psychic construct has the ability to fly, so she can escape if she wants to, but she can only carry so much. She has to choose between the dissociative potion mother and Vic, considering that Vic has the potential to be the protagonist, and there is more than one dissociative potion mother. She finally decides to take Vic away. However, just as she was about to take off, something unexpected happened. The ring on Honglian's neck suddenly broke into countless pieces, and countless red light spots flew out of her body like fireflies in summer. Her clothes, her flesh and blood, and even her soul seemed to be burning at this moment. Do you really think you can still leave? Ah? The players around Bai Fu were surprised. They only saw Honglian stretch out her right hand, and then a huge flaming ship-slashing sword emerged from her palm inch by inch. It's her! Someone in the crowd shouted, and in an instant, the same name popped up in many people's minds. She is the embodiment of great power, one of the most dazzling names in the Sea Lion Galaxy. When she wielded the huge ship-slashing sword towards the Singularity Company's spaceship that was flying higher and higher, the entire night sky seemed to freeze, and people only saw the light blade passing through the sky, as if the sky fire was reversed and passed through the middle of the spaceship. The next second, the spaceship split into two halves in the air, and the rupture caused an explosion, which caused countless huge fragments to fall, and it was about to cause a disaster. At this time, the fiery red figure holding the ship-slashing knife simply raised his left hand, and a red shockwave exploded from the center of the spaceship, illuminating half of the sky while completely crushing the spaceship into powder. This scene was seen by many people at the scene, and also by countless players in the live broadcast room. When the dust settled, everyone was attracted by the woman floating in the air, wrapped in flames. Even without an introduction, Bai Fu recognized her. The only person in the entire Sea Lion Galaxy who was selected for the Cosmic Network deck, she belonged to the Star Covenant organization, an S+ level superpower, rumored to be only one step away from the natural disaster level, nicknamed the Void Warrior. Red Lotus equals Void Warrior. Bai Fu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This is a bad woman who wants to compete with her for players. She didn't dare to think how much popularity the Void Warrior could gain among the player community with that knife just now. Although she knew that she would encounter many NPCs who would compete with her for popularity after entering the Star Sea, she was still surprised that her competitors came so quickly. Chapter 160. Slashing down the spaceship that the top executives of Singularity Corporation were riding with one sword. Whether from the impact of the battle record or the gorgeousness of the skill's special effects, the appearance of the Void Warrior is amazing. Just look at the density of the crazy barrage in the live broadcast room of Digging Princess. Let me introduce to you. This is my new wife. Damn, with this attack power, can a city be blown up with one sword? This sword probably won't work, but it seems that she didn't use much strength. Her real strength must be able to blow up the city. Forget it, I can't control it. It's better to have our Fu-Fu, one punch shouldn't kill me, right? The quarrel in the barrage continued until the Void Warrior put away the 10-meter-long ship-slashing sword and landed lightly on the ground. When the energy that was burning like a blazing flame after the materialization gradually disappeared, she finally revealed her true appearance. Her facial features are not actually as delicate as Bai Fu's, but she is charming and has her own temperament, especially the teardrop mole under the right corner of her eye, which adds a bit of charm. Her long hair with a pink gradient color is casually scattered, and the ends of her hair sway like passionate flames. She is wearing a dress composed of 3 main colors, black, white and dark red. The hem of her clothes is as dazzling as a phoenix's wings. She walks barefoot on the cold stone slabs, her legs are straight and slender, and the lines are smooth and powerful, like a masterpiece of a sculptor, which makes the pedicure master couldn't help but admire her. In the night when all lights were off, she simply stood there, like a burning flame, scorching and dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at her, but also difficult to look away. But if you have to say what is wrong with her, it is that Bai Fu found out that she was deceived. No, this big sister, you are transforming. How come your breasts disappeared? Is it because the sky cleared and the rain stopped, so the thunder disappeared? Damn cyber fraud. Not bad, at least it is undulating. Not everyone is as prominent as Fu. The players were very happy to watch, and the NPCs on the scene didn't have so much time to appreciate the beauty of the Void Warrior. Why did the Void Warrior appear here? If it was just a deal with the Singularity Company, a sword strike from the sky would be enough to solve the problem. There was no need to transform. Is the Star Covenant going to take a big action? If the Star Covenant wants to attack the Sea Lion Galaxy, who can resist unless the top civilizations take action? Everyone was worried. The player standing next to him asked humbly, "What is the Star Covenant?" The NPC looked at him like a fool. "Oh my god, how come you don't even know what the Star Covenant is?" Although he complained, he still introduced it. The Star Covenant, where the Void Warriors are located, is rooted in the marginal world, and has a considerable influence in the direct jurisdiction of the 3 major cosmic civilizations. The reason is that the Lord of the Oath of the Star Covenant has already escaped the scope of mortals, and is one of the only 3 super powers in the marginal world. The S+ level Void Warriors are so powerful, and there is still a natural disaster between them and S+. It is conceivable how terrible the supers who dominate the 2 levels are. The super powerful people are at the forefront of individual evolution. They are explorers of life evolution, and seekers of the source of power. They burst out with all their strength. Even if the cosmic civilization sends out a main fleet, it is difficult to do anything to them. They are the real top stream in the universe. Their inadvertent small actions may set off a huge interstellar storm in the distant other side. The players were stunned by these words. So awesome, after being surprised, they couldn't help but worry. Would Fu be in trouble? Vic and Founder were also under great pressure. Vic never dreamed that he would one day become an enemy of the S+ level superpower from Star Covenant, but now that things have come to this, he can only firmly support Bai Fu. He is not the kind of ungrateful person. Founder was even more confused. How could a commission be entrusted to the Void Warrior? He didn't know what to do. He had to pay the commission fee. If he didn't, he might be beaten to death. But it was also very dangerous to go up and pay the commission fee. He could only stand there and pray that he would not be affected by the fight. After a while, Void Warrior said, "I should be right. You are the famous Silver Moon in Chaos Star Road recently." Bai Fu was not panicking. She and Void Warrior had no grudges, and Void Warrior didn't attack immediately after landing, which meant that she didn't intend to fight her. "You didn't come to me just to chat with me, did you?" Void Warrior pointed to the dark place where no one was. "Let's go over there and talk." "Okay." Bai Fu nodded, and just as she was about to follow Void Warrior, Digging Princess' voice rang out. Fu, you can't go. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Bai Fu's back gradually went away, and at this time, not only the players on the scene, but also the players in the live broadcast room were in a mess. "Great, I like watching women fight the most. Beat your head, Fu must not get into trouble. If Fu dies, I will explode with this world." Bai Fu will not get into trouble on Ziyuan Star, that's because she is the protagonist of Ziyuan Star. But it's different in Shanghai, believe it first. Goodbye Lao Fu. In addition to Fuman players and fun people, a large group of players, who hate Bai Fu also poured into the live broadcast room. Void Warrior, okay, just kill Bai Fu like this. As long as you kill Bai Fu, we will all be your fans. A dozen seconds later, Bai Fu followed the Void Warrior to a place far away from the crowd. The Void Warrior said calmly, "I won't keep you in suspense. I came to you this time to talk to you about your men. Their courage is rare in the world. I admire them very much. I think they should not be treated as consumables, and do meaningless things like driving a spaceship and colliding with people. How about we make a deal? If you are willing to persuade them to join the Star Covenant, I can give you a large sum of money. Okay, I knew you, a bad woman, had bad intentions. You really want to continue to bully me. Just as Bai Fu was urgently thinking about how to deal with it, Green Mud suddenly emerged from the sewer next to her. Master Supervisor, you have this old problem again. His eyes were full of resentment. Seeing him like this, the previously domineering Void Warrior suddenly felt guilty. This is not an old problem at all. I think this is a win-win situation for all three parties. She gets the money, her subordinates can shine on a broader stage, and I get a group of brave and loyal followers. Lu and I did not comment, but turned to Bai Fu. The supervisor always admires people with courage. Your subordinates are very special. They are not only full of courage, but also extremely loyal, so she wants to recruit them. But don't worry, the supervisor is not a person who likes to bully others. He explained and gave an example. Not long ago, one of the Void Warrior subordinates disappeared. After some investigation, she found that the subordinate was captured by Singularity Company. At first, she planned to ask Singularity Company to hand over the person, but she was afraid that Singularity Company would never admit it. She didn't care about her own reputation, but she didn't want others to have a bad impression of Xingyue because of her. So after thinking it over, she gave up the idea of directly looking for Singularity Company and disguised herself as a hunter, planning to sneak into Singularity Company to investigate, and then deal with Singularity Company with justification. Miss Ingwe, the attitude of the supervisor is a bit bad. I apologize to you on her behalf. As for the deal she just proposed, you can consider it. It doesn't matter if you refuse. I promise that the supervisor will not hold a grudge against you because of this. She is not that kind of person. When Green Mud said this, Void Warrior frowned, seeming a little dissatisfied, but after moving her mouth for a long time, she only squeezed out a sentence. Green Mud is right. Bai Fu's eyelids twitched slightly. Why did she feel that this Void Warrior was a little silly? Could she be a contender for the Oscar like her? She thought slightly. Regardless of whether Void Warrior and Green Mud were acting, she took the role anyway. I think you may have misunderstood the relationship between me and those heroes. They are not consumables, but my closest comrades. No, to be more precise, they are a ray of light that appeared in my world when I was at the lowest point in my life. As she spoke, Bai Fu suddenly removed the helmet of the psychic construct, and she clasped her hands together, as if praying devoutly. Void Warrior was confused by this sudden action. Brave men, comrades, a beam of light? No, then why did you let them die? Do you treat your benefactor like this? Bai Fu shook her head and sighed. I know you don't believe it, but this is the fact. To explain this clearly, it involves a very big secret. I didn't want to tell you the secret, but after what happened on Ulysses, this secret will be exposed sooner or later in 10 days, or 1 or 2 months, so I will tell you secretly, but you have to promise me that you can't tell it now. Void Warrior said, I promise, tell me. Bai Fu said slowly, in fact, those heroes have the ability to resurrect. What? Void Warrior was shocked, you mean every one of them? Bai Fu said seriously, that's right. Void Warrior was a little confused. She had seen supernatural powers such as resurrection before, but it was a bit too exaggerated that nearly 100 people all had the ability to resurrect. I know it's hard to believe, but this is the fact. If you don't believe it, you can go ask them. Bai Fu said. Void Warrior calmed down her excitement a little. This explanation can indeed explain why those heroes obediently listened to Inu and drove the spaceship to hit Brahm, but there was still one thing she didn't understand. Why were the heroes so loyal to Bai Fu? Bai Fu soon gave the answer. My bond with these heroes started from an encounter. I was born in the Sea of Stars, but because of an accident, I drifted to the planet where the heroes lived. At that time, I was poor and destitute. One day, Bai Fu beautified the process of her exploiting the players into a process of mutual support between her and the players. They fought bugs and wanderers together. In the end, under their passionate combination skills, all the evil forces on Zuyuan Star fell, and they established a new order on the ruins. I found myself again on that planet, and made many good friends. So, on the day I left, I secretly made up my mind that I must find a way to restore the planet to its original state in the Sea of Stars. After these heroes heard about my plan, they decided to follow me to the Sea of Stars and search together. I really sigh. Bai Fu's face showed gratitude, joy, and a hint of wanting to cry. This rich expression immediately made the Void Warrior gasp. Hiss. She believed it. Acting really couldn't be done to this extent, and Inu said that she could ask those undead people at any time. The answer is very clear. Those undead people are indeed heroes, but no matter how you look at it, Inu is the most courageous person in the story. Although everyone did it together, Inu was the initiator, and she doesn't have the ability to resurrect. For world peace, to restore the world to its original state, she tried her best. No wonder those undeads were so loyal to her. Thinking of this, Void Warrior suddenly felt guilty while standing in awe. She actually regarded Bai Fu as a bad woman because she didn't know Inu and her followers, and she even tried to pry these loyal followers away from Inu. Her actions were completely unworthy of her respect for the hero that she had always insisted on. I was wrong. Void Warrior sincerely apologized and said that she would compensate Bai Fu for mental damages. Bai Fu waved her hand quickly. You are too serious. You are not wrong. People who don't know us will definitely have such misunderstandings, and we deliberately want outsiders to misunderstand us, because only in this way can we deter those slave traders who covet Ulysses. You should have never had any intersection with the Ulysses before, so are you going to have a falling out with Singularity Company because of them? Void Warrior asked curiously. Bai Fu said, we really have no intersection. The reason why I helped Vic is that when I saw Ulysses, I was worried that one day my second hometown would become like Ulysses. It was an ordinary planet in the dark domain, and they were simply unable to resist the invasion of cosmic civilization. I think, now that I have helped Ulysses, maybe someone will help my second hometown one day in the future. Void Warrior nodded repeatedly. What a pure heart this is. What a kind person this is. What a pure person this is. The more she looked at Bai Fu, the more she felt that she was shining like an angel. The more she looked at Bai Fu, the more she liked her. The more she looked at Bai Fu, the more she wanted her. But she was afraid of being rejected. Favorability +5. Favorability +5. The change in favorability on the attribute panel made Bai Fu know that her acting was a great success. Pure white? My hair was originally black. The Void Warrior didn't know what Bai Fu was thinking. After struggling for a while, she still invited Bai Fu. I think I can help you in clearing the scattered psychic pollution and restoring the planet's ecology. Really? Then Bai Fu smiled bitterly, as if she had thought of something. Unfortunately, I don't have any money now. Void Warrior said, no money is needed. I just want your body, yes, your body. Besides, I have a way to make ordinary people afraid to go to your second hometown to cause trouble. Bai Fu understood. Are you going to invite me to join the Star Covenant? Yes. Bai Fu pointed it out directly, so Void Warrior was no longer shy. Don't worry, the rules of the Star Covenant are not strict. Even if you join the Star Covenant, you don't have to worry about losing your freedom completely. It's almost the same as joining a mercenary group, or even easier. Bai Fu did not rush to reply to the Void Warrior. She was weighing the difference between agreeing and refusing. If she refused, some players might have some thoughts. After that, she would continue to lead players in the Star Sea, accept commissions, and complete tasks. When she saved enough money to buy a spaceship, she would return to Zuyuan Star to pick up more players, and then start the next stage of the plan to become bigger and stronger. If she accepted, she would be temporarily suppressed by the Void Warrior, and her brilliance might be temporarily overshadowed by the Void Warrior, but the benefits were also obvious. With the identity of Star Contract, her security would increase dramatically, and she could receive some special tasks that the Hunter identity could not receive, and she could get the spaceship back to Zuyuan Star faster, and there was also a hidden benefit. Now she is indeed below the Void Warrior, but when she turns over and presses the Void Warrior down, the players will be surprised to find that Fufu is so awesome and can be a protagonist in the Star Sea. This discovery will definitely make her popularity soar. As for popularity, the more you compare it, the more its value will be revealed. Of course, Bai Fu also has a little bit of evil taste. She wants to see the players who support the Void Warrior because they oppose her become furious when they find that the Void Warrior and she are rolling together. I am willing, but I need to ask others if they are willing. The Void Warrior suddenly became excited. Go ahead. Looking at her loss of composure, Green Mud couldn't help but pat his forehead. Here it comes again. After saying goodbye to the Void Warrior and Green Mud, Bai Fu found the nervous players and announced to them that she was going to join the Star Covenant temporarily. The players such as Digger, Conviction and Fu, who were still thinking about how to save Bai Fu from the Void Warrior, were shocked when they heard the news. What? There is such a development? They immediately became excited. It's good not to have to fight, and it's even better to join the Star Covenant. The Star Covenant? This is a legendary force that can make cosmic civilizations fear. How did you do it, Fu Fu? It must be Fu Fu, who used her extraordinary charm to make the Void Warrior fall at her feet. Okay, why do beautiful girls have to fight? Sticking is the right way. The players on the scene talked a lot, excited, and began to imagine a bright future. part of the live broadcast room's barrage began to emit a red and warm atmosphere. No! Didn't Void Warrior come to fight Bai Fu? Where did you go while fighting? After talking to the players, Bai Fu came to Void Warrior again. They also agreed. Good. Void Warrior was overjoyed and felt that she had picked up a treasure. This way, we will be companions from now on. Don't call me by my nickname anymore. My real name is Fei Yi. You can just call me Fei Yi. Bai Fu nodded. My real name is Bai Fu. Next, I will go to Ulysses with you. I should be able to temporarily stop many people from targeting Ulysses. Fei Yi said. Bai Fu had no objection. This way, she would not need to assign someone to watch Ulysses, and the loyalty of the protagonist Vic would also increase significantly. Seeing that the two of them did not fight in the end, and were still talking and laughing, the pioneer finally mustered up the courage to come over. I don't have anything else to say. I'm just here to pay you. Take it. I'm leaving now. After completing the transfer, the pioneer ran away in a flash, fearing that something unexpected would happen if he stayed too long. At this time, Bai Fu officially received the prompt that the task was completed. You completed the hidden task associated potion and received a reward of 3 million experience points and the skill spitting magic blade. You completed the hidden task undercurrent and received a reward of 3 million experience points and 30,000 credit points. Since she raised Fei's favorability to more than 20 during the task, the undercurrent task also gave her a hidden reward prayer card making instrument blueprint. The function of this thing can be seen from the name. Bai Fu had never expected such a surprise. With this, her efficiency in making prayer cards can be greatly improved. Spitting magic blade is a very good active attack skill. After it is activated, it can summon high-speed rotating psychic magic blades around the body. The number depends on the skill level. Bai Fu upgraded this skill to LV10 and can summon up to 10 magic blades, which is cool and lethal. Very good. When the relationship with Fei Yi gets better, I can ask her to borrow a large spaceship to go back to Ziyuan Star to pick up people. This mission is really profitable. Bai Fu can't help but look forward to the future when hundreds of thousands of players will go to Shanghai to work for her. When she was about to leave the destroyed Singularity Company, she called Fei and Looney. I have 2 companions waiting for me nearby. A few minutes later, Anya and Yulia landed the spacecraft after receiving the message. As soon as she saw Fei, Anya's eyes became extremely alert. Her eyes went up from Fei's exposed toes, and finally fell on the pink hair that was as hot as flames. Oh no, another dangerous guy is approaching Boss Fufu. Compared to Anya, who looked alert, Yulia was much calmer. It doesn't matter. Unless the opponent is stronger than expected, she and Bai Fu have a perfect complementary relationship from ability to body and mind, so she can just sit tight and wait. About 2 hours after Bai Fu and Fei's spaceship entered deep space, a plain-looking man appeared outside the destroyed Singularity Company. It was midnight, but the ruins of Singularity Company were unusually lively, and a large group of villains coming from all directions were treasure hunting. He flashed to the secret laboratory that Bai Fu had dug out, waved his hand, and a villain who was rummaging around was sucked over. He grabbed the villain's neck. Where did the things in here go? Silver light was released from his eyes, piercing into the villain's brain like a thread. With a tremor in his body, the villain told everything he knew. After getting the information he wanted, the man crushed the neck of the person he was holding, and then he turned on the communicator. The mother copy of the potion was lost and fell into the hands of Dark Moon of the Dark Moon Tide Company. The mother copy itself is not harmful, but if they knew the real reason why we studied the mother copy, it would have an extremely bad impact on our secret tower. Find a way to get the mother copy back. Yes. A sharp light flashed in the man's eyes.